Chapter 701. Apologize in the form of an apologetic. All of the above is the most ideal situation when the ultimate hidden boss, Ryan Tesla, the God King of the Outer Realm, does not take action personally. Ryan really went straight off the field. And no one knew what outrageous tricks Ryan had hidden. This is the super strong oppression that allows the gods of the enemy and us to shudder. Isn't Hera see this future that was eventually collapsed by bleeding? No. The older the old-fashioned god, the more the so-called gods of the gods' idols. As Lei was secretly promoted to the position of king of gods, he was walking on thin ice, silently holding himself to this standard, and was also held to this standard by other gods. Hera is almost the same. Of course, she knew that the third-line operation was bad. In order to maintain the glory of the Olympus gods, she did not dare to give up any side. Hera might not be strong enough, but in terms of dealing with Zeus's lovers and preventing the mistress or any challenger from taking over, her palace scheming is definitely the best in the world of gods. Unfortunately, she is the kind of person who can only bully others at home and play tricks within the existing rules. Once there is any powerful external force, her shallow knowledge cannot support her brain to make appropriate judgments. Report: an evil god named Tesca has occupied Olympia and sacrificed more than 20,000 citizens who refused to surrender. The remaining citizens and slaves have all converted. Report: Wadasto occupied half of Carinus. Report: Sparta fell. Olympia, Carinus, and Sparta are all the core city-states of Greece. When the chaos is coming, the warriors of God dependent on the gods are reluctant to carry it. The damned Aztec evil gods appeared out of nowhere and easily broke the defenses that the Olympian gods had painstakingly built. Those crazy gods ate both humans and gods. And except for not polluting the world like the Chaos Legion, they did almost everything else. Even though most of the Olympian gods were not deified by faith, but by elements, the sources of their divine power were still affected for many gods. Hera was going crazy. If there was any good news, it was that after many months, she had finally contacted the Tartarus expedition team. Athena, how are you doing over there? What exactly happened? Zeus. Is he okay? Looking at the translucent image of Athena emerging from the throne, the anxious Hera started asking questions right away. Athena seemed to be doing magical casting such as detecting. She changed the shot. In the picture, the three Zeus brothers were competing with a female titan who was constantly struggling. Hera recognized the female titan named Rhea. As Athena continued to cast, she sighed. Tartarus was severely eroded by chaotic power, and many places were distorted and completely turned into three-dimensional space maze. In addition, the copper wall here itself was aimed at the gods, and we could not force the maze to leave. When can you come back? This is what Hera cares most about. It should be impossible in the short term. I am still calculating the operation mode of the maze, but the erosion of the chaotic power itself is the biggest variable. I can't answer. Thinking of Athena was the goddess of wisdom. Hera gritted her teeth, calmed her face, and briefly talked about what happened recently. Athena's dignified and holy face has a long fluctuation. At the place where Hera couldn't see, Athena might have fists hard. Where in the world can there be such a stupid queen of gods? Don't you think the world of Olympus is chaotic enough? How dare you, at this moment, provoke a genuine god king who has already destroyed a planet? One by one, Athena was out of anger. The unreliable godfather is tired enough to spread Zeus, and there is a blind master. You know, Athena is the daughter of Zeus, and the first generation of wisdom goddess modes. Gaia and Uranus predicted that Métis' future children would be smart and powerful, and that after she gave birth to a bright-eyed daughter, she would give birth to a son who would overthrow Zeus. Zeus, who rose to power by rebelling against his father, feared the threat posed by his children. So he swallowed Métis and her daughter while she was pregnant with Athena. Zeus had a splitting headache afterwards, so he had to ask the god of fire Hephaestus to split his head. As soon as he raised the axe, to the surprise of the gods, a beautiful goddess with a graceful figure and armed with a sharp weapon jumped out of Zeus' head. This is Athena. Myrtis fused with Zeus, staying in Zeus's mind to give him a plan stroke. Because Métis and Athena have a huge influence on Zeus, Hera has never waited for Athena. But at this moment, Hera had to rely on Athena's wisdom, which was the most embarrassing thing. Athena groaned. Can Caba's Renla officially declare war on us? Do you still use declarations? Hera's voice screamed almost. He was killed by Hermes. And the damn Aztec mad god must be let him go. I almost wanted to sell Cal's space coordinates to Chaos. Athena quickly persuaded Hera. No. Don't do this. And we have no evidence. Furious, Hera interrupted Athena. We don't need evidence. Athena didn't care about that. Calm down. Forcing a destroyer of worlds into an enemy. This is the worst choice for the Olympian pantheon, which is already seriously underpowered. Chaos has his own troubles too. Believe me, Tesla doesn't want to start a war on multiple fronts. What a joke. He's already my enemy. At this time, Zeus in the distance interrupted. Who is the enemy of Olympus? I have the final say on this matter. It was rare for Zeus to show some toughness. Zeus groaned. Kairos hacks. What can he want to agree first? This side seems to want to escape from the power of chaos. I will naturally go back to the overall situation. Hera's face changed. Of course. She knows what the restoration of the previous generation of God means. Compared with the bloody liquidation inside God, the surrender of the outer God is already a pediatric department. She couldn't imagine how terrible it would be once Kronos regained power. In the face of such a major issue, Hera did not dare to oppose Zeus' will. So they decided on a strategy of playing cozy with Ryan. Hera sent an unknown second-level god to be a messenger, expressing an apology to the last offense, hoping that Rin would forgive the order of the little mistake in his last time. In response, Ryan smiled and made a request. If you want to apologize, you have to look like you're apologizing. How about this? Let Zeus pick one of the three goddesses, Hestia, Artemis, and Athena, to serve me. Then I will believe in your sincerity and reconciliation. Chapter 702 Buried a Seed. The Olympus god is now a large four-sided hole, and it can't be blocked anymore. The funny thing is that Zeus is in such a bad state, but he still wants to play the trick of feigning compliance. Does he really think Ryan is a rookie in the world of gods? Perhaps Rin is indeed young and does not understand the rules of the god of God. But Rin understands Zeus. This cheap god does not talk about a bird like in mythology. From the perspective of diplomatic, this guy with a flexible moral bottom line is really difficult to deal with. If you really want to cooperate with him, Rin will definitely have a headache. Fortunately, Ryan never thought of cooperating with this bastard god king from the beginning. Not long after the messenger left, Ryan smiled disdainfully. The fallen Zeus is the best Zeus. Susanna, who was belly dancing on Ryan, was shocked. What? Zeus is the king of gods. Can you decide his life and death with just a word? How hard is this? Dia reported. Susanna's rhythm of dancing slightly. Rin, is your opening price for the Olympus god? Ryan laughed even louder. He laid down with his hands on the back of his head. Don't be funny. Those three are the 12 gods of Olympus after all. It is impossible for them to break away at this stage. I just planted a seed for them on purpose. Ryan was not wrong. After he sent the messenger back, the Olympian gods were furious. Bastard. How dare he? Even me. Bah! Ryan Tesla. Don't fall into my hands, or I will open a new Tartarus H.L. for you and give you eternal suffering and torture. Zeus was the first to get angry. Rin opens his mouth to three major goddesses. This is simply trampled by the thunder of the confusion of Zeus's thighs. And it is a double blow to Zeus' physiological and psychological. This is not an exaggeration at all. Zeus is a universe-level breeding horse. He ate both meat and vegetables, and even thought about attacking his own daughter Athena. Given his personality that could get excited about magical beasts, why did he dare to rape his second sister Demeter and third sister Hera, but spared his eldest sister Hestia, the goddess of the hearth? There is only one answer. Hestia, like Athena and Artemis, can be played. No. It should be said that the three goddesses have a very powerful self-protection ability that Zeus is enough. They are the only white moonlight in the Olympus god, and the last holy place where Zeus is expected to be unavoidable. As soon as Ryan came up, he asked any one of the three of them to pay his apology. Otherwise the matter would not be over. This is no longer a deliberate and precise mistake. This is what it means to get close to the face and open it wide. It's no wonder that Zeus is furious. The remaining Olympus gods are unhappy. And only Athena, who is the god of affairs, is silent. They say anything wrong at this time. Under normal circumstances, they would be indignant and yell at Ryan for being a good-for-nothing. The problem is that there is harm only when there is comparison. If your own god king is a stud, don't laugh at the other god king for having low moral integrity. In a sense, Ryan conquered other pantheons before accepting individual goddesses instead of taking them all in. This has made a group of Greek goddesses secretly look up to Ryan. What made Athena even more headache was that Hera, and the goddess of love and beauty Aphrodite glanced at her meaningfully. At that time, Prince Troy Paris was a beautiful man who had a golden apple with God. Whoever he gave the golden apple to represented his decision as the most beautiful woman in Olympus. It was the title of this title. It was Athena, Hera and Aphrodite. To put it plainly, this is the jealousy between the three goddesses. Athena is very clear that Hera and Aphrodite are aiming at her, just asking, why do you choose the other person of the other party? Do you not choose me? Athena is as big as fighting. When is it now? Foreign enemies are lined. Olympus gods are in danger. And they are still jealous. She knew even more clearly that Aphrodite was fine. But as for Hera, if there was a chance, she would never miss it to take advantage of her misfortune. She didn't know how Ryan knew about the mess inside the Olympus pantheon. She had to admit that Ryan was powerful. Because Ryan didn't even attack the Olympus pantheon directly. But just a few tricks made them further divided. All of Ryan's tricks are overt conspiracies. The only thing to blame is Zeus being too lustful and Hera being jealous. On the spread of this pair of couples, Athena is also very speechless. The Olympus god is everywhere. And thunder is everywhere. Oh! I can only hope that Ren also suffers a lot on the chaos. Only when the cause god is unfavorable. He will put down his body to negotiate with us. At least all alliances. Even if it is a fragile alliance. Unfortunately, Athena's idea is destined to be a luxury. As a cosmic-level operations master, Ryan made the situation on the Chaos front improve again. Because of the front line of Chaos Mother Star. It is now a degeneration of a 100-armed giant. A fallen titan. And double titan to Kauros. It's really amazing that Berend actually let his own girl Masana possess the cleansed body of the titan Qs. It makes sense that this is very difficult. Fortunately, Masana had experience in controlling Dwarf Gundam before. And controlling Akobius was still done. It was not good at each other. The combat power could only have 60% of the Barun's EVA. For the Chaos Gods. This is already a strong help. With Masana holding back one of the fallen titans. Berend and Matt even had time to work together to attack the fallen 100-armed giant. My dear. You persist. When there is a female titan later. Give you a more suitable new body. Okay. Dear. Matt's single dog was next to him. And he ate his brother's dog food for no reason. The front battlefield is in place. And Ele and Ishtar have sufficient space and time to transform the other barren planets of the galaxy where the Chaos Mother Star is. These barren planets cannot provide much divine power. But the mosquito meat is small. The Chaos Lord did not dare to send out Chaos Legions at will. Every one of them was beaten, resulting in a stalemate on the front lines of both sides. Chaos relied on operations in the rear. And the situation improved step by step. Not to mention that the Chaos God also has an outer king of gods sitting in the rear. And from time to time, I will give you the whole work and pull a group of working gods to fill the line. Therefore, the key to breaking the deadlock still lies with Olympus. Chapter 703, Pressure. Increase intensity. Seriously? As long as the Olympus god is full of anger. Take the courage or means. Perform a trample chaos. Punch AZ. And turn back to hold the signs of the former god king with the wind of sweeping the leaves. I really have to do this. The development of the actual situation is that the gods of Olympus, who have been fighting for a long time, opened the formation. And could not fight hard to fight. You said that the Aztec's mad god who fused and split. And then fused after the division was completely crazy. And it was not known whether Yulia taught them. They played with one hand. Don't. We are noble Olympus people. Ah! In the Greek city-state, the people of all ethnic groups, who were once slaves lined up, and gave them the masters they were once forced to serve. As long as the life and soul of the old master are used as a sacrifice, the favor of the new master can be obtained. Faced with this situation, any slave would be willing to do it if there is sufficient military force to support it. Even some slave leaders were approved in turn to take the wife and daughter of the former owner as a slave. It was really how deep the Greek citizens' oppression and damage to them were. And now how powerful their rebound is. This has inspired the loyalty of the Greek slave, which greatly enhanced the power of the faith obtained by the gods of the Aztec. What's more, they were not as crazy as early as they were. Ryan asked Yulia to unify them under the name of the Daughter of the World, which invisibly weakened their chaotic attributes. They were willing to abide by certain disciplines and rules. and actually had the signs of shifting towards the lawful side early on. As a standard preface, evil devil, Yulia's influence on them is not deep. Such a strategy of turning the tables is quite fatal to the Olympian gods, as it shakes the foundation of their rule and the power of faith. In time, if Zeus failed to quickly get rid of his father and grandfather, when he returned, the holy mountain might have had a new owner, and even his wife might have been physically eaten by the other party. Zeus and Hera's anxiety naturally spread to their subordinates, and the other 10 main gods were the first to bear the pressure. On the outside, Artemis has secretly organized a small group, which can almost be regarded as the Olympus version of stress. Apollo is still more able to fight, so Ares is particularly pit. A single combat power on the opposite side of the opposite side is slightly lower than Artemis's, and it is not much lower. No one between them is not convinced of each other. Each battle must form a wonderful linkage. If the head is attacked, the tail will rescue it. If the tail is attacked, the head will rescue it. If the middle is attacked, the head and the tail will counterattack together. Basically, the army led by Artemis and her friends never encountered less than 5 Aztec gods. Moreover, a large number of former slaves were armed to fight against the mortal troops in the Greek coalition. Their equipment and fighting skills were not satisfactory, but they won in terms of fighting spirit. They would be hacked to death, stabbed to death, and killed in various other ways by the elite Athenian guards. But they would not escape. They were like madmen, desperately trying to take a last bite of the Athenian guards, even if it meant having their arms chopped off. It is very simple. They used to kill their former masters. Once they were defeated, they were definitely the worst batch of death. The battle situation was so magical that the Athenian guards held off the elite Aztec eagle warriors, but were completely defeated by the auxiliary troops. Coupled with the level of God's war, it is not good. As a result, it is not good. Every time I go to the battlefield, the slave soldiers in Athens have become time bombs, and they must fall back. It is just a matter of time. The Athenians were forced to conscript citizens who had never received combat training into the military. These chaotic invasion before eating, drinking, playing, and leisurely discussing poetry, the master of art and philosophy. How can this rough work? This has created a new contradiction. In the city-state of Athens, the situation was visibly deteriorating. That's fine. But Ryan just increased the strength of the Olympian pantheon. Tangsi projected himself outside the holy mountain of Olympus, introduced himself first, and then got straight to the point. Hey, you don't think that the matter of humiliating my master is over, do you? The entire Chaos Pantheon is waiting for your response. If you don't give us a satisfactory apology, then we are not done with this matter. When did Hera suffer this kind of bird gas? Her slender fingers were already filled with divine power, and she almost crushed the armrests of her throne in anger. If Zeus, the unreliable old pervert, was still around, she would definitely let Zeus tear the mouth of this little brat across space. The situation is stronger than God. The Olympus god is now internal and foreign, and her as waist pole is really unable to projection. She reluctantly projected the virtual image, borrowing your younger brother, as Olympus Tianzhu is not properly considered. But this condition is too much? Ha ha. Tangsi sneered. How could he be polite to such a vicious old witch? Excessive? If this is not excessive, then it would be appropriate for us to borrow your Lord God as a maid. You? Hera's eyes widened with anger. She was almost unable to maintain her sacred and noble demeanor, and uttered some obscene words that were unbearable to the ear. Who is Towns? A lord who fears neither heaven nor earth. Without Ryan's teaching and suppression, he would be 10,000 times more domineering than he is now. Interesting. Is the Olympus god based on strength or status? What shit, Tianzhu? Since you have no objective judgment on your own strength, then we let you know what the powerful gods are like. When Tangsi said this, Hera was really anxious. Wait. His Majesty Zeus is fighting against the rebels. I don't have the right to make such an important decision for him. Town's smile was bright and threatening. Don't worry. We have plenty of time to discuss this slowly. When you understand your position as a younger brother, we can talk again. Towns threatened so bluntly, using the Tolu language. Hera couldn't say she was unhappy. She could only say she was very unhappy. She was a bit desperate and screamed, "Wait! Aren't you afraid? Want to tell Lord Chaos the coordinates of our world? It's up to you. But you have to be mentally prepared for an all-out war with our pantheon. By then, there will be one more world destroyed in this universe." Towns put away his smile. and his fierce and expressive eyes were truly inspired by Ryan. Hera suddenly shuddered. Yes. Destroyer of worlds. Her husband Zeus couldn't even imagine such a fierce power. Chapter 704 The Sky Collapses. Did Zeus have any brilliant achievements against other gods? No. This statement is not fair to Zeus. After all, he has never encountered this before. Where there is comparison, there is harm. The Ryan on the opposite side is notorious throughout the multiverse. In the past, he had the achievement of Destroyer of all worlds. And recently he had the titles of Ima's Planet Destroyer and Aztec World Destroyer. He is definitely a super killer god in the multiverse. Hera really wanted to slap herself in the face. Why was she so arrogant and jumped in Ryan's face so casually? Oh, that's right. It's all Hermes' fault. He said that when he was spying on the main battlefield of Chaos Mother Planet, he saw Chaos Gods transforming a Titan's corpse into a supergiant magic puppet. If he hadn't said that, I wouldn't have thought about it. Yes, it's that idiot Hermes' fault. At this moment, Hera really wanted to deprive Hermes of his status as the main god. Her last bit of reason stopped her. She couldn't do this. At least not at this time. The more critical the moment, the more she couldn't lose her composure. Without Zeus, she couldn't control the remaining gods. On the other hand, Ryan knew at a glance that he would not give her the chance to delay time. What the Olympian gods lack most is time. Ryan is not a brainless guy who loves the world. So how could he give Hera time? Soon, Ryan's punishment came. Selene, the moon goddess, was the first to discover what was happening. It was midnight, and she urgently informed Hera of her discovery. What? A giant meteorite is heading towards our plane? How big is it? Hera was suddenly startled. Probably. Luna thought for a moment. 2 stadia. Stadia is a Greek unit of length. 2 stadia are approximately 370 meters. This size is already terrifying. Hera confirmed once more. Is it coming for us? Not just passing by. Selene shook her head vigorously. The light emitted from behind the meteorite has obvious traces of divine power. The divine power of that person. Hera knew very well what would happen if such a large meteorite hit the plane. The Olympus sky, which was already showing signs of collapse, would collapse further. Don't forget that Hercules is just a top-notch guy. He may be strong enough, but his endurance cannot compare with the real Titans. The matter was of great importance. So Hera had to urgently summon Artemis, the goddess of hunting, back from the battlefield. Among the 12 main gods, only Apollo and Artemis have relatively strong outer plane combat capabilities. It was late at night, and Apollo's power was at its weakest, while Artemis, who had some moon priesthood, was relatively strong. It should be said that she is the only choice. Without hesitation, she mounted her exclusive sacred mount, the golden horn Sika deer, and, along with several nymph goddesses, second-level subordinate gods, and huntress heroic spirits, quickly took off into the air, crossing the sky that had become chaotic. As soon as they passed through the space barrier, they saw the meteor that was becoming more and more dazzling. They had no way of knowing the exact speed of the meteor. They only knew that it was very, very fast. It was so fast that they only had one chance to intercept. The moon goddess made the first move, and a snow-white ice bow suddenly appeared in her palm. With a rapid infusion of the power of the moon, a gorgeous silver arrow flew out. The humming of mental energy brought by the divine power could be heard far away even in the airless vacuum. The divine arrow that gathered all the power of the moon goddess, guided by the moonlight, quickly crossed a distance of 5,000 meters and collided fiercely with the meteor that was becoming increasingly larger visually. The two sides collided. Unexpectedly, the Luna arrow shattered into pieces, and countless moon-white lights danced wildly in the space. Under the reflection of the moonlight in the distance, the dazzling light illuminated the surrounding space. Gorgeous, but useless. The meteor just had a dent with a diameter of 100 meters in the front. For this meteorite, it is still not fatal. I'll do it. Artemis exhaled and drew her bow and drew her arrow. The sound of a bowstring vibrating echoed throughout the spiritual world. Unlike the moon goddess who only pursued power, the arrow of the hunting goddess was like an arc of lightning, drawing a clear arc in the void, passing over the front of the meteorite, and heading straight for one of the 12 jet beams of light behind it. Artemis was very smart. Even though she had never seen such a strange flight pattern, she knew by instinct that if she destroyed one of the 12 propulsion magic arrays, she could destroy the flight angle of the entire meteorite, and make it no longer able to fly in a straight line. 3 galaxies away, Ryan sat on his throne. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but applaud inside. Excellent. Ryan was still frightened. If he was still a god of medium power, he would probably make a fool of himself this time. Fortunately, as the gods watched nervously, the goddess of hunting's skillful arc strike missed. There was nothing else. Just when the divine arrow was about to hit one of the divine power magic circles, 2 of the magic circles suddenly changed their output. A very simple change in output power resulted in the meteorite, which was nearly 400 meters in diameter, suddenly making a strange spiral maneuver in the void. It spun and dodged the arrow that the goddess of hunting was determined to shoot with incredible accuracy. Then it began the second stage of acceleration, and with extremely violent momentum, it once again dodged the arrow that Artemis attempted to shoot at the last moment, and slammed heavily into the sky barrier of the Olympus plain. Boom! An extremely dull impact sounded in the middle of the sky. It didn't cause a violent combustion like a normal meteorite entering the atmosphere. Instead, it was like a lead ball hitting a large piece of dough. An exaggerated shock wave, with a magnitude that could be seen by the naked eye by people in all planes, came from the sky, like huge waves. Defended? Hera murmured in surprise. The meteorite exploded on the plane barrier, and each fragment had a mass of at least 100 tons. But in Hera's vision, it looked like pieces of snow floating gently outside the sky. Finally, the fragments of the meteorite were mixed in the asteroid belt outside the plane, and it was impossible to tell the difference between the outsider and the original asteroid. Is it really prevented? Suddenly, a strong and dangerous palpitation came to Hera's heart. Not only her, but also Zeus, who shared the sky priesthood with her, felt the same. Following the direction of the crisis sensing, Hera cast her divine vision and finally knew Ryan's target. At the top of Mount Atlas, Hercules, the god of strength who had taken over the task of holding up the sky from the suffering Titan Atlas, had one hand hanging limply. His whole body was covered with shocking wounds, and countless amounts of divine blood spurted out from the wounds, large and small. It looked as if he had undergone the most brutal torture of Ling Chi. Hera knew that poor Hercules could not withstand the sudden pressure from the sky, and was seriously injured on the spot. An even more serious scene occurred. The sky collapsed. Chapter 705 God of Jealousy. The sky collapsing and the sky falling are 2 different levels. For Hera, the Queen of Gods, the situation is equally serious. Not to mention that Hercules was injured. Even if 100 Hercules died, the high and mighty Queen of Gods would not frown. The key point was this seemingly small crack in the sky. The sky collapsed, which meant the beginning of the loss of her and Zeus' hegemony over the sky. As the classic saying goes, when a god bleeds, he is no longer a god, and countless challengers will flock to him and attack him until he falls. Hera had never heard this sentence, but she was very clear about the importance of this incident and the danger hidden behind it. Her extremely sharp curse resounded throughout the entire holy mountain of Olympus. Ryan Tesla, I plotted against your disciple. Do you really want to do that? Along with the scream of powerful divine power, the entire sacred mountain seemed to have experienced a short and terrible earthquake. However, what down said like a magic sound, and she kept echoing in her ear, there is one more world of destruction. One more. One more. One more. After the short-lived anger venting her anger, Hera felt afraid of it for a while. She can certainly take the initiative to start a war, but can she bear the responsibility? Although she was forced upon by Zeus, and then taken home as his wife, she was angry at Zeus's cruelty. But at the same time, she enjoyed the supreme power brought to her by Zeus' supreme power. What if one day, Zeus is no longer the strongest? What if there are gods outside the pantheon that are stronger than Zeus? The huge imbalance in her mentality before caused her to make the wrong provocative move against an outlandish god king, who should have been her ally obviously. Now is the time for her to pay the price for it. She lowered her head, and countless chaotic thoughts flooded into her mind. The divine servants around her only saw her rage, but failed to notice her inner cowardice, fear, and jealousy, while all the main gods were silent, waiting for her to issue orders for more intense confrontation against the Chaos Pantheon. No one knew that Hera had already thought about how to sell the goddess. Is it funny? Yes. It's ridiculous. In Hera's mindset, anger towards Ren and the safety of the Olympian pantheon were secondary. The real dominant mindset was to exclude her. When Zeus cheated on her with Io, the daughter of the river god, Hera turned Io into a cow and set a giant bull to sting her with its thorns, when Zeus cheated on her with Leto. Hera expelled Leto from Mount Olympus and sent the giant Python to chase her, making it impossible for her to find a place to live and forbidding any piece of land to give birth to her. When Zeus cheated on her with Semele, Hera designed to have her burned to death by the light of Zeus's true body. There are countless examples of Hera killing Zeus' lovers. The once kind and beautiful Hera has long been forced to be a murderer who loves jealousy. She was very clear about Zeus's virtue. Zeus had a long saliva to the three goddesses requested by Rin, unlike those weak women who could be retaliated against by her at will. Once these three goddesses were married to Zeus, they would become Hera's powerful rivals. Herajo glanced at Artemis, full of wild charm. The reason is that Artemis was the eldest daughter of Leto, who was persecuted by Hera, and Leto's second son was Apollo. Hera persecuted Leto in the past, and Zeus later took Leto's children as the 12 main gods. It would be a lie to say that Hera had no thorn in her heart. A crazy idea of taking root in Hera's heart. But no matter what, she still had to do the necessary face-saving work. Otherwise it would damage her dignity as the queen of gods. She sent 3 messengers to scold Rin in a row. All the words on the bright side were ruthless. Rin must immediately come to Olympus Saint Mountain to apologize to our gods. Otherwise, our Olympus gods are endless. In fact, this matter, her god made her look at her eyes in seconds. It was just like the movie before Ryan traveled through time. The American ambassador must immediately kneel down and apologize in front of the Taiguchi. He could just fool his own people. No, this was something that even his own god couldn't fool. Because the messenger saw the flora, the head of the physician in charge of the physics school. We said, we are all the people of order. How can we produce such a huge misunderstanding and cause unnecessary friction? But the messenger returned to Shumshan and reported in front of Hera and the master god, Tesla has regrets. But his mouth is still hard. The main point is that it was obvious that both parties exchanged opinions in a friendly and frank atmosphere. We both spit at each other. But I insisted that the other party was scared. The charm of journalism is reflected at this moment. This time, even the Olympus Lord God was deceived. Only 2 days later, Athena, who knew this, frowned. Obviously it was the Olympus god, who was too busy and jumped madly to intensify the contradiction between his family and the cause god. Athena approached Zeus. But Zeus didn't care at all. He said with an attitude of pacifying the country before fighting the enemy, and the advantage is mine, as long as I take care of Kronos. Everything else won't be a problem. This time, Athena Kaka was very uncomfortable. This righteous turning point occurred on the morning of the 3rd day, and Hermes, who had been repaired miserable before, actually ran to visit the physics school again. Your Excellency, do you have any instructions for me? Flora not only responded coldly, but also secretly asked her second senior brother Harry to sit in the next room when she knew Hermes was coming. I'll convey the real intention of Hera. Real? Flora was surprised. Can you let me see His Majesty Tesla God? It is important. I have to say it to my majesty. The miserable Hermes was not arrogant at all. Now he is like a hobbit dog who only shakes his tail. Flora looked at her and couldn't help thinking of a word that master taught. Wait. I want to sue my master. Rinchi was strange. What kind of moss are you going to do? Hathor looked up from below and said teasingly. Are you embarrassed to give it to the 3 goddesses? I'm offering the Olympian goddess of love and beauty to you instead? Susanna next to Susanna said helplessly, in fate, in this case. In the future, there will be another god love and beauty goddess. And you can make a table of Rin. What mahjong you said? Rin swear at FG's conscience. No. I don't think about their Aphrodite in their house. Ah? Do not believe. 2 love and beauty gods say together. Chapter 706. What else can you sell? If the love and beauty of cows and Mohan Ade are a first-hand car sought after by the gods. Olympus is not only public transport, but not a car, but a train. In fact, it's not like he's just a scapegoat. If Aphrodite really wants to have a goddess in the private room, it's not unacceptable for Ryan to be a short-term tenant and have a short-term exchange of love starts with the clock. The most unacceptable place is, Aphrodite was cut off by the Olympus king Uranos, and it changed after throwing it into the sea. Ren finished this, holding his forehead, his disgust and despair. Right. Olympus love god is recognized as a big carving girl. This is completely beyond the limit of Lei's acceptance ability. Hera is really so blind. It is too warm. In this case, Ren should be prepared to let the entire Olympus plain send it to the White Dwarf. Ryan finally met Hermes. This time Hermes has no arrogance at all. Back to Olympus. He cured the injuries on God's body, and failed to cure his soul's injury. When he saw Ren, he really had PTSD, like a mouse when he saw a cat, and had a natural fear. He had to come because it was Hera's will. And Hera told him that if he could keep it a secret and win Ryan's favor, he might be able to get back some of the fragments of his godhood that Ryan had taken away from him. Hermes came over hard. This time, he really wanted to be humble and humble. If he was the evil dog of the murderer of a grinning teeth last time, this time, he was not scarce on the spot. Even on behalf of Zeus and Hera, he couldn't kneel out of etiquette. This did not prevent him from bowing deeply, and his head almost stuck on his knees. Rian, most supreme Tesla god, for the peace coexistence of the order camp, hunting the chaotic army in hand. After 3 days, the hunting goddess Artemis will appear alone in this space coordinates. Hermes' straightforward remarks made Ryan embarrassed. Wait! Ren will not give it out. How did Hera learn the big dog of the earth? The camel. Would he like to bargain with him? Ren looked at Hermes' eyes. In fact, God's country is not very different from the country. As the highest rule, not only the war, but also the economic account, political battle, and morale. What is the ideal boss? If one can kill foreign enemies, suppress traitors and surrendered subordinates, and if he can occasionally bring some meat to his direct subordinates, then he will be a famous king in history. Here comes funny. Faced with chaotic invasion, Zeus couldn't help it. He once surrendered the previous generation Titan god. He couldn't stand. As for taking the younger brother to eat meat, Zeus madly starts with female relatives and subordinates. It is the biggest taboo. When he is the only Most High God, he will do it blindly, and the Olympus god will recognize his nose. Hera's operation was similar. She couldn't control Zeus's pants, but instead madly persecuted the victims forced upon her by Zeus, no matter whether they were gods or mortals, anyone's wife or children. She would harm them all. This is the loyalty of loyalty to abandon the subordinates. Do you think they will not lose their loyalty? If this happened in any other pantheon, Ryan might think it was a trap. Putting this into the Olympian pantheon known for its brutality and lack of moral integrity. Damn it. Ryan actually found it very reasonable. It can only be said that from top to bottom, most of the Olympus gods are rotten into the bones. It is not destroyed, and it is unreasonable. Ren is extremely fortunate that the Lord who is very profitable cannot be believed. After thinking through all this, and recalling an incident about Hera, Ryan's mouth curled up slightly, revealing an unfathomable smile. Oh? Is Hera finally going to take action against Leto's daughter? Just these few words made Hermes feel cold all over, as if his soul had fallen into an icy hell. He couldn't utter a word for a long time. He just stared at Ryan with his teeth chattering. Lord Tesla, how do you know this secret? Guess. Ryan's smile became even brighter. Seeing Hermes' performance, Ryan's disciples and the goddesses around him were greatly surprised. It seems that this should be true. The question is, how did Ryan know? Hey! In this parallel world, Zeus did the same thing. I can only say that the inertia of history is really amazing. No matter how many times it happens, a dog will never change its nature of eating shit. Zeus and Hera are alike. Hermes, on the other side, was completely depressed. He was also the son of Zeus, and he and Artemis were half-siblings. To be honest, he didn't feel anything about Hera selling Artemis. There were so many bloody things going on within the Olympian gods. But selling the goddess of hunting at a high price, and helping Hera eliminate her enemies are two completely different prices. How can you sell it at a good price, when your trump card is seen through by the terrifying god king on the opposite side? Just when Hermes was feeling dejected, Ryan showed some kindness. Forget it. This is the limit of what Hera can do. Normally, this matter is not over. But since I have said that I want one of the 3 goddesses, no matter what motives Hera has for agreeing, a promise is a promise. As a god of order, I should fulfill my promise. When we receive Artemis, your proposal for my disciple to be the pillar of heaven will be over. Hermes was delighted. Then, unexpectedly, Ryan's face turned cold, and he showed his unpredictable mood. Remember, I want you to send her here. If she is not willing, you are responsible for making her willing. You can talk to Flora about the specific handover. Ah, yes. Hermes' mouth was bitter. Artemis was famous for her fighting ability. Her fighting ability was among the top among the 12 gods. At least one level better than the weak god of war Ares. How can Hermes let her volunteer? Forget it. That was Hera's concern and had nothing to do with him. A messenger running errands. Before Ryan left, he suddenly stopped and glanced at Hermes. It depends on my mood. When the time comes, I can return 1 or 2 pieces of your godhead fragments to you. Thank you. God. After Hermes was fired, all the anger from the physics school was released. At the beginning, Hera was rude and arrogant enough to even propose that Beren should be a crappy pillar supporting the sky for the rest of his life. The other party really needs to pay with the main god as compensation. Whether it is the physics school or the chaos god system. If it really succeeds, it will have both face and substance. As for the Olympian pantheon, no god like chaos would care about their life or death. With a queen who can even sell out her own god, the entire pantheon deserves to fail. Zeus should never have made Hera the queen of gods. Thinking of this, the goddesses from Mohanad and Sumer suddenly felt that they were not so shameful at the time. Chapter 707 How could my god king not know the importance of things? At least these two pantheons fought to the end with dignity. If you can't win, just surrender. If you are threatened, you will lose your composure, and even sell out your own god. These are different levels of toughness. At this time, a small accident occurred. Master, everything you do must have a deep meaning. You are a thoughtful person. You will never start a war just for a little goddess. Right? Flora's voice suddenly came from behind Ryan. These words made all the disciples' eyes light up. Tangsi clapped his hands in agreement. I knew that Master would not use his little hobby to interfere with the overall situation. Ryan was embarrassed. This is hard to say. What if? What if the Master really covets the bodies of the 3 virgin goddesses? Ryan turned around and looked at Flora with a friendly expression. Tell me, what is your real purpose as a teacher? Flora's eyes became hot. I guess Master wants to see if there are Aristotle and Archimedes in the Olympus world. Flora finished speaking. Ryan hadn't replied yet. Harry had already screamed, beating his chest and stamping his feet. Ah! Why didn't I think of it? I've been using his holy relics all day long in vain. Baron patted Harry on the shoulder, which was a little ridicule, and also a little comfort. Tangzi seemed to realize it later. No wonder Master asked 5th junior sister to be the spokesperson for the physics school. It turns out that you understand Master's thoughts very well. Ryan was confused in his heart, but he smiled lightly on the surface. Haha. After teaching you for so long, finally someone can keep up with my thinking. Flora is right. A mere Olympian god is not as important as our physics predecessors. This is a parallel universe. And Master Archimedes was born after the end of the Greek mythology era. So I can't say for sure, but I have to try anyway. The truth is out. It turns out that Ryan asked for the goddess, who was also the main god, just as a pretext to welcome back the pioneer of physics. If Ryan proposed at the beginning to welcome back his ancestors, who might have been reincarnated from another world, it is hard to tell how the Olympian pantheon would handle him. But that's the funny thing. Originally, Ryan wanted to open a window to threaten the other party that he would tear down the roof of his house. But Hera really made Ryan tear down the roof. Such an outrageous operation was done, and the Olympian gods deserved it. As for when to explore Athens and find the possible Archimedes, that is another matter. A fortress is most easily breached from the inside. The world is true. After the little episode just now, Susanna and other goddesses secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Ryan learned from Zeus, that jerk, and openly snatched the goddess in the diplomatic field without distinguishing the importance, that would be a nightmare. This kind of diplomatic tactic of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west is what a wise and intelligent king of gods should do. How could my god king be so lustful? Having said that, Susanna was a little distressed again. It seemed as if that Ryan had no intention of becoming a divine queen at all, although she was forced to devote herself to Ryan because the kingdom of God was destroyed. Her mentality had undergone some subtle changes over time. She originally wanted to serve the wolf to save her life, but now she was impressed by Ryan's strength and charm. Unfortunately, she was now a tenant under protection. The landlord asked her for rent every now and then, but she couldn't pay it, so she could only. It's reasonable for those who rent a house to want to become landlords. Right? That's going too far. Anyway, after Hermes went back, after some dirty PY transactions, 3 days later, Artemis really appeared in the designated airspace. In the void, Artemis, with a youthful look, played with the gorgeous golden bow made by the Cyclops. As a goddess among the 12 main gods, she had already lived through 1,000 years. But her face was forever frozen at the most beautiful age of 16. Perhaps it was because of the large amount of outdoor exercise. Or maybe she simply liked it. She had a bronze skin that was completely different from most Olympian gods. And it looked like it was tanned by the sun. The well-proportioned and fit body of the god was only covered with wild animal skin. In addition to the bra and the short leather skirt that just covered her buttocks, she only had a small amount of protection, such as leather shoulder armor, wrist guards, and ankle guards. Others can clearly see that this girlish goddess has beautifully curved triceps and well-defined calf muscles. Among Zeus's children, Artemis was the most favored one. It's a pity that the poor condition of the divine system in recent days made her feel as if her soul was broken. What a crap outland god king. Does Ryan Tesla think our god system is not busy enough? Does he really want to force us to death and greatly increase the power of chaos? He can't see through this and only acts for his own selfish interests. The god king is really terrible, she complained, and the nymphs beside her didn't dare to talk to her. If she continued to scold, the topic would probably extend to the even worse Zeus. Only the 2 divine hounds at her feet barked twice, agreeing with her. Of course she knew that as a god king, it was impossible for her to lose face. The head follows the butt. As the main god of Olympus, even if she is unhappy with the actions of her father and the current queen of gods, she can only stand on the standpoint of Olympus and criticize Ryan. Artemis spread out her perception, and to her surprise, she did not sense Ryan's divine power. As the goddess of hunting, her duties as hunter and tracking allow her to easily lock onto targets at extremely long distances, especially in the void. Even if there is an asteroid belt nearby, it still cannot block her perception. She frowned. It feels a little wrong. At this moment, a warning sounded in her heart. Be careful, she loudly warned her followers and 2 divine dogs. As the most experienced hunter in Olympus, she knew this feeling all too well. This was the feeling of being the hunter and the prey instead. How many years has it been since I last tried this? In the past, she was always able to rely on her stronger sensory abilities to spot those terrifying beasts first. The current situation made her extremely confused. Generally speaking, the only creatures that could pose such a threat to her were those huge and terrifying monsters. Relatively speaking, their huge size made them easy to be discovered and sensed. There are very few exceptions. Damn! This reminds me of running into Scylla. Scylla is a sea monster in Greek mythology that devours sailors. She has 6 heads and 12 arms. The only way to hide from her perception is if the other party is in an environment that she cannot perceive. For example, the sea is not her hunting territory. This is the void outside the plane barrier. Where does the seawater come from? Just as Artemis was concentrating on being on guard, the enemy finally showed his strength. Yes, literally. It means showing off one's skills. It was a huge chaotic titan palm. Because of the erosion of chaos, 2 of the 5 small house-sized fingers were split into spiders, like chewed limbs. Chapter 708, The Voluntary Hunting Goddess. Ah! As the nymphs screamed, they instinctively attacked together, and various elemental attacks quickly blasted towards the big hand that grabbed Artemis. The powerful divine attack hit the giant palm, adding a shining light and shadow effect to the silent void, which was as brilliant as fireworks for a moment. Unfortunately, it's just good looking. Apart from being able to slightly blast away some of the strange chaos-enhanced creatures on those giant fingers, this level of attack power is not even enough to tickle the Titan's body. Just crackling away some flesh and stone debris was already the limit, and it was of no help in relieving Artemis of danger. Who is it? Artemis is the top-level god, favored by Zeus, and her equipment is extremely gorgeous. For ordinary gods or demigods, it is a blessing to be able to obtain a divine artifact made by Hephaestus, the god of fire. Her golden bow was made by a Cyclops, and it was a divine weapon of the same level as Zeus's thunderbolt scepter, which swept away all the titans, with just one bend of the bow and an arrow. The golden light that burst out from the bowstring was no less than a small solar storm. Buzz! The dazzling golden light illuminated the void with a radius of dozens of kilometers. The force of this attack was so great that even the Chaos Titan's sturdy palm was pierced through in an instant. A huge bloody hole appeared in the palm of his hand, large enough for a carriage to pass through. The pile of chaos creatures that had grown on it instantly turned to ashes and dissipated into the void. Logically speaking, since Artemis had injured the Titan's hand that suddenly appeared, the crisis should have been resolved. However, the alarm in her heart not only did not disappear, but became even stronger. "Who?" she shouted, and even her right hand had to give up the action of drawing arrows from the quiver, and instead draw the sacred brass dagger on her belt. After all, the light of this artifact was a step slower. Without waiting for her interception, her golden horned deer suddenly made a miserable cry and stood up. Although she couldn't see it, she could clearly sense that a very sinister god had taken action. He emerged strangely from the space in the golden horned deer's lower abdomen and hit the deer hard in the stomach without any hesitation. She didn't know whether the golden horned deer would die suddenly, but the opponent's weapon should be coated with some kind of god-level poison. She could see that the golden horned deer's body was beginning to turn blue and black. Bold. The nymphs around her seemed to have also discovered that existence, and they launched supporting attacks one after another. But they also missed. The other party disappeared, as if he had never appeared. "What's going on?" Artemis exclaimed. The guy just now felt completely wrong. She could clearly sense the terrible and chaotic stench of the Chaos Titan from a long distance. The guy who just attacked the golden horned deer had a really weird attack, which gave the goddess of hunting a clear sense of order. Chaos Titan is mixed with the evil god of preface? Fighting a Chaos Titan and fighting a lawful evil god are two completely different ways of fighting. This confusion on the information level made Artemis a little at a loss. At this most critical moment, Artemis suddenly felt dizzy, and even her stomach was churning, with an extremely strong urge to vomit rising from her stomach. The terrible feeling almost knocked her down instantly. Drug? This is impossible. Artemis' beautiful big eyes widened as her youthful face was filled with astonishment and horror. She is God. Although her physique was still somewhat inferior to that of powerful third-generation gods like Zeus, it was definitely the best among the fourth-generation gods. How could ordinary drugs poison her? Even the flesh and blood of monsters with hypnotic poisons could be eaten by her after being processed. The only explanation is that this is not an ordinary medicine, but a god-level drugs that can take effect to the top gods. At the same time, the gods that had a fierce dizziness and vomiting were at the same time. And Artemis only thought of a way to overthrow the rule of his father after Zeus grew up in Crete Island. Water. And teach him how to give dad medicine. Kronos likes to drink. Zeus is dressed as a little sister who is dressed as a wine, and has won the joy and trust of Kronos. Artemis never imagined that one day she would be drugged like this. This kind of fierce medicine that can fascinate the previous generations. Zeus breaks out of it. Métis had already completely merged with Zeus, and the original owner no longer existed. There are 6 suspected gods that are in contact with this kind of medicine. Myrtis' daughter's wisdom goddess Athena, and the 5 children who were spit out by Kronos were Hersia, Demel, Hera, Hades and Poseidon. The prisoner is about to come out. At the last moment, Artemis turned his head sharply and stared at a goddess Nymphu. It was this guy who advised her to drink a little wine before her travel. The goddess of hunting only saw a sad expression on the face of the nymph, and she mouthed, "Don't blame me." This nymph goddess was forced. This is all that person's conspiracy. After figuring all this out, Artemis suddenly felt infinite sadness in her heart. Why did she go to so much trouble and fight desperately to protect the holy Mount Olympus? All for the father Zeus. She could even choose to forget the humiliation she had suffered in that year, followed her father's will, and became the 12th master. Hera! You vicious BXXXH. I've worked so hard for the Olympian gods, and you still won't let me go. The infinite sadness that welled up from the depths of her soul made Artemis completely furious. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Her body was numb, and her will was blurred. She used up her last bit of strength to laugh wildly. It seems that the others are extremely weird. Obviously the chaotic Titan giant is about to catch her. She laughed regardless of her carelessness, and gave up the struggle. She was caught by the giant hand in the terrible smell of chaos. The nymph goddesses looked at their own god in horror, as he was caught by the Chaos Titan and taken into the portal. My lord was captured. What to do? Quick! Go back and report to the queen. Chapter 709. You are just a bonus. Artemis was caught by Chaos Titan? How could this be? After receiving the news, Apollo did not go crazy. However, when he returned to the holy mountain, he saw a yard full of nymphs lying there. It was obvious at a glance that these servant goddesses of Artemis were executed by Hera. Also executed were Artemis' 2 sacred dogs and her favorite golden horned deer. Wait! Why execute them? Apollo exclaimed. Hera, who is sitting in God's seat, is full of frost. You know the rules. Can't protect the owner's slaves. There is no meaning of existence. But? Apollo's voice choked. This is indeed the rule of Olympus. The relatives who could not protect the generals on the battlefield, and the slaves of the master, were executed even if they escaped. Hera did this because of her duties. Anyway, the disappearance of the hunting goddess of one of the 12 masters is still probably captured. This is too horrified. Apollo has endured the doubts and anxiety in her heart, and said, where did she encounter it? I want to see it. Go. Hela raised his hand. A golden spiritual light ball flew into the spirit of Apollo. I just let her go to a routine inspection. I didn't expect this. As Olympus's light, prophecy and medicine god, Apollo has his own way to investigate the truth. He did what he said. Soon, Apollo arrived at the place with his servant gods. The chaos and residues on the scene are beyond doubt, and you can see it without blind eyes. Apollo raised his hand, and his subordinate gods dispersed, opening the divine power shield to protect him. The god who combined the deterrent and martial arts, elegance and handsomeness gently closed his eyes gently. The environment here is very chaotic. Even if it is a deity, it is very difficult to extract useful information in such a chaotic environment. A large amount of chaotic information flooded into Apollo's mind, making him feel disgusted, as if he was rummaging through a smelly trash can for useful information. He endured the discomfort and read a large amount of complicated and useless information, trying his best to filter out the useful information. After a while, he finally made some discoveries. Lawful evil? A lawful evil god from the Aztec world? Spatial abilities? Apollo believed that his judgment was correct. But when he searched his memory, he found that he had never seen or known any information about such an evil god. This evil god seems to be of the same lineage as those evil gods that invaded the Greek city-states. But he is not any of them. This, even though Apollo searched hard, even turning the nearby asteroid belt upside down, it still couldn't find any more useful information. He felt that his train of thought had reached a dead end. After a whole day of trouble, he finally returned to the holy Mount Olympus in dejection to report to the Queen of Heaven Hera. Oh, Hera said calmly. You mean Artemis was attacked by a Chaos Titan and an Aztec evil god? I can only say this is a possibility. I need more time. He was interrupted by Hera before he could finish. You don't have any more time, because you violated my orders and left the front line without permission. The front line is now very dangerous. I order you in the name of Zeus to return to the front line immediately. Hera said sternly in a tone that did not allow any questioning. Hermes will be in charge of the investigation from now on. You return to the front line. Now! Immediately. Immediately. Apollo was filled with grief and indignation that he could not release. And there were too many doubts that could not be explained. He couldn't get over the pain of losing his sister. On the other hand, his responsibilities as one of the 12 main gods were whipping his heart. Apollo trembled a few times, and finally pursed his lips and lowered his head heavily. Got it. Seeing Apollo's back disappearing into the distance as he left the holy mountain, and seeing the temple becoming empty again, Hermes stepped forward and whispered, is this really the right thing to do? He won't stop suspecting, and will continue to send his men to investigate. Let him be. It doesn't matter whether he has evidence or not. As long as I say there is no evidence, then there is no evidence. Hera's eyes were filled with the pleasure of revenge. Over the long years, whenever Hera saw Artemis, she would think of Artemis's BXXXH mother Leto. The more dazzling Artemis was, the more Hera felt as if her eyes were burning. Now this annoying goddess has disappeared. It didn't matter whether she was chopped into pieces or became the plaything of that hateful Ryan. Without Artemis, it's important for Hera. A queen who is famous for her jealousy is so crazy and unreasonable. On the other side, in the distant Chaos continent plane, in Ryan's kingdom of God, a beautiful goddess dressed in animal skins was tied up tightly in a way similar to the tortoise SHL bondage and hung in the air in a side hall. The effect of the drug had mostly worn off, but Artemis still felt dizzy, and the strong urge to vomit made her vomit out everything she could, leaving only acid water. A graceful white figure came in. In a daze, she noticed that the other person was an angel wearing a white sacred dress and had only one wing. Who? I am the angel who is responsible for taking care of you. My name is Luna. I am also your warden. Artemis opened her hazy eyes and tried to see the other person clearly. Looking at the white firework on the other person's chest that looked like a large chrysanthemum, she finally confirmed that it was definitely not Olympus's clothing. She understood the whole story at once and spat fiercely. Damn it. There is no such thing as a Chaos Titan. It's just your prey. Was I sold to Chaos by the bastard Hera? Luna did not deny it. Yes. It is just a Chaos Titan arm that has not been purified yet. You are now in the kingdom of His Majesty the God King Ryan Tesla. Artemis looked miserable, as if she had just fallen into the water and was fished out. Even the corners of her eyes were filled with tears from vomiting. She suppressed her displeasure and sneered. Oh! When will the Supreme God King Chaos come to enjoy his spoils? After saying that, Artemis deliberately twisted her waist to make her body, which was bound by dragon tendons, look more curvy. She was so angry that she started laughing. Don't think too highly of yourself. What my lord originally wanted was a physicist hidden in a Greek city-state. My lord doesn't even consider his true value, even if you offer 6 main gods in exchange for him. Who would have thought that Hera would actually give my lord the 3 goddesses that he asked for casually? Luna said sarcastically. Artemis's perception was extremely sharp. She could tell at a glance through the other party's red eyes, which obviously belonged to the good camp, that what the other party said was actually the truth. Are you serious? Of course. You are just an extra now. Chapter 710. Are you surrendering now? Things are unpredictable. Before today, Artemis would never have thought that she, one of the 12 main gods of Olympus, could only be treated as a bonus. How could her self-esteem bear this? The goddess of hunting felt every muscle in her body tremble with anger because her dignity was trampled upon. Unconsciously, her voice became shrill. Impossible. Luna said without any sadness or joy. What do you think? It doesn't matter. She casually projected a picture. And it was Susanna, Isis, Ellie and others that were reflected. Artemis was never lacking in vision, and she could tell at a glance that these goddesses had once been noble. They possessed divine powers that mortals could only look up to. Some of them are goddesses with powerful divine powers. Some are queens of previous gods. And some are overlords who control an entire planet. However, their glorious past has all become history. And now they are nothing more than the exclusive maids of the God King, wearing maid uniforms. Artemis felt very overwhelmed by the feeling of being stepped on, from the clouds to the ground all of a sudden. She gritted her teeth and screamed. I will never give in. Luna glanced at her calmly and said, I still say that it doesn't matter whether you surrender or not. My lord won't even look at you. Artemis was naturally angry at being treated so contemptuously. But Luna's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over her head. She realized that without her, it was the most important thing for Ren and Hera. For a moment, Artemis was silenced. She didn't even notice when Luna left. When she came to her senses, she was the only one left in the huge room. Looking around, the walls were engraved with words that were extremely unfamiliar to her. The extremely powerful divine power emanating from within was suppressing her strength. She was still the hunting goddess of Olympus. But this was the world of chaos. And the suppression at the law level was enough to reduce the power of her magic to 1/10 of its original strength. Even more desperate was that she had lost contact with her own Kingdom of God temple. She could struggle and fight against this overwhelming physical force. As long as she has used up all the divine power in her body, she will be no different from a demigod who relies only on his physical strength. Calm down. Calm down. Artemis. You can do it. You will definitely find a way to escape from this damn H.L. She forced herself to calm down and continued to observe her surroundings carefully, hoping to find an opportunity to escape quickly and easily without resisting with divine power. Her idea was doomed to fail. In order to imprison important opponents, Zeus could send a 100-handed giant to guard his prisoner father, and surround the Tartarus hell with a high brass wall filled with divine power. But it could not stop chaos from invading and corroding the guards. She is in Ryan's kingdom, and her every move is bound to be sensed by Ryan. Moreover, it is the system that helps Ryan watch her. Plus Luna, the meticulous warden. Maybe she will escape from prison one day in the future, but definitely not before the victory of order and chaos. What Ren did to her was do nothing. If we have to say what Ryan did, perhaps translated from another perspective, it is placement play. Sometimes, the world is so amazing. You don't need to defeat your competitors on the front battlefield, as long as you do not collapse. Your opponent may play yourself. In the ring, no matter how you achieve it, the one standing at the end is the so-called last one standing is the winner. What's funny is that because of Flora's momentary imagination, Ryan really asked Julia to secretly send his men to infiltrate the only remaining Greek city-state of Athens, to search for Aristotle or Archimedes. The result is that nothing was found. This made Ryan feel a little regretful. If these two physics giants were really in Athens, it would be impossible for them to remain unknown. Athens had about 300,000 citizens at its peak, half of whom were foreigners and slaves. Adult male foreigners could not be called citizens. Adult male citizens refer to adult men whose parents and ancestors are from the city-state, who have a certain amount of property and can provide their own weapons for military service. The so-called self-armament is not that simple. You must be able to afford a set of copper armor, at least a shield, a copper sword, and a spear. This is called self-armament. After strict screening, there are only about 20,000 people in this group. Athenian citizens had the right to vote, and in an environment where people had to brag, no debate, all year round, it was impossible for such a big shot to remain unknown. It can be basically confirmed that this is Greece after the end of the mythological era. Julia's men did not find two physics power, but they helped the Aztec evil god to launch a slave rebellion in Athens. It was a bit ridiculous. In the case of Zeus's life, the Greek coalition commanded by Apollo and Ares was defeated by the siege of Aztec. A feeling of impending danger hung over the hearts of the Olympian gods. In this case, Taltaros held discharged the fourth Chaos Titan female Titania. This female Titan exiled by Zeus was of considerable importance. She gave birth to 3 gods, including Helios, the sun god, and Selene, the moon goddess. Her fall and exile deeply hurt the hearts of the Olympian gods. After all, she was called the mother of all gods of light. The Chaos Lord now regarded the Olympus pantheon as an arsenal for making Chaos Titans, and was not in a hurry to attack. This was different from the last time, when he excitedly threw Chaos Titans into the battlefield. This time, after Thea was thrown into the wormhole, she disappeared. Ren was lost instead of being believed to be lost during the transmission process. It is better to believe that he was actually Qin Shi Huang. Quantitative change is very likely to lead to qualitative change. Ryan couldn't imagine what a terrifying scene it would be when the fallen Uranus or Kronos led a dozen Chaos Titans, 100-handed giants, and Cyclops to charge against the front line of the Chaos Pantheon. Ryan decided to do something. At this moment, Artemis, who had been imprisoned for 2 weeks, suddenly shouted, "Ryan Tesla, I know you can hear me. I am willing to surrender to you. Can you talk to me about the terms?" No talk. Ryan decisively shut down the microphone, and then locked her up for another week. This time, Artemis was completely sluggish. "Please let me hunt. I am going crazy." Ryan was so focused this time that he saw a girl huddled in a corner of the prison of the Kingdom of God. Her face was lifeless, and she looked as listless as an eggplant hit by frost. Ryan was a little unconvinced. "No. You dropped?" Chapter 711. For a moment, a feeling of boredom came over Ryan. This is the goddess of hunting in Olympiad. Guan Xiaowei surrendered in 3 weeks? This is boring. You see, before Ryan traveled through time, the famous German Leopard 2A6 lady was captured and dragged to the Russian capital on Victory Day, wearing the tracks of a T-80 BDM tank. She stood on the street with her grandmother, Leopard Tank, great-grandmother, Tiger Tank, and mother, Leopard 1, to accept the comments of the Russians. This is like a blonde female knight being captured by a goblin. But at least she is paraded through the streets wearing the goblin's clothes. This is the ultimate evil. Cough cough. Ren yelled in his heart, but fortunately glanced at the system. In the past, Hazel would have voted, and there will be a to be distributed position option. Ren can set them as maids or something, and will add a small amount of attributes to Renmi. At this time, Artemis is still a red name. That means, this girl fraud. There is a smile on the corner of Ren's mouth. "Yes," Ryan said leisurely. "Forget it. You sound so reluctant when you say you're surrendering. You can't even fool yourself. And you want to fool me?" The next second, Artemis jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on, with its fur standing on end. She was about to hunt her mother leopard, and she rushed to the direction of Ren's voice. The sharp nails were like the sharp light of the beast. Unfortunately, the aggressive momentum is only momentum. Before she could take 2 steps, her entire body seemed to be soaked in a lump of extremely sticky paste. As soon as the God of God's thoughts changed, the air density in the area inside the Kingdom of God immediately let the irritating Artemis ate it. Well, it is really aggressive. Little milk cat. Meng mewling. Oh, you're so cute. Ren made a word of comment. When a goddess has no lethality, even her anger seems so cute. This is really angry with her. Ryan, you're a big bastard. You actually colluded with that BXXXH Herod to plot against me. What kind of king of gods are you? Artemis cursed harshly. But Ryan found her cuter. Because her swear vocabulary is so limited. It's obvious that she was well brought up, as she uses the same few words over and over again. Ryan, who used to play League of Legends in the Zwan server, said that Artemis's level is not even good enough to beat a small team. Ryan Shadow smiled and said, "Oh, I still have to make it clear that it was Hera who decided to betray you. You are not my target at all. But be thankful. If someone like Hera kneeled in front of me, she wouldn't even have a chance to surrender." Artemis was stunned. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt a subtle liking for Ryan. As long as you hate Hera, we can be good friends. Favorability is something that cannot be gained by flattering or licking someone's boots. Sometimes, having a common dislike can also increase favorability. But in the next moment, she was angry again, showing her little tiger teeth and shouted, "I'm really just adding." Her anger's voice kept echoing in the cage. But Ren's imaginary shadow quickly disappeared into the air. Without answers. It is the most careless answer. In fact, Artemis could be secretly happy because at least Ryan didn't force it. If it were a rougher guy, like the much-anticipated Miss Abrams, who had just arrived in Moscow and was forced to receive customers by the orcs without even taking a shower or getting dressed, covered in mud, that was truly miserable. Ryan ignored her and let Julia work directly. Demons of all levels sneaked into the cities and towns of the Athenian city-state and dug deep into the ground to search for people. He is unwilling to accept this. Zeus was fighting the bladder with his father, and the cat did not come out for 3 months in the Taltaros maze. The key to multi-line operations is to first decide on a front, collapse one party, and then bring the power of winning greatness, excite morale, and at the same time mobilize the combat power. This is the majesty of the hegemon. As a god king, if you can't beat me in one blow, I can only feel suspicious. If I can't beat you with one punch, I will use 100 punches. Everyone, human or ghost, will come out to beat you. Ren or not. He won in a row, and the front line was not his pot, but Pero. This allows Ren to have time to try to find the legendary 2 Greek power. Never imagined. Yulia came from the deity communication, my lord. Find a 15-year-old young man named Archimede. My men are not too sure, but dare to secretly ambush around him. I have sent me secretly, and asked my owner to send messenger to confirm it. Now promoted to the god of shadow, Yulia has changed her appearance. Her devil horns, long tail, and iconic black bat wings have disappeared. Now she is just a human woman wearing a high ponytail, tight black clothes, and even no black eyeshadow or black lipstick. She looks too plain. Rennie must admit that she would try to figure out his mind. From the sense, he really felt that Yulia was much more eye-catching. 15-year-old Archimede? Without hurting him? Not to alarm the Olympus god. Please come out. Allow you to use drugs and other means. Yes. Yulia was relieved. Fortunately, his master is not so pedantic. If you have to invite Daxian like a good camp, and respectfully invite people respectfully, then it is called suffering. It didn't take long for Archimede, who was confused by Yulia, to do it secretly, and threw it directly to the portal, and passed it to the kingdom of the Kaaba continent. As soon as Ren saw 15-year-old Archimede, he was sure to find the right person. The system highlights that the young version of Archimede has a circle of golden hooks on the outside of the body, with large characters flashed on it. Huh? It's really Archimedes. Ryan's confirmation surprised Downs and the others, but they reacted quickly. Led by Ryan, they all saluted Archimedes, who had only a short beard on his face. Archimede is stunned. He didn't know what was happening. When he woke up, he found himself being stared at by a bunch of gods, who should have existed only in legends. He can probably understand that these are not the Olympus gods that he and his family believe in, but a group of strange gods. But this scene is too terrible. There were more than a dozen foreign gods, and each of them exuded a very intimidating divine light. As a mortal, just seeing their figures, even just a corner of their clothes, he would have the urge to worship them. Chapter 712, Archimedes' Mirror. Archimede never expected that he had not had time to worship these high gods. The leader seemed to be particularly powerful. The particularly young deity took the gods to salute him together. Even if it is just a hands. Some of the gods are bowing. And Archimedes has a blank brain. What happened? Who I am? Where am I? Why are these outer gods paying homage to me? He was almost scared to death. Before his knees could weaken, the main god on the opposite side took out a bathtub like a magic trick. Archimedes was dumbfounded. Isn't this my bathtub? His words made the gods of physics, such as Downs, feel a strange feeling, with smiles mixed with curiosity. Ryan's mood was a bit complicated. He knew very well that if he was not good, he would ask a father or even the Taishan Lao Jun to make him uncomfortable. But he had no choice. He was deified for his knowledge of physics. Knowledge of physics is the core of his divine power, and the foundation of his knowledge. Archimedes was a great ancient Greek philosopher, encyclopedic scientist, mathematician, physicist, mechanic, and founder of static mechanics and fluid statics, and is known as the father of mechanics. Ryan never thought that there really was an Archimedes in the parallel world. As expected, in a parallel world, time and space can also be disordered. Ryan's mind was in a mess. According to his status, he was the king of the outer realm, so he naturally did not need to be controlled by Archimedes. According to his knowledge, Archimedes was one of the founders of physics, so he really could not do anything excessive to Archimedes. If you don't meet this kind of great guy, you can just pretend not to see him. If this really happens, what can Ryan do? Just keep it for worship. Seeing Archimedes panicking, Ryan sighed in his heart. Archimedes, have you heard of the concept of parallel worlds? In different universes, there is another Greece. Ah? Ryan patiently explained this somewhat overly advanced concept to Archimedes. It took a full 15 minutes before Archimedes reluctantly accepted a fact that shocked him immensely. In another universe, he was not only the greatest founder of physics, but also, after being killed at the age of 75, he was revered as a deity in the field of physics and became a true god of physics. I am only 15 years old. Before the chaos came, my father did intend to send me to Alexandria, the city of wisdom, to study. But I haven't been there yet. Young Archimedes felt Alexandria. What the hell is this? The king of gods from the Chaos Pantheon, who is somewhat at odds with the Olympus Pantheon, worships a young boy like him as a saint? Then what is Archimedes? Do you want to be the divine emperor? This feeling of rebellion made the young Archimedes feel a little overwhelmed. He didn't know that the great god in front of him, who had such a strong sense of holiness that he felt like he was going to kneel down every minute and every second, was also speechless in his heart. Until Ryan saw the system highlight, Sacred Mission, 1,000 souls return to one, released. 1,000 souls return to one. The same person can exist in different parallel worlds. But the union of souls in different parallel worlds has a very special meaning for some sacred beings. The host can choose to let the young Archimedes travel through time and space and merge with the main soul of Archimedes. Reward, unknown. Ryan breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that I finally don't have to support a big daddy anymore. At the same time, another question arose in Ryan's mind. Could it be that on his original Earth, Archimedes was really deified in a space unknown to him? Or became some kind of sacred existence that he could not understand? Oh, never mind. Ryan smiled and said, Young Archimedes, I know you have countless doubts and are puzzled by your predetermined fate. In fact, I cannot answer you on this matter. However, the sacred Archimedes should be able to answer your questions. Please ask him to explain all your doubts to you personally. Ah! Exclaimed young Archimedes. Ryan did not explain further. He waved his hand gently, and a soft purple-blue light enveloped the young Archimedes. As the light became stronger, Ryan suddenly received a spatial coordinate in his mind. Despite being confused and knowing that this coordinate was most likely a one-time use, Ryan launched the young man in front of him without hesitation. Call out. Archimedes turned into a streak of light and disappeared in the hall. Almost at the same time as Archimedes disappeared, Ryan heard a few deep, yet illusory laughs. Ha ha. Hee. Good boy. Not bad. You are good. The image of an old man with wrinkles on his face flashed through Ryan's mind. Before Ryan could react, Downs and the others were already looking behind Ryan in surprise. Ryan sensed what it was without turning around. Mirror. Countless mirrors. According to legend, the city of Syracuse, where Archimedes lived, was attacked by the Roman army one day. The young and middle-aged people and soldiers of Syracuse had all gone to the front line, leaving only the elderly, women and children in the city, which was in a very critical moment. At this moment, Archimedes stood up for his country. Archimedes asked the women and children to take out the mirrors in their homes and go to the coast together. He asked the mirrors to reflect the strong sunlight onto the mainsail of the enemy's ship. The reflections of thousands of mirrors gathered at one point on the sail, and the sail caught fire. The fire grew stronger and stronger with the help of the wind. The Romans did not know the truth and thought that Archimedes had invented a new weapon. So they fled in panic. These weapons made the Roman army panic, and everyone was afraid. Even General Marcellus admitted with a wry smile, "This is a war between the Roman fleet and Archimedes alone." Archimedes is the mythical giant with 100 hands. Strictly speaking, this cannot be considered as Archimedes' relic. But using optical reflection in physics to attack the enemy's sails is indeed an epic application of physics. Ryan was unable to verify the authenticity of this legend. An anecdote. A legend? When everyone believes it to be true. Then in a world of I think, it can also become a holy relic. The system prompt arrived as expected. Gift from Archimedes. Congratulations, host. You have received the gift, Focusing Mirror, from Archimedes, the XXXX Cosmic Physics Pioneer. The host can use his divine power to condense a varying number of mirrors to directly reflect sunlight, supplemented by reflection, convex lenses, and other focusing effects. The power is unknown. As a concrete divine skill, this skill will hardly cause energy loss such as diffuse reflection or solar radiation. However, compared to that small relic, Ryan actually cares more about one thing. Old man Archimedes is really doing well in a certain world. Chapter 713. King Rain is about to take action. Ryan felt scared when he thought about it. But fortunately, he kept emphasizing that he was standing on the shoulders of giants. Now it seems that they are not giants. They are all giant gods. If he hadn't said so, he would be the one to be embarrassed when all the holy relics shone in the world of chaos. Also, a university animal with some physical fur can rely on this. In this place in different worlds, he is almost touched by the throne of the king's throne. I won't say more. If I have the chance to see them in the future, I will kowtow to all the physics masters no matter what. And bring my disciples along to kowtow as well. There is absolutely no shame in this. Now that I have obtained the focusing mirror, I must use it no matter what. As a result, the Lord of Chaos suffered. On the front line of order, a group of evil gods were bragging and chatting in their secretly formed small group of divine thoughts. Is there any new movement behind? Bane, the god of tyranny, muttered very unhappily. I don't know. The Lord of Storms replied in a muffled voice. There was a brief silence. As gods, as long as they don't die, they have an infinite lifespan, being chased by chaos all over the world. They have survived for 100 years. And everyone has survived like this. Now the situation is better. And in fact, all the gods know what is going on. Whether it's a human or a god. Who wouldn't like to live a better life? Ryan has brought too many surprises to the Chaos Pantheon. He would get angry when he was quiet occasionally. And the Chaos gods were used to it. But when he was too quiet, they were not used to it. At this time, Rose suddenly collapsed. I heard that Tesla grabbed a goddess of the goddess in the Olympus god. What's the problem? If it were me, I would rob it too. Bane grinned. Can you snatch such a powerful goddess from you? The Lord of Storms retorted. Ha ha. Who made our god king of Outland have only this as his biggest hobby? To be honest, Rose would never forget to put some icing on Ryan's cake. Originally, she mentioned the term Outland God King to stimulate the evil gods. He is coming to Chaos to be the God King. Are you convinced? Unexpectedly, all the evil gods remained silent. The main point was that no one said a word when asked. Rose is so angry. It is true that she is also a vested interest. But no one dares to use the cannon fodder god they have recruited to death. And as cunning as she is, she dared not be the first to do so. This meant that although Mohanad and the evil gods of Sumer were often pushed to the front line to block the knife, it was really miserable. But the supply of divine power did not stop. So they were able to maintain their survival level. In addition, the newly descended good or neutral gods were not doing very well. At least not at a good level. Which led to further divisions within the camp of descending gods. At a time when the main body of the Chaos Pantheon is strong, almost every new evil god has to accept it with a pinch of salt. What Rose feared most was that Ryan's prestige would grow higher and higher. You have to know that if all the gods recognized Ryan as the king, it didn't matter whether Ryan recognized him or not. He was already the king of gods. Seeing that Rose was unable to stir up the emotions of the evil gods, the Lord of Hell Asmodeus suddenly said that Yulia was once considered a subordinate of mine. She has been recognized by the will of the Chaos world and promoted to the god of dark assassination. Her duties are darkness, assassination, and loyalty. The first two clever jobs are fine. And the third one is very spicy for the evil god. Loyalty? What the HL? You're the sword of darkness. And you're still playing the game of loyalty? What did Ryan show you to make a female devil like you so devoted to him? Rose taunted. Yo, Asmodeus. Your men are all deified. Isn't this a slap in your face? The Lord of Hell actually laughed. If she was deified immediately after Tesla instigated the defection, I would think so. However, after Tesla God got a new title Aztec World Destroyer a while ago, I think it is appropriate for Yulia to be deified again. What? All the evil gods were speechless. Understanding the divine is not something you can use casually, especially for things like titles. As long as the gods don't hang up, you can't see them on the surface. If you check them repeatedly, it may trigger the other party's induction and become an enemy. The higher the other party's status, the more cautious you should be when using this thing. Ryan's dealings with the Aztecs had never been made public to the entire pantheon. After all, it was not a glorious thing to divert trouble to someone else. And there was no idea of recruiting those Aztec chaos gods as cannon fodder. Even after the Aztec plane was blown up, Ryan still kept the news a secret. Most of the chaos do not have interstellar sensing capabilities. They are in an information cocoon. Unless Pero and Ryan make an official announcement, they have no idea what is happening outside the Chaos Mother Planet and the main continent of Chaos. This time, Ryan didn't do any work, but quietly blew up another dimension. Their first reaction was, fortunately, Ryan is on our side. Second reaction, it turns out that Yulia was promoted to God because she helped Ryan do the dirty work. The third reaction, if you do great work for Ryan, you will be deified as promised. How generous. Rose didn't squeak. Ren's hand is too bright. Really can't be dark. Still the Lord of the Storm spoke. I don't interested in how many goddesses sleeping about Ren. Come on the beast of chaos. I am tired of being bored. A lot of evil gods are annoyed. If you can't move each other under the framework of order, and then grind it for a while, everyone will stun the flags, scratch each other's boundaries, and go home to each other. But chaos is not negotiable. A century of fierce fighting had long exhausted their patience. There were many gods on their heads that they were absolutely unacceptable. This stuff is so wonderful. Just when a lot of evil gods discussed, Ren tied up a goddess in Olympus whether to use it by himself, or had a deeper plan for this. Pero's emergency communication killed the suspense. After 24 hours of notifying the cause gods, we will launch a fierce attack on the Chaos's defense line again. We'll be so tossing. The key lies in Pero's next words. This time, Lord Ryan Tesla will use remote spells to assist us in the assault. Please make sure you all go all out. Chapter 714, The Satellite Rail Cannon of Order. God. As Ryan further integrates the laws of the world and takes back his own power as the God King, Ryan's involvement in the front line is visibly increasing. From the initial responsibility for being the captain of the logistics, all kinds of cards to e-cards, to supporting cannon fodder gods later, to the recently sent disciples who just stepped into the god realm to help clean up the Titan, and finally came to the day of directly intervening. Most of the gods are excited. More curious, that is the King of God. For a moment, from top to bottom, every kingdom of God on the entire Chaos front began to riot. This commotion was perceived by the Chaos. Why is order going crazy again? The Lord of Chaos wondered. Forget it. Ignore them. Anyway, as long as they can't break through this land of chaos, they will never be able to defeat me. As long as I can gather enough Chaos Giants. The Chaos of Chaos thought of the more and more Chaos Titan in his hands, and then thought that he might transform a world-class Titan god into a Chaos Giant, and his mood would get better. He didn't be happy for a long time. In less than a day, the opposing Order Coalition forces came out in full force. It was not a matter at all 2 years ago. Each charge of the Order Coalition is to speed up suicide. The angels who did not get the power of faith are cannon fodder. Well now, no matter whether he is willing or not, he hears the name of the Outer Domain King Renla. This ringing made the prince extremely irritable. All troops, attack! Smash those lawless rubbish. Yes! For a while, the chaos of the tens of millions of levels, as well as the millions of angels Chin-Bing on both sides of the control line. The army of both sides formed a relatively loose three-dimensional formation and was nervous. If you ask what is different from all the battles today, it is probably that the Order has three sun gods now. Pyre, Horus, Utu, the kingdom of the three powerful gods of the sun god lined up in the sky. Originally this would have been a very embarrassing situation. After all, one sun was divided among three powerful gods, and could only be divided into three sun gods: dawn, noon, and dusk. 3 months did not eat water. This is no joke. If you only take 1/3 of the third, the master of Pero is not proper. The interesting is that if there are two sun, it is another matter. In the case of Rin's King of God, after the friendly negotiation, the morning she of the Kansas Plain sun was assigned to Horus, and the golden of the Chaos Galaxy sun was assigned to Utu. This ensures that the two powerful subordinate gods have their own base, and a considerable part of their lifeline is in Pero's hands. As angels, they are already satisfied with the status quo. In terms of actual operations, Pero continues to be the commander-in-chief. Horus, the god of the dawn, replaces Pero to go to the front line to hold the line, and Utu is responsible for providing energy in today's operation, driven by the solar of the chaotic mother star. Under the encouragement of Utu's divine power, a small-scale solar storm immediately began. The radiation energy of the sky was boiling like porridge, followed by large-scale spraying to the Chaos Mother Star. Lord Chaos looked up in the direction of the sun and muttered in dissatisfaction, "This trick again?" In the past century, Pero's power of the sun has been burning the chaotic Mother Star. It is not the first time that a powerful god of power has its limitations. The solar energy he can call is a fixed number. No one can accurately measure the specific value. Both the enemy and us only know that this is not enough to destroy the atmosphere of the Chaos Mother Planet and allow sunlight to fall on this land that has been corroded by chaos for a long time. If Pero was not a powerful deity but a god king, perhaps he could break through this upper limit of lethality. Today, something seems different for chaos. In the synchronous orbit above the Chaos Mother Star, one mirror after another, condensed by divine power, is gradually transforming from phantoms into reality. The giant convex lens can have a diameter of 100 meters, and there are more than 10 meters diameter. The countless small mirrors spread around the large mirror in turn, and they formed a huge funnel-shaped structure, led by the messengers of God. A large number of angels from the lawful camp appeared one by one near this huge divine mirror array that was 100 kilometers long and wide. They were both guards and interceptors. This opening alone caused quite a stir among the gods of order. Control tens of thousands of lenses at the same time? How did God Tesla do it? Even if the total amount of divine power invested is not much, this level of control is beyond the reach of our generation. Considering the amazing consumption of the remote casting, it is good to play a galaxy magic. Not to mention that the Lord is open for this ultra-remote sync by just a few weeks away, without waiting for the chaotic magic attack. The group of solar radiation caused by Wu-Tu was reached. Even if Utu was once a strong god-based good deities, he asked him to sort out such a huge group of disorders and solar energy. It was already a bit difficult for Wu-Tu to transport such a huge amount of energy across hundreds of millions of kilometers. If there is no accident, this group of energy will be chaotic to the chaos atmosphere, and it will collide with a fierce collision with the more disorderly chaotic energy production. And then it will be completely consumed without meaning. The key point is that Ryan is this accident. The mirror surfaces that emerged from the void suddenly had movement. They fluttered and formed a strange one by one outside the atmosphere, a bit like a large pot shape. In the end, countless solar energy was reflected, and eventually gathered on the huge convex lens in the middle of the pot. Under the gaze of countless eyes, a narrow and condensed cluster of golden light divided the world into left and right sides. Amid the cheers of the angels and the screams of the chaos demons, golden light poured straight into the ground, its target being the Chaos 100-armed giant that had recently become famous on the chaos side. Aha! Instinctively feeling the threat of destruction, the giant took his two longest legs and fled at an exaggerated speed of 100 meters per step. If this was a rigid open-air attack, maybe he could actually escape. However, amid the crackling noise, continuous golden flashes actually followed the giant's back like a shadow. Chapter 715. The golden light hood held the huge body of 100 arms, and countless proliferated biological tissues, soil, stones, and metal substances were evaporated by the raging and highly gathered sunlight. The chaotic tissue, which was not originally 100 Arms giant, was disappearing at the speed of the naked eye. Soon it was the turn of the 100 Arms giants, and the sky was poured into his body. The whole body swelled like a balloon. First, his head was exploded one by one, and then his large and small arms exploded. There was no blood or flesh flying around, because all the blood and flesh disappeared in an instant. As his body expanded more and more, it finally expanded to a height of 500 or 600 meters, like a balloon that was filled with too much gas. Bang! The Chaos 100-armed giant that had troubled the Order Alliance for more than a month was completely destroyed. Perhaps Chaos will be able to continue to capture the next 100-armed giant from Olympus. This kind of kill will happen again if it happens once. The methods of Order can be copied. Even if Chaos can be transformed infinitely, can Olympus have an infinite number of 100-armed giants? The answer is no. Gaia, the first-generation queen of Olympus, was so awesome that she was considered to be super fertile. In addition to the 12 titans, she also gave birth to 3 notorious Hecatonchus and 3 Cyclops, a total of 18 titans. In addition, she also gave birth to awesome monsters like Typhon. After even Typhon was suppressed by Zeus, Gaia completely ceased to exist, and she was no longer active in the Olympus world. All in all, there are only 3 such powerful 100-armed giants in this unique universe. The Chaos Lord can get 2 more at most. The question is, when the Chaos Titans and the Hecacle Giants are no longer obstacles to the Chaos Camp, what else can stop the Order Alliance? The Chaos Gods were excited, and the Chaos Lord was confused. Why does the power of the same beam of sunlight increase hundreds or thousands of times when it falls into Ryan's hands? I thought it was awesome to be able to kill a Chaos 100-armed giant in 1 second. Who would have thought that this was not the limit of Archimedes' focusing mirror at all? At the synchronous satellite track, with the assistance of the system, Ren only let the convex lens take a slightly deflection angle of such a few degrees. In the eyes of the gods and angels, this cluster of light cannon continued to move forward, like a sharp blade of cream, easily opened the ground, and moved towards another goal outside 1,000 meters. The one Ryan locked onto was the fallen Titan, who had appeared before in the Chaos Camp besides Thea. The goods also started to escape. No matter how fast you Titan are, can you escape the pursuit of this satellite orbital cannon on the ground? Soon, the righteous light of the sun gathered on the back of the fleeing Titan. It was immediately reproduced that the scene was immediately reappeared. The sacred golden light looked like the desktop cleaning master, and easily pushed the ugly biosome of the degraded Titan body. Various twisted meatballs. The twisted metals accumulated like a garbage dump. All evaporated. Brother Titan let out an earth-shattering scream as his upper body completely exploded, leaving only the area below the waist. After losing central nervous system control, he fell to his knees on the ground in despair. Countless chaotic tissues turned into pieces of flesh flying all over the sky, and fell to the ground with a crackling sound like a horrific rain. All the beings who witnessed this scene were shocked by Ryan's incredible means. Only a few gods such as Pero and Tyr knew the truth of the matter. Wutu apologized repeatedly in his mind circuit. I am so sorry. God Tesla. This is the only solar energy I can mobilize. For you too? This is his limit. Ryan felt a little bit disappointed. It doesn't matter. The goal has been achieved anyway. Pyre quickly pocked his younger brother, Tesla, on God. If necessary, I and Horus are on standby at any time. Horus quickly agreed. That's right. I am always ready to serve you. The 3 powerful sun gods were so fawning in a small group that only lawful and good main gods could join. But they did not arouse any dissatisfaction from the main gods. There is no other reason. The Chaos Devil God who is so powerful as the 100-armed giant can be killed at will. Everyone thinks that this is the true power of the God King. After hearing what the 3 Sun brothers said, Ryan smiled. Even if I want to use it, I have to have a high-value target to match it. Otherwise, it would be a waste of effort. God, you are right. For a while, this small group was full of joy. Ren shot this time. There is a different version of the beauty of the primitive of the 3 body people. Just when the Order side thought that Ryan's means of reaching the sky were just a kind of chaos, a sword of Damocles hanging over the neck of the Chaos Lord. The announcement of the School of Physics caused an uproar among all the gods, and even the angels under their command. The god Ryan Tesla will only operate the focusing mirror himself when dealing with high-value targets. In a high-intensity battle, each god system can apply to the frontline commander of the physics school for support fire in the local battlefield. The specific allocation is as follows. The gods were surprised to find that all the gods were allocated to the use quota. Plank distribution is mainly based on the adaptation of the god department and concentrated mirror. Even the drop pantheon was allocated 3 Titan level, 7 city destroying level, and 21 support level assist fire quotas per hour. The Titan class is easy to understand. Whenever you see a chaos demon that is over 100 meters long, you can call for support without thinking. What is more particular about the killing of the city is the scope of killing, not the attack on powerful individuals. The support level. The power is about the same level as the Tesla Magic Academy used before, and it is not done in dealing with the existence of the master level. All the gods notice that the physics school is talking about the amount of assistance provided by every hour. This time, the gods collectively exclaimed. The god of knowledge from Mohan Ade. Sosa puzzled Renan directly, in this way. Will you not cause additional burden on God? Burmit? A little, but not much. After all, the main body of contribution is the sun of the chaos galaxy. These solar energy, whether I use it, the sun radiates this amount at time. I just concentrate them and apply it to the battlefield. After Ryan threw all the chaos gods into the shock department, he muttered to himself, calling for artillery support anytime. Anywhere? Why does it sound like Rogue Eagle Sauce is actually me? Chapter 716 Scorched Earth. Ryan felt that as a qualified descendant of the Yellow Emperor, the fear of insufficient firepower engraved in his DNA might be incurable. Found the enemy? Fry. The bigger the right volume, the better. When he played the game, what 240mm mortar? What 500 kilograms gliding bomb? And what 3,000 kilograms building artifacts are all ended. When he saved Archimedes' soul and mastered this palm technique that came down from the sky. No. It was a god-level solar cannon attack from the synchronous orbit of the planet. Why didn't you ask Ryan to use it? He is not cool enough for him. What is the difference between this kind of free use? It must be fun to bring my little brother along. Thanks to the goddess of the magic network for setting an example for the gods. The angels of various factions are not particularly unfamiliar with the physical network. A new version of the magic network processed by the god of the outer world. Rain. Based on the magic network. At least the usage is similar. Angels don't believe in physics, and they can't tell the difference between the magic net and the physical net. An archangel under Ishtar made a gesture to his battle angels, and the angels immediately dispersed and protected the archangel. Being able to do 2 or even 100 things at once is the privilege of the gods. It's like Ryan forbids people from talking on the phone while driving before crossing, because talking on the phone will greatly distract the driver. This example is no exception for most archangels. Of course, their use of the physical network is limited to ordinary external access notifications, and they do not have usage rights. She was distracted for a moment and silently said, "Call physical network." A blurred green interface appeared on the left side of her retina, with the 3 Chinese characters physical network written in Chinese appearing on it. Especially the slowly rotating logic emblem in the middle, which was the most eye-catching. The captain of the 18th Squadron of the 3rd Battalion of Goddess Ishtar. Looms Katrina. Request to start the Titan-level support shooting protocol authorization. Request approved. Battlefield Coordinator 31208 is serving you. A pleasant male voice answered the call. Apparently, a 3rd-generation disciple had come online. 3 stands for 3rd-generation disciple. The second one represents towns, and 208 is number 08 in town's second batch of disciples. Requesting synchronized vision and sharing of battlefield data. Just as the archangel named Looms finished speaking, she felt her left eye swell slightly, and a very slight external force shared her vision. Optical image confirmed. May I ask if the Chaos Demon A in your field of vision is the target you are requesting firepower to strike? At this moment, the entire body of the rampant giant Chaos Demon in the Archangel's eyes was highlighted, and a question mark appeared on it. Confirmed. Please strike as soon as possible. Clear. There were a total of 28 angels in this team. They all raised their heads at the same time. In less than 3 seconds, a huge golden spot of light appeared above the chaotic sky that seemed to be getting thinner and thinner. Immediately afterwards, a cluster of dazzling golden beams of light pierced through the thick, turbid clouds, fell from the sky, and landed accurately on the damn big Chaos Demon. Z. Clear voice. Perhaps the sound of ultra-high temperature burning tough meat is a bit harsh. But it is like heavenly music to the ears of angels. Be it them, or those veteran angels next door, who have been fighting the war between gods for more than 100 years. Have they ever fought such a rich battle? What is supporting shooting? This thing has never existed before. The kingdom of God can certainly fire powerful light cannons, or some strange magic that utilizes energy more efficiently. But that is the privilege of the gods. How can angels have the qualifications to ask the gods to protect them? To the gods, they are just filler soldiers. Now, not only is their ultra-long range covering shooting, but what is even more exaggerated is that even the squadron leader, who commands about 50 angels, is qualified to request fire support, as long as it is not abused and the number of uses is not exceeded. The support shooting of the physics school can be said to be endless. In fact, Looms and her friends discovered the trick after using it for a few days. There must be many archangels or archangels calling for support at the same time. But everyone knows how many times it has been used. As a result, they found that their own summoning shooting is definitely more than public. On the Drow line next door, the solar orbital cannons were sparsely fired. But on their side, it was literally raining. They stopped talking. Once upon a time, they lamented that their goddess had no choice but to serve the wolf. Now, what wolf? That is our recognized supreme and great God King. Just 2 words, delicious. In any case, this extremely flexible support attack greatly improved the situation on the battlefield. Unlike the firepower support from the Order side, which was always available, the support from the Chaos side was too slow and cumbersome. It was already difficult for the Chaos commanders to get those strange-looking Chaos demons to attack according to their ideas. The combat efficiency of the Order side increased suddenly, which caused the entire Chaos front to be under tremendous pressure. The Chaos side has thought about destroying the satellite of the Order side. As soon as I perceived it, I found that all those shining mirrors, convex lenses, and the like were actually things condensed from divine power. Destroying those convex lenses of the mirrors is at most a waste of energy. The problem is that those mirrors and convex lenses don't even need to be specially guarded by legions of angels. They can simply deflect the golden light representing destruction and blast it onto the head of a Chaos demon. The Lord of Chaos had tried to send out an understaffed Chaos Legion in an attempt to use flying meteorites to block the condensed mirror and prevent it from receiving sunlight. The idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. It doesn't count that more than a dozen gods of the pre-Sumerian pantheon rushed up to surround and beat up that group. The key point is that Ryan can make those divine mirrors appear in any other location. With a simple chain of refractions, the sunlight will still be refracted to the previous area, and it will not affect the artillery support called for below at all. For this attempt, the Grand Prince had to sacrifice half of his regiment. No one expected that this magical version of the satellite railgun would soon develop new functions. At first, it was limited to sniping elite or general-level Chaos demons. Later, as more and more mirrors and convex lenses were placed on synchronous orbits, the business scope of the physics school changed from sniping to pushing the line. When the Great Prince saw clusters of sunlight with diameters of tens of meters descending to the ground, like children's graffiti, burning large areas of chaotic soil into scorched earth, the Great Prince felt rare fear. This is not scorched earth. This is burning his life. The disgusting thing about the Chaos Mother Planet is that the entire planet is becoming chaotic. Even an angel will feel a burning pain when standing on this land filled with chaotic power. No matter how many Chaos demons die on this land, their flesh and blood will turn into nutrients to nourish the birth of a new batch of Chaos demons. This is almost a perpetual motion cycle. Now the earth has turned into a scorched earth, and the cycle has naturally been broken. Chapter 717 Zeus Must Die. Scorched earth. This is originally a derogatory term in the human world, but when applied to the Chaos Mother Planet, it actually becomes a commendatory term. The only way to prevent Chaos demons from taking advantage is to make Chaos lose its geographical advantage, thus allowing order to gain a profit in disguise. This discovery excited the gods. Is scorching the earth sustainable? Will it put too much of a burden on the physics school? Can you turn the ground leading to the Great Lord's demon palace into scorched earth? The gods sent a congratulations. Ryan asked the system to calculate and found that even if he let nearly 1,000 large convex lenses on hand join the floor cleaning process, it still seemed slightly insufficient. A scorched earth land can be transformed into a land of order by infusing enough order power, and it can also be transformed into a land of chaos by infusing chaos power. This is a process of energy conversion. The so-called victory or defeat depends only on which side has a faster conversion speed and a higher conversion rate. This is not impossible for Ryan now. But it is a bit of a burden. After all, his base for obtaining divine power is not here. So it would be more cost-effective to use this scorched earth method only in key areas. No one would do business that would result in a loss. Ryan resolutely disappeared, leaving behind a mysterious sentence. It's not that I don't want to take revenge. It's just that the time has not come yet. This. Fortunately, the gods did not know a foreign word. Otherwise they would say, God King. You know Tsunji. Ryan used the new magical skills sent by Archimedes to greatly change the situation on the front battlefield, which gave Ryan more time to continue watching the drama on Olympus. No, this wasn't a play. Ryan was almost dragged onto the stage. Ryan Tesla. Tell you. If I find Artemis with you, you're dead. Ryan had just finished configuring the satellite orbital artillery cluster on the front line of the Chaos Mother Star. And Zeus, who had been out of touch for a long time, sent a different kind of congratulatory message. To be precise, this was not an instant message from Zeus, but a pre-recorded video. In the picture, Zeus doesn't look very good, because there is a hole in his robe. All the objects used by the King of Gods are artifacts. The defense power of this ordinary Greek-style diagonal white robe is 10 times stronger than that of a city gate. Even though he was sad, he did not forget to greet Ryan. He opened his mouth as wide as possible with veins exposed, and kept roaring. Just because you dare to ask for Athena, Artemis and Hestia is the biggest provocation to me and the entire Olympian pantheon. After I finish cleaning up here, I will personally bring the Olympian pantheon to have a good talk with you. I pray that you really didn't touch Artemis. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you. Make you regret being in the same universe with me. In fact, it is normal for video to video. The key point is that when the last picture was a little blurry, Zeus did not know what stimulation he received, and his rage reached a new level. Artemis is the ultimate meal that I stayed. Slowly developed. What do you say about this? The scene ends here. At the end, you can see a copper light that is almost golden. It is likely that the copper wall of Tartarus is working again. After watching, Rin stormed his hands and turned to look at the goddess of vitality with youthful atmosphere. I am curious. Why did I kidnap you? I consciously not familiar with Zeus. His understanding of me should only be on the surface. Artemis's face was very bad. In just a few seconds, the clear expression of meaning passed on her face. She was not a scheming goddess. Finally, she sighed and said, Father may not understand your way of doing things, Ryan Tesla, but he definitely knows what kind of Queen Hera is. Persecuting Zeus's lovers and their children is absolutely commonplace for Hera. When Zeus included Artemis and Apollo in the 12 gods, it was to give them the greatest protection. As a daughter's daughter's daughter, or my daughter pioneer executor, it is clear that Zeus has seriously thought about it. He has a big nourishment of Artemis. And when the time is ripe, or he suddenly has an impulse at a certain time, he staged a deterioration of his father's love. Zeus is such a king of shit from the sky. Don't watch it at all. He shows you dirty. Rin even doubted that if he really fell to men and women. Zeus, who was unlimited, was killed in various senses in the hands of Zeus. Rin decided that Zeus must die. The goddess of hunting was extremely sensitive to murderous intent. She was immediately certain that Ryan had murderous intent. You want to kill my father? So what? Ryan did not deny it. A question. In exchange for half a minute of silence. Finally Artemis sighed. I don't know. Oh, I should hate him. He is the worst king of gods, and the worst husband in the world. He allowed Hera to deal with my mother. But he loved Apollo, and me very much. But he has been coveting my beauty for years. Artemis' eyes became scattered. She must have extremely contradictory feelings towards Zeus. Ren stepped forward, holding her at all. But she could glow a bronze-colored gods from some angles. Are you afraid I will kill Zeus? Artemis replaced the answer with a slight trembling of his body. Rin suddenly felt a little ridiculous. This god girl should not be a little strange habit. In the end, her answer was, my contradiction with Hera is in the end of the Olympus god. No matter what we are. As an Olympus leader, I cannot allow my god king to die in the hands of a king of the outer domain. Ryan couldn't help but look up to Artemis, feeling the determination and stubbornness in her eyes. Ryan smiled. You guessed right. I hate Zeus extremely. Under normal circumstances, I would most likely let him fall. And I don't want to form an alliance with such a guy. But, when Ren said here, Artemis's heart jumped. She knew that the key came. I just want to say that the order of badness is better than the thorough chaos. As long as he kills me in front of me, I can ignore him. Anyway, I don't mind the Olympus god help to share the pressure of the Chaos Legion. If he really comes? Artemis asked nervously. Ren glanced at the system assessment of the Olympus plane and sneer. If Zeus can defeat his chaotic dad and the grandfather who started the chaotic, and then successfully stood in front of me, I will consider to beat him, and then accept him as god. Ren, who is not even the king, speaks the ghost words that he doesn't even believe himself. But he means believes. Chapter 718. You? Are you serious? Artemis asked Ryan. You really won't deliberately target Zeus? Well, Ren didn't know why he was always pretending to be. Even if he was all sealed. The damn bad problem was not better. Being a little stimulus by other goddesses. Ren subconsciously entered the state and stood up. The head was 45 degrees of horns. And a pair of gods swept to the hunting goddess with the momentum of the world. Some theories and disciples believe that they have to be taught to master reverse. Have you heard that Z is in Sichuan? The deceased is like a husband. You don't give up day and night? Ah! Artemis shook her head. Chaos puts equal pressure on all gods of order. If I successfully fight back, the pressure will naturally be on Zeus. So, I can do nothing but stay quietly by the river of fate and watch Zeus's body float by. If someone else said this, even if it was someone accompanying Luo in person, it would not have the same effect as when Ryan said it. Who is Ryan? The super god king who used his cunning strategies and means beyond the limits of the god's imagination to destroy and annex 3 pantheons is not on the same level as a rookie Olympian god king who has not yet proved himself in foreign wars. His golden mouth concluded that Zeus was going to flutter. And Artemis did not dare to refute directly, but dared to weakly. What are the bases for? Ren proudly said, I have 10 wins. Zeus has 10 defeats. When Ryan simply modified the theory of 10 wins and 10 losses by Guijia, a top strategist during the 3 Kingdoms period of the Celestial Empire, and applied it to Zeus to scare the god. Even someone as determined as Artemis began to worry deeply about the fate of her unreliable father, the god king Zeus. No, not only to Zeus, but even the pessimism of her heart to the entire Olympus god. She wanted to refute Ren, but she couldn't get the argument. For example, Ryan said that he treated everyone equally and promoted people based on their talents, and even trusted the defeated quasi-god King Horus and put him on the front line against chaos. But Zeus only appointed his own gods. This is really unacceptable. Listing them one by one, whatever Ryan said made sense. When it comes to Ren, in fact, Zeus still has the trick of breaking the situation. In addition, Zeus directly kills the pickup and rebellion, which can effectively revitalize the morale of the Olympus gods. Obviously Zeus couldn't do that. The brute force cannot be solved. The strategy loses a lot. And it can't distinguish the Lord and the enemy. For the first time in his life, Artemis felt his weakness and despair for Olympus. If the Olympus situation is really eroded as you say, what can I do? What can I do? Ren laughed, regarding how to keep your world and the gods. The cat and the goddess Yaruisi will have a lot of common languages with you. Ren made a finger. A goddess who has a charming wheat-colored skin, with a sexy sense of sexy, swaying his posture and walking in with a light step. Dear Artemis, I was lost like you before. Sherry's ridiculously high charm was fully activated, with a momentum that could kill both men and women. She began to frantically output surrender experience to the hunting goddess, whose defenses were broken. On the other hand, within the Olympian pantheon, a terrible storm is brewing. Everyone knows that if it is not handled properly, it will completely shatter this pantheon, which is already treading on thin ice. No matter how unreliable Zeus is, no matter how often he is unable to manage things and leaves routine affairs to Hera, he is still the undisputed king of gods. In the final analysis, Hera is just a tool god of agency business. Now the tool god is messing around and has lost his own main god. What do you want the other main gods and other gods of a lower level to think about this? Hera and Helmers naturally did not recognize the betrayal of selling Artemis because they firmly believed that they did not leave evidence. Many things do not need evidence at all. Zeus took advantage of the brief communication opportunity to angrily reprimand his jealous wife, and then went to Ryan to vent his anger. This kind of news could not be hidden from Apollo. No one knows what happened when Apollo asked Hera to meet him. The gods can only be sure that the meeting was definitely not a pleasant one. It is said that Hera broke a lot of things afterwards. Then Apollo obviously started to play badly. He returned from the front line, only to keep himself from the three-pointer of his temple from God and God. This is going to cost me my life. The 5 most important members of the original 12 gods went to fight the fallen titans, which was a major loss of combat power. Artemis and Apollo, the brother and sister. One was missing. The other was in a bad state, and Hera couldn't attack on her own. The 12 main gods are almost all useless. There was the remaining god of Ares left, and Hera couldn't help it. Ares has not lost the water, and the reality has never won the line. He lost to all the Aztec evil gods that were entrenched near the city-state of Athens. If those evil gods were not subordinate to each other, and had their own ideas and practices, they would not have collectively besieged the city-state of Athens. Otherwise the battle line would have been even uglier. For Hera, the only small piece of good news was that Hercules, Achilles, and other 4th and 5th generation gods were powerful enough. Their activeness on the battlefield helped the Olympian gods stabilize the front line, especially Hercules, who was once seriously injured in the shoulder. But Hera personally ordered the god of medicine to heal his injury and give him more divine objects, grateful that he no longer needed to be a pillar. Hercules showed his great power and repelled the siege of the 2 Aztec evil gods. Hera is really happy that he does not collapse the situation. She didn't know that as a temporary supreme ruler in charge of staying behind, everything she did was actually not enough. No one can ever guarantee that the enemy's strength will increase linearly. Sometimes enemies will suddenly gain a leap in strength, such as today when Tartarus Hell welcomed a special visitor, half-disabled chaotic war handsome Abaddon. In front of him was a super giant crawling on the ground, a chaos titan. Abaddon's mouth corners lifted physically. His upper lip turned into a tentacle, and he smiled directly to his ears. Are you resentful? Resentment? All the time. Never forgotten for thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. The Titan's rumbling voice echoed in this hot purgatory. But you see I ain't beat Zeus. I see I ain't beat your son, the cheap species that overturned you from the throne of the God King. One who will only give you poison. Titan roared angrily for a full minute before finally having to face reality. Yes. Dedicate your body and soul to me. As an exchange, I will let you taste the taste of Zeus. Good. Chapter 719, The Lesser of Two Evils. As the saying goes, you never know what's happening. The price of being complacent and refusing to make progress is that you will never know how your enemies will evolve. People are shameless, and yet they are invincible. What about God being shameless? Kronos knew very well that even if he was released and given another chance, he would not be able to defeat Zeus and his group of new gods. In the past, he gathered almost all the Titans to launch the Titan War, but still suffered a crushing defeat. Later, his old mother Gaia gave birth to a monster Typhon with a head of 100 dragons, a black tongue, flaming eyes, a body taller than the sky, covered with feathers, and a pair of wings to help Kronos. The result of it? Typhon was also defeated by Zeus with his scepter. After mocking him, Zeus pressed him under Mount Etna in Sicily. Kronos no longer had the energy to fight against his older son. Lack of confidence is one thing, but the father grinning and son howling scene is absolutely necessary. Kronos had a choice before. When he saw the chaotic organisms invading his prison, he had a chance to resist, as long as he raised his voice and called the 100-armed giant guarding him. Maybe the 100-armed giant would really help him solve the problem of chaos erosion. However, when Kronos realized the power of chaos, the hatred for Zeus, and the rebels, like the Hecatonchus, that penetrated the deepest part of his soul made him make a decision that went against his ancestors. As the saying goes, once you have a thought of plunging into chaos, the sea becomes vast, and the sky becomes boundless. Whether this sea is the blue sea of Poseidon, or the sea of chaos is another story. After casting chaos, Kronos could feel the changes in his body. But that's not enough. Friends who are often struck by lightning know that having a strong body alone is not enough to withstand lightning. For example, a Titan athlete like Kronos can only withstand one round and kneel down in the second round. Whenever Kronos closed his eyes, he would recall the time when the Cyclops handed Zeus a scepter that fired thunder and lightning. Zeus laughed wildly and fired thunderbolts at the Titans, who fled in all directions, only to be captured one by the 100-handed giant Hecatonchus, who was guarding each intersection. What followed was a long prison term, desperate with no end in sight. Every day is a new torture. This is why the former God King was willing to accept Abaddon's fusion. He certainly knew what he was giving up. The so-called persistence is nothing more than prolonging one's own pain until the world is destroyed. Only with change can there be new opportunities. At this time, Abaddon's body was gradually merging with the body of the previous Titan. To be honest, for the War Master Abaddon, this is still a game of swallowing an elephant. Kronos is too huge. After a mutation, he is nearly a kilometer tall and weighs a terrifying amount of 10,000 tons. Even though the Titan god let go of his will and allowed Abaddon to erode it, Abaddon still felt trembling with fear, as if he was walking on thin ice. Fortunately, the long prison life had worn away the courage and will of the former God King, and his heart was empty except for the desire for revenge that burned as hot as the sun. Just in time. This was the perfect body that Abaddon desired. Kronos' body began to change dramatically. The first thing that comes to mind is the 42-pack abdominal muscles. The terrifying abdominal muscles that were dozens of meters long and wide were gray-brown in color, like a giant chrysanthemum, distributed across the abdomen of this former Titan. Some of the abdominal muscles even curled up like chrysanthemum petals. Next is the 40-meter-long neck. If it were any other creature, it would be a plesiosaur. But for a terrifying giant with a height of a kilometer, the 40-meter length is so short that the neck is almost invisible. Next are the limbs, which appear to be more sturdy and huge in overall proportion. These are not the original hands and feet of Kronos, but those of the 100-armed giant Hypotonchirus. As soon as Kronos escaped, the first person he devoured was his jailer. This makes Kronos look very un-Titan. History has proven that the power of the Titans alone cannot defeat Zeus. So the power of chaos was used to forcibly fuse a Titan and a 100-armed giant, assisted by Abaddon's will, forming an extremely twisted ultimate demon, while Zeus's 5 gods wandered aimlessly in the chaotic copper-walled maze of Tartarus. Abaddon was also trying to balance this new body. Finally, Abaddon Kronos completed his fusion. Looking at the Chaos generals who gathered around to congratulate him, Abaddon widened his 3 huge Titan eyes, especially the cloudy yellow vertical pupil between his eyebrows, which kept wandering his sight, and easily passed through the space maze formed by the brass walls and landed on the 5 gods team. Almost at the same time, Zeus and the others felt this terrifying gaze that they had never encountered before, and their hair immediately stood on end, and they entered a state of maximum alert. What is that? Zeus roared and turned to ask his good brother Poseidon, the monster you gave birth to? Poseidon was dissatisfied with Zeus and said, "Why can't it be your child?" Yes, after Gaia, the Mother Earth, retired, whenever any new monster appeared in the Olympus world, it was basically done by either him or Zeus. The scene of the 2 brothers glaring at each other made Hades tired. Why couldn't it be you who did it? Zeus finally found the blind spot. Wait! This aura is a bit like Kronos? Kronos was once in charge of agriculture, which is quite unique in the Olympian pantheon, because there are too many useless gods who don't do anything. The strange thing was that this breath disappeared in an instant, making it impossible for Zeus and his team to track it further. There is no denying that Zeus was anxious. Both he and his father came to power by usurping the throne. And usurpers are particularly afraid that their throne will be unstable. As the saying goes, if you don't do anything wrong in your life, you won't be startled by someone knocking on your door in the middle of the night. In order to avoid being scared, Zeus could only stay happy until midnight to ensure that he would not be woken up by fright in his sleep. Zeus may not care about the damn chaos invasion, nor does he take those Aztec gods who are jumping around so much seriously. What he cares about most is whether his father is going to restore the monarchy. Now that Kronos has really escaped, how can he not be anxious? Zeus grabbed Poseidon by the collar and said, "Look at what you've done. We've all been trapped by your damn copper wall. Tell me, how do we tear this thing down?" Poseidon is also feeling aggrieved. Didn't you ask me to strengthen the defense of Tartarus? If it's demolished, will L collapse with it? Then let this damn L collapse. Zeus's veins were exposed and his hair and beard were standing up in anger. He looked like an old lion about to make a dying struggle. Chapter 720 Gold coins exploded, thick fog. Then, Poseidon wanted to argue, but he suddenly realized that the greatest meaning of L for Zeus was to imprison and torture his mortal enemy. The leakage of Kronos' power proved that he had escaped. Then I lost its greatest value. Poseidon no longer objected, but emphasized, The collapse of Tartarus may lead to a further loss of power in the entire plane, and even cause the collapse of the plane. Our plane has collapsed. Zeus roared almost word by word. These words silenced all the gods present. The invasion of chaos has not been going on for a day or two. There are so many gods whose power comes from the sky, the ocean, and the earth. But not one of them noticed the problem. It's ridiculous. After the people below discovered the mutated chaos demon, everyone's first reaction was, Zeus and Poseidon are messing around again. It is because this pair of God King and Lord God brothers are messing around all over the world, crossing species, and giving birth to new versions of monsters, like raising insects, that the world has become accustomed to it, and has missed the best time to intervene. It's not that there aren't messengers and spirits reporting these things. The question is, what does the god in charge do after the case is reported? Oh, isn't this a coincidence? His Majesty the God King and the Sea God are just hunting for beauties all over the world. Olympus has been in such a mess for thousands of years. Not just 1 or 2 days. If you encounter magical beasts or sea monsters that harm mortals, you can't just fight and kill them. After all, these monsters are often very powerful. Why can so many great heroes in Greek mythology be killed? Sorry. He is also the son of God, and most likely the blood of Zeus. To put it nicely, he is eliminating harm for the people. But to put it bluntly, it is just internal fighting, not even cleaning up the house. The entire pantheon is full of nepotism at the lower levels, and the upper levels are all family-run. This bizarre and corrupt system directly led to the chaos invasion, which has not been dealt with for a long time. When this kind of carbuncle-like thing spreads from the limbs to the torso, it is very serious. It was not until this time that Zeus, who realized belatedly that something was wrong, searched the world for the source of chaos, and happened to find the continent of chaos where Ryan was. If Zeus was really so diligent, there would be no chaos invasion, and even no restoration of the former king of gods. Zeus was now going to blow up Tartarus hell. But it was just a crazy attempt to patch up the pot. The muscles on Hades' face next to him kept twitching slightly. Now that hell is gone, tons of undead and bad stuff are heading toward his underworld. If this was not an order from Zeus, Hades would have fought the guy to the death. Interestingly, Ryan received the news about the changes in the Olympus plane earlier than Hera. Report to the Master. Drastic changes have taken place in the Olympus plane, and there is suspected to be large-scale structural damage. For some reason, Harry really liked doing this kind of ambush and surveillance work. This guy enjoys doing work that others find boring. Harry's real age is only 19, but he lives like an old man in a surveillance room. Ryan is worried that he might grow up to be a convenience store manager and catch those beautiful girls with kleptomania. Ryan immediately switched his perspective and looked over there first. Oh, interesting. Eating melons is a characteristic of the Chinese people. Even if there are melons to eat in the early morning for 2 days, many people will still resist the sleepiness and eat the melons before going to bed. Anyway, there was a big melon, so Ryan didn't mind sharing it with Artemis. Under the gaze of the gods of physics, a red dot suddenly appeared at the bottom of the dark and huge Olympus plane. Like a lit firecracker, a high-energy ripple suddenly spread out in the large dark area. The exaggerated red circle quickly spread outward to a diameter of at least 100 miles. Puff! A soft sound. The vacuum of space is not capable of transmitting sound. If a huge amount of air suddenly rushed into a void, that would be a different story. During the brief interval, the surveillance divine sensor picked up the sound. Even more exaggerated was the huge flaming firework. Everyone saw the red, boiling magma, a lot of black rubble that was blown away, and a lot of golden things. Towns's mind was clearest. Ah, did Zeus explode with gold coins? When Ryan heard this, he held his forehead and said, I shouldn't have taught them what Lao Ding was. Look carefully. There is no gold coin that big. How can it be closed to see the whole panorama of the Olympus plane? The vision is far away. Ryan, this is... Susanna's voice was a little cautious. Ryan watched this scene with an expressionless face, probably. The copper wall of Tartarus H.L. The yellow copper looks like gold. Isn't this the gold coin? His ability to speak the truth of the matter startled Artemis, who was still listening in the cell. Here, apart from Ryan, there is no third person who knows what is in H.L. as well as she does. Of course she knew Zeus was trapped there, but Zeus chose to blow up Tartarus. Although the 5 gods were saved, The consequences would inevitably be horrific, which would be 10,000 times more terrifying than opening Pandora's box. You know. In HL. Besides Zeus's father, and a group of titans, there are also a large number of guys who were slaughtered by Zeus in the past, including some villains who have nothing to do with human affairs, some special monsters, and so on. If all these guys really died in the void, then maybe it would be okay. The only thing to worry about is that these guys will turn around and join the Chaos Camp, and then rush back to the Olympus plane, or be sent to the front line of the Chaos Mother Planet through the wormhole. There are more problems than this. Impossible. If we do this, won't we also be tearing down the residence of the goddess of vengeance? Artemis felt despair. Erinyes is the collective name of the three goddesses of vengeance in the Olympian pantheon. They are not the main gods, but they are quite powerful, and have done a lot of things to punish evil. But they have little to do with promoting good. The key point is, no one knows whether the goddess of vengeance has also been infected by chaos. If that's the case, it's going to be fun. Zeus, what on earth are you doing? Artemis was in a very complicated mood. She could not help but secretly send a divine thought to Ryan. Lord Tesla, are you really unwilling to save the Olympus plane? Ryan smiled evilly. There is a proverb in my world. That is, 3 people make a tiger. Which means that 3 people together can beat a full-grown tiger. I think that in order to kill a tiger, we need to work together. No matter how much I need help, I won't need Zeus, an unreliable bastard, as an ally. Right? Artemis was silenced. What really broke her defense was what Isis said, which Ryan deliberately let her hear. My lord, this time it will be like the planet Imus. If Olympus also falls into the chaos plane, will we kill the plane and all the fallen gods on it at the same time? Kill them all. Chapter 721 Meteor Diplomacy. If this was the first time Artemis had met Ryan, she would probably have thought that Ryan was a shameless scavenger who drank the despair of potential allies and lived on the corpses of their allies. And she would have been shivering from the cold. After a long time of contact, she no longer had this wrong feeling. Compared to Zeus, Ryan is reasonable and restrained in his actions. He will not escalate the situation at will, nor will he infringe on the interests of potential allies at will. 70% of the current predicament of Olympus is caused by Zeus, and the rest is the fault of his good brothers and children. Just as Ryan said, he had enough determination to quietly wait for the Olympian gods to torture him to death. Artemis had seen both kinds of existence, reckless enemies and angry prey. The only one who remained calm when seeing the planes collapse and the gods fall was Ryan. She clenched her fists instinctively, then relaxed. She could do nothing. At this moment, she was just an outer god exiled by Hera, a supplement to appease the anger of God King Rain. Unless she changes her stance. Once the seeds are planted, they will always take root and sprout as long as they encounter suitable conditions. No one here knows better than her, one of the 12 gods of Olympus, what the collapse of Tartarus means. Why did no one of Zeus' opponents rebel in an organized way and challenge Zeus after the Titan War? It was because Zeus treated his old father in the most harsh and cruel way, which frightened all opponents. He did not kill or destroy them, but used horrific abuse to chill the opponents. Tartarus no longer exists, which certainly helps Zeus escape from trouble and sets up a new stage for Zeus to fight against Kronos. But the price is that Zeus and Hera could get things, treasures, beauties, or the enemies surrender with just a word before. If they want to get them now, the Olympian gods must descend to the mortal world and fight back in the mud pit that they would never step into before. This is the collapse of King Zeus's authoritarian. In contrast, with Ryan's current status, as long as he points his finger, 3 servant gods from different worlds will rush forward to bite his enemies, like moths to a flame. At this moment, Ryan frowned as he looked at the several huge beings that jumped out from Tartarus when it collapsed. Another fallen titan? Is that bastard Zeus done yet? If Zeus doesn't deal with these guys himself, they will definitely rush to the main battlefield of the Chaos Mother Planet. Even if the Chaos Coalition now has satellite orbital guns, a bunch of Titans' concentrated charge can still easily cause casualties in the god realm. Ryan couldn't stand it this time, seeing that Zeus would rather blow up his own toilet than escape and kill his old father. And by the way, throw out this fallen titan that is more vicious than nuclear pollution. Ryan took action while muttering and complaining. In the Olympus plane several galaxies away, a fallen titan and a fallen 100-armed giant who had just gained their freedom discovered the changes below. They lowered their heads with somewhat stiff movements, watching a huge purple-blue halo gradually open up in the void, without giving the Chaos Legion a chance to respond. These huge fallen ones were teleported in the opposite direction and returned to the Olympus plane. In the past, Rin was really sure of these guys. Things are different now. Firstly, Ryan has been promoted to a powerful god. Secondly, Zeus's action of blowing up Tartarus is undoubtedly a sweet critical hit from his grandson to his grandmother Gaia and his castrated grandfather Uranus. Ryan is just stuffing these fallen titans back into the hole poked by Zeus. Unlike those world wills that consciously made 2V signs after being filled with chaotic energy, the world will of the Olympus world reacted faster. After all, heaven and earth are the first generation of God King and God Queen respectively. The entire land resounded with the deep and angry scolding of Mother Earth Gaia. Zeus! You beast! Imprisoning my children is not enough. Are you going to kill them all? This voice, which came from the depths of the earth and seemed to originate from ancient times, frightened all intelligent beings in the world. Unfortunately, just as you can never wake up someone who is pretending to be asleep, Zeus is shameless and thinks he is invincible in the world of gods. Seeing that Zeus would rather pretend to be dead than go and kill his father, Gaia, the grandmother, also became angry. As a deity, she had long been weak, and the birth of Typhon had exhausted the last of her divine power. Gaia was also angry when Zeus blew up Tartarus without caring about the consequences. I can't stop you, so don't blame me for not stopping my good children, even if they have already fallen. Puff puff. Below, a large number of Athenian guards were fighting with the rebellious city-state soldiers. Suddenly, they heard a strange sound coming from the sky. Following the deafening sound of the sound, everyone in the battle saw that the huge humanoid objects were swinging the increasingly turbid sky, falling from the sky, and smashed into the great holy mountains that the Athens were willing to pay for them. No! The sun god Helios only had time to issue a warning before his huge figure mixed with a violent and chaotic aura broke through the atmosphere and slammed heavily into the holy Mount Olympus. The huge impact caused tens of thousands of tons of boulder with power to break, and a whole mountain peak collapsed. The strong impact even made the gods in the temple of one god almost stand unstable, and was overturned by this shock wave. When the people outside responded, they had seen the huge and distorted figures climb to the holy mountain. It seems that Hera's ending is not far from the big man. These big men are 100 million points larger, and their heads are 100 million points. In fact, Zeus's aesthetics may be clear. No! Don't come! You monsters! In the temple of Shushan, Hera was shocked on the spot. She was so angry that she was shaking all over. Her piercing screams not only echoed on the holy mountain, but also spread directly to the Chaos continent where Ryan was. No Ryan * Tesla. You can't do this. Ryan sneered and retorted, you have to take the blame yourself. If I catch you guys shitting again next time, you can say goodbye to your plane forever. If you insist on contributing to Chaos's cause of unifying the universe, don't blame me for sending you a big rocket. No matter what. The words of the destroyer of all worlds really carry weight. Hera was stunned all at once. Her brain was blank. I didn't know what to use to look back and forth Rin, let alone what to use to scold her unsatisfactory God King husband. Chapter 722, Cute Girl Arrives. It was the collapse of Zeus's lazy government, and it was his inefficient crusade that caused more chaos titan gods. They were going to climb on the Hera site and write her face out of her face, which was a brand new horror story. At the same time, I watched the scene of Artemis's heart. All she could hear was Siaruisi's words. The decline of our Mohan Ade department still comes from the dispute between Holus and Set. In order to compete for the throne of the god of God, they held up the gods crazy, forced them to stand, and then attacked each other. In the end, the invasion of chaotic power caused the world's destruction. Now, Set has fallen. Horus has become the younger brother of Rin's younger brother. Is this scene of a mass? The dispute between the former God King and the God King. Between the two cups of poisoning of the King of God 4 and the foreign enemy invasion. You have to pick a glass of drinking. This situation cannot be said to be very similar. It can only be said to be exactly the same. Thanks to Gaia's poor performance, Ryan's divine consciousness was able to penetrate into the Olympus plane again. On the big screen of Ryan's mage tower, it can be clearly seen that the nth Holy Mountain defense siege war has started again. After falling into chaos, the Titans will randomly attack the nearby order. But when they saw the Olympus sacred mountain, The hatred and fear rooted in their hearts poured into their hearts at the same time, driving them to launch an attack on the holy mountain. Pooh! Boom! 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 8 fallen titans, together with 1 fallen 100-armed giant, waved hundreds of their arms and hundreds of heads and attacked the holy mountain. In the end of the difficulty, Hera no longer cares about so much. He calls the power stored in the temples of Shanshan and cooperates with the gods, who are guarded by various ways. The gods from all walks of life, together with the famous Greek heroes, block these huge beasts like crazy. Yet, compared with the Chaos Titan, which looks like weird, the strong god Herix at this time is like a real titan. It has slightly shrinking 100 million water. He did not have any elements surrounded. He only fell down from the top of the mountain compared to Titan, slightly hair compared to Titan. And he passed through the chaotic clouds that had traveled around the holy mountain with an impeccable momentum. The Chaos Titan did not fail to defend or counterattack. The tentacles and countless stone spikes that shot out from his shoulders and chest were like a torrential rain, going against the sky and spraying towards Hercules. They scraped across his chest and back, leaving terrible bloody marks. All of this was ignored, and eventually passed through heavier obstructions and kicked it on the chest of more than 300 meters high. At the same time, the super god power that mortals could not imagine at all. Under the attention, the big titan screamed in the cliff, fell into the mountains under the mountains, and could even visually inspect that the titan broke at least one leg. This kick kicked out the future of the Olympus holy mountain. Perhaps this pitiful future is not much, just the time it takes for the fallen titan to climb up after falling. There is no doubt that his attack effectively delayed the chaos offensive. The gods, demigods and god warriors guarding the mountain burst out with strength that ordinary people could not even imagine, and fought desperately to stop the fallen ones. I know a bit of eye-catching existence that this can only be dragged, and it cannot be fundamentally reversed. Such a large number of fallen titans is beyond the ability of the people on the mountain to resist. The Olympus god has finished bad, and Zeus could not open the situation. At this time, Hela was still excluding dissidents at this time, targeting love rivals. Artemis, who watched this scene simultaneously, fell into infinite tangles. I'm sorry for being a traitor, father. If I don't rebel, I'll be sorry to my brother. The back of the hand was all meat, and her father was in the sky. When Hera could murder her for the first time, she could launch a second murder. After Hera laid off her poisonous hand, she could not coexist at all. Zeus couldn't stop Hera from murdering anyone. The worst thing is that she knew she had to make a choice as soon as possible. After learning the whole process of the fall of the planet Imus from Ceres, Artemis now has a sense of déjà vu. This moment is just like that moment. She subconsciously stretched out her hand, and she shrunk back in just 1 second. But after a hesitation, she still said with a crisp voice, Ren * Tesla, I want to discuss with you. The more Artemis said, the more whispered, Oh! Ren's mouth is slightly raised. He also has an inexplicable sense. How do you say it? On the other side, on the holy Mount Olympus, the fierce battle is still going on. Even if Hera is stupid, she can see that the advantage is not in my hands. Zeus! Zeus! Answer me. What are you doing? Mount Olympus is in danger. Hera called for help repeatedly in her divine mind, but all she got was a bunch of unread messages. Hestia stepped out from the direction she was attacking. The collapse of Tartarus has brought great instability to the spatial structure of the entire plane. There is absolutely no need to worry about Zeus and his men's strength. What we are afraid of is that when the Chaos Labyrinth collapses, they will be swept into the turbulence of time and space, and they will not be able to return for a while. Hera couldn't hold it in any longer. Everyone knows that the Olympian gods need time the most. But Zeus angered Ryan, causing the god King Chaos, who was not necessarily good-tempered, to throw back the Chaos Titan that Zeus had expelled from the plane. Hera was seeing that it was still unknown whether his husband had played Ren, but it was absolutely unwise to exacerbate the contradiction with the cause god in a short time. However, Zeus has a natural disgust with Ren, and she can't stop her after being a god. For today's measures, only drag character. Hera glanced coldly at the people sitting below and saw that they were doing nothing, while the fight was going on outside. She was still admiring her newly painted nails. The goddess of love and beauty. Aphrodite. Aphrodite. You can go to Chaos Pantheon and send your clone there. I don't care what method you use. At least let Ryan Tesla take away half of the Chaos Titans. You must agree to whatever he asks for. Ah? Aphrodite was confused. How can she do it? She widened her beautiful eyes. Her eyes were full. Seeing her so confused, Hera sighed. With Hephaestus not here, don't you want to have another god king on your guest list? Chapter 723, I never say a good words. After a short aggressive, the love and beauty goddess immediately showed his professional literacy, early. Say it. Scare me. The coquettish tone of voice gave goddesses goosebumps, and made handsome men cry out that they couldn't stand it. Be it seducing men or seducing gods. She is definitely the most professional one in the Olympian pantheon. She swayed her slender waist, and walked out of the temple with graceful lotus steps. When Ren received the message from Aphrodite on her way to his side, his expression was brilliant. A cute big cock goddess is about to throw herself into your arms, win your heart, and then discuss with you what a minotaur is, how the Olympian gods have no reproductive isolation, and other green knowledge full of grassland flavor. What does it feel like? Renin only felt like a train was about to hit him. I am not a micro-quotient. I can't always mention harmony. Right? No. I can't be the only one who is disgusted. Ryan quickly explained the truth about the big cock cute girl to his disciples and the other girls. And then everyone felt bad. When Aphrodite officially arrived at the kingdom of Ren and entered a reception room on the 7th floor of the Mage Tower, she unexpectedly discovered that the eyes of the gods opposite her were full of vigilance, displeasure, contempt, disgust, and other negative emotions that could not be concealed. This was completely opposite to the situation when she was in the Olympus world where everything was going well. Humans, deities, and even Warcraft are all amazing from her beauty. Even if they pretend to be in a good look, the lust in their eyes cannot be concealed. In the past long years, she enjoyed such a gaze. Who knew that after coming to Chaos, I would be treated like this? In the end, what happened? With a strong question, Aphrodite still made his best. And he was deeply ritual to Ren in the seat of God. During the action, he also intentionally and unintentionally showed his deeper career line. However, she didn't wait for any fiery eyes, and only heard, "Vomit! No, I'm going to vomit. Me too. Shameless. Men's disgusting. Women's abandonment." This has nothing to do with her amazing charm. It is purely a preconceived hate. Her ability to sense the male god's emotions was astonishing. She quickly locked onto the person who hated her the most. And surprisingly, it was Ryan on the first seat. Why is this? Ren looked at her perfect SHL and lamented her show. In terms of her hardware alone, it is definitely the top level in the God of God. Only Susanna can barely win with the front armor. Although Hazel is not weak, it is slightly inferior to her skin color. The key is Ren's heart. Thinking of her body as Uranos' big sculpture, Ren instinctively thought of crossing the internet before. Whenever any website posted a Thai supermodel or an internet celebrity, there must be a sentence in the comment area. This is a blow to the discussion completely. No matter whether the Thai girl is a pure woman or pretty or not, everyone will completely lose interest in her. Without even a word of "may good people live a peaceful life." Poor Aphrodite had no idea what was going on. Before she could even finish her opening remarks, she was driven away by Ryan. This mission was a complete failure from beginning to end. So much so that they did not know how they lost. One thing is certain. The situation on the Olympus plain is getting worse. Just at this moment, bad news came. As the so-called house leak was in the rain. When Hera heard the news that Hermes came from the Iter mountain in Sicily, she felt that the sky was about to collapse. Typhon also awakened. How could this be? Hera sat dejectedly on the throne, dazed and speechless for a long time. As for what Typhon looks like, it is not important. Regardless of whether it looks serious or abstract, it will definitely be unrecognizable after the chaos is injected. What Hera cared about most was whether she could keep her throne as the Queen of Gods. Even at that moment, a crazy idea came to her mind. As long as she could be the Queen of Gods, it didn't matter who the King of Gods was. Unfortunately, this idea was wiped out by her own hands. There are only two God Kings in the world. And the other one, Ryan Tesla, dislikes her very much. Sometimes it's like this. Having no choice can actually build loyalty. Just as Hera was about to fall into despair, a small miracle appeared. Poseidon returned, and Hera contacted him urgently. Poseidon, what happened? Hera did not ask the whereabouts of the other two gods, because she and Zeus were brothers and sisters. and the relationship was naturally closer. I don't know. No matter what. It's a good thing that you're back. Mount Olympus can't hold on any longer. So you should come back first. What about Niche Phone? Typhon? I'll send Achilles to take a look. Alright. The combat power of the Olympus god has been stretched. It is not the same thing at all. Downs and other second-generation disciples saw Ren in his study. Downs carefully reported, Poseidon has returned to the Olympus holy mountain. It's late. Ren Shiran. Late? Yes. The return of Poseidon can only delay the fall of the Olympus world. Many times, there are often many differences between the world and the divine realm. Because it is time to do things. Opportunity? It's the same as becoming a god. If you brothers and sisters wait until chaos has corrupted half of the world before becoming a god, what will be the result? Downs thought about it and smiled bitterly. The situation is mostly irreparable. If I did what I did in the Cana continent, would you promoted you early? At this time, Harry beside Harry straightened his waist and said with confidence in 100 times the socket, let the chaos come. How much is the chaos and the magic? And it is also purified and the landfill. This is the timing. Ren nodded. On the other hand, like Zeus, a good card is so scarce. It can only be said that he can accurately get stuck every time he chooses. And make absolute mistakes. This is also an ability. It's not enough. It's time for you to be promoted to medium divine power. Yes, Master. The eyes of the second-generation disciples, including Tang Si, were filled with hope. When the disciples retreated, the vulgar voice of Artemis came from Ren's desk. Ren, you will definitely rescue Apollo? Ryan smiled mysteriously. You have my promise. Chapter 724 The Hoe Raised High. Artemis accepted her fate. She considers herself to learn from small to large. She considers herself the most powerful hunter in the world. In order to hunt, she could gather her divine power and transform herself into a mortal hunter. Patiently lurking in the harsh wilderness full of mosquitoes for 3 days and 3 nights, she could endure nausea and judge the whereabouts and distance of the prey by the dryness and hardness of the prey's feces. She could also endure the extremely harsh downwind environment of strong winds, scorching heat, and freezing cold. But she never thought that one day the best hunter appeared in the form of a prey. And she was so voluntary. Frustration, distress, anxiety, unwillingness, all kinds of negative emotions lingered in her heart. But her reason drove her to follow the guidance of Xia Ruisi beside her, looking up to the man who dominated the fate of the 2 major gods, and even the fate of the entire order camp, and humbly gave away everything she had. Ren looked down at Artemis. He could certainly sense her little emotions. Ren found himself began to enjoy such a conquest process. On the hardware such as yin value, the love and goddess of all walks of life are the real top level. Any goddess of the industry is slightly inferior to them. As in Golden Apple's dispute, Hera and Athena lost to Aphrodite. If Aphrodite wasn't the train from the divine world, and had the identity of a cute girl with a big eagle, maybe Ryan would want to give it a try. However, compared to the achievement of collecting the goddesses of love and beauty from all pantheons, Ryan now prefers to collect the most famous goddesses. Looking at Artemis' face, which was very much like that of an Amazon warrior, and a bit like a girlish Wonder Woman, Ryan felt a mysterious sense of accomplishment. Even though the goddess of hunting was so poorly done that even the teacher, Sherry's, could hardly stand it, Ryan still gave her a big order worth hundreds of millions. Gently hook her chin with her hands and stared at her eyes. Ren said, who else wants to save? While the Olympus world order has not completely collapsed, it will be mentioned quickly. Otherwise, the later it will be more troublesome. Don't blame me for being lazy to ignore you. Artemis's eyes, which had been a little dim, suddenly brightened up. Ah, really? Xia Risi went through and introduced it as God's identity. Of course it is true. Before the destroy of the Ema's world, my owner took all the believers who came to the cows of the cows by the portal. This encouraged Artemis. She knew that the goddess Ningfu, who had been following her for a long time, was executed by Hela, who killed thousands of knives. This does not mean that she has no care of the Olympus plane except Apollo. Unlike old gods like Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades who possess elemental powers, she is a typical deity who is deified by faith. Without believers, she is nothing. Xia Ruiz is indeed the strongest intermediary. Her voice is full of temptation. The god of the hunting of Cana has fallen. The casual world will be the most like-minded of the gods' protection of the gods. In the ahead of you, Hazel, Ele, and Ishtar all transitioned into the cause god so quickly. It is true that Artemis fell into Ryan's hand, which was Ren's mouth, and Hura's vicious accident. No gods want to fall. If she wants to continue, the sanctuary of physics is about to hold. Looking up at Ren, Artemis squeezed out a slightly embarrassing fun. After a while, in front of the Apollo temple on the holy mountain of Olympus, either let Zeus deprive me of my position as the main god, or get out. Apollo's angry voice made Hermes, who was waiting in the front hall, extremely embarrassed. I hope that Apollo, you focus on the overall situation. Really the big situation. Hera shouldn't do it. Hermes was bombarded like this. Apollo, still angry, strolled in the back garden of his temple in a melancholy mood. The pavilions, towers, birdsong and flowers that used to make him feel peaceful now seemed completely dull. Artemis, where are you, daughter? You really fallen? At this moment, a Sika deer suddenly appeared in Apollo's sight. The deer changed rapidly in his sight, from an ordinary Sika deer to a golden horned deer that he was very familiar with. The golden horned deer spoke in human language. Brother, how have you been lately? Apollo's pupils suddenly shrank, and the dark clouds between his brows disappeared, replaced by ecstasy. The land of Canaan. This is a fertile land that is favored by the Olympian gods and coveted by the kings of the Greek city-states. In this world, the famous Trojan horse massacre has not yet happened, but Archimedes has already been born. It can only be said that the timeline of the parallel world is so magical. The outrageous part is that while the Olympian gods were preoccupied with their own affairs, the Trojans were actually living a comfortable life, because more than half of the Greek city-states that were originally going to besiege Troy were destroyed, and the sacred walls that Apollo and Poseidon had built for the Trojans were now being used to resist the troops of the Aztec evil gods. The Trojans still have a strong city to hold on. The Amazon tribes near the land of Canaan suffered. Originally they were stronger than the attacking former Greek troops, but the problem was that they had lost the favor of God. The hunting goddess Artemis, whom they madly believed in and worshipped, was captured by the Chaos Camp. This is a disaster for the Amazon people. Just when they were about to fight to the death, who knew that their own main god was gone. How can we fight this? Those crazy Aztec believers on the other side love to play blood sacrifice. Either the Amazons, who are a matriarchal culture, surrender and give birth to babies for the Greek traitors they despise, or they are all sacrificed. The two Amazon queens, Penthesilea and Hippolyta, fell into despair. In the midst of a decisive battle involving 100,000 people, when the situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable, they suddenly heard a dim voice coming from the sky. This voice drove them, and made them want to abandon the front line right then and there. The strange thing is that the other party actually had a similar reaction. The fierce battle was going on in front, when suddenly, both sides sounded the call to retreat at the same time. What happened? His Majesty? Why did the other side also withdraw its troops? One by one, the blood-soaked Amazon female generals returned and asked similar questions to the two queens. We have received an oracle from the goddess Artemis. She asked us to gather our troops and return to our territory as soon as possible and gather in front of her temple. The female warriors were immediately ecstatic. Very good. Praise the goddess of the hunt. He really didn't fall. Chapter 725, Digging Two Lords. After a brief ecstasy, the Amazon warriors raised new questions. But what about those Aztecs? They won't let us go. They were like meat on the chopping block, and they would be on the table with just one more cut. How could those bastards give up the delicious meat at their fingertips and let them leave? Hippolyta sighed. The oracle of the goddess is the Aztecs will not be a problem. Ah! Weird things happened one after another. Not long after, the other side really sent an envoy, saying that they would follow the will of their gods and let the Amazons leave. The confused Amazons evacuated in an organized manner, until they returned to their respective territories and came to the magnificent temple of the goddess of hunting, in front of 50,000 Amazon female warriors from the two major Amazon tribes. The sacred fire in the temple brazier suddenly rose higher, and the phantom of the hunting goddess Artemis appeared. God descends. It turned out to be a divine descent. The two queens were shocked and immediately led their people to kneel down. Meet the goddess Artemis. Excuse me, my believer. The two queens noticed that the goddess's expression looked quite complicated. It was rare to clearly see sadness, anger, unwillingness and other emotions on this face that was always full of optimism. The goddess's first sentence was earth-shattering. I was framed by the damn Hera. At this moment, all the Amazon warriors felt their heartbeats stop for a moment. Originally, the goddess didn't have to tell them these things. Even if it was just a simple oracle, they would have carried out her orders unconditionally. This time the goddess seriously talked about the injustice she suffered. It was the work of Hera, the shameless and jealous queen of the gods. Not content with persecuting Artemis and Apollo's mother, Hera took advantage of the Chaos invasion to betray her whereabouts, trapping her in an ambush by the Chaos Titans. At this extremely critical moment, an unexpected helper appeared. The god king of Chaos, Tesla, rescued the goddess Artemis, who was about to fall. Considering the persecution of her by Hera, the great god king decided to protect her. All my followers have been executed by Hera, and the Amazons, who believe in me, will also be killed by Hera. Forget Zeus. He can't even save the Olympus plain. If you are still willing to believe in me and regard me as your patron saint, then get ready and gather here in one day. His Majesty the God King Tesla will take you to Chaos Continent to protect us and keep us from the influence of Hera and the destruction of the world. When Artemis finished speaking, all the Amazons went wild. They were filled with indignation and roared angrily. Down with Hera! Defeat that damn jealous woman. Goddess, we support you till death. The blazing sound waves reached the sky. The goddess of hunting could only comfort her followers. Zeus is my father god. He is very good to me. I cannot raise the flag of rebellion against him. So we are the only ones who will leave. The Amazons, overcoming their initial state of excitement and anger, quickly came to terms with this fact. The two queens began to organize the emergency evacuation of soldiers and civilians. On the other side, after finishing her speech, Artemis first stared at the devil's claw that rested on her thigh with a slightly embarrassed and angry look, and finally fell helplessly into Ryan's arms and let him do what he wanted. She didn't know how long she could keep the title of Virgin Goddess, and it seemed that the time for her to say goodbye to this title was not far away. My master, let me say that. This is a deception to my believers. Ryan didn't care. You are being persecuted by Hera, and the Olympus plain is about to be destroyed. This is an indisputable fact. Artemis's breathing became more rapid. Her back was pressed against Ryan's chest, and her head tilted over. Will the Olympus plain really be destroyed? Will do. Ryan said this with great confidence. His biggest confidence coming from the fact that he had given Zeus a glory bullet that was 1,000,000,000 points bigger. Zeus, you bastard. You pull out the Chaos Titan every day. I'm going to give you a big return gift. But it's just shit. No matter what. In the peaceful times without external enemies, no matter how Zeus pushed the daughter and wife of his subordinates, or how Hera beat her love rival to death, the Olympian gods would accept it and swallow their anger. Once Zeus fails to demonstrate his authority as the king of gods, even if Artemis does not take the lead in jumping off the ship, other gods will jump off this old, dilapidated ship that is about to sink. 7 days later, Hera received bad news. What? That BXXXH Artemis took away her followers? And she also took Apollo and his followers away. Hera couldn't believe her ears. How did that BXXXH brother and sister do it? Hermes pointed at the direction of her glorious throne and said bitterly, since the power of chaos has increased, we have become less and less informed. Many times, sending our clones to our previous territories would be blocked, and we didn't expect that Ryan Tesla would be able to open a portal directly to the edge of Athens. It was hard to blame Hermes. Now, all his awesome godhood fragments such as travel and guide to the underworld had been taken away by Ryan. His cross-space mobility was almost reduced to nothing. Waste. You are all waste. Hera scolded him. What should we do now? Hermes spread his hands. It's said that Apollo led his men to aid the besieged Trojans, but was ambushed by the Aztec evil god while crossing the sea, and his whereabouts are unknown. Is this okay? Hermes thought about it, and found that there was no obvious flaw in this statement. In fact, Hera may not understand journalism, but she knows what it means to destroy the evidence, to eliminate the influence of traitors. Besides arresting and whipping their corpses, there is also a method called forgetting. The influence of the Olympian gods barely extended beyond the city-state of Athens. The Trojans, who were raised by a stepmother, would not know that the Amazons who worshipped Artemis had all fled across space. Hera is now like an ostrich avoiding her enemies, burying her head in the ground and pretending that she doesn't see the enemies, completely ignoring the fierce enemies who are about to pounce on her and kick her butt to pieces. The gods headed by Hera deliberately downplayed the impact of the departure of Artemis and her brother. The gods seemed to have gotten used to the fact that there were only 9.5 main gods of Olympus left. Hermes counted as half. Just because this serious internal rift is not brought up does not mean it does not exist. If the goddess of hunting was persecuted and left, Olympus would only lose a powerful fighter. But Apollo's betrayal would be an obvious blow to the entire pantheon. As the god of light, Apollo's power is effective in purifying and repairing lands infected by chaos. This is an ability that the genuine sun god Helios, who is of weaker power, does not possess. Chapter 726 Apollo, the god of optics. Does Hera regret it? Of course she regretted it. The main point of her regret was why she did not offer the goddess of the hearth Hestia at that time. As a jealous god, Hera never understood why she should regret. In her worldview, no matter how she messed up, Zeus would always help her clean up her mess. Now that we are missing 2 main gods, we can just recruit 2 new ones when the time comes. As for whether the newcomer could make up for the missing power, that was not something she, as the queen of gods, needed to worry about. Unfortunately, just because some things are not made public does not mean that the gods do not know about them. Knowing that Artemis had transferred because of Hera's persecution, the Olympian gods were almost in danger. There was almost no god who was not afraid of Zeus except for his own 6 brothers and sisters. One sentence Hera. Who else do you dare not sell? The collapse of theocracy, like a 1,000-mile-long dam, can be easily destroyed by an ant-hole. Hera, whose brain circuits were different from those of ordinary gods, didn't notice these terrible little details at all. She was almost driven crazy by the Chaos Titan outside the Holy Mountain. On the other side, in a huge valley in the Fulong Mountains, there were crowds of people. There were more than 100,000 followers of Artemis and her brother, all crowded in this green valley. They were not panicked at all. All their anxieties disappeared the moment they witnessed the reunion of the 2 gods they believed in. Sister, I'm glad you're okay. Apollo showed a handsome smile, and he didn't even hide the tears of joy in the corners of his eyes. Brother, the worst is over. Artemis rushed over and gave her twin brother a warm hug. This scene was so beautiful that hundreds of thousands of believers knelt on the ground in submission. Even Ryan, who had cast his gaze over here, felt a sense of emotion. This brother and sister are so perfect. The man is tall, handsome and handsome, while the woman is beautiful, wild and beautiful. This pair of golden siblings perfectly embodies the mortal's pursuit of beauty. If Ryan had not confirmed that Artemis was a virgin goddess, he would have been worried about the orthopedic tradition of the Olympian pantheon. Over there, Apollo got over his initial excitement and trepidation. He couldn't wait to ask, Sister, can you tell me in detail what happened that day? Artemis felt a little guilty, of course. What actually happened is slightly different from what I said before, but the result is good. I will talk about it in detail when I get back. She pulled her brother's hand and instructed the 2 Queen Amazon, who had the highest status today. Instructed, I have obtained the hunting clever job in this world. You don't have to worry about it. According to the guidance of physics school, you will settle in a good order and will be issued 1 month later. What else could Penthesilea and Hippolytus say? They happily accepted the order. We will follow your will. Artemis brought her brother to the School of Physics, entered the Tesla School of Magic, and met Ryan in the main hall on the 9th floor of the Killer Mage Tower. When Apollo first saw Ryan, his reaction was, is this the God King of Chaos? He always feels a little weak. It's not his fault. Any god would doubt the existence of God if he saw Ryan, who had only a strong divine power. When he faced Ryan's achievement list and felt the terrifying power transformed from his achievements, he instinctively trembled. This is the destroyer of worlds, who is rare in the universe, and has conquered or destroyed 3 worlds. Achievements can deceive foreigners. The goddesses of various pantheons standing beside Ryan would not. These stunningly beautiful outer goddesses are living proof of this. Without any distractions, Apollo followed his sister's actions and knelt down devoutly. Meet my lord. No need to formalize. Apollo, welcome to the big family of the physics school. Come and study optics with me in the future. Ryan's words caused a slight commotion among the gods in the 2 rows on the left and right. How is this going? Ryan had accepted so many otherworldly gods as his subordinates or servants before, but he had never mentioned that he wanted to include anyone in the physics school. Why should Apollo be an exception? The outer gods didn't know that Ryan had no choice but to do this. Actual combat has proved that the power of the sun god, or the god of light, is relatively effective in fighting against chaos. But chaos already has 3 sun gods now. If there is one more, I'm afraid Pero will come here and cry to Ryan. There are 3 sun gods, dawn, noon, and dusk. There is no room for more. If there are more, the bloodline of Hoi, which is said to reside deep in the blood of every descendant of the Yellow Emperor, might be revealed. Fortunately, Apollo is not a serious sun god. In the later period of Greek mythology, Apollo possessed part of the power of the sun, while his sister possessed part of the power of the moon. These 2 siblings were both geniuses. Rhenians must consider the balance of the god world. Fortunately, there is a category called optics in physics. Optics, this category is different from the simple power of the sun. This can avoid conflicts with the duties of the 3 sun gods. The most direct reason is the demand. Ryan was playing with the satellite railgun on the chaos front, and lacked a professional optical god. So Apollo was at best a coincidence. Almost as soon as Ryan spoke, the goddesses on the left hand of Rhenian made their envy. Ryan had confiscated an outer god as a subordinate god before, but this was the first time that Apollo was directly incorporated into the physics school and regarded as a direct descendant. Isis, who was wearing a mage uniform, couldn't help but let out a sigh. After all, her eldest son Horus didn't have this blessing. Artemis and Apollo didn't know the ins and outs of this, but they could easily tell from the reactions of the gods that this was an excellent job. For Apollo, who had just changed jobs, this was also a step up to heaven in a sense. Thanks for my gift. Apollo took the head again. Get up. I have confiscated you as a disciple. You can just count on God now. Yes. Within 2 weeks, Apollo was sent to the chaos front by Ryan to operate the orbital cannon. Because gods and angels suddenly discovered that this new god of optics was really awesome and began to accept Apollo's job jump. No one would miss the previous god of hunting. After all, Marar was just a weak god of chaotic evil. A lone evil god without a pantheon. Everyone will just lament that there is one less fighter in the large pantheon of chaos. Nowadays, everyone has become accustomed to the fact that Ryan has brought a bunch of God's special skills from other pantheons without saying a word. In peacetime, Ryan's crazy practice of stuffing foreign gods into the pantheon would definitely arouse public anger. With Chaos Lord, the mortal enemy, around, everyone will never complain about having too many god-level babies to fill in the gaps. Chapter 727. Do you also play the deceased is like such a husband? Pero secretly chatted with Tyr, thinking back to when the god of fire and his men had just fallen. It really felt like the entire pantheon was about to collapse. Tyr had infinite emotions. I did not expect that the missing god position, Tesla's god, was completed so soon, and the divine supply was more and more sufficient. Yes. I hope that no more chaos titans will come from the Olympian pantheon. It would be best if they can bring some good news. Unfortunately, Pero's mouth seemed to have been blessed. On the surface, both the main battlefield of chaos and the various fronts of the Olympus plain were in a stalemate. Only Ren knew that everything was accelerating in the S3 season of the Kalash universe. Just as a loyal practitioner of time flies like an arrow, Ryan seems to have gone dormant again. Recently, the Amazon people who have completed their migration can hardly believe their eyes because life has become too good. First, they were promised a larger territory in the Fulong Mountains, where they could hunt at will. Secondly, the introduction of iron greatly enhanced the fighting power of the Amazons. What is even more commendable is that their contact with their goddess has become increasingly intimate. This is not a deity anymore. Many times, the 2 Queen Amazon was surprised to discover that Artemis personally instructed them with the martial arts and arrows of Amazon women's warriors in person. If they hadn't occasionally been sent on missions to various places in chaos to defeat the chaos demons, they would have almost thought they were dreaming. The only unpleasant change is that they can no longer capture men from all over the place, treat them as studs, and squeeze them to death like they did before. It was the attentive Queen Hippolyta who discovered something. Finally one day, she secretly asked, "My lord, I have no intention of usurping the throne. But, are you secretly avoiding the god Tesla?" Artemis's entire body froze, as if she had received an electric shock. Then she smiled awkwardly but politely. "Well, there is a little discomfort between him and me because of our different customs. It's not a big deal." "Really? Well, you 2 sisters are about to become my gods. There is no need for me to lie to you." The hunting goddess showed a subtle sense of weirdness. Even though the 2 queens found it strange, They could sense the freshness and purity from Artemis. So they didn't think much about it. Little did she know that as soon as Artemis returned to the Killer Mage Tower, she was about to cry, "Ryan, don't play with me. Take me now." Ryan smiled evilly. "I told Hera that I wanted the three of you. I am patient and want to deal with all three of you at once. The words of the God King are very important, and I will do what I say." Woo! Artemis resigned herself to her fate and sat there like a duck, lying on the ground, complaining a little. "Then how long do we have to wait?" "Almost. I think Uranus can't bear it any longer." Ryan's strategic layout was perfect. He just didn't expect one thing. Yulia reported. "Report to my lord. Quetzalcoatl found me and asked me to convey a request to my lord. They hope to become my lord's minions. In exchange, please let them live. Or at least spare them from total destruction." "Oh!" They saw through it? Yulia did not dare to hide it. "They guessed it when my lord ordered me to tell them to let the Amazons go." Ryan showed a playful expression. "Interesting. I didn't expect a bunch of abandoned pieces to want to get on the chessboard." Recently, Ryan observed that the sky and the earth of the Olympus plane were not right. After system judgment, there are now 4 huge and terrifying forces in the Olympus plane. Namely, the chaotic sky god Uranus, the chaotic plus version of Kronos, Zeus's Olympus pantheon, and the Aztec camp. The Olympian pantheon is large, and there are many troubles. Leaving aside the Aztec camp, which is a bit of a supporting role, the bloody drama of the mortal feud between Uranus and his 3 generations of grandchildren is enough to attract attention. Uranus and his good eldest son Kronos had a hatred for the throne and the chicken cutting. Kronos and his filial son Zeus had hatred for the throne being usurped and the bloodbath in H.L. Ryan was certain that Zeus was not missing at all, but was seizing the opportunity to deal a fatal blow to his dear father. However, in this way, the irrelevant Aztec gods would most likely be eliminated first. It's very simple. No matter how the 2 previous god kings staged their revenge dramas, they would not allow their own divine crowns to be taken advantage of by foreign gods, especially a group of Aztec evil gods who had once been reduced to beasts. The Aztec evil gods neither had the ability to challenge a god king, nor did they have any other way out. What's even more interesting is that after they absorbed the souls and fragments of the godhead of some second-rate Olympian gods, some of them were no longer crazy, and even their camps completely turned into lawful evil. After calming down completely, "I finally found a rational leader," Ryan asked. "Who is the main god of the Aztecs now?" "Quetzalcoatl Shins." Of course, the original Quetzalcoatl was not called this name. This was the name that the remaining self-consciousness gave itself after the fusion and split of the soul for who knows how many times. "Tell that Heinz that I, Ryan Tesla, am not the leader of their invasion of Olympus. I was not in the past, and I will not be in the future. But if they put up enough resistance to the gods of Olympus, and eventually choose to leave after being defeated, the Chaos Pantheon will accept the remaining Aztec gods as the vanguard against the Lord of Chaos." Ryan's decision seemed cruel. For those Aztec evil gods who practiced blood sacrifices and madly ate people and gods, it was the final salvation. Just as a king with a little common sense would prefer to use regular troops composed of good family members rather than converting bandits and robbers to serve as regular soldiers. The lack of morality and discipline made these Aztec gods seriously uncontrollable. Ren confessed that if these once sinful mad gods could prove themselves in the battle against chaos, it would not be possible to give them a small sight and let them go down in the future after the victory. After all, the order side is seriously lacking in thugs. At a time when a used piece of toilet paper can also be valuable, it is not impossible to use the thieves from the divine realm to assemble the army. Ryan agreed to them for a more important reason. He finally understood why Zeus had been dragging his feet. This old coin in the god realm actually wanted to let his grandfather Uranus, who had also become restless, fight Kronos to the death first. Ryan touched the conscience of the goddess of hunting and swore, "I never thought that your father Zeus would also play the game of time flies by." Chapter 728. Open your eyes and see the world. Case solved. Case solved. Ryan once thought that Zeus was indecisive and hesitant, and failed to defeat the powerful enemy in advance and relieve the pressure on Mount Olympus. Did not expect. I laugh at Zeus for being a late-stage procrastinator, and Zeus laughs at me for not understanding Olympus. When the second and third generations of gods came to power, Kronos took the opportunity to chop off the statue of his father Uranus. Zeus had been a servant to his father Kronos for a long time, and finally succeeded in poisoning Kronos. It can be summed up in one sentence: come to cheat. Come to attack. Zeus is a very complicated guy. Looking back at his past, he is a god of good family origin. But he has all the bad qualities of human beings. Not only is he despicable and shameless, but he would also try to play dirty tricks on opponents of the same level instead of confronting them head-on. He is extremely harsh towards mortals. Those who dare to challenge his divine power will be thrown into hell or have their cities burned down and their clans exterminated. At first, Ryan didn't understand what Zeus was trying to do and thought that Zeus was really trapped. But after thinking about it carefully, he realized that Zeus was not procrastinating at all. He found out that his father had invested in chaos and his strength had been greatly enhanced. He might not be able to defeat him, so he decisively found an opportunity to hide. Zeus retreats to advance. So how will the plot develop next? A former god king who regained his power, and a god king who also regained his power, and the two of them still had a deep blood feud. When they couldn't find Zeus, could they still coexist peacefully? Even if they are all affected by the power of chaos, will they be able to reconcile with the mediation of the Chaos Army? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It is entirely foreseeable that Uranus and Kronos will come to blows. And at that time, Zeus's chance will come. When Ryan whispered this inference in Artemis' ear, the goddess of hunting exclaimed. As smart as she was, she certainly thought of what the necessary prerequisites were for causing the two former gods to fight each other. Fortunately, you brought Apollo out. Otherwise it would be the end. Compared with the terrible consequence that was almost inevitable. Artemis felt that committing herself to Ryan and being nailed by the unusual sword of physics did not seem so painful. Ryan continued to swear on his sea-level conscience. Haha. Zeus is really cruel. But this is a bargain for me. Wow. You. Artemis felt distressed when she thought of Ryan completing the triple kill achievement at once. Unfortunately, she could not turn back. Gritting her teeth, she made her plea. I don't want to see Hera again in this life. No problem. Ryan agreed softly, biting Artemis' ear. Well, Ryan has been listening to advice since he was a child. The old man once said, I want the foreigners to die. Now Ryan, who has opened his eyes to the world, makes foreign girls scream, I'm going to die. I'm going to die every day. Just tell me whether he is dead or not. This should be considered as fulfilling Mr. Buddha's dream. Probably. Anyway, no foreign girl asked him for a dowry. In fact, Artemis asked, what if Ryan and Zeus were playing that time flies game? Ryan smiled slightly. There is an old saying in my hometown, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Guess who is the mantis and who is the oriole? Artemis shuddered all over. She just felt that Ryan, the hometown of the outer realm god king, was too powerful. In fact, Ryan has another idea that he hasn't said yet. Store up food and slowly claim the throne. As the saying goes, if you want to wear the crown, you must bear the weight. Ryan has never raised the banner of the king of gods. This is a kind of paralysis even for Zeus, the old villain. As long as Ryan doesn't make an official announcement, Zeus will subconsciously understand that Ryan has not yet regained his power as a god king. After all, Ryan is not an opponent of the same level as him. At least not now. This is a very important misunderstanding. Thus, with the secret efforts of two gods, with sufficient strategic determination, the holy Mount Olympus welcomed its new master. In recent days, the divine power accumulated in the holy Mount Olympus has been decreasing. And in these 3 days, it has reached a precarious point. Without the exaggerated divine bombardment, the attacks of those twisted and fallen titans became more fierce. Just like the Titan War, they climbed towards the top of the mountain day and night. But this time there is no male god who controls thunder and lightning to defeat one titan after another. After persisting for a full month, the shield of the holy mountain had clearly weakened, and the light on it barely covered the mountainside, and the entire foot of the mountain had become bumpy. When the shield became as thin as a soap bubble, a terrible roar came from underground. All the Olympian gods who were in the fierce battle couldn't help but look over there. The earth began to shake violently. The movement was much louder than that of other fallen titans. The increasingly clear roar seemed like the roar of an ancient beast that could reach the sky and penetrate the earth. This scene reminded the gods, who had experienced that battle, of a vicious named Typhon. Not Typhon, because Typhon is not like that. The earth suddenly cracked open, and the turbid light that gushed out from it darkened the entire world. From the huge hole in the ground, with a sharp noise, A terrifying giant with two heads appeared. All beings on the battlefield subconsciously moved away from him. But before they could evacuate, the horrifying shock wave caused the earth to instantly crack into a spider web shape. The huge cracks caused a large number of temples at the foot of the mountain, and even on the mountainside, to collapse. The magnificent buildings with gorgeous shapes seemed to be made of building blocks, and were easily shattered. Countless broken tiles and ruins fell into the newly cracked deep scars. The moment this two-headed titan appeared, the entire holy Mount Olympus shook, as if the entire mountain was about to collapse. Accompanied by a huge shock, everyone finally got a glimpse of the full picture of this giant. Kronos, the former Titan King. Now, his body has expanded to 1,000 meters high. After the arms were transformed into beasts, they looked a bit like the claws of a giant bear, and the legs were like towering trees with entangled roots. The most eye-catching thing is that the original head of Kronos has been turned 180 degrees, with the forehead facing down and the chin facing the sky, and is embedded in the chest of the huge body. The previous head position has been replaced by something that looks a bit like an octopus head. Only those who have seen Abaddon the Chaos War Master in person would recognize that it was Abaddon who became the head of the former God King. His appearance caused Poseidon, the god of the sea, who was in the midst of a fierce battle, to lose his balance and fall into a depression halfway up the mountain. When Poseidon finally got up from the ground and looked carefully, he looked at the battlefield at the foot of the mountain and couldn't help but hold his forehead. The Colossus soldiers filled with divine power disappeared completely. At least half of the divine warriors who fought desperately were killed, and even nearly 1/3 of the angels in the air disappeared. The most important thing is that the gods, who had originally united around him, have retreated one after another. What's the point of fighting? On this day, the holy Mount Olympus fell. Chapter 729, returning the property to its original owner. This is a very subversive scene. Zeus' father, Kronos, sat on the ruins of the temple of Zeus. His huge chaotic body made him look like a huge mountain. The Chaos Titans under his command followed suit and tore the temple of the 12 gods into pieces. The owners of these temples had fled and disappeared. What could be more refreshing than sitting on the throne of your mortal enemy and singing the song of restoration? Ha ha ha! Ha ha! The entire holy Mount Olympus was echoed with Kronos' hearty laughter, which was extremely satisfying after his revenge. Those who laughed along with him were a group of titans who had been imprisoned since the previous generation and had only been freed recently, even though they have long since changed beyond all recognition. And some of the titans have even lost their minds. They still remember their hatred for Zeus. The former Kronos was the farm god. Today, he let this holy mountain grow strangely, a strange crystal cluster with chaotic power. Cluster after cluster. This sacred mountain that countless Greeks longed for and worshipped infinitely turned into a terrifying place that could be called a ghost den in just half a day. The former holiness is gone. And now the evil biological tissues, the randomly growing crystal clusters, and the metal spikes that pop up in all directions have turned the holy mountain into a base of chaos. When Artemis saw this scene through Ren's interstellar vision, she was understandably saddened. She has extremely complicated feelings about this place. She and Apollo's mother were driven out of the holy mountain by Hera, and it was Zeus who personally brought them to the holy mountain to become the 12 main gods. Perhaps the temples where she and Apollo had not yet been deliberately targeted had suffered the least damage. But how could the Chaos Titans, who were disgusted with the 3 generations of gods, let their temples go? There are less than 12 fallen titans, but that doesn't mean they won't trample on these temples that have lost the protection of their divine power. Seeing this scene, Artemis rarely stopped sticking to her fierce goddess image, and shrank her body like a little wife, as if she wanted to completely get into Ryan's arms. Will the Olympian pantheon be destroyed? That depends on how far Zeus goes in his quest for death. All the victory of the weak over the strong in the world requires a prerequisite: the strong's carelessness and mistakes. If the strong is cautious and always uses force to suppress the weak in every confrontation, then the weak will have no chance at all. The thunder weapon that Zeus used to drive away the Titans had exhausted its power during the battle against Typhon. Although it has been recharged for many years and has regained its power in its heyday, it is still unknown how effective it will be on the chaotic Kronos. The only thing Zeus pray now is Uranos hurriedly ended and died with Krianos. Unfortunately, if nothing unexpected happened, something unexpected would happen. In order to create an opportunity, Zeus did not inform Hera and Poseidon in advance. So the fall of Mount Olympus was absolutely real. This led to the fact that the Olympian gods were dispersed. Although more than half of the gods and subordinate gods followed Hera and Poseidon to evacuate and temporarily retreat to the temple of Poseidon, a considerable number of gods were lost in the relentless pursuit of the Chaos Titans. Not only did the fallen Titans wreak havoc on the Holy Mountain, the Chaos Demons who followed their orders also wreaked havoc on the city of Athens. Once beautiful and majestic buildings collapsed under the impact of these twisted giants, and charred building debris and traces of explosions could be seen everywhere. A team of divine warriors protected several nymphs and fought their way out of the city of Athens. When they passed through the crowded dock area, all they saw were the groaning wounded. Seeing these scenes, these divine warriors subconsciously became silent. A nymph turned her head secretly and said to a tightly wrapped woman, "My lord, there are not many ships left. Even if we can go out to sea, we may not be able to reach Poseidon's palace. I heard that the road is full of mutated sea chaos demons." The graceful goddess under the veil trembled all over. "Then can I seek refuge with those hateful, no, powerful Aztec gods? I heard that they are not so crazy recently. They no longer devour the gods of Olympus. If I serve them." The one who spoke was none other than Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. She had never expected that she would be dispersed. In fact, it is hard to blame Poseidon and his men. After all, the Chaos Titans have an absolute advantage in size. When they charge, apart from the top-level divine power, very few moves can stop them. The nymph goddess was a little angry. "My lord, you are one of the 12 noble gods of Olympus. How can you serve foreign gods? To H.L. with the 12 gods. There are no 12 gods anymore. That jealous woman will not be satisfied until she destroys Olympus. My lord, be careful with your words." The nymph goddess was frightened. "Go. Find a way to get out to sea. Leave Athens first. For other gods, sailing is a dangerous thing. But not for her. One of her duties is navigation. And one of her lovers is Poseidon, the god of the sea." Aphrodite used her privilege as a god to get a ship from the Athenian navy, which had not yet completely fallen into chaos. Less than 10 minutes after leaving the port, the situation suddenly changed. The increasingly chaotic sea had turned into a turbid blue-purple color. The sea reflected the dim sunlight, making it even more depressing. In the captain's room that was vacated on the ship, Aphrodite's eyes were filled with confusion. From the moment the holy mountain fell, she felt that the world she was familiar with was moving away from her in fear, as if something was coming. This is not a new order, but a vortex of chaos that is disrupting the trajectory of destiny and making everything a mess. At times like this, the more she longed for a strong man to protect her. But she didn't wait. Just then, the wind stopped. On the sea, birds are fleeing in all directions. The fish, which had become strange in appearance, jumped out of the water and was then blown into the sky by the strange wind. Aphrodite, in a state of confusion, finally discovered something strange. The air was filled with a chaotic divine power that was both familiar and unfamiliar to her. But this feeling made her feel as if she were in a temple of the Olympian order. A hazy image of the god king stood in the mist high in the sky, staring at her with a complex and greedy gaze. She was absolutely certain that she had never seen him. "But I have a strange sense of closeness to this pair of eyes. This is..." Before she could react, a terrifying air hand with a size of kilometers suddenly appeared in the sky. Countless wind elements and dark clouds gathered together to form an arm. The giant hand grabbed down, and before the nymphs and other gods could react, the screaming goddess Aphrodite was caught in the sky. "No!" A huge and strange face seemed to protrude from the sky, muttering, "With you, I am complete again." Chapter 730 Unexpected 2/3. "No!" Almost at the moment when Aphrodite lost contact, Hephaestus, the god of fire, who was in the crack of space, suddenly felt something and burst into tears involuntarily. "What happened?" Athena asked in surprise. Aphrodite, she must have fallen." The poor god of fire burst into tears and banged his head on the ground. As the legitimate husband of Aphrodite, he has always been a simple and hard-working male god. His wife often puts a hat on him, and his lovers are all over the pantheon. But he is obsessed with Aphrodite. An ugly and dull god of fire and craftsman certainly could not hold the heart of the wild and promiscuous Aphrodite. But he was still obsessed with her as always. But no one expected that when the great change came, the first of the 12 Olympian gods to fall would be Aphrodite. The gods might doubt the authenticity of this matter, But Athena instinctively believed that it was true. Counting the fall of the holy mountain. This is the second major deity to fall. The first person to be killed was Dionysus, the god of wine. Although he was not one of the 12 main gods, Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, had always wanted to withdraw from the 12 main gods. And among the candidates to replace her, Dionysus was the most popular. Now 3 of the 12 main gods are gone at once, plus a substitute, regardless of whether they were all killed as announced, or 2 died and 2 defected. The loss is huge. Athena couldn't help but cast her eyes towards Zeus, who was sitting cross-legged with his arms folded across his chest. After just a glance, she withdrew her gaze. Zeus's eyes, filled with a cold feeling, are so creepy. In order to instigate internal strife between the 2 former kings of gods, he was willing to sacrifice the holy Mount Olympus. If his plan failed, it would be a huge loss. What Zeus didn't expect was that half a day later, another piece of bad news came. Messenger Hermes was unfortunately kicked by Kronos while escaping, and a large amount of chaotic power surged into his body. As a last resort, Ares gave Hermes a quick death. Under normal circumstances, Hermes would not have pounced. But he was not normal. During that failed mission, Ryan had directly wiped out a lot of his core godhood fragments, turning him from an Olympian sprinter into a cripple in the god realm. The fourth one. Zeus' teeth chattered. Is it okay to put the blame on that bastard Ryan Tesla? He said, looking towards Hades and Athena. As the 2 most intelligent gods in the pantheon, they advocated a strategic alliance with Ryan to relieve the pressure. However, Zeus always acted without thinking and only trusted his brothers, sisters and children. It was more painful for him to form an alliance with the outer gods than to kill him. Not to mention that he couldn't let go of his face. So he and Hera took turns throwing tantrums. And then Ryan retaliated in kind, which made him even more unhappy and continued their hostility, causing the conflict to spiral out of control. Even at this time, Zeus still hasn't forgotten to take revenge on Ryan. What should Hades and Athena say? There was only silence in response to Zeus. After a long while, Hades asked, "Who else is missing?" Hypnos, the god of sleep and servant of Hades, bowed and said, "Hera, Ares, Demeter and Poseidon are already in the underwater temple. Where's Hestia?" She broke out with the moon goddess Selene, heading north. Hope she doesn't fall into the hands of those Aztec lunatics. Unfortunately, death is unpredictable. Hades also seems to have the trait of a crow's mouth. According to Murphy's Law, the thing you least want to happen is often bound to happen. In the northeastern suburbs of the Athenian city-state, Hestia and Selene, along with a few followers, unexpectedly ran into the encirclement of the Aztec gods. The slightly chaotic wind blowing from afar blew the dust on the ground, and the dust fog it rolled up was like waves, moving forward layer by layer, making a whistling sound. What made Hestia's god-level team shudder was that in the dust and fog, a god-level army was ready to surround them. Hestia smiled bitterly in her mind. "Selene, didn't you say that these crazy gods would only fight on their own and would never join forces? Then what is this? I didn't know they would jump from the so-called chaotic camp to the lawful camp all of a sudden." The moon goddess replied with a wry smile. This was something that none of the Olympian gods had expected. These foreign gods had been so crazy that they would bite anyone they caught and refuse to obey each other. How long had it been since then? Not only was it unusual, but they actually started to work together. In the impression of the Olympian gods, no matter how strong the opposing gods are, they are only individuals. Even if a certain Aztec god is extremely powerful, does that mean there are no Olympian gods with extremely powerful divine powers? The moon goddess chose this path to break out, and her greatest confidence was that even if she encountered a powerful Aztec god, she would be able to escape unscathed. Not to mention the addition of a main god-level Hestia. Who knows? That's where the trick lies. There was not one, but 4 powerful gods facing them, surrounding them from 4 directions: east, west, south, and north. It is not difficult to tell from the way their warriors of God and angels are lined up in unison that they are not an alliance formed temporarily, but an alliance that truly dares to back each other. What exactly happened? The strange-looking flying snake god on the opposite side spoke in human language. "I am the feathered serpent god Zions. I command you to surrender. Otherwise you will perish." The moon goddess Selene sneered. "You must be joking. I'm afraid I'll be eaten by you as soon as I surrender." Another god answered her. "We have passed the mad period when we almost fell into chaos. Why should I believe you? The moon goddess held the longbow tightly in her hand, with the moon goddess arrow on the bowstring, and gently pulled it open. You have no choice, said the third god gruffly. Hestia took a step forward. No. At least we can destroy ourselves, so you can't get anything. Do you dare? It's better than being eaten alive. The kitchen goddess refused to give in. It was Quetzalcoatl who spoke again. Enough. Just surrender. In exchange, I can guarantee your safety. Why should I trust you? The moon goddess sneered. Quetzalcoatl gave them a very unexpected answer, because Hestia is the goddess that Lord Ryan Tesla specifically requested. Ah! The two Olympian goddesses exclaimed at the same time. When Ryan felt offended, he asked for the three virgin goddesses. But he only wanted one of them. Why does it sound like there is more to it now? No! The point is, are you Ryan Tesla's subordinates? Hestia exclaimed. The seemingly embarrassing face of the feather snake god showed a very anthropomorphic expression. We are just the great dust in the eyes. However, if we can offer you two, maybe we are qualified to be qualified, and we will not be abandoned. Chapter 731. Everyone thinks you are confident. When Ryan received the message from Yulia, he was confused. When you sit at home, the goddess will come to your door. So when Artemis received the news, she glanced at Ryan with a little resentment under the table and said, Is everything as you expected? Ryan? Ryan showed a mysterious smile on his face. If you say so, then so be it. After all, the gods of Olympus were all titans, and they pursued the path of becoming holy through the flesh. They did not like to use clones and avatars, nor did they have a gameplay where they could slowly revive by returning to their own kingdom of God. They did not have a kingdom of God, and even the temple was used for living. When the Aztec gods caught Hestia and Selene, they simply packed them up and stuffed them into the portal that Ryan opened. In the divine kingdom of Rain, the two goddesses, as captives, looked at Rain's lineup anxiously. The one holding them down was Yulia. The front was still the same as before. On the right were Ryan's disciples, and on the left were the goddesses who had come to join him. What didn't terrify Hestia and Selene was that they saw that the last disciple was Apollo, and Artemis was behind Susanna, Ceres, Alay and Ishtar, with two familiar faces around. The psychological pressure on them was not too great. Greetings to the god Tesla. The two goddesses did not dare to put on airs, and they really knelt down. Their current status was quite embarrassing. In theory, they were offered up as captives. However, the relationship between Olympus and the Chaos Pantheon is tense, and they are also at war with the Aztec Pantheon. They don't know what the situation is, and their hearts are as nervous as 15 buckets up and down, making them extremely nervous. It was Ryan on the throne who spoke. No need for such a big ceremony. After all, we are not at war with the Olympian gods. And those Aztec guys only woke up recently and offered to join me. They were a little embarrassed. It was a pity that they had no say and could not control their own destiny. At this time, Flora, who had already understood Ryan's thoughts, stepped forward and said, Master, Zeus, the king of the Olympian gods, has been rude to you and repeatedly expressed hostility. He is also suspected of condoning the expansion of the power of chaos. We should regard the Olympian gods as hostile. With Flora as the supporting actor, Towns followed and waved his fists. Zeus, that bastard, had the audacity to threaten Master and the entire Chaos Pantheon. It was only because Master was concerned about the overall order that he did not start a direct fight. If we don't teach Zeus a lesson, Zeus will have no idea what politeness is. The other disciples immediately followed suit, looking as if they were ready to declare war on the Olympian Pantheon in the next second. This scared Selene and Hestia a lot. Zeus' whereabouts are unknown, and the two former gods and the Chaos Army are watching covetously. How can he withstand the powerful Chaos Pantheon interfering? Their scalps were tingling, and it was really difficult to talk to them. At this time, Ryan stretched out his right hand and made a virtual pressing gesture. The disciples immediately quieted down, bowed, and rejoined the team. Ryan's divine eyes swept across the two goddesses. That deep gaze that seemed to be able to see through their true colors in an instant made them instinctively lower their heads, not daring to look at Ryan. Although our Pantheon and the Olympian Pantheon are most likely enemies rather than friends. However, as we are both gods of order, I am willing to give Zeus one last chance. As long as he admits his mistakes, vows to mend his ways, and transfers the main forces of the Pantheon to the main battlefield of chaos, I can forgive his offense against me. If he still doesn't know what's good for him, I don't mind destroying one more plane. Ryan knew that what he said was bullshit to Zeus, and that guy would continue to do what he wanted. Unfortunately, the lawful neutral setting was like this, and it was difficult for Ryan to change it. Moreover, this was quite in line with the characteristics of his flower-growing bloodline. Zeus will still take advantage of us anyway, and then we'll put on a show of no need to endure it anymore. As for the two of you, you will stay here until our diplomatic relations with the Olympian gods are restored to normal. We will be responsible for your safety. Ryan's words made them both feel relieved. At least they avoided the worst. They were not eaten by crazy Aztec gods, nor were they trampled into a pulp by fallen titans. We will talk about what will happen in the future. At least in the short term, they will not be at risk of falling. No matter what Ryan said, in the eyes of bystanders, his collection rate has risen to 2/3. This is also the horror of Ryan. Maybe he is just talking nonsense or bragging most of the time. When every boast he makes comes true, then it is really awesome. Especially when the things he brags about are god level. It will naturally shock the entire world of gods. As for the moon goddess, after learning that she was obsessed with the shepherd Endymion and was willing to let the young shepherd fall into eternal sleep in order to keep him young forever, Ryan was speechless. The moon goddess is a Shotokan. Ryan simply ignored her and put her under house arrest in a cell. The news that Ryan had captured Hestia and Selene soon spread throughout the Chaos Pantheon. Firstly, Ryan did not deliberately block the news. And secondly, Flora felt that the gods needed to be shocked. Now that the Chaos Pantheon has absorbed several pantheons in succession, its strength has been greatly enhanced. But there are also more hidden dangers. It is a common occurrence for old gods to bully new gods. If it is a peaceful period, time can resolve many conflicts. In constant communication and confrontation, the new god will gradually find his own position, and will slowly adapt whether he is willing or not. Unfortunately, this is wartime, and the fighting on the front line is endless. So there is not much time to deal with internal conflicts. The easiest way to cover up or suppress conflicts is to win one victory after another. When victory comes, there will be more meat to share, and most of the conflicts will naturally be eliminated. From Mohanad to Sumer, to Aztec, and most recently Olympus, Ryan has dealt with one pantheon after another in the rear and integrated their combat power into the Chaos Pantheon, which in itself is a series of great victories. How could the gods not be frightened by the ability to change the situation so easily and control other god systems? Even Pero and Tyr were talking privately. If we swallow another Olympus pantheon, I think our combat power will be about the same. Tyr nodded. I think it's about right. The premise is that there won't be a single god king level chaos demon on the other side, let alone 3. Pero smiled casually. I believe in Lord Tesla, as a veteran Outlander god king. If he wasn't sure, why would he offend another god king to death from the very beginning? That's right. Perhaps from the moment they met, Zeus was the dish on the menu of god king Tesla. Interestingly, their conversation actually went around in a circle, passed to Isis through Horus, and finally reached Ryan's ears. Ryan said speechlessly, "Is it possible that I am not a god king from Outer Realm at all?" Chapter 732 Hestia's Decision. To this day, even if Ryan built a self-destructing truck and publicly announced that he was not actually some Outer Realm god king, no one would believe him. No. To put it more exaggeratedly, even if the gods believe in their hearts that Ryan is not the king of gods, he must be the king of gods. There is the Chaos Lord outside, eyeing him covetously. In the entire pantheon, there is only Ryan, the greatest common denominator recognized by the 3 camps of good, neutral, and evil. It is really difficult to find a replacement. The original old god Chaos finally became the god among gods. And now you, Ryan, have suddenly become cowardly. Now everyone's biggest selling point is gone. What else can they use to suppress the new god who surrendered? The same goes for new gods coming from other pantheons. You, Ryan, are not even the king of gods. But you destroyed my original pantheon and my world, plane. So what is the point of my surrender? Take a step back 10,000 steps. Ren recognizes. What should his god-level disciples do? Things have come to this point. Even if Ryan is really not the god king, he must be. Ryan boasted too much in the beginning, and ended up being roasted on the fire. However, he was roasted and became stronger. Who would dare to believe such an outrageous thing? So the thought of self-destruction in Ryan's mind only lasted for a moment, and was quickly suppressed by himself. When he was asked by Downs and his team about the next strategic direction, Ryan asked back casually like a true God King, "Can the main force of the Chaos Lord break through the front line of Pero and his team?" "No," Downs said without hesitation. "He sent the Chaos Regiment as a detachment to attack Chaos Continent." "Are you afraid?" "Don't be afraid." Downs straightened his chest and pulled in his stomach. "That's it." Ryan's confident smile infected his disciples and every goddess who followed him. "Since time is on our side, our strength will grow stronger with each passing day, while the enemy will weaken every moment. So it is the enemy who will rush to the poker table to go all in, not us. There's no need to tell us what we should do next. Strategy game players from the Rabbit family are so far-sighted." Hearing this, the gods collectively bowed and shouted in unison, "God is wise." What Ryan said was true. As time went by, 3 disciples of the School of Physics, Downs, Harry, and Barrand, had quietly been promoted to the middle level of divine power. Ryan quietly brought his godhood to 18 points, just one step away from the 19 points that were the ultimate for a powerful god. 20 points was the standard for a god king, and under normal circumstances, this upper limit would be completely locked due to the laws of the world. That's right. With so many fragments of the divine power in his hands, Ryan was so arrogant that he almost relied on wasting resources to build himself and his disciples to the current situation. The promotions of the only remaining 5th disciple, Flora, and 7th disciple, Noka, are also on the agenda, because Apollo, who is good at prophecy, has already locked onto the Tomb of Chaos, the fallen god of prophecy. He will soon take the Fat Man to collect the final key inheritance. Other directions are progressing step by step and in an orderly manner. The only possible variable is on Olympus' side. The Chaos Lord is eager to get the help of the 3 fallen gods. Ryan must kill one of the gods and use him as a stepping stone to become a god king. This is the most crucial factor in determining the outcome. Since Ryan is confident and has shown strategic determination, the following gods will naturally have no objection. In a way, Ryan had less time to spare. At this time, Artemis and Hestia met privately, being imprisoned in a side hall of the Kingdom of Rain. Hestia was neither happy nor upset. After all, Quetzalcoatl and Rain were not too excessive, at least allowing her followers and servants to continue to accompany her. This place was not small, with 3 courtyards and a transparent ceiling, so she could see the sky outside. The very next day after she was arranged, her nymph goddess sent a message. Goddess Artemis requests an audience. Please come in quickly. When the 2 goddesses met, Artemis looked a little shy and embarrassed, but the gentle Hestia took the initiative to step forward, took the hand of the goddess of hunting, and led her to sit on the sofa. "It's been a while since we last met. Artemis, are you doing well here?" Artemis' face turned red instantly. She shifted her butt on the sofa and stammered, "It's okay." Hestia understood immediately after the first encounter. Although Artemis still has the halo of virgin goddess on her head, in fact, this halo is very dim. Hestia is not an ignorant little girl in the gods' world. She can see through how watery this halo is at a glance. Even if Artemis was deceived, it was not her turn to be deceived. She is the first child of Cronus and Rhea, the 2nd generation of Olympian gods and queens, and the eldest sister of Demeter, Hera, Hades, Poseidon and Zeus. With Zeus and Poseidon, 2 super wild brothers in the gods' world, how could Hestia not understand? Indeed, she still held some power in her hands. And even if Zeus used force on her, he would be seriously injured. All of that disappeared when she surrendered to the evil Aztec god. This is not the Olympus plane, but the Chaos plane. In this world where everything from the laws to the world's will is hostile and wary of her, she is the lamb to be slaughtered. She didn't ask any more questions, but instead asked, "What's wrong with Apollo?" Artemis breathed a sigh of relief. "I was afraid that Hera would purge him, so I asked him to come here in advance. It seems that I did the right thing. After all, Mount Olympus fell, and Apollo saved his followers, servants, and almost all his believers. There are not so many ifs in the world." Hestia guessed Zeus's plan. So what? She was not transferred away in advance, which meant that in Zeus's mind, she was also expendable. Don't look at Zeus's relatives in all important positions in the Olympus Saint Mountain. It seems to pay attention to affection. In the matter involving core power, Zeus's father and mother can pit them and throw them into hell for thousands of years. No one knows better than her. The eldest sister, How ruthless and cruel her brother is. Artemis was betrayed by Hera. And then turned to Ryan. Which seemed to be the right thing to do. What gods are you and Apollo here? The hunting god Chaos fell not long ago. I got almost the same priesthood. But a little more. The only problem is that I have to change my camp to lawful neutral. Because there is already the Church of Light here. Apollo became a god of optics. Which is a bit strange, and directly belongs to the physics school. His priesthood has changed a little. But when he goes to the Chaos front, all the old Chaos gods will salute him. After being recruited, his status is surprisingly not low. His Majesty the God King of the foreign realm is really willing to do so. Even if this is to set an example for the Olympian gods. It is too much of a cost. Hestia made a decision. Chapter 733 Alternative Chaos Civil War. That night, Ryan glanced at the prison cage with God. And then looked away. In the center of the field of vision is a beautiful girl with a slightly petite figure. She had 2 long black ponytails, and a tight dress with a large backless design. The dress was short. But there was a large multi-sided leaf-shaped opening on the chest. The key point was that a blue belt under the ribs was tied horizontally on the lower abdomen, making the majestic front armor more prominent. This, Ryan breathed rapidly. If it wasn't for the same face as before, Ren wouldn't have recognized her as Hestia at all. You know, in the morning she was still that dignified and elegant older goddess, with her hair piled high on the back of her head, matched with a classical Greek robe and those hairpins. Her noble and inviolable goddess temperament was completely different from her current outfit, which was more like a two-dimensional style. If it were a human woman, Ryan would have spat at her and cursed. Why is this old woman acting so hypocritical? A genuine goddess with an eternal shelf life is another matter. Now, Ryan must criticize it himself. The door of the partial palace opened. No nymphs or divine servants came out to greet him. In the spacious hall, only Hestia was leaning against a red velvet chaise longue, her cheek in her hand, looking at him with a half-smile. Ren was not surprised. Ryan walked over, stood in front of Hestia, and asked curiously, "I'm wondering why you can make such a decision so quickly." Looking up at Ryan slightly, Hestia's black eyes were filled with complex divine light. "What else can I do? Zeus has his decision, and I have my destiny. No king can give up his spoils, let alone the king of gods." Hestia didn't know it all. The following sentence was the last straw in Ren's heart. Ryan sometimes hated his mouth because he always talked nonsense. Although it is awesome to do what you say, but not follow through with it after you've done it. That's cowardly. Ren had a threatening of Hera, and his mouth was 3 goddesses. It's okay now. The whole world knows. When Artemis and Hestia were sold to Renine, they were not rejected by Ryan. Ren vowed, "You must be careful in the future." Hestia was still confessing up a little. God rights cannot be provoked, let alone insulted. Zeus can let me and let Hera. It does not mean that there is the second existence in the world to challenge him. You are also the existence of the king. Unless a stronger emperor appears, there will be no less than 2 god kings. So? Ren's mouth was slightly raised. So I confessed. Hestia leaned over. Ren's mouth was crazy, and it was difficult to overwhelm the AK, as one of the 3 goddesses. You know a lot. Hestia rolled her eyes and looked up at Ryan. Just because I have a brother like this, my lack of experience doesn't mean I don't understand. As a female stove god, Hestia knows so much. However, this time when I cooked, there was mouthwash, appetizers, soup, and snacks, but no main course. It's not that the main course is not on, but it's time not to come. Far away in a space-time rift, Athena suddenly trembled for no apparent reason. It was an inexplicable telepathy. For a moment, she seemed to see herself being forcibly increased in armor value, and then being held on the left and right by Artemis and Hestia, who were once gods in the same temple. No matter how she screamed and struggled to resist, it was of no avail. She could only watch herself being swallowed up by the raging waves from the Chaos Pantheon. The last image that remained in her mind was Ryan's young and mysterious face, with black eyes and yellow skin, which was completely different from the Olympian gods. "Ah!" Athena's soft voice attracted the attention of Zeus and Hades. Hades frowned and asked, "What happened?" "No. It's okay." Athena felt guilty for no reason. As the goddess of wisdom, she certainly knew what this ominous omen meant. Gods don't dream, and are rarely affected by things outside of their duties. Once this illusion occurs, it is not a trivial matter. But she couldn't say it out loud. If she dared to say it, that bastard Father Zeus might really turn the gun on her. Don't laugh. Zeus could really do it. Do not use normal humanity and morality to overestimate the lower limit of Zeus. Vorzine. His lower limit is that there is no lower limit. Athena decided to transfer the topic and opened a phantom at hand, which was played on. It was the tragic condition near Athens. Athens. Do we really can't do something? Mortal life is not important. As long as I get Chronos and Uranos. Mortals are like weeds, and they will grow back when they give me some time. Zeus gave up the million believers. This is the indifference and arrogance of Titan descendants. Athena took a sigh of relief. In major events, she could not resist the will of Zeus, and could only watch the situation deteriorate like an irrelevant bystander. But she noticed a small detail. The Aztec gods, who were hostile to the Olympian pantheon, seemed to have changed their attitude towards the fleeing Athenians. They are no longer a cruel deportation or slaughtering people who dare to cross the border, but treat them differently. Athena quietly transformed a wisp of her divine consciousness into an owl and flew to a border post. A few Aztec guards who once belonged to the Spartan city-state shouted to the desperate Athenians in the distance, "Either you believers in Artemis, Apollo, Hestia and Selene, or you are willing to convert to the great Quetzalcoatl. These people can pass, and you will be blessed. The rest of the Athenians, get out or die." As a matter of course, some believers protested. Then, the guy just roared twice before being nailed to the ground by a cruel javelin, letting out a dying howl. Seeing this, Athena felt a chill all over her body. She suddenly realized that Ryan had probably conquered the Aztec gods and her 4 former colleagues. Athena screamed in her heart, "The one just is not an illusion." Originally, her loss of composure and abnormality would have been noticed by Zeus or Hades. But their attention was drawn to another thing. As Zeus expected, the first generation of Olympus god confronted the second generation god collectively. The roar in the sky continued, and the earth rang. The weird thing is that the chaotic aura from both sides is completely undisguised. In a sense, it is no exaggeration to say that this is a chaotic civil war. Chapter 734. In ancient times, the Olympus plain was also created from chaos. First of all things were Karus. Charis is not the god of creation, relied on asexual reproduction, and gave birth to the goddess of the earth, Gaia, HL, Tautaros, and the dark god of Rylus, brother, the night goddess Nyx, sister, and the god Ilus, brother. Uranos was born from the finger of the local mother Gaia, in charge of the sky, and was overthrown by Krianos. No one expected that Uranos now returned with the dark gods of Outbali, and the night goddess of the night, gathered in the sky of the Olympus sacred mountain, confronting the second generation of gods. When this happened, Artemis and Hestia were besieging the holy sword of physics. When they saw Uranus's huge body across the sky, they were just surprised at first. But when their eyes moved westward and saw Uranus's crotch, they couldn't help but exclaimed at the same time, "Ah!" That is, regarding the unprofessional behavior of the two goddesses. Rhenians generally expressed dissatisfaction. Le Mao God knew that he was knowledgeable, and he could even brag with his apprentice. What hadn't you seen before? What high vitamins, natural disasters in the insects. Suzhou protocols are all drizzle. Regarding this scene, he could only say that he had never seen it before. Uranus's giant gaseous body was 10 kilometers long, and almost every inch of it was made up of roiling clouds of chaos. The incomparably huge divine body in the eyes of others was actually the result of Uranus's condensation many times to have such a small body. His real body should be the atmosphere of the entire Olympus plain, which is at least in the unit of millions of square kilometers. A generation of God King is so arrogant. Now it has been greatly condensed, resulting in a petite body with a length of 10 kilometers. Even so, his huge size still caused mortals to panic. What is that? Wait, why does his crotch look so human? The mortals on the ground can't see it clearly. So how can Ryan not see it with his divine vision? It was a beautiful humanoid figure that was at least 500 meters tall, even though her lower body had turned into a column, completely connected to Uranus' body. Her upper body, with its beautiful big waves, still had a good figure and good looks. Aphrodite had delivered the takeaway to his door after all. But Ryan just refused to sign for it. He never imagined that one day the divine condor would return. Looking at Aphrodite waving her hands as if asking for help, Ryan lost all interest. He cleaned up and saw his disciples rushing into his throne hall. Now, Ryan decided that he couldn't just let himself be an eyesore. If you want to be blind, let's be blind together. Seeing his disciples and subordinate gods showing petrified expressions, Ryan felt more balanced. Don't hacking blame me. Blame it on Greek mythology being so dirty. In fact, as a man, we all understand this truth. For example, Lilianing, the last great eunuch of the Celestial Empire, had to put a wooden fake on his salted fish before he died. This resentment is definitely not fake. Who knew Greek mythology could be recreated like this? Ryan held his forehead, unable to bear watching. He felt that he would have to abstain from sex for a while. But Aphrodite's appearance in this way was tantamount to Uranus publicly declaring that he and the filial son Kronos would never stop fighting to the death. Let's not talk about how the cuckolded man hiding in the space crack, the god of fire Hephaestus, and the army of male gods who had an affair with Aphrodite, the trained king of the gods. Feel now. Anyway, Ryan and the others either vomited or covered their mouths, feeling the urge to dry heave. Only the three virgin goddesses were extremely shocked. In troubled times, even goddesses at the main god level cannot protect themselves, let alone ordinary women. Artemis and Hestia were even more devoted, while Athena's eyes changed from bright to dark, and no one knew what she was thinking. The first generation of gods in the sky were getting ready, and the second generation of Titan gods below were also spreading out, raising their heads towards the sky. These godlike beings that are so huge in the eyes of mortals become monster movies in the eyes of bystanders like Ryan. It's not like Towns and his group haven't seen world-class chaos gods before, so seeing one again would be no different. What really shocked everyone was the phrase "time flies like an arrow." The huge titans such as Kronos occupied the holy Mount Olympus in a very brutal manner. They were not even in the mood to clean up this originally sacred mountain. Downs and his companions, as well as other main gods such as Pero, who shared their vision through partial authority of the physical network at the front line, were able to enter into independent and free vision and watch the tragic situation of the holy mountain. Most of the main gods of Olympus had withdrawn, but the bodies of the second and third tier gods such as the murdered Dionysus were still everywhere, not to mention the angels and gods who died while defending the holy mountain. They were trampled into meat paste by the Chaos Titans, and their remains were still stuck around the stone slabs near the ruins of various temples. Suddenly, Ryan, who was sitting on the throne at this moment, overlapped with the image of Mr. Kong, who was sitting on the river bank and watching the enemy's corpses floating by. The strategic level of God King Ryan is so terrifying, so much so that when they looked at these huge titans, they felt like they were looking at a fallen god. Tangsi said cheerfully in the group of second-generation disciples' minds, "Jump, jump, jump as much as you can. Otherwise there will be no more to jump." Harry also laughed. Hee hee. Does this sound like something Master once said, King Kong versus Godzilla? Baron nodded. It does have that flavor. The 7 disciples were really discussing at the same time. Yes, the extra tongue belongs to the disciple of Apollo. He didn't dare to open his mouth, but his tongue couldn't help but move several times. Apollo also knows that he has no say. He also has a serious replacement ditch with the disciples he taught directly with these Ren. But he really wants to vomit. What do you think of the first Olympus king of the demon? No matter how much Apollo screamed in his heart, he dared not say it out loud, because his nominal master, Ryan, was the destroyer of all worlds. I glanced at Ryan, who was sitting on the throne. He was surrounded by goddesses on both sides, holding champagne in one hand and enjoying a gentle massage with the other. He looked so comfortable. Apollo had to admire such magnanimity and momentum. In the big picture, after the gods of both sides had arranged their positions, they finally started fighting. Kronos, you rebellious son. I told you that you will be punished. Uranus' roar was the anger of the entire Olympus sky, when the wrath of the sky spread to all directions. Not to mention mortals. Even Quetzalcoatl, who was far away from the holy mountain of Olympus, was terrified. Quetzalcoatl could not help but feel lucky. Fortunately, I had surrendered to the god King Tesla early. Kronos was of course unwilling to be criticized. He waved his huge sickle high in the air, and stepped on the landmine accurately, with the momentum of bringing up irrelevant issues. Oh, my grumpy old father. Can you make up for your regret as a male god by putting the lost Aphrodite back? Sorry. I can cut you once, and I can cut you a second time. Chapter 735 I Caught You. The sickle seizure of the throne incident committed by Kronos is very famous in the Olympian pantheon, and Artemis had already explained it to the physics-oriented gods. No matter how you beautify it, this is still hacked up. Every man feels phantom pain. Only Ryan's mind was filled with Ikea's theme song, Cut the Chicken. Cut the chicken. Cut the chicken. Cut the chicken. It has almost reached the level of spiritual pollution. Damn it! There is indeed a reason why Greek mythology cannot be widely spread. It is too damn eye-catching. However, the Chaos Lord will allow the two sides to fight among themselves, which is also very delicate. Perhaps because he occupied the Holy Mountain. Ryan's system showed that Kronos had grown taller. Now about 1,200 meters tall. Which was already very terrifying. His already majestic body was now covered with a huge amount of soil and rocks. And he looked like a moving mountain. However, Uranus in the sky is more than 10 kilometers long. Which looks even more intimidating. Considering that his body is mainly composed of wind elements and feels a bit weak. There is not necessarily a significant difference in strength between them. Looking at the chaotic Uranus, whose head no longer looked like a giant but rather a cockroach's, Ryan suddenly remembered that before he traveled through time, in a kite-flying field, a bastard had flown a supergiant cockroach-shaped kite, easily becoming the most beautiful, ugly, kid in the field. I always feel that Uranus floating in the sky is a super huge cockroach kite. He generally reserved the outer contour of humans. But his limbs have already been proliferated with a large number of octopus-like tentacles and translucent stuffs. It looks like a furry savage. If you look closely, he will find that his ribs and other bones have excessively exposed the body's surface. And then a large number of strange organizations similar to the iconic bones are also exposed. The more I look at it, the more it displeases me. If Ryan were still immortal, he would have to consider the issue of sanity now. The worst thing is that Ryan has to watch it. After all, this is a God King level duel. After a round of friendly exchanges of father grinning and son howling, Uranus shouted rebellious son, "Die!" And the two sides officially started fighting. The God King Uranus was the first to activate the dive mode. It looks a bit reckless. Tangsi asked, Master, why did Uranus choose close combat when he could defeat the enemy remotely? What if we can't defeat the enemy remotely? All the disciples fell into deep thought. No one understands what a Titan is better than this father and son. Even in Ryan's system display, the health bars of both sides were, in a sense, Uranus is half of the sky in the Olympus plane, and Kronos is half of the earth in the plane. This statement is not rigorous. After all, no one can estimate the extent to which Uranus is connected to the atmosphere of the plane. No one could calculate how much power of the earth Kronos, the former god of agriculture, who secretly inherited a considerable portion of the power of Mother Earth Gaia, could mobilize. Ryan only knew that the fight between these two guys consumed the elements, or vitality, of the entire plane. The world will of other countries is too ignorant and inflexible. But the world will of Olympus is divided into several parts, each of which is overly active. And each part is fighting against each other. Uranus turned into a terrible storm, with a diameter of 100 kilometers. The vortex formed by the high-speed rotation, and the aftermath of the strong wind alone, renovated the ruins of Athens outside the Holy Mountain. If anyone still wants to rebuild the city of Athens, he should be thankful that at least he doesn't have to clear the ruins. This exaggerated hurricane with a speed of over 300 kilometers per hour was basically comparable to the Category 5 tornado that Ryan had known. Stones the size of wash basins were blown into the sky, and large and small debris and human corpses that had not yet completely decayed were also swept into the sky. The violent hurricane seemed like another Mount Olympus, crashing down on Kronos' head at the top of the Holy Mountain. The second-generation Titan god King fearlessly swung his nearly 300-meter-long left forearm and punched directly into the eye of the tornado. The strong wind turned into a sharp blade, madly cutting the proliferating flesh and blood of Kronos. The bloodline is several meters long and looks very scary. First there is a cut, and then the stuff inside spurts out like Splatoon. If another wind blade cuts during this period, it will be a small scene with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Most of what the wind blade cut were the biological tissue and stone protrusions that grew on the Titan's arms. Then the wind blade continued to move downwards, extending the destruction towards the elbow. More and more tentacles and biological tissues were shredded and rolled up into the sky. As the wind blade twisted and cut at an extremely fast speed, the arm of the Titan God King was soon completely exposed to the strong wind. The damage done by the wind blade ends here. The flesh and blood of Kronos is extremely strong and hard, and a wind blade passing by can only leave a shallow mark. At this time, Uranus's attack method suddenly changed. The wind blade is just the appetizer. The real treat is the lightning that my eldest son favorites. How could a god, who controls the atmosphere, not know the art of thunder? Boom, boom, boom. The deafening and terrifying roar made Kronos instinctively think of that extremely shameful battle. Thick bolts of lightning, each with a diameter of more than 10 meters, pierced into Kronos' forearm like large cones. This time, even the Titan's natural defenses were unable to withstand it. Several particularly thick lightning bolts even pierced through the arm of the second-generation Titan God King. After Ryan secretly adjusted the camera position of the peeping. Ahem. That is, the position and field of view of the Eye of God. Downs and his team were able to spy that in the huge wound with a diameter of 10 meters. When the lightning faded, immediately lumps of ugly, twisted flesh would squeeze out, crushing the charred scab formed by the high temperature burning on the surface of the wound, and began to rapidly regenerate the damaged part. These growing granulations looked like countless octopus tentacles mixed together and intertwined with each other. Fortunately, this disgusting scene was stopped from being broadcast live as Kronos waved his arm. At the same time, a large amount of strange gas spewed out from the wound on Kronos' arm, which seemed to be polluting the huge tornado in turn. Vondak looked sharp. Is the speed of the tornado slowing down? Harry looked at it for a few seconds before answering, yes. It's slow. Only Ryan could see most clearly using the system. And that was the erosion of divine power. It's not the power of chaos. Now the two former God Kings are both on the side of chaos. They have the same master and they all use the moon-gazing balance, which is a move that cannot be broken. What surprised Ryan was that the thing was actually wine. Hundreds of tons of rice wine. Kronos, who was beaten badly in the first half, laughed out loud. I got you. Chapter 736. Is Zeus unprepared? This is a bit nonsensical. Kronos' next move is not nonsensical at all. On the contrary, it is full of ferocity. How did he get to the top back then? Gaia got Uranus drunk, who had turned into a grumpy old man. None of Uranus' children dared to attack him, except Kronos. How did such a huge sky titan become the lamb to be slaughtered? The answer lies in the word get drunk. The wine was made by the mother goddess Gaia, who forced the crops on the ground to grow and fermented them. This trick was also passed on to Kronos, the god of agriculture. When this wine that could even make titans drunk filled the gaseous body of Uranus, a subtle reaction quickly occurred in his body. A considerable part of Uranus's seemingly invisible body was forced to materialize. What happened next looked a little funny. Uranus, which was 10 kilometers long and so big, actually looked like a recycled giant cockroach kite. It was grabbed by Kronos' bloody left hand, and then thrown over his shoulder, and fell heavily to the ground. Boom! The ruins of the temple of the god King Zeus have been ravaged again. This time it came from his good uncle. It was originally flattened by Kronos, but now it has been sunken into a small basin after being dropped. When Kronos pressed his father's 10-kilometer-long divine body hard on the top of the holy mountain with the momentum of true * reverse heaven's gang, he raised the black sickle in his right hand high, exhaled and roared, "Go to H.L." As the first-generation king of gods. How could Uranus just sit there and wait to die? A biochemical muzzle suddenly opened at the position of his belly button, looking like a scab-covered and pus-oozing thing. It actually sprayed out a huge cluster of lightning before Kronos' scythe came down. His large, not quite human face was hit head-on by a bright ball of lightning. At the same time, in a shocking scream, the sickle was also fiercely cut off, and it was also attached to a pity. The poor carved version of Aphrodite was completely burst on the spot and turned into the bloody blood and mincemeat, and then fell as if it was a blood rain. Kronos was not having a good time either. His big face was surrounded by thick smoke, and countless lightning snakes were escaping and twisting in the air, gradually dissipating. It seems that the life and death game between the two generations of god kings, the loving father and the filial son, ended in a lose-lose situation for both sides in the first round. Of course, as bystanders, Ryan Downs and others felt psychologically uncomfortable. Artemis, Hestia and other former Olympian gods who surrendered felt a strong sense of grief. Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, who was once unknown to every god in the Olympian pantheon and had been slept with by almost every male god, has fallen completely in this way. Even if someone cut her off one day, she would probably never be able to recover. Ryan discovered that not only Artemis, who was still young among the gods, but even Hestia, a veteran goddess, was trembling slightly. Ryan just wanted to say that Aphrodite's fall came at the right time. It's hard to persuade a suicidal person with good words. Without a negative example, he would never win the heart of this mature and intellectual goddess. Although he did not say that he had to win Hestia's heart. It would be better to get it than to just have a divine body. Alas, I can only say that it is all thanks to the support of my peers. It's not that I am lustful. I just felt pity for the homeless goddess. Ryan shamelessly comforted himself and immediately turned his attention back to the battlefield. How to say? The fight between two titans really lacks aesthetic appeal. If the power that makes the mountains collapse, and then remove the lighting brought by the highly concentrated style elements that make the bystanders. These two giants in the sky are like two grounds that are twisted in one piece. Every move is full of the flavor of turtle fist. You punch me and I chop you. The only thing that can be praised about both sides is their exaggerated destructive power. Every punch will change the course of a mountain or river. With every step, a mountain will collapse. In this kind of God-King level fight, every second is the best interpretation of the word destruction. Just watching. Town said, "Why do I feel that this so-called God-King level battle is boring?" As the mouthpiece of the physics school, Flora immediately corrected him. "Brother, you are wrong. Master said a heavy sword is no edge. And great skill is not skillful. It means that even if the sword itself is not sharp, it can still defeat the enemy through the power and skill of the user. And when skill is at its extreme, it looks inconspicuous. This is a realm that transcends superficial skills." Phone Dak groaned slightly and echoed, "The sister is right. The Titan recruitment is rough. But through their superficial ways, we see their application of elements and divine power. Even if this is their inherent instinct. Harry, on the other hand, had a unique perspective. Don't you think that it is more advanced to do things like Master does? To reason with others first, and then convince them with reason? This is the true meaning of order. These two people opposite are too chaotic." All the gods said yes, with a group of disciples acting as supporting actors. Ryan noticed that several goddesses around him had sparkling eyes. He knew at a glance that a plot similar to favorability increase had been triggered. Ryan's mouth twitched, as expected. When I get to a certain point in the world of gods, I don't even need to speak for myself. The gods will argue for me. Well, most people in the Celestial Empire believe in two gods. One called Konggu, and the other called Minggu. Brother Kong is both elegant and cruel, while Brother Ming is both cruel and elegant. If there is any obvious difference between them, it is, Brother Kong will first reason with you, and then beat you up. Brother Ming will beat you up first, and then talk to you. In this way, compared with the so-called God King who only uses the turtle punch to declare his status, he is immediately many levels higher. To be honest, the Titan Wars, once you remove the filter of the so-called gods, looks a bit horrible. Not only the two former God Kings, but also their younger brothers rushed up and mostly beat them with turtle punches. There's no way around it. Titans are a race that relies more on their bodies and instincts than on their skills. Of course, the momentum is full. If a bard had written it, it would have been the battle of the Titans rent the sky, moved the mountains, shifted the rivers, and overturned the sea. But compared to this, Ryan was more concerned about what Zeus was doing. Just when everyone was watching with great interest, Ryan suddenly asked, "Do you think Zeus would have the guts to wait until his father and grandfather were exhausted from fighting, and then jump out to deal with them even though he knew I was watching from the side?" Chapter 737 Zeus is completely opposed. The School of Physics now has more than a dozen gods, big and small, regardless of whether they were taught by Ryan himself or surrendered. Looking at the entire Chaos Pantheon, this is a large pantheon. Counting individually, it is also superior to the large pantheon of the dwarves. After all, Ryan, Apollo, and Artemis are definitely first-rate ruthless characters, not counting the direct disciples such as Downs, who were notorious in their mortal days. These few with medium divine power can fight more powerful gods like Susanna. After Ryan said this, no one felt scared. After a brief moment of surprise, Town stepped out. It can be seen that the boy is obviously trying to suppress his inner excitement. "Master, do you mean that Zeus may decide to sell out the spatial coordinates of our Chaos continent in order to ensure his own throne as the God King?" Ryan said leisurely, "I can only say that I don't rule out this possibility." There was no panic or hesitation. Instead, the gods let out short cries of excitement. "Great. It's been a long time. If they hadn't come, I thought I would have survived until the end of this war. Not to mention those disciples of the physics school who write to convince people with reason. But in fact, they use physics to convince people. Not to mention Apollo and Julia, who are eager to prove themselves. Even the goddesses next to them have strange lights flashing in their eyes. Except for Susanna, Ceres and Hathor, who were destined to be canaries. Who didn't have some ideas? They had followed Ryan for so long that they knew his temper. As long as they could fight and dared to fight. Ryan was very generous. He would generously grant priesthood and fragments of the godhead. Artemis, Ellie, and Ishtar knew their own situations very well. Without the initial novelty, they could never be as good as those professional canaries in serving Ryan. Rather than leaving their fate to Ryan and trembling under his wings, it would be better to take the initiative. Anyway, Ryan said that he would back us up. If we can't win, just come back trump card. What's there to be afraid of? Ryan met those eager eyes and smiled. We have been preparing for so long. It is indeed time to practice. Don't worry. When the time comes, I will not let the enemy's main force in at the beginning. Yes. The voices of Towns and the others were full of excitement. Ryan turned his gaze back to the two former Olympian gods who were fighting fiercely. As if he was talking to himself, Zeus, are you really going to take this step? If you go, you will be standing on the opposite side of order. Ryan's voice was very soft. But none of the goddesses around him had a perception lower than 100 points. Hestia's body trembled. She knew that Ryan's words were meant for her. She sighed deeply. Zeus thought he would probably do that. Hee. Ren and her judgment were based entirely on Zeus' life story. The 3 generations of Olympus gods were not good people. Uranus was violent and perverse, stubborn and self-willed. Kronos knew that his brothers, the Cyclops and the Hundred-Handed, were powerful and believed that their existence was a potential threat to his throne. Therefore, Kronos devised a vicious plan to capture them and imprison them in Tartarus. After that, he still could not rest easy because the curse of Uranus before he left kept echoing in his ears. You will also be overthrown by your own son like me. In order to avoid this curse, Kronos made a cruel decision to eat all the children he gave birth to. At Zeus poisoned Kronos. After that, in the Battle of the Titan, the enemy's enemy was the principal of the allies. In fact, he could not do much. It can be said that reaching cooperation with the enemy of his enemy and ultimately winning was a brilliant move by Zeus to ascend to power. Human and God, in the path to dependence, is often very common. Zeus rose to power through conspiracy and subterfuge. And once he encountered an enemy that looked tough, he would instinctively use tricks. Renan never overestimates the lower limit of Zeus. In the past, Ryan always pretended to be confident. But this time, Ryan was really confident. Almost at the same time, Zeus reconnected with his good brother Poseidon and his wife Hera. Zeus finally revealed his plan for the Olympian version of the Clam SHL fight. Athena raised his objection for the first time. Father God, what about a serious problem? What about Ren Asterisk Tesla and his cause God? He will be a huge variable. Athena had chosen her words very carefully. Variables? What variables? Zeus sneered cruelly. How can I ignore such a disgusting guy who will threaten the entire Olympus pantheon? Believe me, he will not be a problem soon. Athena's face turned pale in an instant. As smart as she was, she immediately thought of a terrible possibility. Wait, Father God, are you planning to use the Lord of Chaos? Zeus suddenly became irritable. Thunder and lightning surrounded him, and violent lightning snakes shuttled through his hair and beard, making his white hair suddenly fluffy, like an angry lion. Use? He is the despicable traitor who used the Lord of Chaos. Do you dare to say that he didn't deliberately lure the Chaos Demon here? Look at those crazy Aztec gods. They are all mad dogs serving Ryan. What crazy gods? Everything is Ryan's trap. Everything. All the disasters are the conspiracy of Ryan Tesla, when he combined his imagination with some facts and vented them all at once. Athena was stunned for several seconds before she barely found an angle to say, "We have no evidence to accuse him of reaching a behind-the-scenes deal with the Grand Lord." I don't need evidence. His performance is the evidence. I've checked. He is the biggest beneficiary after the collapse of the Aztec world. The biggest beneficiary is often the mastermind of the conspiracy. I don't need to teach you such an obvious truth. Right. Zeus waved his arms violently and roared with gritted teeth. Athena's body trembled slightly, and she argued for the last time. I don't see the cause and effect of cooperating with chaos in him. It is not wise to force such a powerful existence, who could have formed an alliance to the opposite side. Moreover, we have limited understanding of the power of the Lord of Chaos. Enough. Zeus's anger finally fell on Athena. The terrifying power of the god king was like a torrential rain composed of thunder, pouring down on Athena, forcing Athena to hide behind her shield to survive the wrath of her old father. He took away my beloved daughter. This is a declaration of war against me. I will not let go of anyone who dares to challenge my divine power. Anyone. Chapter 738, You're here now? It's too late. Athena's first reaction to Zeus' words was disgust. Zeus, the bulldozer of the gods, assumed that all the goddesses in the entire Olympus world were in his harem. Even the husbands of the goddesses were not taken seriously by him. Besides, does he kill his daughter less? She, Artemis, Hestia, who didn't have a special skill or extraordinary combat power to escape his clutches. Then Athena felt sad. She certainly knew about Zeus's crazy obsession with the power of the god king. But it was really unwise for the father god to do this. She believed that if she were in Ryan's position, she would do the same thing. Although the total amount of divine power in this universe is growing slowly, other divine systems are collapsing quickly. This is the whale fall in the divine world. A whale dies, and all things grow. Without the collapse of other pantheons and worlds, there would be no integration of their resources, and no way to unite as one to fight against the Lord of Chaos. Ryan's approach is the most labor-saving and smartest approach. At least if you have some dignity, you will encounter much less resistance when integrating other pantheons. Zeus's doing this is certainly beneficial for him to regain control of the Olympian pantheon. But that is only limited to the Olympian pantheon, as long as he cannot completely suppress the Chaos pantheon with his individual strength. Then his ending will be miserable. He will either be killed by Ryan or forced to join the Chaos. Athena didn't want to see either. It's hard to persuade a ghost who is seeking death with kind words. Zeus was completely bewildered. Athena could do nothing but step away silently. Of course, even if the Olympian pantheon looks like a sinking ship, it doesn't mean she will abandon her damn old father. She is a very calm goddess, and she will carefully weigh the pros and cons of every major event. The Chaos pantheon looks beautiful now, but she lacks reasons to switch jobs. What would she do if she went to Chaos? Become an extra? Or become a collection of Ryan? Here she is at least the main god, second only to Zeus' brothers and sisters, and almost the leader among the fourth generation of gods. She would not vote for Ryan unless it was absolutely necessary. What Athena was doing was gathering intelligence, without the knowledge of the other gods. Her messenger, her pet owl, began to sneak into the territory of the Aztec gods. Soon she discovered that the Aztec gods were evacuating their captured followers, including the surrendered Greeks, through the portal. This is not good. A strong sense of crisis spread throughout Athena's entire body. The gods who control a certain element don't care about the life and death of mortals. For example, Zeus, as long as the sky does not completely collapse, his divine power will continue to flow. The same is true for Gaia, the mother of the earth, Poseidon, the king of the sea, and Hades, the king of the underworld. A fourth-generation god like Athena is not good enough. Although Athena has many divine duties, they cover nearly 10 areas including wisdom, art, navigation, military, etc. It seems that she is an all-rounder. But in fact, this is a helpless move. The priesthood that could provide the most divine power had already been occupied by the 3 generations of gods, or the old gods before. If she wanted to obtain a strong and stable source of divine power, she had to challenge the old gods within the framework of Zeus' divine power. This is why she had to fight with Poseidon for control of Athens, and seize the navigation priesthood, and also fight with Ares to seize the military priesthood. She could only snatch the source of divine power from the cracks between many powerful old gods. Her approach of obtaining a large number of irrelevant priesthoods was tantamount to trying to piece together a decent cruiser, by Greek standards, with a bunch of sampans. She successfully joined the ranks of the main gods. What's the cost? She relies on mortals for nearly all of her ministry. Without the faith of mortals, she is not qualified to be the main god at all. Now, with the destruction of Athens, she, as the patron saint of Athens, has undoubtedly failed in her duty. What's worse, all her believers are about to be kidnapped. This made her extremely anxious. She ran to Zeus and bowed deeply. Father God, the Aztecs are kidnapping all Athenians. Without the faith of mortals, all gods who rely on mortals' faith for their power will be affected to the greatest extent. As expected, she received an extremely cruel answer. So what? The duel between Uranus and Kronos affects the fate of the entire pantheon. Before they decide the winner, I forbid you to act rashly. Zeus' words were like a basin of ice water poured over Athena's head, chilling her soul to the core. Not only did Zeus not help her, he also held her back. At this moment, Athena almost wanted to rebel. Her reason told her that from Zeus's perspective, it was right to solve the biggest problem first, and then deal with the smaller ones. Her feelings told her that she really had to do so. When Zeus became the god king again, maybe the whole Greece could not find a few living people. The key is that if she loses her divine power, she will most likely smell the breath of Zeus. The old pervert. Zeus has coveted her for so long. How could he let her go? Athena felt a chill all over her body when she thought of this. The balance in her heart also changed silently. On the other hand, Ren allowed the feather snake god to send the devil believers to the plains that the devil believers snatched, and they welcomed the news of the Chaos Army. Ha ha. Zeus, you did a great job. You did a great job. Zeus could never have dreamed that Ryan knew him too well and directly predicted his prediction. There were a total of 10 Chaos regiments, 3 of which were absolutely elite main regiments. If it were a year ago, with such a terrifying army coming, Ryan would definitely be seriously injured if not dead. Even half a year ago, it would have been enough to make Ryan and his disciples drink a pot of wine and choke to death. But everything requires a timing. It's like the preseason of the S3 season before Ren. If the $60 billion knife of the eagle sauce is given 2 years ago, it will really kill the big bear's house in minutes. Ren watched the 10 battle groups that jumped out of the different galaxies, walking around the crooked line near the cause plane, and sneered, "Come now." Late. In fact, it wasn't that the Ren family thought so. When Ryan reported this to Pero, the reaction of the main gods, there was mostly just a casual "oh." It's simple. Ryan has already gained reputation and confidence of the entire Chaos Pantheon. Not only did the White Dwarf kill the Chaos Legion, or the comet buried the planet Imas, but after Ryan helped Chaos annex 3 pantheons, no Chaos god would be so short-sighted as to think that Ryan could not defend the Chaos continent. However, the gods were eager to ask, when will the fight against the Olympus god? Chapter 739, You Can Come Anywhere. Some evil gods are tired of holding the line at the front, and they also want to go to other pantheons to gain some benefits. Burning, killing and looting on your own and receiving charity from Ryan are 2 different things. They were just asking, in order to cooperate with the Chaos Legion's house raiding. The Chaos Lord launched a long-unseen strong attack and taught the lax god Chaos a good lesson. The crocodile god from Mohan Ane, who was enslaved by Rose, almost died. The kingdom of God was destroyed. But fortunately the god himself was fine, so no further damage was caused. But Rose is not as kind as Ryan. She would not give Brother Crocodile enough divine power to rebuild the kingdom of God. Instead, she reported to Ryan and applied for a new god-level cannon fodder. For a time, there was panic everywhere on the front line of the Chaos Mother Planet. No one dared to mention following Ryan to beg for money anymore. In contrast, all Chaos gods hated Zeus. Good and neutral gods, Zeus, you bastard. How dare you betray the interests of order? Evil gods, even if we wanted to do it, at least we haven't taken that step. All the gods here were furious and swearing. But Ryan didn't immediately go and scold Zeus. Ryan knew very well that Zeus was deliberately disrupting the Chaos plane, so that Ryan had no time to care about the infighting of the Olympian family. Then Zeus took this opportunity to kill his father and grandfather, and then took the opportunity to reorganize the entire Olympian pantheon. Then, when Ryan was overwhelmed, he used the power of chaos to destroy the Chaos pantheon and enslave it, and finally fought a decisive battle with the Lord of Chaos. Zeus's plan cannot be said to be bad. It can only be said that Zeus's knowledge limited his performance. There was an outrageous time gap between Ryan and Zeus in terms of space magic and cosmic cognition. Even if their powers were similar, Zeus was more than 100 times behind Ryan in terms of battlefield perception. Zeus was able to expand his perception range and find the Chaos continent, which proved that he still had some spatial ability. But he obviously couldn't pay attention to the situation of several worlds at the same time, and he didn't have the ability to perceive across galaxies. The key is that he does not have a strong teleportation ability. At best, he can throw the fallen titan out of the Olympus plane. If he really wanted to trick Ryan, he could tear up the space barrier of Chaos continent and send the fallen titans, or even the Chaos Legion directly in. By then, even Ryan would have a headache. Fortunately, Zeus doesn't have this ability. The days that followed were a bit boring. To be honest, there isn't much to do every day except watching the titans fight. Kronos and Uranus are both titans, and they can constantly draw power from their duties to replenish their bodies, which results in a seemingly fierce duel that ends in a bladder game. They and their younger brothers are all like this. The battle was truly so fierce that the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, and the sun and moon lost their light. However, it is still impossible to win. Ryan was not idle either. He pretended to accidentally discover a main Chaos regiment passing through the galaxy where the planet Imas was located and began to block it. Chaos War Master Magnus felt a headache when he saw the beams of light crossing the universe and growing larger and larger in his vision. Otherwise, after a while, boom, there was a distinct vibration coming from the huge flying meteorite. And then all the chaos demons in the meteorite began to spin again. Magnus didn't even have the temper to ask about the situation. It must be that the flying meteorite was knocked off course again. The flying meteorites of the Chaos Legion are of this nature. If there is no external interference, even if they keep circling in circles of different diameters, they will eventually reach their destination. Ryan's cunning blocking method is rare in the world. Ryan did not bother to launch a full-scale attack across the galaxy. He just kept harassing them with meteorites, disrupting the flight balance of the meteorites where the regiment was located, making it impossible for them to reach the entrance and exit of the Chaos Plane on time. Ryan said to his disciples very insightfully, if 10 Chaos regiments arrive at the same time, it will be a battle of encirclement and annihilation. What if they can't arrive at the same time? The disciples understood what he meant and laughed in unison. That means we are delivering food one by one. Yes. Absolutely. Ryan clapped his hands and laughed. He did not have a blocking all 10 Chaos battle groups. The first batch of he only picked a main force. One of the 3 current battle regiments was delayed, and 8 other battles continued to approach the galaxy where the Chorus Plane was located. After waiting for more than a week, Ryan seemed to have accidentally discovered an approaching main battle group. This time he did not use the meteor attack routine, but instead sent out Artemis and Apollo, the brother and sister who had been holding back for a long time. Go to H.L. Disgusting monster. After regaining her freedom after a long time, Artemis seemed to vent all her recent frustration and anger, and she shot an arrow with all her strength. There should be no sound in space, but the Chaos Demon in the meteorite actually heard the vibration of divine power coming from several kilometers away. A large piece of golden light gathered on the road of the naked eye at the speed of the naked eye, accompanied by a golden flash, exploded and scattered, and the sudden violence multiple shot brushed the thick metal meteorite wall. This is just my sister's starting move. Before the aftereffects of Artemis's move had completely dissipated, the focused divine light of Apollo, the god of optics, extended inward along the gap created by his sister's explosion. At this moment, it was as if dozens of little suns had drilled into the inner cabin of the meteorite filled with chaos demons. Sunlight and high temperature are almost the most effective ways to fight chaos. There was no sight of blood and flesh flying everywhere. Only countless chaos demons of all sizes rapidly melting away like candles under high temperature. Even in the next cabin, which was not directly hit, countless chaos demons were killed on the spot due to the extremely high temperature coming from next door. And screams were heard everywhere for a while. Ellie and Ishtar also took action, the former goddess of Venus and the queen of the underworld. These two sisters were equally powerful when working together. Tens of thousands of large chaos demons were killed at the first encounter. Immediately afterwards, the second-generation disciples of the physics school, such as Downs, rushed in and destroyed all the creatures with more or less than 2 legs in the meteorite in a devastating manner. Chaos War Master Amron screamed, "What's going on? How is it possible that we encounter Chaos's main god here?" This huge chaos demon, which was 100 meters tall, tried his best to resist, but to little avail. What is truly terrifying about chaos demons is their numerical advantage, and their ability to multiply almost infinitely. When a chaos war band is surrounded and attacked by a large group of gods who are good at aerial combat, their combat power is actually just that. Amon is a powerful warlord. He can set up a battle array on the land and compete with a powerful god. He can even use the numerical advantage of chaos demons to eventually kill a powerful god. But this is space. Where does the Chaos Legion get its combat power reinforcements? Chapter 740. The War Never Ends. Peace and Destruction. when a group of fierce gods attacked with all their might. The defeat of this regiment was inevitable. In the godly kingdom of Ren, Hestia turned to Ren and said, "What kind of tactics is this?" Ryan touched his E-level conscience and swore, "No matter how hard the war is, peace will come." "Ah?" Hestia exclaimed softly. "How can the chaos demons, who are used as cannon fodder, hate explosions? How can they keep us safe unless they are shattered to pieces?" Ryan felt that the touch of conscience was more and more good. Hestia blushed and said nothing. Ryan was undoubtedly extremely powerful. In this chaotic world where even gods could easily fall, Hestia, like most goddesses, did not dislike such strength. Only in the face of such a great existence, who could easily control other gods, and the Lord of Chaos, her surrender would not be considered a loss. Hestia was never obsessed with power. She didn't care whether she was the main god or not. But she didn't want to lose all her security just by escaping. To this day, she almost forgot how much of her affection with Ryan was acting, and how much was sincere. Anyway, everything in Olympus seemed to be completely far away from her. Even if she could see it every day, the feeling of hometown was becoming more and more blurred. The battle between the 24 main combat gods of the physical school and Angren's group lasted for 3 days. With the power of chaos stored in the chaotic meteorite, Onran made a stubborn resistance that made the gods astounding. If the gods besieging him had 2 fewer attributes, they would not be able to defeat him. Finally they surrounded and beat it to death. Downs and his team felt sick to their stomach as they watched the huge chaos organization that spread all over the meteorite and began to be reborn continuously, blending and giving birth to new chaos demons. Following Ryan's instructions, the gods of physics installed a divine version of the jet system at the designated location on the meteorite, so as to send this temporarily destroyed meteorite straight into the sun of the galaxy. Seeing the disgusting chaos legion finally completely melt away on the surface of the sun at tens of thousands of degrees Celsius, every god had an unconcealable satisfaction on his face. Having expended a lot of divine power, Artemis still had the mood to encourage everyone. "Come on. It seems that this troublesome battle group can be solved by defeating 9 more." Little did they know that Towns and the others had strange looks on their faces. Harry touched his nose and came over to explain, "Goddess of Artemis, this time, it is obviously Master asked us to practice his hands. He is used to try the strength of the chaos and deceive Zeus by the way. With Master's faction, he definitely has more convenient, fast and violent means to solve the chaos." "Ah!" Artemis once fantasized that if she showed her fighting ability, Ryan might let her go and keep her last line of defense intact. However, she found that she was too naive. Ryan had no shortage of god-level fighters, so Ryan was destined to take them all. When she went back to report, Artemis still stuck her, but out obediently. Ryan held back one and destroyed another main chaos regiment. This was exactly what the Lord of Chaos and Zeus had expected. Neither of these 2 giants thought that it would be so easy to complete the encirclement and suppression of the main plane of chaos. On the contrary, the fact that Ryan, the God King Chaos, had this reaction proved that the 2 of them had hit Ryan's weak spot. So, just as the 2 former God Kings, Uranus and Kronos, continued to flatten the holy Mount Olympus with the momentum of tearing down planes while cursing, the Lord of Chaos waved his hand, and the real killing move came. Ryan, who had placed eyes in more than a dozen galaxies next to his own territory, finally saw the Lord's trump card this time. "Ha! I knew it." When Ryan used the system to project the Chaos faction vehicle that he sent through divine magic onto the big screen on the 9th floor of Trumpet, all the gods were shocked. One was that he was shocked by Ryan's incredible ability to search for enemies, and he could still perfectly capture the position of every enemy across several galaxies. The second was the shock of Chaos Lord's generosity. What surrounded them were no longer large pieces of meteorites, but fragments. If the chaotic magic of tens of thousands of levels, or even millions of ranges from the meteorite is sent over, it is a classic group army charge. Although the Chaos Demons' advance and change of direction were full of uncertainty, it was obviously a good idea to break up into small groups and launch a continuous siege in waves, provided that Ryan had confirmed that he had the ability to directly destroy a large meteorite. This really proves the saying God can know everything, but he doesn't know everything. As the God King of the Outer Realm, Ryan's job is of course to focus on the big picture and let go of the small details, and be in charge of the general direction of the battle. On the other hand, it was impossible for Ryan to keep an eye on the entrances and exits to the Chaos Plane all day and waste his energy on these Chaos meteorites. the smallest of which might be only the size of a basketball court. The total number of Chaos Demons attacking from the other side is likely to exceed 30 regiments. Dealing with small-scale infiltrations is not the job of the God King. Tang Si and his friends admired them immensely. And this was the significance of their master's training of them. Master once said, "We need warriors to guard the four directions. Now is the time when our world needs us to be warriors." In the big square of Tesla Magic Academy. Not to mention Downs. Even the followers and disciples following behind Downs straightened their backs in unison. Ren's eyelids raised. His eyes were like electricity. And the far-reaching light swept tens of thousands of 3. fourth-generation disciples. He opened calmly. And the gods spread throughout the valley instantly. I learned about it. Very good. You go. You will give you the bottom. Thank you. Master. Tens of thousands of disciples and followers knelt down in unison. With the betrayal of Zeus, the traitor of order, the Chaos Plane is no longer safe after all. There is a reason why this place has always been ignored by the Chaos faction. Because there are only a few entrances and exits. And all of them are clusters of space cracks that open periodically. The largest hole is as big as 100 football fields put together. And the smallest is only the size of a basketball court. The longest interval between openings is 4 hours, with each opening lasting 10 minutes. And the shortest is once every half hour, with each opening lasting only 2 minutes. Such irregular opening and closing methods are themselves a great test for the Chaos camp on the offensive. The Grand Lord couldn't figure out the rules of the opening. And even if he did, those stupid Chaos Demons couldn't grasp it. So the Chaos Demons could only use a loose formation to continuously attack the star area where the space crack was. Chapter 741 Ren? That is time. It's a good thing to have passed through. If you can't get through, die. 1, 2, 3 Chaos Demon meteorites of different sizes penetrated the space cracks and appeared in the airspace of the Chaos Plane. Before these Chaos Demons could cheer for their success, one of Harry's disciples, who had been waiting near the space rift, sat in his own wizard tower and stretched out his hand. A curtain of lightning woven with lightning immediately appeared in the path of the meteorite. He pushed forward slightly. The dead electric wall immediately moved forward. He just avoided the cracks of the space. The Chaos Demon that escaped in the dead immediately took the special express train to destroy H.L. In fact, those who can get through are already lucky. Put it outside the crack. Assuming that this is not a vacuum environment. Looking at the chaotic meteorites that are stirred into the turbulence of space and exploded. It would not be wrong to imagine them accompanied by a continuous bang 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 sound, pulling the vision to the distance. The onlookers seemed to see a bunch of soap bubbles of varying sizes exploding in front of their eyes, and countless fragments of Chaos Demons fluttering down, as if they were going to fill the narrow passage with flesh and blood. Unfortunately, all the filling line actions have become meaningless as the space cracks periodically close. When the space closes on time, all the matter remaining near the gaps and cracks will be completely wiped out. No one knows whether these residues have entered the black hole or turned into some indistinguishable tiny particles. Anyway, they are gone. The biggest advantage of Chaos is its theoretically unlimited military output. The Chaos War Master in charge of the attack doesn't care about the loss of this little bit of manpower. What he cares about is the authenticity of the opposite Chaos Plane. After 2 days of continuous fish feeding, he was finally sure. Report to the Lord. I found at least 24 subordinate gods and messengers of different gods defending the other side. I think it's correct. The Chaos side's offensive suddenly intensified. They no longer sent out their attacks blindly, but instead concentrated their attacks to send in Chaos Demons when the space cracks opened and closed. The first few times were just tentative attacks. But 2 days later, all those coming in were large Chaos Demons that were at least 20 meters tall. This time, it will take either a legendary wizard or a high-level wizard using a wizard tower to kill it as quickly as possible. Fortunately, the physics school was well prepared. At a time when most of the second-generation disciples have been deified, 15 of the first batch of third-generation disciples taught by Tangs have been promoted to legends. With a wave of his hand, Tangs will deify those who can be promoted to legends. The situations of the direct disciples of other second-generation disciples are mostly similar. There are now 108 directly administered demigods, including the followers who came over and were canonized. There were 256 demigods in the physics school alone. There is definitely some water in this. It's like when the stock market is in a long-term bull market. Even a pig standing in the wind will fly. Moreover, under the large rotation system here in Ryan, Everyone has to fight against chaos demons. And the possibility of there being counterfeit goods is almost zero. This means that there is no pure academic school among the physical school mages. And everyone has a strong martial virtue. Something seems wrong. But nothing seems wrong either. Now that the physics school has stopped pretending and is directly blocking the bottleneck. The only way to break through is to have a bigger and harder existence. The two sides fought for another 3 days. And the prince finally revealed his trump card. Report: a world-class chaos god has been discovered. When Harry's report reached Ryan, Ryan patted Hather and Susanna and asked them to make way. As soon as he stood up, a stream of light flashed on Ryan's body, and he put on the robe of divine power. He was once again the high and mighty god king of Outer Realm. A divine thought came out. Tang Si, are you ready? Yes. An excited voice responded from the other side. Then let's go according to plan. Yes, Master. People's psychological threshold will always continue to increase. When they first saw the world-class chaos god on the planet Imas, Tangs and his team could not hide their surprise. This time, seeing a smaller chaos god, they were not so shocked. It is 1.5 kilometers long, with the upper body being a stone man with 4 arms and 2 heads, and the lower body being like an octopus, with 8 metal tentacles that are 50 meters thick and nearly 1 kilometer long. And there are thousands of tentacles of all sizes around it. No matter how you look at it, this thing seems to come from a plain filled with sea water. I don't know which water world was plagued by chaos. And eventually it turned into an octopus chaos god. Whether his appearance shocked chaos and other gods. At least it shocked Zeus. He didn't have the strong galaxy sensing ability of Ryan. So he used his own way to insert an eye outside the chaos plane. When he saw this guy, his face was filled with the same surprise as Towns' before. With his eyesight, he could certainly see that this was a chaos demon refined from a large plane. And it itself was a fallen world will, compared with the Olympus plane. That is, all the gods in charge of Zeus, Poseidon, and Earth Mother Gaia, etc. are integrated into one piece, and then refined all the elements of the water and fire wind of the entire plane. The essence is finally concentrated, which is now this thing. Of course, this chaos god clearly comes from a plane much smaller than Olympus. Its appearance just fulfilled the promise that the Grand Lord made to him. I will definitely use a world-class chaos god to force Ryan Tesla to take action personally. In Ziji's eyes, it is huge and can be comparable to his father Kronos. This world-class chaos god and Kronos both play with the power of chaos. As for whose energy is more refined, we will only know after a fight. In any case, its appearance made Zeus secretly relieved. Without hesitation, Zeus spread the good news among the Olympian gods. Ha ha ha. When Ryan Tesla is controlled, it's my turn to deal with Uranus and Kronos. Come on. Get ready to blow the horn of counterattack. Zeus was obviously very excited. Only Athena's eyes flashed with an uncertain light. And she thought to herself, can that Ryan Tesla be dragged down so easily? She put a big question mark on this. As Zeus expected, not long after, a huge translucent figure appeared on the other side of the largest pass. The Outland God King, Ryan Tesla, transformed into a giant 1 kilometer tall. In his left hand, he held a gorgeous crystal staff with energy balls of the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and wind circling above the staff head in the shape of a glazed tower. In his right hand, he held an ultra-long whip over 5 kilometers long, which emitted violent lightning and an energy that was familiar to the Olympian gods. The light power of Apollo. Chapter 742. Is this worth it? As soon as he saw this, Zeus became completely upset. Humph! That rebellious son. I will deal with him sooner or later. How could Zeus be in a good mood when his own children betrayed the Pantheon and ran to the enemy's house to work like slaves? Zeus had a very gloomy expression on his face and glanced at Hera vaguely. Hera shuddered all over. She felt guilty at first, but then she held her head high and glared at Zeus. This scene beautifully illustrates her relationship with Zeus. Yes, I know I was wrong. I will do it again next time. What a scumbag man and a vicious woman. Which highlights the saying that people of the same family will not enter the same door. In a sense, Zeus was indeed righteous. He married Hera and prevented this poisonous goddess from harming other gods. It's a pity that Hera failed to impose eternal punishment on Zeus like Kronos did to his father. If she had done that, it would have been a real drama. This couple of god kings did not forget to fight among themselves at this time. which made the gods feel sad. In the picture, the octopus brother, the chaos god, took action. Although the sound cannot be spread in space, you can see the chaotic atmosphere overflowing from his body. So that Zeus's surveillance lens is a bit snowflake. And the gods can really feel how terrible to use a world's nuclear as a source of pollution. As long as you take a few laps on the land of order, basically there will be no grass left. Row is that this product is now allies. Anyway, none of the Olympus gods on the side can have a good face. The space rift leading to the interior of Chaos Plane was actually not very big. This chaos god immediately displayed his astonishing strength. Its 4 arms suddenly stretched out in all directions at the same time. Shoo! Originally, there should be no sound in space. At this moment, the onlookers seemed to complete this phantom sound in their minds at the same time. That was the sound of space being torn apart. The chaos god can actually use his own power to change the structure of nearby space. So, even when the space closes later, even space compression will not be able to easily destroy this chaos god, who is an invader the gods look forward to. At this moment, the huge phantom of Ryan made a move, and he raised the 5-kilometer-long whip in his hand high in the air. The whip flew like a spirit snake, and a beautiful continuous wave was formed in the air. Immediately, the 5-kilometer whip easily crossed the 3-kilometer straight line distance between him and the chaos god, and hit one of the chaos god's claws hard. The brilliant light that suddenly burst out was so bright that it looked like a small sun rising in the crack. So bright that mortals could not open their eyes. Pop! This time it was not a fantasy. The sound coming from the vibration of divine power accurately crossed the void and reached the eye inserted by Zeus. What a surging divine power! Hades muttered secretly. This blow was very god of God at first glance. That's right. It was Apollo's power of light that was used. Those with a discerning eye could easily see that just this one whip consumed at least half of the power reserves of a god of medium power. This is not something that Apollo, with his mere divine power, can afford. With his accumulated divine power being so great, he would be out of breath and exhausted after just a few moves. It was obvious that Ryan gave Apollo a large amount of attributeless divine power, allowed him to transform it, and then seconded it back to deal with the god of chaos. The former Olympian 12 gods are just a converter. With just this one strike, Zeus and his men were certain that only the king of gods could call upon divine power so domineeringly. The chaos god on the opposite side howled in pain. This was not some simple injury. The power of the sun and light was very effective in fighting against the power of chaos. Bystanders could even see that the place where the whip hit was not only torn apart, but also large patches of light spread evenly on the forearm that was at least 300 meters long. The power of light is actually corroding the flesh of the chaos god. This is simply the divine version of dipping the whip in iodine and disinfecting it while hitting. Of course, the mighty chaos god would not be defeated so easily. He was whipped twice more. This time, he finally judged the attack direction of the whip by instinct and accurately grabbed the front end of the whip with his 4th uninjured arm. Roar! The chaos god let out an inhuman roar and bit forward with another hand and a head. The terrifying big mouth that had newly grown on the arm and the side of the head bit the whip of light tightly, as if to force Ryan to let go or to pull Ryan over completely. At this moment, Ryan sneered and said, "How dare you, a beast, be so presumptuous?" The next moment, the Thunder Emperor arrived. Woo! Strange buzzing. A huge amount of lightning energy surged from the handle of the whip. The blue-white lightning that shone from the 5-kilometer-long whip illuminated the large and small dimensional barriers in the distance. When Olympus saw this level of electrical energy, he instinctively compared it to Zeus's thunderbolt, and everyone fell silent, because this thunder power is not inferior to that of Zeus in any way. So strong. Athena commented secretly in her heart. This unexpected electric whip, of course, made the chaos god scream in pain. Its 2 claws and half of its head were actually burned into charcoal by the high temperature of thunder. The severe pain made it retreat instinctively. Just in time, the space crack closed again. On one side was the chaos giant's impotent and furious roar, and on the other side was Ryan, with his divine power overflowing. This scene made the onlookers clearly understand who was better. Zeus ignored the cheers from the suspended wizard towers near the pass, turned off his spy, and snorted, "What are you so proud of? Didn't he fall into my trap? There's no way he has time to care about us." At this point, the Olympian gods finally came back to their senses and realized that Zeus was at least right strategically. He successfully used the Chaos Lord's trump card to help him contain the biggest variable in this hunting operation. Chaos God King Ryan * Tesla. With such a huge chaos standing at the gate of Chaos Plane, how could Ryan dare to leave Chaos Plane without permission? Athena sighed in her heart. She also felt that Zeus was more insidious this time. She could fully predict what Zeus would do next, and go all out to kill his own father and grandfather, and then unify Olympus, and then see if there would still be a chance to get rid of chaos. If the power of chaos could not be eliminated, it was not ruled out that he would actually join chaos, and in turn kill the chaos gods. A haze loomed over the heads of Athena and other goddesses. If they threw themselves into the arms of chaos, wouldn't they become those disgusting things that were neither human nor ghost? This made Athena, who once competed for the throne of the most beautiful goddess, feel very disgusted. I hope it doesn't come to that. A question arises in the minds of all the Olympian gods. For Zeus' throne, cooperating with chaos, is this worth it? Chapter 743. A loud bang in the sky. An old rogue in the world of gods can sleep with the wives and daughters of other gods at will, and bring his wife to torture and persecute his enemies at will, claiming that he can do whatever he wants. What does he rely on? Did he overthrow the prestige of the previous tyrant of the gods, Kronos? So funny. Zeus himself was the greatest tyrant. He relies on his status as the strongest in Olympus. At least he looks like the strongest. Just because of this, no matter how many evil things he does, other people have to accept it. Now he allowed his father and grandfather to jump out and play restoration, and destroyed the temples of the gods in Athens, the largest holy place of faith in the world. Everyone still tolerated him because of his strength. In order to achieve the final victory, everyone even condoned his collusion with the Lord of Chaos. All the dissatisfaction and anger were suppressed. What if Zeus can't win? That's hard to say. More than one god received Artemis's message and the price offered by Ryan. After all, Chaos had lost dozens of gods a while ago, leaving many god positions vacant. Similarly, some of Chaos's priesthoods did not conflict with Olympus. As long as they changed jobs, they can take over almost seamlessly. Of course, in front of Zeus, you switched to the street with Zeus, and then transferred to the street. It was the two price. Smart gods would secretly transfer their core believers and send them to the continent of Chaos as a token of their allegiance to Ryan. More gods chose neither to agree nor to refuse on the spot. There is no other way. If you change jobs at this time, you will most likely suffer the wrath of Zeus, who is still relatively strong. This is not something that everyone dares to do, considering that Zeus had been so cruel to his own parents before, throwing them into hell and torturing them to a state worse than death. Few Olympian gods dared to publicly change jobs unless it was absolutely necessary. Just because they don't dare to make a decision doesn't mean the fire of rebellion in their hearts has been extinguished. Because Zeus allowed the two former gods to fight each other, the entire plane has been messed up, and only 1 in 10 mortal believers survived, either killed or kidnapped by the Aztec gods. The Olympian gods, who relied on the faith of mortals for their livelihood, had long been fed up with Zeus. They were all waiting for the day when Zeus would have to take action. Apparently, today is that day. Whether it is a mule or a horse, you will know after taking it out for a walk. Whether Zeus is still strong enough to lead the entire god clan will be revealed today. If the answer is yes, they are the most loyal servants of the god King Zeus. If not, the Olympian gods gathered together, watching the live fight between the two former god kings as transmitted by various reconnaissance beasts. How to say? Energetic. Regardless of whether it was the gods fighting each other with all their might, or the group fights of their younger brothers. The fight was so fierce that the sky was dark, and the sun and moon were dim. Nonsense! This god represented the Uranus in the sky, and even came down to earth. The sky over Greece was filled with chaos and thick fog, and the sun could not penetrate it all. This super brawl that lasted for nearly half a month is finally coming to an end. As Kronos dragged his father into the deep sea, the second-generation god king gradually gained the upper hand. In fact, this move is very similar to the previous anti-incident. In the Olympian pantheon, there was once a Hercules named Antaeus. He was the son of Poseidon, the god of the sea, and Gaia, the mother of the earth. He was extremely strong and victorious in every battle. But Antaeus had a fatal weakness. That is, once he left the earth and left the nourishment of his mother, he would lose all his strength. It turned out that Antaeus' infinite power came from his contact with the earth. Hercules, the greatest hero in Greek mythology, discovered Antaeus' secret. So during the battle between the two, Hercules lifted Antaeus into the air so that he could not get power from Gaia, and finally strangled him to death. Kronos did almost the same thing. Uranus himself represents the sky of the entire plane. No matter how many times he is hurt, he can draw strength from the atmosphere to replenish the damage to his body. If Uranus's divine power is really exhausted, it means that the sky and plane barriers of the entire plane will be destroyed. As long as Kronos still wanted to be the king of the Olympus plane, he would not do such a stupid thing. For this reason, after Kronos seized the throne, he did not dare to really kill his father. Now Kronos can not only attack his father again, he also has another choice. Zeus also uses the sky as the source of his divine power. Even if Uranus really dies, he can still make Zeus into a divine-skinned sky and hang it in the sky. Anyway, the 3 generations of the gods have absolute resentment about the other 2, and no one can give up the position of the king of God. So they encounter themselves. The method adopted by Kronos was to first use wine to interfere with Uranus' contact with the sky, which forced Uranus to reduce the size of his body and reduce consumption. When both sides became giants only 1,000 meters tall, Kronos used his real trick and dragged his father into the sea. The deepest point of the Mediterranean Sea on Earth is just over 5,000 meters. But the deepest point of the ocean in this Olympus plain is 10,000 meters. Even though both parties are titans and do not need to breathe, the consumption of divine power caused by this isolation is real. As the god of agriculture, Kronos can still get a small amount of divine power replenishment in the deep sea. But to his father, it is simply consumption. When 2 titans were fighting fiercely in the deep sea and both sides began to lose strength, Zeus appeared. There was a loud bang in the sky, and Zeus made a brilliant appearance. How can you see the sky from the bottom of the sea? Of course, Zeus alone can't do it. Don't forget that whenever Zeus encounters difficulties or opponents he cannot defeat, he always fights with his 3 brothers together. The bottom of the deep ocean should not have a single ray of sunlight. It should be a dark and terrifying world. The 2 former god kings fought each other on the seabed, and the blood of God and the chaotic power that escaped had already turned billions of tons of seawater into paste. At this moment, the sea suddenly parted, revealing a huge pyramid-shaped hole. Only at the highest point, the spike, could a ray of light be seen shining through. That is Zeus holding the thunder scepter. Ha ha ha! My dear father, my beloved grandpa, have you had enough fighting? If not, you can continue fighting. If you have had enough, don't blame me for killing you too and sitting on the throne of the king of gods again. Zeus's unbridled and arrogant laughter echoed in this huge underwater cavity that was suddenly vacated. The 2 former god kings who were fighting each other till they were bloody cast angry glances at Zeus. The rebellious grandson. You beast! How dare you be so arrogant to your father? Ha ha ha! Kronos, I told you that your son will overthrow your rule. Now he's here again. Isn't he? Chapter 744 Zeus. How much do the gods hate you? Why is Uranus regarded as stubborn? Simply put, he felt that he was okay again and went back to work. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why he had to come out and fight Kronos when he knew that Zeus was probably hiding. Too bad he got beaten again. As a negative dog in the divine world, when he was in an absolute disadvantage, he failed to change his habit of being a strong-mouthed king. As a soft god of the sky, he remained tough in his words as a last resort of stubbornness. Kronos here also understood that Zeus stared at him in the dark. However, his father had to report the revenge of cutting chickens, and he couldn't let his father calm down, so he could only beat. There are not so many calm and composed people in the world. Those who are a little calmer than their peers are often the winners. The Titans are the epitome of being able to do whatever they want by relying on their physical advantage. And it is not uncommon for the 2 of them to fight head-on, and then Zeus to reap the spoils. In Zeus's imagination, the 2 on the opposite side fought desperately like wild beasts, destroying each other's bodies and consuming each other's divine power until they were exhausted. According to their current state of only a little blood and skin left, they should be extremely panicked by the appearance of their eldest grandson. Zeus imagined that they would continue to fight each other to the death, or that they would split up and escape if the situation became unfavorable, or even suddenly turn their guns around and unite to attack him. Zeus, he has a complete plan for this. Brothers go to battle together. This is not an exaggeration. This is the deep sea. No matter which one these two choose, Zeus is sure to keep them. Zeus had planned everything. But the only thing he didn't expect was the reaction of his father and grandfather as soon as he appeared. It's normal to spray him. As they were scolding each other, the father and son who had a grudge against each other actually started to hug each other while scolding him, which was very abnormal. Obviously, the two giants were covered with wounds. And obviously all the shocking and nearly fatal injuries were caused by each other. But they acted like brothers and laughed heartily at Zeus. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. You didn't expect that, little brat. You plotted against your father. And one day you were plotted against in return. How does it feel? The two Norse laughed almost in unison. And Zeus' face suddenly darkened. Zeus, standing on top of the underwater cavity, gently waved his left hand. Thousands of sea beasts suddenly appeared on the other side of the sea barrier, led by none other than Poseidon, the king of the sea. Right under the feet of the two former god kings, the seabed quickly turned black. The underworld had already been connected to this place. Even though countless wronged souls and evil spirits were intimidated by the power of the two former god kings and dared not approach, their existence allowed Hades to turn the entire seabed into the underworld. This was the death trap that Zeus had specially prepared for the two of them. There was truly no way out. Either. You? Can you still laugh? Zeus grinned grimly. He would definitely not let the two decide the winner in advance. No matter who kills whom, there is a high probability that he will devour the other's divinity and power. And suddenly his strength will be closer to Zeus, the real king of gods. In Zeus's opinion, the timing of his attack was absolutely perfect. The weird thing is, they were still laughing. Laughing happily and happily. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. They can still smile, proving that they are truly fearless. This put Zeus in a bit of a dilemma, because when Poseidon and Hades appeared, all the Olympian gods, who were still under his command, had already appeared, blocking the Chaos Titans who were rushing towards him at the seaside closest to here. And they had already started a fierce exchange of fire. Countless divine arts were poured down on these already scarred Chaos Titans, and the bodies of the ancient gods. Hundreds of lights and shadows intertwined on the battlefield. Brave warriors launched attacks on these titans. Their tiny bodies easily reminded people of ants charging at elephants. In this way, the Olympians blocked the battlefield and prevented the Chaos Titans from supporting their king. The whole situation has been laid out. Uranus and Kronos should have started to struggle like trapped animals. But their calmness made Zeus uneasy. It also made Athena, who was blocking the Titans at the seaside and observing the battle situation, uneasy. The wise goddess felt her soul trembling with shock. And she couldn't help but think of more possibilities. If Zeus's plan was completely seen through, then what were the trump cards of the two former gods? The key was whether Ryan Tesla was really being held back and had no time to take care of this side. She supported Zeus, firstly because of his existing theocratic status, and secondly because the two previous gods were even worse. Perhaps this is the tragedy of the Olympian pantheon. As you go up in history, each god king is worse than the last. She was dissatisfied with Zeus and hated the first two even more. Athena shuddered at the thought of all the bad possibilities. Finally, the two former god kings, who were arm in arm with each other, revealed their cards. Floating in the cavity on the seabed at this moment is cold air, a breath that should not exist in the deep sea. The gazes of the two gods were very strange, as if they penetrated the sparkling sea water, penetrated the sky and the earth, and saw beyond the plain. The victorious smile on the lips of the two seemingly vulgar gods was the greatest mockery of Zeus. The direction of the sea water on the battlefield suddenly changed. A huge amount of sea water was suddenly withdrawn from the area surrounding the two god kings, so that everyone could see or feel that the sea barrier was rapidly retreating. Poseidon, what are you doing? Zeus's furious voice suddenly rang out, and the tone even rose several scales because of his anger. Poseidon's face turned pale, and he quickly explained, "It's not me. Who else could it be if not you?" Zeus cursed. The seawater completely lost its order. The large sea beasts and various shrimps and crabs in the sea collided with each other in a violent turbulence, and were then swallowed up by hundreds of whirlpools that appeared at the same time not far away. Hulala. This is the earth-shaking sound of water. Zeus and Poseidon were shocked to see huge cracks appearing on the seafloor, with any one of them stretching for more than a kilometer. A huge amount of water, measured in billions of tons, was disappearing at a rapid speed. Without sea water, This lethal trap naturally could not exist. So that the seabed that had just turned into H.L. under the feet of the two former gods also turned back to its original color. Poseidon stared at the seabed in astonishment. He could clearly feel that his power was rapidly failing. The ocean on which he depended for survival was rapidly leaving the Olympus plain at a speed visible to the naked eye. But he was almost unable to react. Until this time, Zeus finally knew who was in charge of all this. Mother Earth. Gaia. Zeus's painful voice was like a dream. Chapter 745. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. In the slowly flowing time, there seemed to be a loud bang echoing in Zeus' ears. Faced with this situation that made him so angry that he almost vomited blood, the familiar yet almost forgotten name Gaia came to Zeus' mind. Yes, her name appears in every regime change in the Olympian pantheon. As the queen of gods, Gaia was treated rudely by Uranus and encouraged her sons to rebel against her husband. That time, it was Kronos who stood up. In order to keep Kronos' position as the king of gods, she also gave birth to Typhon to fight against Zeus. Just as Kronos could not deal with Uranus, who represented the sky, Zeus could not deal with Gaia, who represented the earth. However, Zeus never expected that even Gaia would come out to deal with him. Zeus' voice trembled rarely. Gaia, in order to deal with me, you are willing to join forces with Chaos? The smiles of the father and son of the god king who were arm in arm were getting brighter and brighter. Uranus felt the arrival of the wind element and replenished his divine power endlessly again. And Kronos, standing on the land under the sea, also received the protection from his mother Gaia. And the divine power in his body was also rising endlessly. This deep land gave rise to the thunderous laughter of Gaia, the Earth Mother. Ha ha! Hoo hoo hoo! Ha ha ha! My dear grandson! It's not me who surrendered to chaos, but you who deliberately let chaos infect Uranus and me. What? Zeus was finally shocked this time. Gaia, the Earth Mother, shouted angrily. I warned you when chaos invaded, but your guards rejected my messenger, and you refused to listen to my request, because you were fooling around at that time. Uranus grinned. The sky is polluted. I warned you, but you refused to listen to the noise of a former god king, thinking that I was just the cry of a loser, and you were fooling around at that time. Kronos laughed. The earth and the sky are infected by chaos, but you feel that they are moaning without illness. You think this is the excuse for them to obtain authority. Missed the best time to prevent chaos from spreading. Until the chaos spread to Taltaro's H.L. You were a little scared. But what you are most afraid of is the restoration of the former god king, not the destruction of this plane. Gaia went on to say, in the final analysis, you only care about your authority, not the life of the entire plane. This is your negligence as the king of God. It is the sin that you can't skim on the dry department, the earth and the sky of the world, as well as the agriculture that maintains human survival due to Zeus's laziness and arrogance caused by the collapse. Is there any rescue in the world? Every Olympus god who watched this dialogue couldn't help shaking. They really did not expect that below the ground that seemed to be normal, the deepest part of the earth was completely corroded by chaos. After all the calculations, it turned out that Zeus was finally blamed for this. Thinking of his dying clever job, and thinking of the large pile of shit in the past, the gods of the gods did not hit one place and hated teeth itching. Even at this time, Zeus still argued, isn't it the duty of your god of chaos as the god of the sky and the mother of the earth? A generation of god-king couples at the same time. We have resisted. We failed. Kronos, do you think we are attacking you just out of pure hatred? That is certainly a very important reason. But the more important reason is that you are no longer worthy of being the king of gods in this Olympus world. What is the boss? The boss is the talent to the field, and keep the younger brother. At least when Uranus and Gaia encountered chaos, they never thought of voting for chaos. In this pot, Zeus had to be down to earth. No! This is not my fault. This is impossible to be my fault. As a king of God, how can you do something wrong? This is just your shameless excuse. Zeus looked like a thunder. A shiny thunder arrow with a length of more than 100 meters, which caused a violent explosion and roar. And even a huge pit collapsed. But, so what? Poseidon also felt that the water elements in the sea quickly disappeared. And even his clergy was being squeezed out of this world by an inexplicable force. Laugh. If this position has no sea, will there be a sea god? In addition to the heavenly seawater discharged from the plane, Gaia water eliminated the existence of seawater from the physical level. Then it didn't matter that the sea god was Zeus over there was also desperately competing for the control of the sky with Uranus. He also found that there was not much sky that could fight for him. He let his father and grandfather fight each other in order to hide his whereabouts. He did not continue to control the atmosphere of the sky with his gods. Little did people know that Uranus took advantage of this. The lowest clouds in the troposphere were still normal air, but the stratosphere and the exosphere were all polluted by the power of chaos and completely turned into a chaotic atmosphere. That is, Uranus first occupied 4 layers, and then competed with Zeus for control of the remaining stratosphere. The divine thoughts of both sides engaged in a fierce battle in the sky. After a real experience, Zeus knew that he was finished. Because of his turtle shrinking impatience, he missed the last chance to dominate the atmosphere. Originally, he was not without a chance. Apollo, purify. Zeus rushed out, and in the next moment, he saw his face white. So funny! Where is the god of light Apollo? The god of light, who is most capable of purifying chaos, has already been driven away by his jealous good wife. Brothers and sisters, help me! Help me, Zeus yelled. A new divine joke was born. Including Zeus, there are 6 brothers and sisters in total. Who can fight now? The eldest sister Hestia has fallen into the hands of Ryan. The second sister Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, is now trying to compete with Kronos for divine power. And the third level Hera is the goddess of marriage and fertility. Even the mortals are almost gone. What divine power can she have? The second brother Poseidon is the sea god without the sea, and Zeus himself has pulled it. The only thing that can expect is the elder brother Hades, who thought that Gaia was so ruthless. With a loud noise that shocked the entire plane, Hades' face was extremely pale. Gaia, do you actually separate the underworld from this plane? Is it still the underworld if it cannot obtain the souls of the dead from the mortal world? Gaia's wild laughter continued to be heard from the depths of the earth. Blame Zeus. He, the king of gods, doesn't take mortals and the Olympus world seriously. Then we have no choice but to degenerate into world-class chaos gods and bring disaster to other worlds. Ha ha ha. Chapter 746 Athena's Rebellion. Voluntary fall into chaos? In the end, you need to hate Zeus so that these previous generations and kings will make such decisions. In other words, as they said that when the situation became irreversible, they simply switched to chaos. The truth of the matter can no longer be discovered. The only thing that can be confirmed is that there will be no good end to fall into chaos. Even if noble is Krianos and Uranos, they dare not say that they can keep their minds after they are completely chaotic. Seeing too much, they also know that once the order is completely chaotic, whether it is reasonable is a question of probability. It is like a Skokia's descendants occasionally 1 or 2 smart things. And even some of them are good. That is, the classic husky, but most of the 2. You know that it is pure and impure when you look at the wisdom in its eyes. Uranus and Gaia, 2 ancient gods who are almost equivalent to a part of the world, must have asked the Lord of Chaos. It is estimated that the Lord did not give them any promises. If the promise is valid, then it is order, not chaos. However, voluntary chaos has a small advantage, which is that one can control one's brain as much as possible and let it eventually become chaotic. This means that Gaia and the others still retain considerable divine power and can enjoy the blessing of the power of chaos. In this state of semi-order and semi-chaos, chaos is irreversible. But the combat power erupted at this time is far stronger than before. This is the price. This power is estimated that there will be no god of order to express envy. A situation where you lose all the pots. Before the arrival of today, the remaining Olympus gods did not know that the situation had been eroded to this point. They also fantasized that the old-fashioned Zeus could die again. This time, coupled with his grandfather, unified the god of God, then punching chaos, kicking Aztec evil gods, calming down this huge chaos. As for whether he will join any order coalition in the future, it depends on whether Ryan Tesla knows what's good for him. Who would have thought that the God Kings 2 generations ago actually staged such a drama of self-torture just to allow the power of chaos to quietly complete the final corrosion of the sky and the earth? As expected, each of the 3 generations of God Kings is vicious and cruel, and none of them is easy to deal with. This time, the entire plane, world, is doomed to end. Even if we take a step back, what if Zeus wins? Zeus was given a deeply corroded land and an extremely filthy chaotic atmosphere that could no longer provide divine power to the sky. Even if Zeus won, he would be completely defeated. Earlier in the private exchanges with Artemis, they knew that the chaos would turn the erosive world into a world-class chaotic giant. This is too chaotic? When I thought of how ugly I would become after falling into chaos, the goddess of Olympus instinctively resisted. Without thinking about it, in the blink of an eye, dozens of gods' calls hit Artemis, and almost scared the goddess, who was being confused by Ren. Ah! Ren! Wait! The Olympus plane has a dramatic change, and the gods are willing to rely on cause. Artemis struggled symbolically, looking at Ren with full of water. She has been under tremendous psychological pressure recently. After all, not everyone can be a traitor. Don't talk about her. A passive traitor. Still the words. When everyone is a traitor and a god, there is no traitor. Well, Horus silently gave a thumbs up. Ren touched the sea-level conscience and said, "What are the gods? How many?" Artemis estimated, about 2/3. They did not say directly. Just asked, "If you cast it to the Callus department, what kind of magical job can you get?" Ryan sneered, "Ha ha. At this time, are you still pretending to be reserved? Tell them that if they publicly declare their allegiance to the Chaos Pantheon within 5 minutes, I can still guarantee them a position as a god. If it's too late, then they won't have the final say." Is Ryan harsh? Yes. The thought that they would most likely be demoted from being the main god of Olympus to being a low-ranking subordinate god, like a nymph goddess, was a huge gap that the Olympian gods could not bear. I don't know how many Olympus stayed in a time. Zeus was about to be finished. But Ryan was also out of tune. "Ryan, isn't your nest being attacked and unable to move? How dare you ask for such an exorbitant price? An exception in an exception." No one expected that it would be Athena who suddenly leaned on her staff, held up her shield, and loudly declared, "Zeus is unworthy of the position. He is no longer worthy of being the king of Olympus. I, Athena, declare that from now on, I will leave the Olympian pantheon. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples." Athena, one of the 12 Olympian gods and Zeus's own daughter, actually turned against him at this time. How outrageous. If the previous defections of Artemis, Apollo and Hestia were understandable, then Athena's behavior was to slap Zeus in the face in public and show that she was going to jump ship. Zeus was furious on the spot. "Athena, you BXXXH? How dare you?" Even though he was still confronting the 2 former god kings, he had already summoned an avatar. A 100-meter-tall phantom of Zeus appeared, his eyes flashing with terrifying lightning, filled with hatred. If it was another god who betrayed Zeus, perhaps he would not be so angry. Athena is not like that. Not only was she his daughter, and one of the 12 main gods, she was also the only virgin goddess left in the pantheon. If she declares her betrayal at this time, doesn't that mean she wants to join Ryan? When Zeus heard this, he immediately transformed into the rare god of jealousy like his wife Hera. As the king of gods, Zeus has long adhered to a principle that only I can cheat on everyone in the world, and no one in the world can cheat on me. Athena, Artemis and Hestia. Who among them is not the one he has coveted for a long time, but has been unable to get? Originally, he thought that if he couldn't get it, then no one else would either. He could allow the 3 of them to establish a chastity arch, just to set an example for this pantheon of gods that were messing around. Athena wants to escape. He would be crazy. This time, he really wanted to kill him. He raised his left hand, and a bolt of lightning responded to his call, striking down from the low-lying clouds that had not yet completely turned into chaos, and struck his palm. The surging lightning responded to his will, and quickly gathered into a bright ball of lightning in his palm. Zeus displayed his terrifying power as the ruler of the sky. He grabbed the ball of lightning and stretched it like a piece of dough, turning it into a lightning spear with a length of 200 meters. Chapter 747, rubbing Zeus's face on the ground. Thunder will punish every traitor. Athena, since you want to perish, then I will perish for you. Zeus' voice echoed in this huge beach battlefield that stretched for dozens of kilometers, shocking his own gods and the Chaos Titans on the opposite side. Lightning brings fire to civilizations in countless worlds, but also brings down the will of destruction. Zeus exhaled and spoke, throwing it towards Athena, and the lightning gathered into an infinitely bright point, crossing the space between the sea and the sky, and piercing Athena's chest. Even someone as strong as Athena did not dare to take Zeus' attack. She held the Aegis in her left hand and squatted on the ground, hiding her entire body behind the Aegis that was blessed with top-level divine power. The thunderbolt spear in her right hand was originally a remarkable artifact, but it was just a toy in front of Zeus. The surging thunder struck the shield, and the distorted lightning was refracted and bounced off, quickly evaporating the rocky beach around Athena in a triangle, forming a terrible depression on both sides. The impact of such a huge amount of divine power made Athena think that even Aegis could not withstand it. Athena couldn't help but raise her head and yelled, "Ryan Tesla, I know you are watching. Save me. I am willing to serve you like Artemis did. Will it work?" Not only Athena was looking forward to the result, but the gods nearby were also secretly watching the side, hoping to see the result. After all, they had just made their surrender call, and Artemis had replied. They were not surprised by the harsh conditions from the other side, but they were more worried that if they surrendered, they would be killed by Zeus. So it would be better not to surrender. In fact, even Athena herself is betting. She knew that she had to make a decision. If she could not become the first Olympian god to openly break with Zeus and take the lead, then her value to Ryan would be very low, and she would be reduced to a canary-like goddess. If you are lucky, you may have a chance to come out on top after 100 years of palace fighting. She was out of luck. After all the trouble Ryan had done to her, he threw her into the cold palace. This was the worst, since Ryan made Artemis the goddess of hunting and chaos. Athena's bet was that Ryan had to set another example of surrender in battle. A true god of order should use such means to win back the surrendered foreign gods. There is no doubt that Athena made the right bet. Less than a second after she shouted loudly, a huge, strangely shaped metal tower suddenly appeared in front of her. Zeus' second lightning spear arrived as expected. But this time the tremendous rage of His Majesty, the god King Zeus, did not produce any desired effect. The thunder and lightning waves that were recognized by the Olympian gods as the most powerful in the world were surprisingly absorbed by this strange metal tower. The irritable lightning snakes calmed down instantly. They were still twisting and turning, but no longer aggressive. They hovered around the metal tower like returning to a snake nest. At the same time, behind Athena, a blue interdimensional portal opened. Opposite the door was a black-haired, black-eyed young man sitting on the thunder throne. On his left and right hand stood a beautiful and otherworldly goddess. From perception, it could be confirmed that they were the goddesses of love and beauty from two different worlds. Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, who always had a virtuous temperament, was nestling in his lap, while another familiar goddess, Artemis, was feeding him fruit with her red lips. When they met for the first time, Ryan Tesla clearly told Athena in this style what would happen to her in the future. Athena shuddered all over, but she was not embarrassed, because she had seen this kind of scene many times from her father Zeus. However, this time, although she escaped the clutches of Zeus, she could not escape the covetousness of another god king, even though she could only sense powerful divine power from Ryan at this moment. She had no doubts. That extremely mysterious artifact pagoda is the best interpretation of the power of King Ryan. The thunder of Zeus's clone can't do anything to Ryan's artifact. This is a very simple inference. Everyone uses clones and can't do anything to each other. So the two sides are at the same level. Faced with a desperate situation on the Olympus plain, Athena no longer hesitated. She held her head high without looking back, allowing Zeus' clone behind her to continuously throw lightning spears at her. She continued to walk slowly into the portal that was opened specifically for her. The azure portal gradually closed, and finally what came from the other side of the door was Athena's relieved laugh. He. The daughter regarded as Zeus's concubine actually betrayed him openly. Zeus failed to conquer the traitor, but was rescued by the opposing god king. This slap in the face was like rubbing the face of Zeus, the god king, to the ground. Zeus is going crazy. His white hair is really standing on end, and no scion can compare to his white afro. Countless thunders flowed through his hair, and the thunders representing punishment in his hand were thrown frantically at the Chaos Titan opposite. No! No! No, Athena! My daughter! How dare you do this to me? Even if I want to marry you, you can't do this to me. I am the king of gods. Zeus, the only king of gods in the universe. It is my privilege to do whatever I want. Zeus' clone was talking incoherently and angry. It makes no difference. During the Titan Wars, his thunderbolts could bring unbearable pain to the Titans, paralyzing their bodies and forcing them to flee in panic. Unfortunately, the Titans who have fallen into chaos no longer buy into this. They would be hurt, and they would be in pain, but they would still roar and rush towards Zeus' clone. But this time, There were no more 100-armed giants to help him capture these titans, because even the remaining 100-armed giants and 3 Cyclops were on the opposite side. Whether it was out of his own will or because he was controlled by chaos, the once most powerful ally has now become the most terrifying death warrant. It is not difficult to predict that if these huge monsters join the main battlefield, they will completely destroy Zeus's so-called encirclement, which is almost gone. Stop them! Stop! Zeus roared and ordered the Olympian gods to fill the line. He never expected that more portals would appear, and the gods who had humbly paid tribute to him for countless years would cross the portals one after another, bringing their subordinate gods and god warriors, without hesitation, to join his mortal enemy, Ryan Tesla. Among these gods there are actually Zeus' own children, even one of his wives, Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, and also one of the 12 main gods. It can be inferred that Hestia must have contributed to Demeter's defection. Zeus' eyes widened as he looked at the scene in disbelief. No! No! How dare you do this? Chapter 748. It's better for you to go to chaos. What does it mean to be deserted by friends and relatives? This is what it means to be deserted by everyone. Dozens of Olympian gods, 200 or 300 second-rate gods such as nymphs, and more than 500 demigods such as Achilles. Nearly half of them escaped in the blink of an eye. What's even funnier is that even Ares, the god of war whom Zeus valued highly, wanted to run away. However, when the portal was opened and Ares was ready to rush over, the portal suddenly closed, and Ryan said something from a distance. Sorry. It's a mistake. Ares, you are so disgusting. I won't accept it. It's so embarrassing. Ares never dreamed that one day he would encounter such a terrible thing as social death. He wanted to surrender, but the opponent pretended to surrender, and only at the last moment did he demolish the bridge before crossing the river. If this isn't a deliberate attempt to kill Ares, then what is? When Ares felt the angry gaze of Zeus behind him, he was really scared. No. Father. I am not. Actually I. As wise as he is, he can't even make up a lie to please Zeus. Zeus was so angry that he sent out a thunderbolt, and the great god of war was charred all over and collapsed on the ground. Alas! Zeus didn't really kill him. It would be fine if Zeus didn't survive today, but if he really survived, maybe an independent L would be prepared for Ares. Ares was a little lucky, because Zeus's anger towards him was not as great as his anger towards Athena. Zeus took care of the surroundings, and the despair of the end of the road rushed into his heart. Once upon a time, the Olympus pantheon, which could not be destroyed no matter how he tried, suddenly lost a large number of gods. The rest cannot be trusted. Zeus had no idea which gods had submitted their surrender, but ignored him, and which gods had been loyal to him from beginning to end. This feeling of desolation, with the whole country scattered like monkeys when the tree falls, deeply tormented Zeus. On the side of Cana, Ring closed more than 30 Olympus gods and stuffed it all into one corner of his own kingdom, in order to make them feel a little peace of mind. All the gods who reached all allowed them to hold a group and stay in a temple. But Ryan smiled wickedly. Hey, Artemis. Guess who just asked me to surrender? Who? Hera. Ryan's words were actually a lie. But as soon as these words came out, the former Olympian gods, who had been persecuted and targeted by Hera, changed color on the spot. Artemis was the most impatient and blurted out, "Don't let her come." Athena knew the true meaning of this sentence best. Hera's surrender might be fake, but Ryan was really beating her up. Ryan was saying that he had 10,000 ways to deal with her, without any words. Athena worshipped deeply and showed his surrender. On the other side, in Zeus' main battlefield, Hades, who had lost the support and source of his divine power, approached his fellow sufferer, Poseidon. Have you noticed? Ryan only accepts the surrender of gods with good reputations. Ah! Poseidon looked carefully and found that it was true. As the saying goes, if the top beam is not straight, the bottom beam will be crooked. Zeus did all kinds of bad things, and a bunch of gods and demigods followed him. Those who carried sins, or those sea monsters created by the amorous god Poseidon, were all rejected by Ryan, even though they were recognized as having good combat power. If there is anyone who has a good reputation and strength and still stayed, perhaps the most representative one is Hercules. This filial son of Zeus not only did not run away, but rushed to the main battlefield and shouted, "Father God, don't give up. As long as we work hard, we still have hope." This scene deeply moved Zeus. He looked back at the trembling Hera, then looked at his two disabled brothers, and the remaining worthless gods. Zeus's expression became uncertain again. At this time, there was silence for a while. And then Zeus's father and Zeus's grandfather, who had deliberately watched Zeus make a fool of himself, burst into laughter at the same time. Ha ha ha! Wow ha 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 ha! Zeus, you have come to this day. You betrayed your father. How does it feel to be betrayed by your children? It must feel great. Kronos and Uranus were acting like a crosstalk, singing in unison. And they almost made Zeus so angry that he fell over. The Olympian pantheon is indeed poisonous. Generation after generation of sons betraying their fathers. This kind of dog blood can be called against the sky. The two former god kings who were sure of victory were really not in a hurry, because time was on their side, which allowed them to watch a shocking show. From the moment Uranus and Gaia stopped pretending, the chaotic force between heaven and earth grew explosively, and the pollution index increased geometrically. Once the world passes that critical point, it can no longer be repaired, and it is only a matter of time before it becomes completely chaotic. During this process, Zeus's divine power domain was shrinking rapidly every second, and his divine power was also weakening. It was precisely because the outcome had been decided that the two former god kings felt fearless. Zeus trembled in the bodies, and he couldn't accept this cruel fact for a while. For a long time, he suddenly seemed to have a strange smile on his face. And he suddenly threw a sentence that made the opposite terrifying words. You say, if I also rely on chaos, what would it happen? This time, it was the turn of the two former kings of the opposite side of Ga. And he stunned together. They voted. Zeus voted too. So what the hell is this? They were severely polluted at the beginning. And when they still had a choice, the condition they agreed with the Lord when they defected to chaos was to use the power of chaos to seek revenge. What if the enemy also becomes our side? What if the Lord of Chaos really loves talent and accepts Zeus and protects him to the death? Wouldn't they become clowns? They were simply unable to resist the power of the Grand Lord that came from the root of chaos. A funny scene is coming. No. Never. 2 men and 2 women. For gods. Shouted in unison. 3 opposite. Plus Hera here. Hera, the Queen of Heaven, who was gradually losing her reputation, screamed and scolded Zeus. I'm telling you, Zeus, I will never accept that I have become so ugly. She cursed Zeus like a splash, and repeated Zeus's sweet words to her, her various promises to her. At the end, a word of heart came. Zeus, if you really want to vote for chaos, then I'll vote for Ryan. Even if I become a servant of God, it's better than following you and becoming a monster. How to say it? These words sound very much like Hera's. After all, she was competing for the most beautiful goddess of Olympus with Athena and Aphrodite. I thought this was the climax of this dog blood drama. Who thinks? There is a mountain height in Ishan. Ren Xingyu echoed around the surrounding space. No. It's better to go to chaos on the chaos. When I kill you, there will be less psychological burden. Chapter 749, there are a dozen like me. Whether it is the Olympus, Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, Hera, etc., or the 2 former kings of the chaos, Gaphia, there is one of them. All embarrassed. After a short time, the unsatisfactory Zeus was caught by Ren, who was Ghost. You? You are your Ren Tesla again. Why don't you fall? Zeus, who was angry and could not be vent. He didn't even care about Hera, who was the same. Hee. Do you finally admit that you are collusion with the Chaos King? And sell the cows playing coordinates with the same order side? Ren's mockery echoed in this airspace. Zeus really wanted to locate Ryan's voice, or how he was spying here. But unfortunately, he couldn't find it. Obviously, Ryan was more adapted than him to casting spells in such a complex environment, where the forces of chaos and order were mixed. Zeus has now given up, and decided to just let it rot. Since everything is rotten anyway, he might as well leave it rotten to the end. Ha ha ha. So what? Who told you to miss my daughter? Zeus was still full of anger, and had nowhere to vent. Don't think you'll be safe if you just stay in that crappy place of yours. You'll definitely be doomed. You'll soon lose your plane like me. I don't know if this is a family-style inheritance. I always feel that the Zeus family. Every time I want to pounce on the street, I will definitely curse my children to smash or die. Ryan instinctively felt that it was unlucky. Although he was very cautious in every battle, He had never lost when it came to talking nonsense. Ha ha. Hoo-hoo. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ryan's wanton and crazy laughter not only echoed around Zeus, but also echoed throughout his entire kingdom of God. Zeus, have you made a mistake? I am not the God King of Chaos World yet. I just reached some deals with Chaos World. I will help protect Chaos World in exchange. Ha ha. Ryan deliberately said something but didn't say anything further, causing the gods who knew only a little about Ryan to smile bitterly. That's right. Ryan still refuses to acknowledge his identity as the God King because he is still unwilling to condescend to become the God King of this small world. So his official identity is still the God King of the Outer Realm. Pero and his companions did not know what kind of deal Ryan had reached with the World Will, but it was generally accepted that Ryan promised to save the world from the Chaos Lord. In exchange, Chaos World will recognize him as the God King of this world. Rin broke the news that Zeus was embarrassed. Zeus thought that the beta on the Kionos was the dead point of Renan. But I never thought that it was not Rin's old nest. Ryan's words never stop until they shock the gods. And he keeps talking happily. Ha ha ha. Zeus, it's dumbfounded. It seems that my guy is so powerful. There is still a dozen in my less. But my soul splitting came here unexpectedly. And it happened that the order camp here came here. Do you really think your selling can hurt me? Ha ha. Do you want to laugh at me? Ha ha ha. Ren's unscrupulous laugh made Zeus completely stupid. Can Zeus uncomfortable? He acted like a villain. Betrayed order? And colluded with chaos in a despicable way. He thought that at the very least he would drag Ryan, his potential competitor, to die with him. He didn't expect that the suicide truck he imagined was just a small firecracker in the other party's eyes. Not to mention blowing up the house. It wouldn't even blow up the right place. He had launched an all-out attack. But he was only playing tricks on the other party's agent. This showed that the other party didn't take him seriously at all. How could he not be angry? If Zeus were a mortal body, he might have fainted from a cerebral hemorrhage at this moment. But for Pero and the others, this news would be too shocking. It seems that there are at least 12 such powerful beings as Lord Ryan in his hometown. Pero was so scared that his eyes almost popped out. When Towns heard this news, he took it for granted. Even on the front line, this does not prevent these guys, who have long been deified, from focusing on their work. Downs, I have always felt that the great physicists were ridiculously strong. I think Newton, Archimedes, Nikola Tesla, they are at least gods. Right? Harry, it's hard to say. I don't think they'd be interested in anything other than physics. Maybe they'd be in a more detached position. Barrand, I think so too. On the contrary, the master is more secular. Not like a professional. Physics researcher. The disciples couldn't help but think of Ryan's past statements and realized that he was really not an explorer. He always insisted that he was a disseminator of physics. The words of several veteran second-generation disciples were not hidden from Apollo, the 8th junior brother. Now Apollo knew, which meant Artemis knew. And then, the god she had an affair with also knew. And soon, all the Olympian gods knew. All the gods came to realize at once that it was not Zeus' fault that he was too weak. But Ryan's background was too great. There is actually a huge alliance behind the God King Ryan Tesla. And all of them are God Kings. The more they thought of this, the more convinced they became. It turned out that it was not shameful to kneel down and worship Ryan. Even if the universe was messed up. As long as they licked Ryan well, Ryan might be kind enough to take them away. There was silence on the underwater battlefield of Olympus. Even the 3 former Chaos God Kings and Queens gave up the main stage. They were eager to see Zeus get humiliated. Even though they knew that Ryan was hostile to them, they hated Zeus more. Zeus stood up for a long time and said, even if Renines are all true. So what? You can't give play to all your power in this universe. Look! You can't even attack the Chaos Giant at the door of the big plane of Cosmos. What this means is that Ryan, you are busy with your own business. So don't interfere in my affairs. Sure enough, Zeus has the toughest mouth of all. Ryan sneered. Who said I was the one guarding the gate? Ha ha. That was my eldest disciple. Tang Si. All color disappeared from Zeus' face in an instant. Before he made his move, he personally spent some time to spy over there. He clearly saw the huge phantom of Ryan fighting a few rounds with the Chaos Giant God every 4 or 5 hours. A battle of this intensity is extremely exhausting. How dare you? Zeus was a little incoherent. Ryan smiled. I told my disciples that I need warriors to guard the four directions. Tang Si and his men are my warriors. As soon as this remark came out, Downes' eyes were wet on the spot. He recalled the day when he foresee Master. Unfortunately, Ryan had no time to care about his beloved apprentice's emotions at this time. He revealed one of his trump cards. Okay. After talking nonsense for so long, it's almost time. I will send you on your way. Chapter 750 Familiar Recipe. Fresh taste. Whether it was Zeus and other Olympian gods, or the Chaos God on the opposite side, they were all shocked by Ryan's words. Send them on their way? How can you Renhita? He claimed that he would have to make them a full end. What a joke this is. Do you know who we are? Even if you are the king of gods, your real body is far away. Do you really think that divine power decline is just a decoration? Zeus was about to retort to Ryan, when he suddenly noticed that his grandfather Uranus's expression suddenly changed. Uranus exclaimed, You. How did you do it? The chaos of the sky on the Olympus plane cut off Zeus' ability to detect outer space. In this situation, the only gods who still had the ability to detect outer space were the original god of the sky, Uranus, and a small number of star gods such as the sun god Helios. Coincidentally, Herist also voted for Ren. It just so happened that the remaining half of Uranus's body had turned into chaos. As for chaos, those who understand it will understand that it strengthens power and weakens perception. When Uranus really looked up at the starry sky, he finally realized something was wrong. A star with the Olympus plane fell, the diameter of 30 kilometers, mixed with dazzling light and dragging a long broom tail, was rapidly expanding in Uranus's vision. The Apollo ring is definitely not seen above. After all, the stuff does not exist. The potholes on the top of the potholes. Even the gods seem to be shivering at a glance. Not to mention this thing is ridiculously fast. As the so-called martial arts in the world are not broken. When a 30-kilometer diameter metal stars are soaring to exceed the speed of sound, it is not a way to intercept like Uranus. Of course Uranus was unwilling to sit and wait for death. Even though his chicken was cut off twice, he still believed that he was a true king of gods. At this moment, all Olympus gods, along with the Chaos gods that monitor the gods of the gods, saw the entire Olympus atmosphere rolling fiercely. Almost all the chaos clouds gathered at a high speed, mixed with dust and debris, and the chaos energy units in 10,000 tons were quickly assembled by Uranus. It forms a huge, super-concentrated cloud, the density of which in the center is even comparable to that of steel. After this extremely compressed force was gathered together, it was finally controlled by Uranus' will and sprayed out like a super-huge fountain, with a force that was enough to easily destroy any powerful god or kingdom. Civ. When the deafening buzzing sounded, it was silent. It's not that the sound is not loud, but that a large amount of air below the stratosphere has been sucked away, causing this extremely terrifying sound to lose its medium for transmission. This ultimate contrast caused the terrible of the gods. What kind of great power is this? This terrifying shock wave crossed a distance of 100,000 kilometers in the blink of an eye, shot into the void, and headed straight for the oncoming asteroid. Many of the Chaos gods have seen Ren's means for the first time. Even if they think Ren has the ability to promote such a big asteroid, they are also very powerful. But they don't think there is any problem with Uranus' response. If they were in his place and had the ability, they would also deal with it in the same way. At this moment, Athena, who was gritting her teeth and getting goosebumps all over her body, but was hugging Ryan's thighs obediently, suddenly discovered that the corners of Ryan's mouth were slightly raised. At this critical moment, no one expected that the large asteroid, which seemed to have no room for turning but continued to move forward, suddenly turned very smoothly. The asteroid was clearly flying straight, but at the moment when Uranus made its dying counterattack, it made a spiral maneuver. This is terrible. The so-called difference is 1,000 miles. At the ultimate high speed, a small offset may cause the final asteroid to pass by with this seemingly huge Olympus plane. No one expected that the asteroid seemed to deviate from its course, and after circling a circle with a diameter of 100 miles, it avoided the jet of Uranus and successfully entered the atmosphere of the Olympus plane. Only the real internal line will know how terrible Ren controls the end mobility of such a large asteroid. This means that Ryan's move cannot be defended at all. In response, Horus and other Mohaned gods said, I know too well what is going to happen next. Familiar formula. Fresh taste. Even if it wasn't for the first time, Renin would move Starfall. When Rennings made the variant of this trick, they still gave Hollis a sense of unavoidable and invincible. Horus was filled with emotion. His Majesty the God King Tesla's strength is truly unfathomable. When he said, he directly silently silent. Some gods were shocked. Some were moved. And most of them were glad that Ryan was on our side. The Olympian gods collectively joined the department of shock. They had an unspeakable horror on their faces. They looked at their familiar plains, like a crushed biscuits, and began to fall apart. The Aegean Basin Sea, which had long been drained of sea water, was the first to collapse, because the huge asteroid was aimed at the bottom, which happened to be the most fragile and thinnest place in the entire plain, and where the 3 generations of god kings were located, facing the small metal stars that fell from the sky. Zeus slipped the fastest. He called his only strength, and took away the remaining loyal to his Olympus gods. He was like a bereavement dog who was rushed to the alley. He had no courage to turn over the wall at all, and he could only continue to run along the instinct. Where is he going? He doesn't know. He will only instinctively stay away from the asteroid falling point. The second one to run was Uranus. As the god of the sky, he was quite fast. He ran away. And the remaining second-generation Titan was Sind. Boom, boom, boom. This time, the real world was broken, and the mountains were covered. The ruins of Athens not far away shattered first, followed by the entire sacred mountain of Olympus. The spiderweb-like horrific cracks spread endlessly from the original center of the Aegean Sea. Any new cracks on the ground would expand to hundreds of meters wide in the blink of an eye. When the barrier disappears, the air, wind, the flame, and the water are sprayed into the void, and the life of all the creatures of the entire plain enters the final countdown. It's too cruel. Once the entire plain falls into chaos, it will destroy the plain directly in the most brutal physical way. This is Destroyer of Worlds Ryan Tesla. Athena didn't know what her expression was when she looked at Ryan. Probably one filled with fear and flattery. Chapter 751 Olympus God-Level Chicken Eating Contest. Olympus Plain is really not small. The land area is approximately 6 million square kilometers. According to the map of the Earth, it extends from Italy in the west to Syria in the east, from Romania in the north to Egypt in the south. In between, there is also half of the Mediterranean Sea with several million square kilometers of sea area. Of course, this is not the standard version of the ancient Greek territory, and there are very differences. Even such a large plain was still destroyed by Ryan's falling star. Looking at the familiar city-state collapsed in front of him, the remaining Greek people turned into the floating corpse in the void. And the Olympus gods that came over were not tasteful, although they knew very well that Ryan had shown the greatest goodwill by withdrawing their believers in advance. The ruthlessness of the enemy still greatly shocked their souls. As soon as the king was angry, the planet was destroyed. Sure enough, the title of Destroyer of the Realms is not picked up in vain. At this time, Athena was moving, and she suddenly found that Zeus, Uranus, who was hostile to him, did not fall. They continued to fight to the death on a slowly spinning small rock of only about 100 square kilometers in size. Countless divine arts were cast at each other, mixed with the most vicious curses. Uranus, are you crazy? The sky is gone. Why are you crazy? I'm not crazy. As long as you find a chaotic world, the chaos can turn me into a real chaos giant. But before that, you must die. Uranus dumped all the chaos clouds that could be absorbed by him, and attacked Zeus in various ways. No! I have to vote in chaos too. You have no chance. Another voice appeared. The condition of our depending on the chaos is that you must die. Terrible! This guy Kronos was hit by the falling asteroid and was blown away, leaving only a chest, a right arm and a head. However, he still carried the divine sickle and continued to chase his big brother. My lord, Zeus. Athena didn't know what to say. This scene left Ryan speechless. When is it? These guys are still unwilling to escape each other, but continue to catch and fight. It's absolutely amazing. Ren was stunned first, and then he had a handy hand, and the right hand of his right hand, and the Hassal next to him immediately handed a cup of champagne. Ryan smiled and said, Have any of you ever caught crabs? Crab? The goddess was blank. Crab? Don't look at it, a pair of large pliers. Rampant domineering. It is very mighty. In fact, as long as you catch 2 crabs and throw it into a basket, even if you open the lid, they can't get out. Why? Susanna did a great job as the supporting actor this time, because they can escape each other's hind legs. but they can't let their companions escape. As a result, they can't escape. Ren laughed louder. By the way, crab meat is very delicious. It is a very authentic story, but it also satirizes the entire Olympian pantheon. The metaphor of Ren is not classic. Tesla on the gods. The gods worshipped. Ren waved his hand. The Chaos Monarch can mobilize the combat power, and he has no time to control it. Since Zeus is going to death, then we watched the show, and then killed the last victor. Isn't this good? The sofa. Zero style. Wine. Goddess. Renan's melon is really eating. In fact, there was a question from God. What if Zeus wants to run? Ren quickly given the answer: meteor shower. The countless asteroids flew over to about dozens of meters in diameter. 1 kilometer larger. These small stars turned into a weird rain, constantly bombarding on this position. It's not that there were no Olympian gods who tried to escape from the battlefield, such as Ares. Before he could run 2 kilometers, he was suddenly hit by a supersonic meteorite. Ren controlled thousands of meteorites and asteroids through the system. Even if they passed this plane at high speed and changed the channel slightly, they would fly back around a large circle. As a traitor, Ryan plays the god-level chicken-eating competition of Olympus. Anyone who tried to escape would be driven back by the meteorite. After Ares was smashed with a nose and swollen, he's sorrowful as he desperately rushed towards a Chaos Titan. The more and smaller the poisonous circle, and Zeus and his father and grandfather are about to win. In the end, Kolonos, who had already been seriously injured, was the first to be eliminated. His injuries were too severe. As a Titan who relied on his divine body, if his divine body was damaged, he would be half useless. Zeus, in a rage, thrust his thunderbolt into his old father's eyeballs, and the light of thunder illuminated the huge Titan's head from the inside. On the head, Kronos' only remaining eye was wide open, as if he still couldn't believe it. The surrounding gods heard a muffled sound, and saw that Kronos lost the strength to hold the divine sickle, and it fell heavily. And then half of his body fell to the ground with a bang. And then his huge chaotic body began to disintegrate piece by piece in the lightning. The battlefield was silent for a while. After a long while, Kronos' final angry curse was heard. Damn Zeus. I curse you. I curse that your most beloved goddess will be slept with by your enemy. I curse that you will become a stepping stone for the enemy god king to ascend the throne. I curse you. As Zeus further increased the power of divine arts, the last curse sound of Krianos quickly smalled, becoming weaker and unacceptable. A generation of gods, declared falling. Zeus finally killed him with his heart, and his old father, who had no fell to frustrate. What's the cost? Ah! Not far away. The last howl of Poseidon, the god of the sea, came. I won't accept this. A generation of sea gods, who tirelessly forced the Olympus sea monster, and fell in the hands of a generation of god King Uranos. On the other side, after Hades, the god of the underworld, and his 2 subordinate gods consumed a considerable portion of the power of Gaia, the Mother Earth. Their bodies also gradually perished. The honest elder brother looked at Zeus and gave a final wry smile. Third brother, I'm going first. At this moment, Zeus, there was no Hera who was still begging for forgiveness, and ignored the chicken god Ares. He looked at the elder brother, and the second brother. Good. Pluto Hades. God hint. Zeus quietly looked at Uranus and Gaia on the opposite side. He knew very well that he couldn't escape, and his divine power was a lot worse than the other party. No begging for mercy. He knew that begging for mercy was useless. Rather than die tragically, he might as well keep his spine straight until his death. Zeus suddenly said, Ren, are you sure to kill us 3? Ren's voice came from the void. Naturally. There are. Very good. Then I ask you one thing in the end. Ryan said without hesitation. I refuse. Chapter 752. The End of Olympus. Zeus stunned, and the old face reproduced and distorted. Do you even want to know the content? In no mood. I really hate you the most. With his last breath, Zeus cursed loudly and rushed towards his grandfather without looking back. For some reason, Athena was a little dazed when she saw the back of her bastard old father making his final charge in the live broadcast of the magic mirror. The unruly white hair, the muscular body covered with scars, the unyielding figure. Until this moment, this unreliable Zeus looked like a true king of gods. Athena suddenly smiled bitterly. Why did you go to Zeus? If you had been a little more reliable before, you wouldn't have been abandoned by everyone. I don't know if all the children of Zeus, and his only 2 sisters, have similar feelings. Zeus finally looked like a god king. But it was too late. Faced with the big moves of Grandpa and Grandma, Zeus did not dodge. He knew it was meaningless to avoid it. This large-scale, wide-area divine art had no sense of dodge. Instead of struggling in vain, it is better to risk everything, cause the greatest trauma to them both, and then take them into the door of destruction together. Countless stone spikes pierced his skin like sharp blades and pierced him completely. Uranus's atmospheric blades cut his flesh. But Zeus still moved forward step by step. Obviously, his body was the smaller among the 3. He was like a giant who was moving forward in the storm. Nothing could stop his step forward. Zeus cast the last lightning in his god of birth, a huge thunderous spear with a length of more than 1 kilometer and a width of 80 meters. The spear of thunder pierced through the cores of Uranus and Gaia. Even though this attack was not fatal to these 2 world-class chaos giants with incredibly thick blood, it was enough to temporarily imprison them together. As a price, Zeus's head and body were separated. Uranus' wind blade finally dealt him a fatal blow. Even though his head was spiraling upward in midair, Zeus still uttered a strong voice. Ryan Tesla. What the hell are you waiting for? Ryan actually laughed. This hatred from blood relatives is so deep that it is completely incomprehensible to outsiders. Even if I die, I will never let my father and grandfather have an easy life. The extremely twisted hatred sublimates at the end of this world. Ryan did not stand Zeus up. It is true that Zeus is a worthless person, but the opportunity he created with his life cannot be missed. In fact, Ryan was ready early in the morning. After the asteroid smashed the Olympus plain, no one noticed that a solar storm had already started. This was jointly led by the original native gods, the sun god Helios and Apollo. At Ryan's command, the storm suddenly accelerated. At this time, it has rushed to the plain fragment area. Ryan closed his eyes, recited the teachings of Archimedes, and carefully recalled the physical principles of the focusing mirror. Using divine magic across space requires completely different requirements. Fortunately, Ryan is no stranger to this, and with the help of the local gods to guide him, in just a few seconds, Ryan had a feeling that he had become one with this galaxy, and that they were intertwined with each other, as if he could guide every ray of sunlight in this galaxy with just a wave of his hand. Divine mirrors constructed with divine power appeared along the path of the solar storm. They drive, refract, and reflect every ray of solar radiation. Even the structural diagram of the light was transmitted through the system, and every detail was clearly visible in his eyes. With each thought, the scattered sunlight was quickly gathered together, and finally, before reaching the last big rock of Olympus, it merged into a terrifying solar cannon with a diameter of 1 kilometer and a length of over 50 kilometers. It was like the light that broke through the chaos and gave birth to the world. All things are born from light, and chaos ends with light. A cycle is closed. Don't want. Why? The huge solar cannon accurately hit Uranus, the largest of the planets, shattered Gaia, the equally large Mother Earth, and finally covered the remains of Zeus. The sunlight turned into a vast torrent of energy, sweeping away, drowning and destroying everything on the warring sides below. On this day, the gods of Ren finally understood what burning glass meant. After evaporating those gods, the blazing light cannon continued to burn the entire huge rock of dozens of square kilometers into a molten state. When translucent glass bands appeared on the edge of the boulder, they truly understood the cruelty and beauty contained in burned glass. Today, all that is burning is a huge stone, recalling the time when His Majesty the King of Outland Gods burned down the entire planet in his hometown to fight against the rebels. What a terrifying and magnificent scene that must have been. At some point, all the Chaos Gods who were watching the live broadcast, whether they were at the front line or in the back, knelt down silently in the direction of Ryan. What is the power of the God King? This is the power of the God King. You can blame the destruction of the Olympus Pantheon on Ryan's schemes and the persecution of the Lord of Chaos. But no matter what, Ryan's final move, Solar Cannon, had a terrifying power that was beyond the imagination of the gods in the Pantheon. This is not a terrifying killing move that any sun god could come up with. One move, Falling Stars, destroyed the planet Imus. One move of Solar Cannon killed 3 God Kings. If this is not considered the God King, they really don't know who else dares to call himself the God King. However, no one expected that when the heaven and earth were destroyed, and even the ruins of this plane were completely ripped open with a huge hole, and everything returned to death, there would still be a bloody plot that was added to the story. Beautiful. Ryan Tesla. You really didn't lie to me. Is Zeus a cockroach? He won't die. After a careful sense, I found that this was actually a remnant of Zeus' soul, and it came to tell him its last words. At my last moment, please write down the taste of the 3 virgin goddesses, and burn them in front of my statue as a sacrifice. Only then will I be willing to perish. This voice crossed the void and reached the area around the throne of rain. Ryan, Hestia, Athena, and Artemis were petrified on the spot. What the hell is this? However, after getting over his initial shock, Ryan burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Zeus, you are worthy of being me. Zeus truly deserves to be the #1 pervert in the Olympian gods. Even the way he fell was so unique. As a vested interest, Ryan can laugh his ass off. The 3 goddesses involved were so ashamed and angry that they lowered their heads and wanted to count the non-existent ants. However, when they thought that this terrible thing might spread throughout the entire pantheon, the embarrassment was enough to make them dig out a temple on the spot with their toes. Chapter 753, The Legacy of Olympus. Fortunately, at this moment, Ryan's disciples were mobilized to guard the plane entrance and provide satellite orbital cannon fire support on the front line of the Chaos Mother Star. Around the throne of rain, there were only Rain's girls and maids. This prevented the 3 virgin goddesses from suffering a tragic social death. As for Zeus, when he was still around, no matter if he was a rotten guy or not, at least his presence was very strong. When he was not in the process of picking up girls and handsome guys, he was on his way to picking up them. He fell suddenly, and all the former Olympian gods felt relieved. They no longer had to worry about making a wrong bet and being liquidated by Zeus. After the tension, everyone felt empty inside. From now on, there would be no more Olympus gods. Then how will His Majesty the God King Ryan Tesla control us? This is a question they are very eager to know. But before that, there is still a little finishing work to do. That BXXXH Hera hasn't died yet? Artemis stood up suddenly, furious. Her spiritual sense swept across the devastated void battlefield, and she was surprised to find that not only Hera was alive, but also several Olympian gods, who had not jumped to chaos at the last moment, were also alive, such as Hercules. Artemis stood up suddenly, and Apollo's thoughts arrived almost at the same time. Please allow us to kill Hera. Ryan's mind swept over the 2 of them, and asked calmly. Reason? Apollo said first. I understand that it would be a great sense of accomplishment to conquer a world of gods. But Hera is a vicious woman, who will only secretly harm any woman who competes with her for favor. She is the public enemy of the entire Olympian world. Letting her into the Chaos Pantheon will only do harm and no good. Artemis then said, killing Hera will help you, my lord, to conquer the hearts of most of the Olympian gods. Ryan deliberately said, for the sake of checks and balances, wouldn't it be better if I introduced the Olympian goddess of jealousy as a target? Besides, I asked you to kill Hestia's sisters, which is not good. The 2 siblings were speechless. Instead, Hestia next to him said dejectedly, you have killed my 3 brothers in disguise. Oh! Ryan raised his eyebrows. But this is the fate of the Olympians. Enough of the infighting. You who have conquered the Olympian pantheon, please use your supreme power to sever this spiral of hatred. Hestia and her second sister Demeter, who had just arrived, bowed together. Athena also stepped out, and she chose her words carefully, even if it is a check and balance. The Chaos Pantheon has already accepted the gods from 3 other pantheons. Isn't that enough to balance the situation? Even though the Olympian gods have been in the spotlight around Ryan recently, Athena soon discovered that Ryan was actually very nostalgic, which meant a lot of things, such as the fact that he didn't get to the top easily by his own ability. As the goddess of wisdom, Athena sees more. Now that she has been cast, she must consider the problem from Ren's standpoint. Sure enough, Ren laughed. That's it. I can only apologize to Hera. Maybe someone wants to ask, did Hera vote? Voted. But this time it was still not accepted. The most jealous goddess in the entire pantheon showed that she lacked confidence and had no sense of security. Only by attacking competitors, with the most vicious and brutal means, could she feel a little relieved. When Zeus, her greatest supporter, fell, her panic was obvious. For her, she must be the queen of gods. It doesn't matter who the king of gods is. Just when she thought that with her status and beauty, And the fact that her elder sister and second sister were already serving Ryan. She would at least be able to obtain surrender treatment. Ryan's cold verdict made her feel like she was falling into H.L. Sorry. The Chaos Pantheon doesn't need a vicious, jealous goddess. Following Ryan's pronouncement, 2 light gates opened in the void beside her. Hera was stunned, her whole body trembling like beans. You can't kill me. I am the queen of the gods. Former god queen. Apollo corrected her coldly. We are here not only for our siblings, but also for those innocent women who were persecuted to death by you, as well as their countries and their people. In addition to the persecution of Zeus's other wives and lover, Hera would also be angry. There was a country named Egwina, which happened to be the same name as the lover's lover, the goddess of Zeus, which caused Hera's anger. So she exhibited the terrible curse to the country and brought various natural disasters and suffocating plague. The breath of death is like H.L. on earth. Only in this way can her anger be calmed down. As the queen of gods, Hera's sins are too numerous to list. Now, it is finally time to settle accounts. Not long after, Artemis and her brother returned. In front of Ryan's throne, they offered a pile of divinity and fragments of godhood. Thank you very much, my lord. I will give you all my loyalty, said Apollo. Artemis said the same thing. Ren's lips curled up. Artemis, do you think I only want your loyalty? The hunting goddess blushed and lowered her head. I will try my best to like you. Very good, Ryan said casually. Anyway, this was a good start. Ryan was not very interested in knowing how Artemis had gone through from being reluctant at first to completely changing her stance now. He only knew that he was about to completely conquer another goddess. There are many trivial matters that Rhaenys want to do. When Zeus was alive, the lovely Hercules was so loyal to him that he reached the point of fanaticism. With Zeus' death in a family strife, Hercules lost his allegiance. In addition, Rhaen killed Hera, which finally tipped the scales in Hercules' heart. You know, his mother Alcmene had also suffered persecution from Hera and almost couldn't give birth to him. Originally he was planning to be buried alive with Zeus. But after this little episode, he changed his mind. To be honest, before Ryan became a god, he liked Hercules very much. Now his joining him is more like fulfilling a small dream in Ryan's heart. However, he was in Ryan. That is, a migrant worker, which is not worth investing in other resources. When Ryan came across some cards, he just collected them with the mentality of I can live without them. But I can't live without them. So he just collected them. As for how to use it, that is another matter. Ryan soon stopped caring about these trivial matters, because he was going to inherit Olympus's god-level heritage. When he rarely passed on the body, he came to the long-lasting king-level energy group. And the system came with a hint. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legacy of Olympus. Chapter 754. As the first S-class god department that ran, the Olympus god is not strong. There are as many as 3 of the gods of God. If the Zeus family is not holding a bunch of dog blood vengeances to kill the script, it really wants the 3 gods and kings. Ren has a sense of feeling in his heart. The heavenly court of heaven should be the strongest. Or it is not bad to count the Shan Hai Jing. Unfortunately, he is an outsider who is unexpectedly wandering here. Since heaven has not given him a chance to make Chang'e or something, he can only open his eyes to see the world and soak the Western goddess every day. Even though Ryan had prepared himself mentally and had some idea of what he would get, when the system prompts flashed on his retina, he was still stunned by the series of highlighted displays. The host obtained the soul essence of the Olympus King Uranos. Due to the owner's repairs physics, it obtained 25% of the addition. Due to the specialization of the host, electromagnetics, it obtained 20% of the additional bonus. The host obtained the soul essence of the second generation Olympus King, Konos. Since the host is the descendants of Yen and Huang, he comes with his own talent, and the host finally matches the essence of the gods to 100% of the full amount. The host obtained the soul of the 3 generations of the Olympus King Zeus. The 3 Olympus Kings gave Ren a pot, and each burst gold coin. All or not. It was a king of god-level magic skills. If the first 2 are laying the foundation, the legacy of Zeus is a typical combat skill. Thunder of God's punishment, the host needs to determine the next series of laws, and strictly abide by this law. When the law becomes a world-class law, attacking any illegal law with the Thunderbolt will obtain a special effect on its soul. The power is not the point. The point is that this thing has the legendary true damage. What is true damage? It is the most real damage that ignores all defenses. This is like a chaos demon attacking order creatures. It deals full damage to everything it hits. When this thing is used to attack a strongman on the chaos side, it also deals full damage. No, it is even more than that. Rarely Reyes took a breath of cooling. Although he had no need to breathe, it was his instinct. In addition to the three gods, Mother Earth Gaia also dropped some good stuff. She has two skill contributions. One is carrying all things. The other is integration of the Earth. The first one is easy to understand. No matter whether it is a plane or a planet, without the Earth as a carrier, mortal creatures cannot survive in the void. The second is Cow, and it allows Ren to stick any stones or metal texture in one piece. Uranos creates a noodle barrier and atmosphere, and Giaba integrates the plot. If they hadn't been corrupted by chaos, Ryan would have found it difficult to do anything to them with just this one move. After all, Uranus was defending with all his might, using the plane barrier to deflect the incoming meteorites. So Ryan really had no good solution. In a sense, Ryan also needs to kowtow to the Lord of Chaos. It is not the help of the monarch. Where did he get a fortune? However, even if he wanted to kowtow, it would be after Ryan killed the Grand Lord. And then, he would pretend to kowtow to him by shedding a few crocodile tears on his corpse. At this point, Mother Earth Gaia has not yet finished her gold coin explosion process. Thanks to her skills, Ryan's eyes were different when he looked at the huge pieces of land that were still slowly spinning in the void. Each floating plot of land has a number on it, big or small. For example, the city of Troy, which is still very unlucky in this world, is marked with 5. Ryan asked the system to convert it briefly, which means that this land can support 50,000 people. The moment Uranus died, the entire Olympus plane barrier collapsed. The atmosphere rushed into the void, and the Trojans who lost oxygen became the last martyrs of the Olympus world. They are dead. But the Greeks who were evacuated to the Cos plane still need a house to live. Rin started a little bit of fun, under the astonished gaze of the gods around him. The broken pieces of Olympus land actually responded to Ryan's call. They were piled up into a huge piece of land like building blocks. For a few minutes, almost complete Troy City, together with the fertile farmland outside, was reinstated by Ren. My lord, you are worthy of being the king of gods from the outer realm. Apollo bowed first, and then followed the 30-something former Olympian gods, who were present at the scene to bow together. As long as the eyes are not blind, everyone knows that this is not what ordinary gods can do. It is true that by taking the fragments of the fallen god's divinity, one can obtain some of the godly duties during his lifetime. But who would be as buggy as Ryan and learn and use it immediately? No god dared to think this way. They all believed that Ryan had this ability. But he came to this universe, and was restricted by the laws, and could not exert his power. At this time, he finally regained his power by killing 3 generations of gods of Zeus' family. Who would have thought that until this moment? Ryan still shook his head. I am not the God King yet. A word full of ambiguity. The world is so wonderful, when the boss of other forces does not recognize you. Even if you say that you are the king of the universe, you are just a laughing monkey. When all the other bosses recognize you, even if you say you are the monkey of the universe, you must be a genuine God King. Some things really do not transfer with individual will. Ren didn't care about them. He seemed to pick up garbage. He pulled valuable plots in this cosmic cemetery and pieced together. In the day of work, Renan returned a giant plane with a land area of about 300,000 square kilometers and an ocean area of 600,000 square kilometers. Compared with the original Olympus plane, this has shrunk to 1/10. In fact, as long as he does not hesitate to spend more time, some powerful gods and gods can still do it. Ren's next hand completely established his force as the king of God. It should have been scattered near the nearby void. Under the convening of Ren, he reunited back like Baichuan into the sea. With the progress that visible to the naked eye, he slowly resumed an edge, L-shaped like film on this industry without the survival of animals. Chapter 755. Some finishing touches. The plane barrier has been reshaped? Athena couldn't hide her surprise. In her impression, even Zeus couldn't do this. As for whether Uranus could do it, it was unknown now. When wind started flowing in this plane, Ryan summoned back the water and fire elements that had escaped. Earth, water, fire and wind. The 4 elements that make up a plane are all here. Don't forget, when Ryan showed this move, it was broadcast live to the entire Chaos Pantheon. Interestingly, there is no shortage of connoisseurs in the Chaos pantheon. The moon goddess Su Lyre was the reincarnation of the creator god, who participated in the development of the Chaos plane. Because the creation consumed too much energy, her soul split, half of which collapsed, and the other half successfully reincarnated into the powerful goddess of divine power today. She has the most say in the telepathic group of the main gods. Agma, the god of knowledge, asked her, "What do you think?" "It's just like he said. He is not the god king yet." Oh! This comment surprised Pero. Fortunately, Su Lyre made up, but I am extremely sure that he used to be the king of God. The technique used when he called the 4 major elements was too familiar, so that he seemed to be born. In fact, he borrowed the power of the other party's sky and the earth, and then gathered the elements that had not yet been disappeared. At the skill level, he was impeccable. Horus interrupted and said, "The last blow that Supreme God Tesla used to deal with the 2 God Kings was impeccable in its use of light energy. I dare say that among all the sun gods and light gods here, none of them can match the skills of Supreme God." His speech was unanimously affirmed by Pero, U2 and Apollo. This is another misunderstanding. If Ryan had not shamelessly accepted Apollo as his disciple, he would not have been able to gain Apollo's expertise in optics for free. Nor would he have been able to reach the upper limit of Apollo's divine power. Don't forget, as a master, his blue bar is the sum of all his disciples. Apollo is so awesome. As a veteran god of light, his blue bar is almost equal to the sum of the 7 of Downs. Ryan's display of skill shocked and astonished the gods of chaos. This is how the world works. When an outsider is 1 dimension stronger than any existence in our own world, any thought of competing with him will be extinguished on the spot. No matter how Ryan did it. This was the 4th pantheon he had mastered with little help from the original chaos gods. Forced the 4 gods, added up and back, and the gods that came in were just over 100. Most newcomers need to adjust their positions. Otherwise there will be conflicts in positions, and no one can expect to live in peace. In the past, this kind of thing would have to be a war between gods, and whoever has the bigger fist would win. But as descended spirits, they have no rights. If they were originally unprecedented clever jobs such as the gods, it is okay to say that they are directly taking office. Whenever conflict, it must be that the newcomers will consciously change the clever job, and then obediently go to the old god to report to be a younger brother. And there was another benefit to Ryan's reshaping of the Olympus plane. He began to install a propulsion system on this rebuilt plane, named Troy. On the spot, the Troy plane will be moved to the former trapped galaxy by Ren. Interestingly, the Aztec evil gods would only take back the Greeks they had taken away unless Ryan specifically named them, such as followers of Athena. All other followers of the Olympian gods belong to the Aztec evil gods. The place where the Aztec believers live happens to be the former Sumerian plane, which will be neighbors with the Trojan plane in the future. This decision made some Olympus gods secretly grimaced. No wonder Ryan allowed Artemis to destroy Hera. It turned out that in order to check and balance them, there was also the Joker card of Aztec. When Renin recovered the Troy plane, the chaotic monarch did not stop. On the one hand, his old man continued to let the chaos giant tentatively attack the cause plane. On the other hand, it was crazy. The momentum of ISA and Saw Dowda sent a few million small flying chaotic devils in an attempt to block the Troy plane. The Grand Lord probably doesn't have any powerful world-class chaos gods at his disposal. He even managed to take away the last 2 chaos titans that had escaped by chance. He is trying to erode this new plane that has basically not been polluted by chaos by sending miscellaneous soldiers to harass it. With a wave of his hand, Ryan asked most of the newly surrendered Olympian gods to go to this plane that had not yet been fully formed to help defend. Although this new plane had not yet formed a world will, and could not effectively absorb divine power through priesthood, it was the last private land promised by Ryan to the Olympian gods. Don't want to live under someone else's roof in the chaos world? Then work hard and hold on to this shrunken new dimension, and you will benefit from it in the future. Although it was hard, at least there was hope, and the Olympian gods still worked very hard. The situation thus suddenly returned to a relatively stalemate stage. Pero ran to Ryan and asked cautiously, "God, when do we start the general attack on chaos?" To be honest, the current situation has long been beyond the control of Pero, and he doesn't know how Ryan planned it. After Ryan showed the power of the God King, he adjusted his mentality to a more positive level. No rush. Once I deal with 1 more pantheon, it will be almost done. Having said this, Ryan was also worried in his heart. He relied on the system to search beyond 6-star systems, which was the limit of the expansion of his divine consciousness as a powerful god. Even so, he still hadn't found a new god system. The damned system insisted on blocking him at the God King promotion requirement. And Ryan was helpless. In fact, the gods had already accepted it. Even if Ryan officially announced his ascension to the throne as the God King Chaos, no god would object. But the system doesn't recognize it. And Ryan is really upset. He absolutely doesn't want to do anything that is just for show. Fortunately, time is on Ryan's side. Chaos cannot attack anyway. So he demonstrates his strategic determination and concentrates on reshaping the Troy plain. While his gods were busy, Ryan was free in a sense. And he finally had time to check his spoils. That day, he had just arrived outside Athena's suite. After a quick listen, he heard the voices inside over the wall. Sherry smiled and said, "Oh, Goddess Athena, you are so stupid. You can't use your teeth. Look, you almost bit the carrot off." I'll try my best." Ryan suddenly felt that he was no longer in a hurry. Chapter 756, Protecting Athena. 1 month later. Troy. The loud sound of drums and music resounded throughout the city center square. Amid the sacred and noble singing of the angels, one after another extraordinary people from all over ancient Greece stepped into this completely transformed vast world with nervousness and excitement. You will inherit the will of the Olympians and join the army of revenge against chaos. Young men, take up your weapons and show your bravery to the goddess to prove that you are worthy of being the goddess's guard. A true warrior of God. At the entrance of the square, the priests wearing gold ornaments and luxurious robes loudly encouraged the young men to enter the square. In the event of great difficulties, the entire Olympus god almost collapsed completely. Nearly half of the Olympian gods died, including the king of gods Zeus and half of the main gods. They did fall, but many of their followers survived. After a long negotiation, no one knew how the goddess Athena, who was now in charge of the external affairs of the entire Olympian pantheon, managed to bring back quite a few captives from the Greek city-states. At present, Chaos Continent cannot bear too many refugees, and the supplies given to the Olympians can only be said to be barely enough to keep them from starving to death. If they want to live a good life, they must wait for the Troy plain to grow up. Although Tesla, the God King, promised to restore the fertility of the land here, and the goddess Demeter, the goddess of agriculture in this plain, also made a corresponding promise. It takes time for the seeds to germinate, grow, and finally be harvested, having lost the gods they believed in. The best treatment these lost people can enjoy now is to throw themselves into the arms of the new main god, especially the goddess Athena, and become his divine warriors. The great war of Olympus caused so much damage to the entire divine realm, and the gap on the front line was so large that the gods rarely lowered the requirements and allowed extraordinary people below the master level to participate in the trial. At one time, thousands of people were eager to try. Their faces looked pale, but they could not conceal the excitement in their eyes. They had originally thought that it was great to have a few divine messengers present. But who would have thought that 3 goddesses of the main god level would come to observe in person today? Which made them even more excited. Even though the 3 goddesses were bathed in dazzling divine light that could not be looked at directly, their virtual images, more than 20 meters high, stood behind them. Oh, the gods are on. I'm so happy. That's the goddess Athena. That's the goddess Hestia. That's the goddess Artemis. Woo. Even if you let me die immediately, I'm willing to do it. These extraordinary people with the pious gesture of 3 knees and 9 heads entered the court almost step by step, so that the entry ceremony became very dragged. But no one blamed them. The priests and some gods standing on the square just persuaded them to speed up their steps and did not stop their behavior. Seriously, they are also excited. It is not easy for many angels to see the goddess unless they are nymphs, who directly serve the goddess. But today many angels felt a little strange. Why did it seem that the 3 goddesses deliberately increased the divine light around them? Rao is them. And it is difficult to look directly at the goddess. Their perception is extremely confirmed that today is indeed the goddess coming. No one noticed that Athena, who was supposed to be sitting on the white jade throne, moved her long legs gently as if uneasily. Although there was wind blowing at the scene, the wind would never make the goddess' skirt tremble so rhythmically. In the divine light, the goddess' bright red lips seemed to open and close gently, as if she could no longer hold back. A voice like that of an oriole would burst out from her beautiful throat. Even Athena's wrist, which was holding the statue of the goddess of victory, was trembling slightly. Of course, Athena could have ignored the gazes of the nearby nymphs and the gods' messengers below. But today she felt that their gazes were extremely glaring, as if they had already penetrated her golden divine light shield and seen her predicament. Athena set her eyes to Artemis on her left hand. At this time, she found that Artemis's face was flushed, and her hands tightly dragged her skirt to her knees. Beast's skirt lowered her head, as if she was endless. Noticing Athena's gaze, Artemis gave her a wry smile that said, "You know what I mean?" Athena quickly turned her head and looked at Hestia on the right hand. She found that Zeus's elder sister's right elbow was holding the armrest of God's seat. Her index finger had been quietly put in her mouth, and she bit her fingers with silver teeth from time to time. She also breathed shortly. Seriously, as long as the perception is high enough, you can feel the space reaction under the three gods. Athena was completely speechless. She could only buckle 10 fingers on the armrest. The following combat began to enter the climax. Those who did not open the blade weapon to fight and showed the skills of the skills one by one to win the victory. Of course, the goddess has no obligation to bless every victim. The noise below was higher than the waves. There was no mortal thought at all. The little goddess of the three goddesses, because the goddess' personal presence is the greatest honor for them. The fight lasted for more than an hour, and finally the winners of 3 rounds were decided. Just when the priest announced that the first batch of winners would be directly promoted to warriors of God, the goddess Athena suddenly became like a swan shot by an arrow. Her whole body stiffened. Her snow-white neck tilted back, and her body slightly arched. One of the nymphs serving her finally couldn't help but said, "Goddess, are you okay?" The goddess of Athena flushed, and replied a little embarrassed, "No. It's okay." "You retreat?" "Yes." Athena worked hard to prevent her breathing too loudly, spreading and sneaky on both sides. At this time, she found that Hestia was paralyzed on the seat of God, and Artemis bit a baked wild pork leg. But her humming sound was quite unnatural when eating. The selection of the whole day is over, and the 3 goddesses have selected nearly 100 people as the soldiers of God in the Rhenian kingdom of the Fulong Mountains. Siarisi smiled and said, "My master, you seem to be in a good mood today." Indeed, Ryan didn't continue the sentence. He didn't know what to say. There was a very classic game called Guardian Athena. He secretly told himself in his heart, if Athena's Saint Seiya knows that they eat tightly, I eat their goddess tightly in the back, what would happen? Wouldn't I be killed by the Saint Seiya? I'm afraid. Chapter 757, the 5th clue. In fact, Athena in this world has no Saint Seiya. The extraordinary people who want to practice out are really acknowledging. When the Olympus people knew that the universe had ironware and high-end goods such as steel knife, they decisively abandoned the soft and vegetable copper sword and embraced the new civilization. But they would never have imagined until their death that the 3 goddesses they were willing to protect with their lives would lose a title together at a public ceremony. So that after the ceremony, Athena looked really hit. The 3 of them went to Ryan's study, and when Ryan saw the perfect combination of the Greek long skirt and garter stockings, he could well feel the shame and indignation they felt. But no matter how shameful it was, they still satisfied the conqueror's wishes very well. To be able to control a plane, this power and glory must be fought for either with real swords or obtained through the back door. If it were the old Olympian pantheon, Athena would have no chance of ascending to the throne as long as the 3 Zeus brothers had not fallen. Now that the 3 brothers Zeus, Hera, Ares, Hermes, and Aphrodite have fallen, a huge vacuum has been created in the original power structure of Olympus. If you really want to fight, Sister Artemis will take advantage of the wind, and even Sister Hestia is a force that cannot be ignored. As for the surrender, Hephaestus is soy sauce. Somewhat to everyone's surprise, Ryan personally chose Athena as the chief deity of the new Olympus pantheon. After Athena used the N-type tactics to withstand the God King's violent attack, Rin vowed at the E-class's conscience, "Do you know why you choose you as Olympus?" "I don't know, Your Majesty. Please tell me clearly." Athena was as well behaved as a little wife. Artemis is relatively simple. Apollo is a masterpiece, and Hestia and Demo lack force means. Hephaestus does not care about the world. In the former Olympus 12 master gods, you can flexibly coordinate the relationship between the Olympus god and the god of Cana. Thank you for your appreciation. Of course, I know your little thoughts very well. as long as it does not hinder the crusade against the Lord of Chaos. I can allow you to be a little willful and arbitrary. If you dare to ruin my plan or imitate Hera, you know the consequences." Athena shuddered, lowered her head, and didn't dare to look Ryan in the eye. Athena knows. Athena is never a harmless little white rabbit. How can she use snakes as the goddess of symbols? How could it be a simple vase? Only Ryan, the destroyer of worlds who wiped out Zeus's family, could defeat her. Even powerful gods couldn't hold her down. As a witness to see the Olympus plain being destroyed, and watching Ren breeding the broken mountain river into a complete plain, Athena really couldn't afford a little resistance. Immediately, she upgraded from a little daughter-in-law to an angry little daughter-in-law. In addition, as the daughter of Zeus, the unlocking posture is really a little bit, which brings a lot of fun to Ren. That's it. After Ryan took control of the Olympus world, the Chaos Lord decisively withdrew the world-class Chaos Giant God. Although Ryan was busy looking after the Troy plane, he did have a backup plan outside the Chaos plane. Unexpectedly, the prince rarely let a trick slip. Ren looked at the cyclical opening and closing spatial cracks outside the Chaos plane, a little speechless. A huge amount of chaotic power was injected into the crack, which directly caused the opening and closing of the crack to become irregular. It will be open for 10 minutes according to the original time, and now it may be open for more than 10 seconds. And it suddenly closed as soon as it enters. This is not considered. The surrounding space has become more unstable due to the contamination of a large amount of chaos. The space that can be connected into the unknown route. The prince's action directly ruined the ambush plan designed by Ryan. Ryan originally wanted to use a giant meteorite to give the world-class chaos god a severe blow. And then he and his disciples would break out from inside to achieve internal and external cooperation. Now, even the flight route of the meteorites has been cut off by the Grand Lord, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Before determining the new route, it would be a waste for Ryan to use these ambushed meteorites. This allows the world-class Chaos God to evacuate relatively easily and disappear into a wormhole. Ryan's rare failure was unknown to the outer gods. Even Pero thought Ryan had deliberately let the Chaos Giant escape. Who knew if Ryan would target another unlucky pantheon and then drive the tiger to devour the wolf again? Ren didn't say. Pero didn't dare to ask. The situation on the front line remained stalemate. But everyone knew that a temporary retreat was like pulling back a fist during a fight. It's just that the next time you make a punch, the two sides will no longer stay. That is, a fight. After the Olympian gods took up their posts in the Chaos plane and obtained divine power supplies, more than 30 Olympian gods used Ryan's portal to set up a forward base on a desolate planet close to the Chaos Mother Planet, and then used their clones and incarnations to fight on the front line. Add to that the brave and aggressive Aztec gods. Previously, Apollo and a group of sun gods worked together to purify a lot of land on the Chaos Mother Planet. This has greatly reduced the difficulty of offensive. Now, coupled with the arrival of new aid, the momentum of the Order for a while is full of momentum. And there is a great momentum of killing the Chaos Moral Palace in a breath. The potential of offense and defense reverses. The Cause God, who had almost collapsed, relied on Mohan Ad, Aztec, Sumal, Olympus and others to enter the list. Now the strength of the battlefield is about 6-4. And the Order is the 6. It feels like we are just one step away from completely overwhelming the Chaos side. Pero asked Ryan more than once in a roundabout way when the general attack would be launched. Ryan always replied in an unfathomable way, "It's not the right time yet." Pero could only appease the gods. His Majesty Tesla said that it is not the right time yet. This is the absolute authority brought by a victorious king. 100 gods may have 1,000 minds. Ryan's supreme power in destroying 4 pantheons is enough to extinguish the other 999 little thoughts. If Ryan doesn't allow a general attack, then we'll just have to wait it out. As the Trojan plane gradually got back on track, and the gods began to use other stars on the Chaos Mother Planet as sources of divine power, the consumption of divine power among the gods tended to be balanced. This is a cosmic-level war. There is no such thing as a one-hit kill. It just depends on who can outlast the other. Ryan was very calm, because anyone who said, "We can win and go home before Christmas" would definitely lose. Ryan was not annoyed. Anyway, at this point, he could just let the goddess do the work. It was fine. Cough cough. In January of the 4th year after Ryan arrived in the world of chaos, he finally found clues to the 5th pantheon. The system detected a huge light outside the 6 galaxies. After comparing with the host's memory, there was a 83.4% chance to destroy Neverheim by the flames of Muspelheim. Ryan, huh? Chapter 758 Flora's specialty. When Ryan received this news, Athena was using the downward dog defensive posture to resist the crazy backstab of the Holy Sword of Physics. The Holy Sword suddenly stopped, and Athena was so scared that she thought she had done something wrong. It was not until Ryan patted her that she felt relieved and turned on the full automatic mode to take over the second half. Ryan, however, was like a true sage, thinking about this somewhat fussy piece of information. Ryan was no stranger to the 9 kingdoms in Norse mythology. Thanks to various popular science movies, Chinese people are very familiar with the troubles of Odin, Hela, Thor, Loki and his family. In fact, although the movie added some elements, it still lightened the original work. At least it doesn't describe in vivid detail, like the original book, how Loki turned into a mare and gave birth to the 8-legged divine horse Sleipnir with the divine horse Svadilfari. All kinds of shit that destroy your worldview. Comparable to Zeus and Poseidon of Olympus. And in the official Norse mythology, Loki, a giant, and his lover Angrboda, also a giant, gave birth to the giant wolf Fenrir, the giant serpent Jormungandr, and the goddess of death Hela. It was the rebellion started by Loki that destroyed Odin's Asgard. And Loki himself died in a battle with Heimdall, the guardian god of Asgard. Therefore, Ryan's top priority is to figure out what the Norse pantheon that finally entered his vision is like. Is it the movie version? Or is it the orthodox Norse mythology version? And what stage it has entered? If it was the fire giants who destroyed Asgard, the nest of the Norse gods, then it would be easy to predict. This would directly mark the beginning of Ragnarok. And Ryan could even go there slowly and just pick up corpses. But what's the big deal about search or destroyed Nibelheim with flames? Neverheim is a country of fog in the 9 realms of northern Europe. In any case, Surtur, the king of fire giants, escaped and had the power to destroy a world, which proved that the 9 worlds were absolutely in chaos. Otherwise, Asgard would not allow a mere fire giant king to come out and disrupt the order of the 9 worlds. Most of the time, the fire giant king is just a boss, an experienced baby. It doesn't mean that any of Odin's Aesir can control the fire giant king, but there are still quite a few Aesir gods who can control him. The reason why Surtur was able to make a sudden attack is that he theoretically got the eternal fire. This rhythm is messy, and the plot is not right. Ryan rubbed his brows. Just as Athena's full automatic was coming to an end, Ryan couldn't help but talk to her about a big deal. Ren, what happened to it? Not only did I care about Athena, but Artemis and Hestia next to them also paid attention. Well, a rather bad pantheon was discovered 6 galaxies away. Ryan held the back of his head with his hands. Speaking seemingly casually, the 3 goddesses' hearts skipped a beat. They couldn't help but think of a little rule that was circulated around Ryan. When Ryan didn't conquer, destroy, a pantheon, he would probably leave something as a trophy. The only exception for now was the Aztec pantheon, where everyone was crazy before, and there was no choice at all. But Athena remembered Ryan's warning and did not dare to say anything. Not to mention that Susanna, Hathor and Shares were all watching. There were countless goddesses in the Chaos Pantheon who were watching such a big city. If Ryan stared at a goddess face for just a second longer, her imagination would run wild. In the Olympian Pantheon, even the moon goddess Selene, who is known for her Shotokan, has been looking at Ryan with a strange look in her eyes recently. So many goddesses want to progress. As soon as Ryan came, a group of goddesses came forward to help him change his clothes. It didn't take long for Ren to convene the gods directly affiliated. Rao was that Downs was sitting at the Plain Pass. And he also sent a clone. Ryan directly announced the discovery of the Aesir Pantheon. Sure enough, a small commotion of excitement arose among the gods. As the eldest disciple, Tangxi stepped forward without hesitation. Master, you said before that the final opportunity to destroy chaos is this Aesir god system? Ryan thought about it and chose to correct Downs. It doesn't have to be the Aesir. For an outsider like me, if I want to gain the most perfect recognition in this universe, I need to unify the 5 pantheons. Hiss. Take a sip of coldness. And get used to it. How long is the tube beside Ren? Everyone can never get used to Ren's mouth. Or those great causes that once sounded arrogant and arrogant. Combine? To put it well, it is called a reunification. To say that straight spots are conquest or destruction. Ren's approach to other gods is as full as possible. If you are willing to reason with me, then let's all be reasonable. As long as we are willing to join hands to defeat the Lord of Chaos. Even the evil god that I hate the most is not impossible to cooperate with. If you don't want to be reasonable, I can only beat you up and then slowly reason with you. Fortunately, Ryan is basically the way to the Confucius first. But he is a bit terrible when he played Mencius first. Although, it's scary now. That's the 5 gods. Back then, the Chaos Pantheon with so many gods could not overpower the Mohan Ade Pantheon. But now, without noticing, Ryan has integrated the 4 pantheons, regardless of whether they originally had a god king. In the end, only Ryan was left as the king. So even Ryan's words, which sounded light, were full of oppression in the ears of the victims. The gods from the 4 branch pantheons all lowered their once extremely proud heads at the same time. At this time, Aurora was listed. At this moment, she was full of divine radiance. Yes, she was deified. Just last month, Apollo helped the fat boy Noka find and crack the hidden temple of the former god of prophecy, and made Noka deified. And Flora was deified as well. Interestingly, she finally decided to have herself as god of physics. Sounds empty, doesn't it? To put it plainly, she is a clergy at the foreign minister of the physics school. It is a messenger and a coordinator of the forces of all parties. Just as she had wanted to do before. She started with law and relied on Ryan's prestige. If Ryan, the god king of the outer realm, cannot make a name for himself, then she will have no way to take advantage of the situation, and will not be able to bring her strengths into play at all. Things are different now. As the default leader of the Chaos Pantheon, a destroyer of worlds, and a powerful existence who has integrated 4 pantheons in this universe, Ryan can make great achievements in the field of diplomacy as the mouthpiece of her master as long as Flora is willing. Chapter 759. Everyone wants to improve. Flora did not have to risk her life like those Han envoys, who were very capable of causing trouble. Facing an unknown pantheon, she could just send her own clone out. If anyone dares to disrespect her incarnation, well, use your entire plane, or even your entire pantheon, to bear the wrath of the destroyer of worlds. Flora firmly believed that those planes and planets that were blown up were definitely not the last ones. Master Ryan in this universe was far from recovering his peak strength. Flora bowed and saluted, then said, "Master, I think this time you can let me go to the Acer system to explore the way." Ren's eyebrows raised. "Oh, can't you want to try your new deity you get?" "I guess so." The sweet-looking 5th disciple smiled like a flower. As Ren's only female disciple, she naturally got more love for Ren. In addition, the 2nd-generation disciples of the physics school basically include electromagnetic divine fragments. And Flora's own law order is the god grid fragments. A god of Flora skipped the level of weakness, which is the god of power such as God 6. In the past, this achievement would have been absolutely terrifying. However, in the context of Downs being raised to a powerful god with a godhood of 16 by Ryan, Flora's deification was a bit inconspicuous. Except for the people in her hometown, the Southern Federation, who were very excited. The reaction within the physics school was just, "Oh, this is true." There was no way. Ren turned over the operation of the gods after another scary, so that the disciples of Ren became inconspicuous. Now that Flora is going to take a shot, Ren is happy. If you want to set off, you are not in a hurry. The hometown of the god of Asa is too far away from us. Ren thought about it, turned his head to come up with the thoughts, and called out a name, Harris. Seriously? Harisha is a mixed god. Everything has a first-come first-served basis. He joined the group too late, so Pero had no extra food left for him. According to the most formal priesthood, there are 3 sun gods today: Dawn, Horus; Noon, Peleer; and Dusk, Utu. Although their sources of power have been separated, the believers are a bit difficult to explain. After the surrender of Harisha, he knew that he was not enough to change jobs to be a bright god. Now that Ryan finally remembered him, he of course happily agreed. "Harris, I want you to go to a slightly farther place to control the star of the galaxy. As the source of your divine power, it will provide some divine support for Falola." "My lord, I understand. Thank you so much." The outside was full of chaos, letting Harris walk out one by one, and he didn't dare to forgive him. Ren was instructed that the physics factions immediately realized the gods' master was going to build a divine transit station, Just like high-voltage transmission, the loss of energy transmitted over long distances is quite alarming. Instead of getting half the result with twice the effort, it is better to create a new source of divine power in the galaxy next to the Acer. Letting Helios go can be considered as a way of making use of waste. Or rather, promoting employment for gods. It must be acknowledged that Arisia is still very hard. In just 3 days, he obtained the preliminary control of a red star in the galaxy. If the star provides endless divine power, he needs to continue to transform it for a long time to be a god power transit station or Ren's exclusive center. Renin was initially observed in the 9 realms of Asa. You don't know until you see it. It's shocking. Isn't this too chaotic? Judging from the outline, it should be an enormous world tree. At first glance, it felt like a dead tree that had been uprooted and buried in the soil for who knows how many years. From a distance, you can't see any green, and each branch is covered with chaotic energy outside. Ren was a little scared. If it wasn't for the fire giant King Stall, it would not be able to transparent it. No wonder the chaos is not afraid of dragging down. And his feelings have a backhand here? In this scene, Downs looked like a toothache. Downs ranked, Master. It seems that we must send the reconnaissance forces to go in. Otherwise, I will accompany Mrs. Fora for a trip. What Downs didn't expect was that it wasn't the Master who refuted him, but Athena who asked to speak. Ren raised his eyelids. Of course, he knew that Athena was eager to express herself. But sometimes, the so-called pillow wind was just the case. Ren didn't want to do too stiff. Say. Athena came out. For Ren and Downs, Lang Lang said, can Ga God be a big disciple of Tesla? How can he easily make danger? In my opinion, the heroes of Olympus can test it first. For example, Achilles is good. If you don't worry, you can also let Heracles go. They all have rich adventure experience. Oh! Ryan held his cheek, finding it interesting. This angle is really novel. Tang Si was stunned for a moment. In the past, when Ryan didn't take action, he always rushed to the front. And he was used to this leading role. He really didn't think that one day he would be rejected by himself because of his high status. What he just wanted to say. Flora stopped him. The goddess of Athena is right. As a master of master, the master is at most to accompany me to the advanced base of the galaxy next door. Ryan smiled. Tang Si, you are my senior brother. You should not only learn my knowledge, but also learn some leadership skills. This time, I think Flora and Athena are right. There are more gods. And there is no doubt that there are more monks in the source of divine power. Ring can be decided in the clever job of the gods. If the surrender deity wants to come in the first place, the best shortcut is naturally to play directly for Ryan. And it's okay to be a younger brother of Downs. Athena proposed this, of course, out of kindness to Hercules who worked hard. But she did not expect the chain reaction to be so intense. Nathus also listed, Ambize has been idle for a long time. It is better to let him go with G-Aid. And by the way, as the guard of the god of G, the god of God? Brother Doghead is old. And the power of the Hades is very competitive in the position of death. Nephthys has been working as a maid here for Ryan for such a long time. Although Ryan has never taken a fancy to her. At least, she has worked hard even if she has no merit. When she asked her dog-headed son to go to work, Ryan didn't think there was anything wrong with it. This is just great. The two of them opened their heads. Summel and Aztec were unwilling to fall behind. After some discussions, they turned into Downs, the brothers and sisters of Matt and Farah, with the huge combinations of Harris, Heraclius, Anbize, Sumir, and the Suma snake god. Just 9 gods alone, plus a bunch of semi-gods and angels. This lineup is not luxurious. Chapter 760, The Story of Tyr, the God of Justice. 9 gods, plus a bunch of strengths, can kill the half-god of the faint god of power. This lineup is not too much to enlarge most of the gods as a pioneer. In the expanded Chaos Pantheon, this is really just a reconnaissance team. In the Greek mythology, the famous Achilles, now in a god, driving Poseidon's chariot that gives Poseidon to God Horse, and take the first step to be a T-soldier. Oh! It is a scout. Such a luxurious usage can also see lay mount and feel luxurious. However, you seeing it always make a real god like Thunder in the chaotic barrier? Achilles' mother Thetis had always been afraid that Achilles would die in battle. But because there was no attack on Troy in this life, she was convinced that Achilles had escaped the fate of death. Instead, Their whole family developed an inexplicable loyalty to Ryan. In the end, Achilles, which was particularly able to fight, fell from a group of gods such as Summel, Aztec and other gods, and then grabbed the position of this scout. He rushed into the chaotic barrier. It didn't take long for him to hold a chaotic residue like a radiant, flying back to the artifact carriage and rolling back, and went straight to a temporary plane of 2 kilometers in the front base. Harris was very promised. After all, he was told by Teddy's. When he saw Achilles return, he quickly used the Sun Xingguang to disinfect Achilles, to remove the chaotic energy from his body. Achilles looked very energetic. In front of the 9 true gods, he kneeled down to Downs with one knee. Reporting Jiugu, the 9 countries of the Asida department have been severely eroded by chaos. Only 3 planes can see the light of order from the outside. But they seem to be fighting some chaotic natives. To say, Achilles let go of his mind, and let several gods investigate their shallow memories of their hearts. Either the crime of mortals or in the past. This is the director of the dog's brother Anbis. When he waved his hand gently, he saw a large light group emerging from the top of Achilles. Ryan was in his hometown, and he was watching and listening to the scene simultaneously. When I saw the picture, Rem was a bit stretched, and I was a little lost in my heart. Without it, the traditional territory of the assassin's traditional sense is the so-called 9 realms, and the center of the 9 realms is Midgard, which is human. That is, the Earth. But the Earth of this world is actually just a plane with an area of less than 500,000 square kilometers, located in the middle of this world tree eroded by chaos. The distance between these planes is so close that it has nothing to do with the solar system that Ryan is familiar with. In a sense, these 9 realms are like 9 sets on a tree-like frame. Although the 9 planes have their own characteristics, they are the same thing in the eyes of the knowledgeable Ronin. With the analysis of the system alone, Rin has determined that the 9 planes are probably not as large as the Olympus plane. If you think about it, then the famous Olympus god is just a giant plane. Why is your Sousa place larger? Just when Ryan's thoughts flew far away, Towns realized that he could not make any judgment and glanced in the direction of Ryan's Eye of God. In the end, Towns did not say anything like Master, please give me instructions. Otherwise, he, the Vanguard god, would be a complete failure. He hesitated for a moment and said, Achilles, are there any main gods in the planes who have noticed you? Achilles shook his head, no. The 9 planes obviously have no will of their own, and no god-level existence has noticed me. 3 of them seem to be fighting fiercely. He pointed out the images presented by Anubis one by one. Towns looked up. I need more information. Yulia stepped out. Lord Quixote, we Aztecs are very good at operating in an environment that is highly polluted by chaos. The projection of Quetzalcoatl behind her lowered its head. Quetzalcoatl is a gigantic god, nearly 100 meters long, and can only participate in meetings using a projection of a clone that is slightly smaller than a human. He is very good at being a god, and even makes his projection slightly smaller than most gods in human form. Tangxi glanced at the people sitting below him and finally nodded. I need your men to infiltrate all 9 planes and confirm their conditions. Flora stepped out and said, not only that, we also need to confirm whether the Aesir still has a god king, who is in charge of the planes that have not yet fallen, and whether they are interested in accepting help from chaos. I grant you the right to contact each other. Yes. Julia and Quetzalcoatl answered at the same time. The 2 main gods, one civil and one military, set the tone, and this huge reconnaissance team immediately took action. Intelligence is critical. If the other party no longer has a god king, and they see a completely chaotic plane, they can report it to Ryan for physical clearance. Ryan silently watched the increasingly capable disciples work without saying a word. In this situation, any words of correction from him would actually weaken the authority of Tangxi and other disciples in front of the outer gods. Since Downs was in charge of the reconnaissance operation on his behalf, he would not accuse Downs of anything. If he had anything to say, he would wait for the official report. Ryan consciously erected the image of Downs's physics school's iron fist and Flora as his mouthpiece in front of the outer gods. Ren looked back and sighed, Odin, shouldn't you just fart like this? This makes me less fun. As the leader of a super-large pantheon with more than 400 true gods and nearly 1,000 secondary gods, Ryan's every word and action is bound to attract countless attention. Athena whispered, my lord, do you know the other party's background? It's not me who knows. It's Tyr who knows. Not long after, The incarnation of the god of justice Tyr was summoned by Ryan. Tyr, are you not going to tell me something about the Aesir? After a brief moment of shock, the one-armed god showed a wry smile on his face. Sure enough, nothing can be hidden from the great god Tesla. Please forgive my silence all along, because I swore in the name of order that I would not reveal any information about my mother clan. He made a gesture of deep obeisance. This scene surprised the other gods in the temple. All the gods of chaos knew that Tyr was an outer god. But the gods who had been deified for a shorter time had no idea where Tyr came from. Chapter 761 Twilight of the Gods has been opened. Only the most ancient gods know the general story of Tyr's arrival in the world of chaos. As an outer god, it took Tyr a full 100 years to convince the local gods, especially the lawful good gods, of his sincerity. It can be said that Tyr's current status is due to his hard work in the battlefield of the War of Gods. And he gained recognition by beating up a group of evil gods and gaining a reputation. Ryan waved his hand on the throne. I don't mean to force you to break the rules. Just pick out what you can say. Chaos World needs information from the Aesir. If we do nothing, we will allow this world tree to completely corrupt and become the strongest breeding ground for chaos demons. Tyr spread his hands and said, there is nothing to hide now. I was unwilling to reveal anything back then because I was trying my best to avoid conflicts between the Aesir and chaos systems, and the outbreak of a war between gods. Now this world, which is severely corrupted by chaos, is not within the scope of my oath. Please ask Lord Tesla to make the most appropriate judgment for the chaos system based on the facts. Tyr's upright stance greatly increased the god's favor for this hard-working god of justice. Tyr talked about the past. As the child of Loki, the god of trickery, and Angerboda, the giantess, Fenrir was sent to Asgard. He grew up quickly and became more and more wild. The gods had to find a way to tie him up to avoid future troubles. Fenrir broke free of the chains that Thor had made twice before. In order to control it, the gods of the Aesir made a new chain and coaxed Fenrir, saying to it, we want to use a thin chain to test your invincible strength. At the same time, in order to stir up the wolf's arrogance, he deliberately said, haven't you broken free from Thor's forged chains twice? Why are you so afraid of this thin chain? After repeated persuasion and encouragement, Fenrir finally agreed to be tied up. But he put forward a condition. A god must put his hand in my mouth to ensure my safety. Otherwise, I don't want to be tied up. The gods looked at the sharp teeth in Fenrir's mouth, and everyone was silent. The gods looked at each other, and no one spoke. Finally, Tyr took a step forward and put his strong wrist into Fenrir's mouth. Fenrir was bound to a huge rock forever by this thin chain. He was terrified and struggled and jumped with all his strength. But he could not break the chain no matter what. This was a chain that combined the supreme divine art with magic. The wolf's ferocious eyes showed a pleading expression, asking the gods to open the chains. But the gods looked away one by one. So, the desperate Fenrir bit off Tyr's wrist with his teeth sharper than a sword. When the gods saw Fenrir trapped, everyone laughed. Except Tyr, because from that moment on, he had lost a hand forever. At this point, Tyr raised his broken arm that was as high as his elbow and smiled bitterly. The Aesir god King Odin used physical brutality to suppress the alien races, which allowed Asgard to gain the right to rule the 9 realms. In the final analysis, the Aesir gods are just a group of rabble. They have the empty title of gods, and each of them only cares about his own interests. In order to unify the giants, Odin did not hesitate to let Loki do whatever he wanted. I despaired of such a pantheon, so I chose to leave. After listening to this, Ryan was in a trance. In the Thor movies he knew Tyr did not exist, and the Tyr in this parallel universe was no longer the god of war in the Aesir, but came to chaos to be the god of justice. This has to be said to be ironic. Tyr, tell me about the god King Odin. Speaking of Odin, we have to talk about the language of Ragnarok. When Tyr said this, Ryan finally realized that something was wrong, because the prophecy suddenly became accumulating anger towards the god's deception. The world-destroying wolf Fenrir will eventually gain a powerful force that even the gods can hardly imagine, break free from the shackles, and finally kill the god King Odin. Ryan was surprised in his heart, but he looked calm on the surface. Oh? The Aesir actually predicted that Fenrir would gain the power of chaos and eventually backfire against the Aesir? It seems so, Tyr said solemnly. Ryan sighed. I hope it's not too late. I hope to cooperate with a true god king. A powerful ally who is willing to work together is far better than inheriting the combat power of a half-crippled god system. I hope it's not too late. But for some things, we have to prepare for the worst. So, Tyr, if I want you to serve as a bridge between the Aesir and Chaos pantheons, would you accept? Tyr's expression was a little strange. Ryan's actions are now well known among the main gods of Chaos. Every time he came into contact with other gods, Ryan would use courtesy before force. If the other party's boss was unwilling to talk, he would wait for Chaos to take action and help replace the boss before talking. Basically, those bosses, god kings, who have temper and personality never have a good ending. Among the 4 pantheons, the only one who survived and was qualified to be the god king was Horus. It is true that if the king does not meet the king, there will be one less king if they meet. Tyr combined the doomsday prophecy of the Aesir and was mentally prepared. He sighed, knowing that he was doomed to be a traitor. Who told him to be born into the Aesir? Before him, there was Shares and Artemis. Alas, if there are still gods of order willing to fight against Chaos together, I will lead them over. After Tyr returned, a small accident happened. Ryan's side was crowded with a group of foreign gods. Dwarves, gnomes, halflings, elves, dark elves, and even the chief gods of the dragon clan sent their clones to the Temple of Rain. It's very simple. Their fellow tribesmen are in the 9 realms ruled by Asgard. Even though Ryan had previously swallowed up 4 pantheons and greatly enhanced the combat power of the Chaos pantheon, if you pay a little attention you will find that almost all the gods who joined are human gods. Even if there are animal gods occasionally, these tribes have nothing to do with them. The overall situation is getting better. But for their small tribe with only 10 or 8 gods, the situation is actually a bit bad. Because the denominator is large. Their overall strength is proportionally weakened. A group of non-human gods came here just to see if there are any new gods of the same race. At worst, accepting a group of refugees of the same race can also expand the number of their believers. For a moment, Ren's temple was as noisy as a vegetable market. Ryan was also a little annoyed. But fortunately, the latest news came and finally gave them some peace of mind for a while. Downs' clone projection bowed to Ryan first. Master, if my estimation is correct, the Ragnarok of the Aesir has begun. Chapter 762 Dusk Battlefield. Or, is it opened? Ryan was surprised at the tone of his voice, because it contained a sense of regret. Since traveling through time, he has been pretending to be cool. But in fact he is intimidating potential enemies, so that he can continue to hide. He has not changed much even after he became a god. Indeed, it is quite pleasant to possess great strategic fortitude. Wait for potential allies to collapse without a fight. Quickly accept their legacy, and force their gods to surrender. This effortless approach is quite satisfying. Moreover, the effort put into this process is beyond the imagination of others. However, just before he was about to cross the threshold of becoming a god king, Ryan had a strange feeling of being left wanting more. Am I satisfied now? Ryan was actually a little disappointed. Tang Si, who noticed that his master was in a daze, asked, Master, what's wrong? Ryan suddenly thought of the famous Thor, god of hammer. Even though Thor was at least several thousand years older than him. No. If the Aesir can't even protect their own god king, then it has no right to sit at the table. Even if his successor stands in front of me, he is only worthy of sitting at the table with the children. Regardless of the importance of the Aesir's combat power, this kind of operation that has caused a sharp drop in prestige is really not something that Ryan can look upon with high regard. Even if Ryan is willing to condescend, the main gods under him will not agree. Our pantheon has nearly 1,000 gods, big and small, and we have been invincible recently. Why should we take care of you Aesir trash? It is impossible for Ryan to elevate Thor, the Hammer King in mythology, just because he admires him. If he did, what would Horus, the successor of Mohanad, think? Ryan's gaze crossed time and space and fell on the 9 realms of Asgard, which was full of chaotic aura. Odin, can you at least give me a surprise? There is an illusion in the world that goes a defeat is like a mountain collapsing, and there is no way out for the survivors. I'm talking about Odin. Strictly speaking, the Aesir cannot be considered to be small in number. In a broad sense, the Aesir, anyone with Protoss blood, is called a Protoss. Even the most ordinary civilians, once they reach adulthood, have the same combat power as high-level professionals in the Chaos world. There are 300,000 such civilians among the Aesir, and about 1/10 of them are standard combat soldiers. That is, 30,000 master-level warriors. When Ryan heard the news from Tyr, He was a little surprised. This population base and success rate are something that the Chaos Plane cannot envy. Unless the World King desperately squeezes out strength and spreads it to the mortal world, he will never be able to produce so many strong people. If Odin could gather the strong men of all races together to fight against Chaos like the Chaos Pantheon did, Ryan believed that the situation would not have turned out like it did now. In fact, Odin, who was extremely brutal and chaotic in his early years, finally succeeded in uniting, or completing the great cause of collusion. Only the Vanir next door. The rest of the dwarves and elves were more like auxiliary troops. Not to mention gods. Not even a few strong people. I don't know if they were all killed when Odin conquered the 9 realms, or if there was some other reason. As for the frost giants, fire giants, dark elves and other races in the 9 realms, they have always been in rebellion and have never been completely conquered. They are either in rebellion or on the way to accumulating strength for rebellion. This means that Asgard's power must be spread among all sectors for a long time. Otherwise, it will not be able to maintain control. This is probably one of the reasons why Chaos has been able to sneak in without being detected. It can be clearly seen from the real-time observation images provided by one of Quetzalcoatl's demigod subordinates that a golden hall located on the edge of the Asgard plain, which should have been magnificent and looked a bit like the Sydney Opera House, has now been destroyed by war. In his sight, he could clearly see 2 gods, who had obviously fallen not long ago. One is a 6-meter-tall golden armor giant, with only whites of the eyes, but no pupils. The other is a strange giant with 2 arms and 4 legs, who is also not short. About 5 meters tall. His body is covered with strange frost and some tentacles that have just lost their vitality. With the help of the system, Ryan confirmed the identities of the 2, Heimdall, the gatekeeper of Asgard, and Chaos Loki. Ryan's eyes lit up at first, then suddenly went dark. In theory, this is a solved case. How can Loki give birth to an 8-legged Pegasus? One of the more plausible answers must be that Loki himself is a Chaos Titan, so he can give birth to anything. How else to explain that he gave birth to an 8-legged horse, a demon wolf, and a giant earthly snake? Couldn't he just give birth to a giant? Or did Loki kill a Chaos giant? Ryan didn't dare to imagine any further. Here, with the instruction of Ryan, Quetzalcoatl's men continued to go deeper into the Asgard plain and made an unexpected discovery. The scene inside Asgard was certainly different from what Ryan had seen in the movie. It was true that there were magnificent ruins everywhere, but the corpses on the ground included not only carbonized chaos demons, but also a considerable number of mutated Asgard guards. The fire giant Surtur, who was prophesied to destroy Asgard in mythology, seemed to have shown mercy. It was true that he turned the entire city into purgatory for a time, but he did not directly destroy the Asgard plain. In theory, as long as we are willing to spend manpower and resources to clean it up, this place can still be used in the future. This plot isn't right. Ryan almost gave a comment of boring. I want to see corpses everywhere, and a sea of blood all over the world. At this time, Achilles sent a new message. Report to Lord Quixote. In the Midgard plain that is a bit like the Olympus plain, we found a powerful shock wave of divine power and chaos. It seems that the 2 sides are fighting a decisive battle. May I go down to investigate? Allow. Towns decisively ordered. In the vision shared with the master, all he saw was Achilles riding on his divine chariot, transforming into a brilliant golden light and plunging into the not-so-unfamiliar chaotic atmosphere. The purple chaotic power was dispelled by Achilles' divine power. When he cut into the battlefield like a sharp blade cutting through butter, he finally saw the scene below. What a grand battlefield that was! On the huge plain with a diameter of at least 100 kilometers, the people of order were fighting with the chaos demons everywhere. Light and shadow intertwined, and the sound of killing reached the sky. Achilles, who had just broken through the plain barrier and dived in, felt a trance from the sound waves. He pulled the reins with his left hand to stabilize the horse, which was a little shaken. The fighting was exciting everywhere, and for a martial arts fanatic like Achilles, he would have to help the people of order fight the chaos demons. He did not forget his mission, and drove the artifact chariot across the sky and quickly found the target. That picture is very strange. 2 giants as tall as mountains, one of ice and one of fire, stood side by side. No, there was also a tiny god with lightning flashing among them. Opposite them was a larger black demon wolf that was 100 meters tall at the shoulder, and a chaos cyclops connected to the back of the demon wolf. The darkened golden spear in the hands of this chaos giant is obviously not an ordinary artifact. Chapter 763. A strange combination. Ryan? Ryan rarely has question mark storms in his brain anymore. After all, when it comes to the Pantheon he is familiar with, the information he has is often more detailed than the other Pantheon's idiots. As long as the other party's changes are not too different from what is described in the myth, then the development of the situation will most likely be similar. But this scene, well, he really hadn't seen that. There is a god growing on the back of the demon wolf Fenrir. Who is that god? You can tell by looking at the expression of Tyr's clone beside Ryan. Oh, Odin. Tyr couldn't believe his eyes. Tyr didn't want to believe it. But Odin's one eye was too conspicuous. Even if Odin turned into gray, Tyr could recognize that feature. In Tyr's mind, the god king Odin, who was invincible and could always beat his enemies down no matter how brutal his means were, was actually connected to the wolf like a conjoined twin. The golden armor on Odin's abdomen looked a bit incongruous as it was connected to the wolf's black hair. The entanglement and fusion between metal and biological hair, driven by the power of chaos, actually has a sense of harmony. The half Odin was evil enough, and the three wolves under him were even more evil. In the middle of Fenrir was a relatively standard giant wolf head. On the left was a giant dark elf head, and on the right was a head that was most likely a dwarf's. These two heads are obviously enlarged. They shouldn't be that big originally. What was even more terrifying was that the eyelids of the two heads were sewn shut by the chaos tentacles like needle and thread. The palates of the two mouths were open to the limit, but no sound came out, as if their souls were in great pain but could not vent it by shouting. The painting style was so chaotic that Ryan stopped looking at it after a few glances. Just as Tyr held his forehead and put on the mask of pain, Ryan noticed that Fenrir's wolf head in the middle was grinding its teeth and torturing a god who looked not short. The half of his upper body exposed outside the wolf's fangs was at least 5 meters long. Based on the victim's conspicuous green divine light, the system gave Ryan the answer, Vidal, the god of the forest. Ryan was stunned. And Tyr, who followed Ryan's gaze, was also stunned. Vidal? My brother. Tyr's voice sounded like a dream. Few people know that Odin has 9 children in the official mythology. Unfortunately, the Marvel movie Thor didn't mention it at all due to space limitations. In fact, among Odin's 9 sons, in addition to the most famous Thor and adopted son Loki, the official children in mythology also include Heimdall, Tyr, and Vidar, who only has half of his body left. He is the son of the gods, Odin, and the son of the female giant Greed. During the dusk of the gods, Thensil defeated Odin and swallowed it. Vid caught up, stepped on Fenrir's jaw, grabbed the wolf's upper jaw with both hands, and finally stabbed the wolf's heart with the sword. So some people said that he was the god of revenge. In Norse mythology, Vidar is the embodiment of immortal natural forces. He is destined to become the god of the new world with his brother Val after the twilight of the gods. Now that Vidal has been killed, his divine power is rapidly dissipating, and anyone can see that he is about to fall. No! It shouldn't be like this. According to the prophecy, he should be the survivor. Tyr's eyes were bloodshot with anxiety. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. Instead, Ryan came to an understanding. Tyr, your prophecy did not predict the invasion of chaos. Right? If chaos comes, then there is no such thing as nature. Tyr's whole body stiffened in an instant. Yes. This is how it happened in several previous worlds. The first to be infected were the atmosphere and the earth. After that, the plants on the earth could not survive in the high concentration of chaotic miasma. The earth became chaotic, and there was no such thing as nature. Then of course there would be no Vidal, the forest god who possessed almost infinite power. Chaos, an accident that does not belong to the category of order. This broke the prophecy of Ragnarok, and made the remaining Aesir feel that a disaster was imminent. The interesting thing is that he did not see other sons of Odin in the legend at the scene. This plot is really magical. Even Ren's cross-passing person, who watched Thunder many times, feels strange. Let alone Tyr, who knows the inside story. While Ryan was daydreaming, Achilles, who entered the scene in a very flamboyant style, easily attracted the attention of both sides. In front of the gods, Achilles doesn't have much ability, but he is very eye-catching. Who? Chaos Odin on the wolf's back opened a single red eye and shouted angrily. The opposite trot, and the Asa gods at the back of the station were greatly surprised. Thor! He does not belong to the 9 realms. Thor's wife, the harvest goddess Sif, reminded Thor loudly. Another demigod from another pantheon. Thor was surprised at first, then delighted. He immediately used thunder to transmit his divine voice far away. Friend of order. Can you tell me your name? Achilles was a generous man. He shouted back. My name is Achilles. I am here in the name of Don Quixote, the powerful god of electromagnetism, to investigate the chaos of the Aesir. Sif and other Aesir gods were a little disappointed when they heard this. A mere powerful deity is not qualified to participate in this kind of god-king level battle. The next words of Achilles made the gods of Asa a new hope. The master of the Kyoko god is the king of god Rinla. He is Olympus, Mohan Ade, Aztec, Sumer the savior and conqueror of the 4 gods, is chaotic nemesis, or the most powerful borders conqueror. Throughout history, in the diplomatic field, the longer a boss's title is, the better. You know, even if you just move bricks, you can become a rectangular solid directional movement engineer. Not to mention that Ryan's titles are more scary than each other. No one knows better than the Aesir how difficult it is to conquer a pantheon. Thousands of years ago, the assassin of the assassin and the warrior Protoss fought for thousands of years without winning or defeat. In the end, both sides could not move. The respective bosses agreed to make the 2 gods integrate by marriage and other methods. For example, Odin's wife is Frigga, but he gave birth to Vidar with the giantess. This is also a political marriage. But Achilles directly brought up Ryan's great achievement of conquering 4 pantheons, shocking Thor and other gods on the spot. Although the pantheons are different, there are similar techniques of divine knowledge in the Aesir pantheon. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of Ryan's name before. The key is that his record can be checked. For a while. Trot stunned here. Chapter 764. The last step before becoming king. The god-level knowledge of the divine can theoretically find more public information about the other party. Still, the distance is misunderstood. The farther away the information is, the more difficult the communication is, and the easier it is to falsify. Ryan's destroyer of worlds was a complete false propaganda from the beginning. This is how many things are. Things that are too far away are often spread as rumors. However, when the momentum from far away is combined with real cases nearby, all previous inferences will be regarded as true. When Thor and other gods of order instinctively checked Ryan's battle record, only Towns was surprised to find that Flora had made an effort. Flora clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and muttered, I will show you the most authentic master. Not many people understand what the law is, let alone the nature of those things that are enough to cause panic in the hearts of the enemies. Just as Flora secretly worked, Ren's system was triggered. The same record can be checked, such as vaguely finding a written record who won B17 that year, and the other party is full. And it is completely different from finding extremely specific video materials. Needless to say, video materials are more intuitive and shocking. When Thor and Sif checked, they found that they were facing the spiritual energy that Flora spread to the surrounding space through the command magic. This operation is a bit like Ren through the internet. As long as you enter a URL, the server will answer and provide the website information in the URL. Flola now provides information. Her trick is that she provides Ryan's highlights. Sif casually used the word knowledge of the divine to sense Mohan AD. And the image that appeared in her mind was that Ryan used a meteorite to demonstrate what one blow through the stars meant. The huge meteorite was mixed with infinite divine power, and directly killed the world-class chaos god and the mad god Set, and finally blew up the planet Imus. The keywords of Talcha Olympus were presented in his mind as Ren's chaos. Anyway, with the extremely against the sky, he destroyed 2 chaotic king-level strong players, and a god who was determined to rely on chaotic. It is also his gods, Salter and Life, and even Odin, who combines with Finral after chaos. No matter what they checked, they will end up to an ending, those residual gods who have not been infected by chaos. They all kneeled to Ren, saying that under the leadership of Ren, they would initiate an angry revenge to the chaos. The 4 gods of the gods are at the feet of Ren. Among the 4 gods, there are many S-class gods with the Olympus god. The big guys from the 9 realms on Ace's side were completely shocked when they looked at Achilles, a little demigod who was only fit to be a T-pourer. Their eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. Only Ryan, who was far away in the old nest, held his forehead with his hand. Fala directly ignored his work, not to mention how Ren used the internal contradictions and grievances of the gods to differentiate them. In the end, it took advantage of the conquest. Philolaus ignored these unnecessary details. Until then, Renan knew that the disciples would have an exaggerated filter when watching him. Could it be that this is he just brags a lot, and then makes up for the boasting, and leaves the rest to his disciples to write a short essay? This is the alien version of there are great scholars who debate for me. Hey! The only thing Ryan didn't expect was that the results of Flora's first move after being deified would be so exaggerated. Over there. Hammer Gothi yelled at the sky almost without thinking. Ren ** Tesla. Look at the Order of Order to help us. As long as we let the people of the 9 realms get rid of the chaotic claws. What about we have all the Asa and Warner gods? Anxious. Brother Hammer is anxious. If you are not at the level of mountains and waters, how can you stop all his net worth at the beginning of the opening and only ask Ren to give a life-saving straw? Although the gods in the 9 realms were surprised by Tor's speech. After a brief commotion, they confirmed Treyer's words with silence. Those who can be the king of the mountain. No one will want to be a younger brother. The king of the mountain is still the case. Let alone the Asasa gods, who used to be the co-owner of the 9 realms. The key point is that not only did the destroyer wolf become a chaos wolf, but even the god king Odin became a part of the wolf Fenrir after being swallowed. The worst thing is that Vidal in the prophecy also suffered a wolf kiss. How can the remaining Aesir and Vanir gods have confidence? It must be admitted that Achilles was really lucky. The moment he broke in happened to be the moment when the opposing gods were at their most vulnerable. Almost at the moment when Thor spoke. Ryan's system actually issued a rare task. The last step to becoming a god king, mission released. Congratulations to the host. As long as you conquer the famous Thor and let him bathe in the glory of physics, the host will become the strongest physics communicator in the universe and ascend to the throne of the God King. Emergency task, Thor's request, released. Thor never considered himself a qualified king. Although as the only surviving son of Odin, he has a natural sense of justice. But he is tired of the tyranny of the Aesir, and feels sad and regretful that he cannot protect his people. He hopes that you can save the 9 realms and ensure that at least 4 planes are free from the clutches of chaos. To be honest, this task is not easy. Ryan glanced at the system, and after summarizing the latest information sent back by various spies, Ryan found that Georgia was really seriously ill. When the world tree that maintained the 9 planes was completely eaten away at the root. Not to mention the heart of the tree. Even the bark began to turn chaotic. In principle, the 9 planes were hopeless. Especially the 3 lower planes. The degree of chaos had exceeded 70%. Generally speaking, this task is really difficult to take on. To take a step back, even if Ryan didn't care about Thor, his achievement as a god king was already 4 out of 5. And it was possible that he could have a small pantheon to fill the gap. It was out of his natural fondness for the mighty Thor in mythology and movies. Or perhaps it was just Renault's collecting addiction. After Ryan thought for a moment, his huge shadow, 1,000 meters tall, appeared above the battlefield. He deliberately spread his grand voice throughout the world in a mysterious way. Grant destruction to chaos. Forgive the sins of confusion. Purify every inch of the land of order. This is what we, the guardians of order, should do. Why put your loyalty at stake? Fight, son of Odin. In an hour, you will see my sincerity. Chapter 765. One word determines life and death. For a moment, the morale of the guys on Thor's side was greatly boosted. This famous king of gods actually said that it would only take 1 hour to show his sincerity. This was definitely the best news Thor had heard since the beginning of Ragnarok. Thor's been having a horrible time lately. The beloved younger brother eventually went mad, fell into chaos, and died together with Heimdall. Father Odin fought the chaos wolf Fenrir, only to be devoured as predicted. To be honest, just before Ryan came, it was this half-god, half-wolf monster who thought he was Odin who persuaded him to surrender to chaos directly. Otherwise, he would not be able to buy even this little bit of time. Thor really couldn't believe that Odin, who had killed his son Vidar with his own hands, was still the same kind, majestic and sometimes unreasonable father, the God King. The prophecy of Ragnarok has collapsed. Even though Thor gave the eternal fire to Surtur on his own initiative to enhance his combat power in order to destroy Nibelheim, which had become a den of chaos, the gap in combat power between the two sides became increasingly disproportionate. Just when the situation was going against him, and Thor was ready to fight to the death, Achilles suddenly arrived. How could Thor not be extremely surprised? He shouted loudly to his 2 temporary allies. One of ice and one of fire, Sartor. Lao Fei. You have to hold on for an hour. Can you do it? Lao Fei snorted coldly, and the extremely cold air from his mouth and nose almost froze Thor into an ice lump. Who do you think you are talking to? Surtur next to him also blew out a mouthful of flames, melting the frost on Thor's body in the blink of an eye. Give me another eternal fire, and I can burn that thing on the opposite side as well. Fortunately, Thor was a well-known athlete in the god realm. His body was really tough, and the ice and fire did not hurt him. Instead, he smiled innocently. I don't have the eternal flame anymore, but when God King Tesla arrives, I can ask for you. Humph. Whether it was Surtur or Lao Fei, they all tacitly did not mention the matter of swearing allegiance to Ryan. Throughout history, there have been countless people who sold out others simply by talking. What if this God King is a fake? Or did he deliberately delay the rescue? All they have to do is continue the previous fierce battle. There is no loss for them. If Ryan doesn't come after enough time, then Ryan is a bastard. If they don't come after enough time, then they die first. Then they are just bad. Anyway, in the divine world, the same principle applies. Being a poor student is the original sin. Although they didn't say it in words in history, they at least bowed to Odin physically, even if they were beaten into submission. Even their hometowns were tacitly considered as the area of their rule by the Aesir. They had resisted for so long, but had not succeeded. If a powerful god king really came, it would not be impossible for them to bow their heads in the current situation of chaos invasion. It's better to have a big brother than to become a chaos demon yourself. Now, Thor and the others are going to surrender to Ryan, which undoubtedly completely angered the chaos version of Odin. You rebellious son. You didn't kneel down to your king, but chose to betray him and join a fake king you just met. Chaos Odin, who began to grow a second eye in the eye socket where he had lost his eyeball. Cursed. Of course. His newly grown yellow vertical pupil, which looks very much like a beholder's, will only make those who are still on the side of order feel disgusted. There was no point in talking to each other. The only responses he got were Thor's thunder, Surtur's fire, and Laufey's ice storm. The three heads of the chaos wolf Fenrir let out long, distant roars with different tones at the same time, because the sound was too loud. The original 100-point momentum was reduced to only 60 points by itself. The wolf swallowed Vidal in one gulp and chewed it for a few times. Then it dug the ground with its two front legs. Then its two newly grown hind legs exerted force at the same time as the original two hind legs, and its huge body, like a mountain, rushed towards Thor in the middle. How brave! Go to H.L. The two giant kings swung their weapons at the same time and slashed at the demon wolf. They formed a Gaga-killing duo with Thor. They were responsible for the killing, and Thor was responsible for Gaga. Cough. There is no way. This version of Thor seems to be the god of hammer, and it seems that he has not undergone any transformation. The power of thunder in his hand seems to be the same over and over again. So much so that when Down saw the scene, he grinned and said, "Is this the Thor from Asgard?" Having seen many thunder gods from various pantheons, it was no wonder that Tang-Si looked down on the thunder god. At least he felt that the storm lord of his chaos pantheon was more impressive. Before Towns could think about it, Ryan's order came. Towns, you take all the gods of the advanced team to support Thor. He must not die within an hour. Yes. Flora was stunned for a moment. What about other planes? It's okay. There will be many gods supporting us this time. Ryan smiled mysteriously. In addition to the destroyed Asgard and Nibelheim, the other planes that are equally hopeless are the land of the frost giants Jotunheim and Svartalheim, where the Dark Elves originally lived. The chaos corruption in these two places exceeds 80%. Of the remaining 5 planes, the plane of fire and heat Muspelheim does not need to be saved. Its corruption rate is almost 0, and high temperatures and sunlight provide good resistance to the forces of chaos. Next, Ryan no longer needs to worry about Athlium, where the light elves live, and Nidware, where the dwarves and gnomes live. As soon as Ryan said a divine thought, the main gods of the elves, dwarves, gnomes, and halflings of chaos were already ready. As soon as Ryan opened the portal, tens of thousands of divine warriors and angels rushed over immediately. The natives of these two planes, who were still resisting the chaos demons, were stunned on the spot. Where are you from, fellow countrymen? We are from the world of chaos, and we are ordered by the god King Ryan to rescue our compatriots. Needless to say, the mere fact that they were of the same race and had the same roots was enough to boost the morale of the defenders. and they immediately accepted this powerful divine soldier sent from heaven. Ryan let his sight pass over Midgard, the main battlefield, and fell on the last target plain Vanaheim. This used to be a world full of vitality with green trees everywhere. The Vanir had their servants build countless magnificent temples and buildings here. Now it has long been enveloped by the chaos barrier. All things are withering, and chaos demons are rampant. But according to the system's judgment, the corruption rate is 52%. To be honest, it's not impossible to save him if you really want to. But what came out of Ryan's mouth was an extremely cold verdict. This world is hopeless. Athena, who was standing beside Ryan at this moment, suddenly trembled all over. She seemed to understand something. Chapter 766 Survive or Transition. Ryan's tone of voice was so nonchalant that it sounded as if he was discussing this bamboo rat seems a bit too fat. Why not roast it? That was a very powerful pantheon. Although the Vanir do not seem to be that famous. That is because they chose to form an alliance with the Aesir, and eventually almost completely merged into one, and then nominally worshipped Odin as the king of gods. How weak could a race of gods be that has been able to fight the Aesir head-on for more than 1,000 years, since the beginning of chaos without a clear winner? Even at this moment, there are still more than 20 Vanir gods, who responded to Thor's call, and went to the battlefield of Midgard to fight chaos. Many of them are giants, who are naturally more than 10 meters tall. This is the nest of the Vanir gods. But Ryan's words determine its survival. This demeanor completely shocked the gods directly under Ryan, and those who were listening in the Ryan temple. At this moment, Athena understood a lot. Ryan was probably after Thor. The legitimate prince of the Aesir lost his own divine domain due to the invasion of chaos, which was the best thing for Ryan. The god king who was about to become a conqueror. The Aesir, as the main family, knelt. But the Vanir, as a branch family, still retained their own domain and territory. Thor may have a chance to suppress the Vanir in the short term. But the Vanir, whose foundation is still there, will one day become a stumbling block to Thor and even Ryan's rule. So Athena guessed, Ryan might be able to save Vanaheim, which the other gods could not save. He deliberately chose not to save it in order to bring the Vanir to the same level as the Aesir for easier rule. Athena confirmed once again that the god king she served was only neutral on the surface. She was willing to bet that Ryan's heart was definitely black if she really wanted to cut it open. When it comes to attacking other gods, Ryan is more ruthless than anyone else. Perhaps this is the god king. He was quite generous with small favors. After Athena, such an independent goddess, learned to act like a spoiled child and served Ryan comfortably. She gained overt control of the Olympian branch of the pantheon, and Ryan let her do whatever she wanted. When it comes to such a major event involving the stability of the entire chaos pantheon, Ryan transforms into the cold-blooded destroyer of worlds again. Sure enough, this title would not be the wrong one to follow. Ryan gave a thought, and the next moment, his 12 clones appeared outside a giant meteorite less than 3 million kilometers away from Vanaheim. The 12 clones worked at the same time. First, they raised their hands and used their extremely exaggerated microcontrol ability to smooth out an area of nearly 100 meters on the meteorite with arcane energy, revealing 12 huge circular platforms. Immediately, Ryan's clone held sword gestures with both hands. Blue light shot out from his fingertips and began to engrave various physics formulas on the platform. These formulas were quickly pieced together into complex magic arrays at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 minutes, the 12 large magic circles had formed a circle. Helios, Ryan shouted. The former Olympus sun god, who came here to act as a power bank, immediately understood and quickly generated a stream of solar particles, transmitting it in the direction of Ryan's clone. In this distant void that the Aesir and Vanir gods knew nothing about, this metal meteorite with a diameter of more than 2 kilometers began to accelerate at an extremely outrageous speed. It also looked slow, which is actually quite ridiculous considering its amazing quality. While Ryan is tinkering with falling stars here, Flora has already started to perform her duties over there. A huge shadow over 10,000 meters tall almost spanned the sky of Vanaheim. She deliberately lowered her voice and announced in an extremely majestic and magnetic voice, "I am Flora Field, the 5th disciple of the God King of Chaos, Ryan Tesla. We have discovered that the 9 realms where the Azura and Vanir Protoss are located have been severely eroded by chaos. The world tree that you revere has completely withered and rotted, and the depths of the land of Vanaheim have been completely corroded and irreversible." As Flora spoke, She borrowed Ryan's power to synchronously project the live situation of the Midgard battlefield onto the clouds in the atmosphere. Not long ago, your god King Odin fell into the mouth of the world-destroying wolf Fenrir, and even his soul was dragged into chaos. Unfortunately, your former god king has now become an enemy of order. Thor, who temporarily succeeded the god king, formally requested the help of my master. As long as the people of the 9 realms can be saved, he is willing to lead all the survivors of the 9 realms to join the Chaos God system. My master will open the portal and take you to a safe place, and will arrange a clean plane for you later. At this time, the screen was synchronized to Thor, who was in a fierce battle. Thor heard Flora's synchronized voice. He narrowly avoided Fenrir's heavy blow that was so powerful that it could easily break even mountains. He rolled on the ground for more than a dozen times before stopping. He took the time to shout, "Yes! Isfield is right. Only by preserving the living strength can we take revenge on chaos." Now that the theoretical next God King had spoken, the remaining gods guarding the Vonner clan could not help but waver. The leader of the Vonner gods, Njord, the god of the sea, was in extreme distress. As the god of the sea, he had the most direct and intuitive feeling about the corruption of Vanaheim. It was the power of chaos that caused him to lose control of most of the ocean. And the corruption was still spreading. But he was unwilling to give up just like that. So he couldn't help but create a huge phantom and asked Flora in public, "I am Njord, the leader of the Vonner. I think Vanaheim can still be saved." Flora gave him a cold look. "Save? No hope. My teacher has signed the relinquishment form for you. No matter what my teacher's considerations are, I must carry out his will." Flora said with a straight face, "My master is an expert in fighting against chaos. The planes and planets he has purified and saved are as numerous as the stars in the sky. If he says there is no hope, then there is no hope. The door to salvation has been opened for you. It is your choice whether to enter or not. Anyway, the meteor that purifies Vanaheim is on the way, and will arrive within an hour." After that, Flora released the image of the meteorite that was accelerating. Those with discerning eyes could tell at a glance that what Flora said was not false. Niold suddenly became anxious and said quickly, "Giving us only 1 hour to evacuate is too hasty." At least, Flora spoke each word in a cold and steely voice. "The core of the Vanaheim plane has been completely corrupted by chaos. Every second it exists will provide Chaos Wolf Fenrir with chaos power. 1 hour is the longest time Thor and his men can hold out. You can choose to fall with this chaotic plane, or make a strategic shift." After saying that, Flora's huge phantom disappeared without a care, leaving the Warner gods in a daze. Chapter 767 Destruction and Purification. Perhaps many powerful people from the 9 realms guessed Ryan's actions and intentions. But unfortunately they had no evidence. They knew that Ryan was most likely using the God King's mind trick to deliberately destroy Vanaheim. But they had nothing to say. To put it bluntly, Odin did a terrible job. He let chaos in, and didn't deal with it until it spread. By then, everything was too late. If suddenly a God King comes out and offers to clean up your mess, you'd better kneel down right away. Countless miserable worlds invaded by chaos could not wait for hope. And the entire world fell. And all the people of order were transformed into strange chaotic creatures, tormented by the power of chaos day and night. In that situation, the happiest thing would be to go crazy. Flora left after saying these harsh words. A very violent quarrel broke out among the Vonner gods. Some gods suggested finding a way to drag Ryan into the water, or to split up from the useless Aesir and negotiate terms with Ryan independently. Some gods even had the bizarre idea of morally blackmailing Ryan. It was the same operation when a divine knowledge was shot over. The Warner gods were completely terrified after seeing Lei's great achievements. Ryan's lawful neutrality is too watered down. Only when you reason with him will he reason with you. If you get angry with him, he will talk to you about physics. This is the most terrifying thing. This God King has a kind face, but a black heart. The entire Warner Protoss, who had no temper, confessed his nose, drove his own people and believers crazy, and passed through the portal that opened in all major cities in Warnerheim. He went to Ren in the new plane created by the Trapped Galaxy, and became a neighbor with the Olympus god. On the other side, Towns brought 7 god-level workers, and began to cooperate with Thor to fight against the Chaos Army. The addition of a new god-level force is undoubtedly a great encouragement and inspiration to the 2 major gods, the Aesir and the Vonner. No matter whether Towns and his team can play or not, even if they are cannon fodder, they are god-level cannon fodder. They didn't expect Towns to be so fierce. The first person that Towns faced was the great mortal serpent Jormungandr. In the myth, a giant snake that spanned the sky and earth was transformed into an alternative superfluous under the blessing of chaos. Yes. It's so funny and disgusting. The power of chaos completely changed the snake's physique, causing each of its huge scales to grow a proportionally slender arm or claw. Looking at it from a distance, this horror giant with a length of at least 5 kilometers is like a strange white cricket. Just as the giant serpent Jormungandr pounced, and was about to help his good brother Fenrir kill a giant king first, a strange metal tower was reflected in its huge red vertical pupils. The tower has circles and rings, and the metal is twisted into strange shapes. The biggest difference from ordinary human buildings is the extremely violent lightning on it. The outrageous thing is that Thor, the god of thunder, was also calling for thunder, and summoned a dark cloud with an area of more than 1 square kilometer. This small electric tower actually easily gathered a thundercloud with an area of more than 100 square kilometers. Thor was stunned and asked loudly to Tang-Si, "Are you also the god of thunder?" Thor, a fool, had no intention of asking any questions. But he was surprised and ashamed to meet a real colleague with the same priesthood as him in another world. God is better than God, and he is more powerful than the god of death. Towns didn't say much, but just said from a distance, "God of electromagnetism." Oh, not exactly in the same industry. That's okay. Thor continued to fight Fenrir with a clear conscience. Originally, Jormungandr didn't want to pay attention to Towns, but at this moment, an extremely uneasy feeling gripped his heart. This feeling was so unfamiliar, as if Jormungandr had never felt such a terrifying threat in his life. In the ocean, it is the undisputed master of the ocean. Its arrogance made it ignore Towns' full-strength attack. It really didn't expect that an attack with such a terrifying aura would almost kill it on the spot. The Midgard serpent paid the price for its hubris. When Towns used the Wardenclyffe Tower lent to him by Ryan as an electromagnetic launcher, and fired a pure steel bullet with FAB-9000 written on it by his master himself, the peerless power that seemed to be able to penetrate even the plane caused the earthly serpent to let out a terrifying scream. Under this blow, the giant snake soul's flexible body was moved about 500 meters below the snake's head, near the theoretical 7 inches, when a metallic light flashed along with a purple-blue lightning, right in front of its arrogant face. The metallic light easily penetrated its hard scales that were enough to render weaker gods helpless, and directly injected into its body. There was a loud noise that shook the heaven and earth, and continuous lightning flashed from under its snake's skin. Immediately, the entire section of the snake body swelled violently, and then the entire section exploded, and immediately turbid and smelly flesh and blood flew everywhere, followed by all the chaos derivatives inside and outside the snake body being blown into the sky in the form of fragments. A section of the snake that was at least 300 meters long seemed to have evaporated, or there was an invisible supergiant in the sky who cut off the entire section of snake flesh and took it away. Towns' attack directly paralyzed Jormungandr. It is true that chaotic creatures have extremely strong self-healing and regeneration abilities, but the problem is that they are random. It is impossible to expect biological tissue to regenerate according to its original position and function, let alone this terrible interruption of more than 500 meters. Apart from the harder snake bones, there is no connection between Jormungandr's upper and lower body. Ah! Tiny foreign god! What have you done? You cut such a beautiful me in half! Jormungandr screamed, wielding the mountain beneath him like a whip. Countless pieces of rubble flew out, rumbling down like an exaggerated meteor shower. Well done! What electronic god! Thor even had time to give Towns a thumbs up from a distance. The addition of these 8 gods by Towns helped Thor stabilize the front line. This is not enough to completely resolve, or to save Midgard. Ryan was stunned. At the front of Chaos Mother Planet, Pero led the gods in launching a massive feint attack. Pero did not seek any substantial results. He simply forced the Chaos Lord to come to the front line, and had no time to care about Ryan. To be honest, the Chaos Lord lacks the ability to teleport over long distances, which means he is destined to be unable to compare with Ryan in terms of mobility. Based on this, Ryan summoned 2 sun gods to work for him. That's right. There are many gods, and they can do whatever they want. Other nations would be happy if they had a sun god to face the chaos. But the Aztecs, for example, couldn't even find a sun god. On Ryan's side, Horus and Utu, both of them with smiling faces and rubbing their hands like flies. We're waiting for Ryan's instructions. Chapter 768. This is purification. If Horus and U2 worked for Pero, that would be the end of their lives. A life sentence for a god is 1,000,000 times worse than a life sentence for a mortal. It's true that Pero has a good heart, but he can't stop these two guys. You can't give up all of Chaos's sun. Right? After the overthrow of the Lord of Chaos, things were different. Horus and U2 had the opportunity to be sent out to control the sun, star, of a certain galaxy, and they would become independent sun gods. Regarding the matter of release, Pero has no say. Ryan has the final say. Having the opportunity to work for the recognized supreme god of the pantheon is a benefit that is worth more than asking for. So don't blame these two for having an almost fawning expression. You two should work with Helios to create a stellar storm as quickly as possible. I need to see this energy reach the world tree within an hour. Horus nodded and asked carefully, "Excuse me, God, how much is this amount?" Probably the same amount as the Chaos Mother Star front in 1 month. The two sun gods' heads were buzzing. They finally understood how big a game Ryan was going to play. They quickly sent their clones to the forward base used by Downs before. After a quick sense of the situation, they immediately realized how serious the situation with the Acer was. It is a super spiritual world tree that supports 9 large and giant planes. If this thing completely becomes a chaos nest, it will be easy to produce over 100 million elite chaos demons and add 100 chaos war marshals every year. They both sighed inwardly. It was another god king who failed to defend at the beginning and failed to remedy the situation afterwards. This has happened more than once or twice. And now they are both numb. No problem. I will complete the task. It's a bit hasty, and doing so will also squeeze the star a bit. Fortunately, the star is a nuclear reactor that almost never goes out. Brother Star may lose a little recently, but if you let it develop safely for a while, it will make up for it. They looked at each other. Horus, I will help Helios to draw out the power of the sun. And you will be responsible for the transportation? Utu agreed immediately. Okay. Just as the sun gods were working hard together, the big gift package that Ryan sent to the Vonner was about to arrive. Soon, this huge meteorite was within the perception range of many Vonner gods. When they realized what Ryan said was true, they became even more nervous. The mortals and gods were so flustered that they took almost nothing with them, at most some personal belongings, and hurriedly squeezed into the portal. As a god, he definitely has a little more leeway. They still have some free time to bring their treasured artifacts or some extremely precious items over. During this time, the Vonner god Njord grabbed his daughter, Freya, the famous bus god. No, you got the wrong script. He's just a poor victim who slept with 4 dwarves just to get his necklace back. It's just that he's been victimized more than 1,000,000,000 times. Freya was innocent. At least she thought so. Freya, Odin is finished. It looks like we will have to turn to that god king Rain Tesla who suddenly appeared. Do you know what I mean? The gorgeous goddess of fertility and lust gathered her beautiful hair with her fingers and smiled brightly, which even her father could not stand. Oh, just do what I did in the Acer tribe again. Right? I didn't tell you to do that. You can do it yourself. What a good father. He refused to admit it after hinting. Ha ha. Leave it to me. Freya straightened her extremely powerful front armor, appearing full of confidence. The father and daughter did not realize that due to the invasion of chaos and the disorder of energy everywhere, an owl sneaked into the vicinity of the Vonner temple and was not discovered by any Vonner god. 6 star systems away. A former virgin goddess immediately forwarded this image to Susanna and other nominal competitors. Freya had no idea that her grand plan was doomed to fail before it even began. In a sense, she was lucky. At least compared to the former goddess of love and beauty in Olympus, who was turned into an eagle again and then chopped off again. She at least saved her life. The Vonner were descended from the giants, and were not good at playing with clones and incarnations. Basically, if the core body of the god was damaged, death was the end. There was no such thing as multiple resurrections. It was the last 5 minutes. After 90% of the mortals and gods in Vanaheim had evacuated, Njord saw with his own eyes the destructive meteorite approaching. He sighed and chose to leave. The Vonner gods left their perception behind, ready to quietly watch the destruction of their own lair. They didn't know how strong Ryan was, but that didn't stop them from looking at him with deep awe. It's coming, with a long tail, as a ray of destructive light that tears apart this dark and chaotic universe. It comes with unparalleled momentum, as if sensing the approaching danger. Vanaheim, who seemed to have no self-awareness before, actually took action. Ah! Niold was surprised to find that the plane where he had lived for tens of thousands of years seemed to have become a living thing. A huge biogenic vent is forming at the bottom of the plane. Immediately, with an accompaniment of a vomit sound that shook the entire plane, a huge SHL that was a mixture of biological and metal textures shot out and crashed into the incoming meteorite. Seeing this, Ryan was amused. They even have anti-aircraft weapons? Is this dimension a spirit? It was the first time he knew that after the plane produced the chaotic will, even if it did not become a world-class chaos god that could act independently, it could still make a certain degree of counterattack. To be honest, there is really nothing wrong with the operation of this plane consciousness. Even the firing route of this cannonball completely overlaps with the route of the incoming meteorite. This also means that if Ryan's meteorite gift package did not have the function of changing trajectory, it is possible that it would have been intercepted by it, sitting lazily on his throne. Ryan clenched his left fist, with the back of his fingers against his left cheek, revealing a charming, or perhaps cruel, smile. Air defense. Air defense. 9 out of 10 defenses will fail. If you think you can escape this disaster, then you are underestimating me. Aren't you? Ryan's words, which sounded like he was talking to himself, suddenly touched the hearts of the goddesses. This is the God King, can determine the next god of life and death. Once again in front of the gods, Ryan used a divine thought to make the meteorite demonstrate what terminal maneuver is. The meteorite turned around like a gyroscope, just rubbing the SHLs that came from the seat of the seat. 10 seconds later, Vanaheim became history. Chapter 769, Breaking the Demon Wolf's Legs. This scene will definitely be remembered for the rest of their lives by the two surviving gods. A oblique gold thread was reflected in the eyes of the two great gods. It was shining from the outside of the sky. It was lonely in the void, and eventually fell down, and did not enter the mountain peaks of Warheim. After a few seconds of silence, the huge plane broke in the middle. The plane barrier was as easy to shatter as a soap bubble, and the huge mountain with a mass of 1,000,000 tons was cut off with a bang, like a pile of building blocks kicked away by a child. And it collapsed everywhere, and even a large amount of debris splashed onto the branches of the world tree. When the entire Warner continent collapsed, an extremely ugly mass of twisted flesh and a large amount of unrefined metal ores appeared in the center of the plane. Biological tissue and irregular metal blocks are intertwined with each other. Even if Niall didn't want to admit it, he had to accept the fact that his hometown had become a chaos monster. He sighed deeply and said, God King Ryan Tesla is too terrifying. He actually has the ability to cross the plane barrier and the tens of thousands of meters of soil layer to sense the world-class chaos god larvae that have been bred inside, either people or God. When it comes to a more powerful existence that we cannot understand, we always instinctively exaggerate its image. His speech just hurt Athena, who monitored the temporary resettlement surface through the owl's spirit. The corner of Athena's mouth twitched, and she thought, is it possible that Ryan never intended to let go of your nest? Of course, the outside world will not think so. This world-class chaos god larva, with a diameter of less than 1 kilometer, had just appeared for less than a minute when it was hit head-on by a gorgeous golden light from the sun. Ryan's solar cannon arrived almost seamlessly. No one will think that this is a replenishment after Ren discovered the accident, but was planned early in the morning. On this day, the Vonner gods heard the calls of their homeland for the first time. With an earth-shattering scream, this world-class chaos god, who had not yet fully grown, completely exploded, turning into blood foam and mincemeat all over the sky, and then was burned to ashes by a continuous stream of ultra-high temperature rays, and disappeared in the universe. Before they could come to their senses, they were surprised to find that Ryan had not only purified their hometown, but also a giant meteorite fell on each of those completely chaotic planes almost in no particular order. Similarly, making up a knife is a good civilization. They were shocked to see that Ryan's solar cannon was actually bifurcating. No one knows that the inspiration of this fork-type solar gun comes from the Dead Star Artillery 2.0 in Star Wars. It is this ultra-long-range high-energy attack that can be bifurcated that further improves energy utilization. In fact, Ren found that Horus was too hard for the sun god. The energy of the sunstorm was a bit overwhelming. He simply used the waste and adjusted the angle of the Kamkura god mirror cluster so that a considerable part of the solar energy was diverted to the planes bombarded by the flying star to achieve the effect of secondary purification. How many chaotic devils in the chaos are in the tube of the chaos? and under the irradiation of tens of thousands of degrees Celsius. Even if they are not reconciled, they can only be disappeared. Ryan's interstellar solar cannon was not over yet. After he confirmed that all chaotic planes except the ruined Asgard had been destroyed, he moved the angle of the cannon. A bunch of gods were surprised to see that the world tree, which had always existed in a virtual form that was almost a spirit and silently supported the 9 planes, was actually on fire. Ho ho ho! There is no air in the universe, so normally sound cannot be transmitted. But this ignition at an almost soul-level level allowed the sound of the world tree on fire to be clearly and unmistakably transmitted to the remaining battlefields in the 9 realms. Not to mention the gods. Even the chaos began to panic. No one expected that Ryan would be so cruel as to burn down the world tree that had been the foundation for the people of the 9 realms to live on for tens of thousands of years. The evil dragon Nidhogg only gnawed the roots of the world tree with a bunch of poisonous snakes. But Ryan directly set fire to the tree. If this had happened before, Ryan would definitely have become the public enemy of the 9 realms. But when the surface of Asa and water seemed to be burned on the surface of the seemingly clean bark, they were completely dry and silent inside the trunk. Here, Ryan suddenly heard a ding sound from the system. Congratulations to the host for obtaining new achievements, World Tree Burner, and Chaos Purifier. The description of the previous title is, Host. You may not get the disgust of nature, but you will never be liked by them. Basically, it is a proper debuff. The latter title is better, because the host purified and destroyed more than 5 planes. The host and the Chaos Camp became permanent enemies. In addition, all enemies of Chaos will default to a 15-point favorability bonus to the host. Rin stunned a little. Forget it. Anyway, he is already Destroyer. Everyone knows that he is burning the glass expert. Burning 1 is burned. And 100 is also burned. I do worry about lice biting. Love. In this case, Rin suddenly thought that he always liked to watch Xianxia novels. He felt that God was not something. How could mortals want to cultivate immortal? And he had to split people with a thunder, and split the monks to extinguish them. But after he sealed God, he gradually understood how martial arts in the bones of the day. Or how ruthless. You think it is Wanxian's flying. In fact, it is called Wan Gui out of the gate. Improper other races are the same thing. I just want to mass production in large scale industrialized and mass produced. Oh! I am a charming ancestor. Kiki. Just as Renho thought about it. In Midgard's face, Hammer Gorik cooperated with Downs. And he was playing with the chaos. The mountains are collapsed, and the sea is overwhelming. There are used maps last second. And the next second will be invalid. Don't look at Tor. They are full of power. Their divine loss is very exaggerated. Similarly, the opposite chaos Odin didn't see that he could quickly let the wound heal in a chaotic way every time he was injured. The lack of that part of the muscles and internal organs will temporarily reduce the balance of Odin and Finral. Here, Trot, who was full of blood, shouted, "It is coming for an hour. I know that Tesla is beautiful. But when will our support come?" "Soon." Tangsi replied without hesitation. "Master said 1 hour. So it's 1 hour." Renan definitely responded to his disciples immediately. Without 5 seconds, Midgard's sky broke a huge hole. Looking at the exaggerated light. Chori Joy, what do we do now? Interrupt the dog's leg. Chapter 770 The Real King of Rin. In theory, a wolf needs to be transformed into a dog. And it needs to be cultivated in multiple generations. In fact, a net red wolf, who likes to eat the egg yolk becomes a dog. And 1 year is enough. In the divine world, a world-destroying demon wolf that had just killed a god king, and caused the 2 major god clans to tremble in fear turned from a wolf into a dog, just because it met a real god king. There is no harm without comparison. When Thor cooperated with Towns to use the electromagnetic cannon fired from the Wardenclyffe Tower to break Fenrir's left front leg with 1 hammer, before the chaotic biological tissue helped Fenrir repair his broken leg. It was a lame mad dog. And it also harmed half of Odin. On this day, I fell into the chaos. And before the good day of his chaos, it was precisely for only half a day. And it was gone. The golden light column that runs through the entire Midgard plain has a diameter of more than 3 kilometers. This is the result of Ryan deliberately controlling the illumination range of the focusing mirror. After the golden light that was bright enough to blind all mortals, there was no more world-destroying Wolf Fenrir. And no more famous Aesir King Odin. Only one of the planes left for this Midgard is only a huge horror pit that runs through the soil layer of the entire plane. According to Wren's system calculation, the depth of this pit reached an exaggerated 5 kilometers. This is still after Wren confirmed that Odin and Fantril farted, and the light cannon was removed in advance. Otherwise, with the power of the solar gun, it would be pressureless. The remaining solar energy, Wren did not waste it, and gave all the brains to the dream of the Dusha. When the two giant beasts on the opposite side are both dead, the rest of the work will not be the God King's job. The fierce battle in Midgard lasted for most of the day. Thor, together with the giant kings such as Surtur, finally killed the chaos gods such as the god of death Hela, who started the rebellion. After roughly cleaning up the battlefield, Downs, along with his new friend Thor, excitedly passed through the portal and came to the Mage Tower of the Kingdom of Rain in the Fulong Mountains, but was unexpectedly stopped outside by Susanna and Athena. Tangsi was slightly embarrassed. Master is busy? This is the code word agreed upon by Ryan's disciples and their master's friends. Being busy means. Athena shook her head. No. Lord Tesla said he had something important to do. He didn't say anything. We are all waiting here. Tangsi touched the back of his head and turned back awkwardly. Thor, why don't you go and appease the gods first? Or I will go with you to deal with the refugee problem. Thor was not a shrewd person. He just smiled innocently, listened to Towns, and changed his plan immediately. No one knew that Ryan had locked himself up, completely blocking out the outside world, and was howling with excitement. Ah! Ha ha ha! How long has it been? How many times have I pretended to be awesome? Finally! I have become truly awesome! Ha 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 ha! Ryan was shouting without any manners or even any moral integrity. If this were to get out, not only mortals, but even the gods would feel that the perfect image in their minds would be shattered. Ryan really can't control himself. He looked at the God King progress in the system prompt over and over again, and confirmed again and again that it was May 5th. As long as he clicked the confirm promotion button again, he would be a true and genuine God King. How can you not make him excited? Since the first day of his time travel, he has been living in misunderstanding. Every day is a day of extreme regret after pretending to be cool. I can't control my mouth, but I really don't want others to look down on me. They pretend to be cool all day long, and then have to work hard to improve themselves in order to cover up their lies. Then they pretend to be cool again, do stupid things again, and then cover up their lies again. In this self-destructive cycle, over the years, although he was used to pretending, Ryan also earned fame and status that ordinary people could not imagine, as well as the devoted service of a group of goddesses. But he never let go of the heavy stone in his heart. Now he is finally free. Ha 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 ha. Here, just as Towns was taking Thor out, he was suddenly surprised to find a huge rock as big as a hill from the Fulong Mountains suddenly falling from the sky. In fact, Downs didn't react to what was happening. He already had great supernatural powers, so he instinctively fired a short electromagnetic cannon shot, blasting the rock into pieces. After the fight, Downs was surprised to find that the stone was actually imbued with his master's faint divine power. Ah, master, this is a huge concern for the teacher. Ha ha. Towns? After Ryan said something without thinking, there was no more movement. So much so that Tangsi contacted Flora strangely, Junior's sister. Did I do something wrong to anger Master? Flora was also stunned. After thinking about it for a long time, she didn't think that senior brother Tangsi had done anything wrong. Could it be that senior brother showed his prowess today, and Master thinks that you can finally inherit his legacy perfectly? Not really. I'm sorry. I really can't guess. Ryan's disciples would never have thought that Ryan was in a very good mood at this time. Humming an unknown ditty. Damn Downs. Damn Downs. You forced me to accept a disciple. Forced me to pretend. I'm giving you face by not hitting you with a bag. Hee. Things in the world are so outrageous. No one would have thought that a dignified God King would have such a petty side. The destruction of the 9 realms was inevitable. After another month, the elves and dwarfs fought desperately to save the few remaining helms. After a brief discussion, the 4 remaining better planes, plus the completely ruined Asgard plane, will be slowly sent to the vicinity of the Chaos plane, just like the Sumer plane last time. Originally, the Lord of Chaos thought that this was similar to the previous situation. The worst that could happen was that those false gods of chaos would get help from a group of new gods to continue to strengthen the battlefield and further oppress the front line on the Chaos Mother planet. Chaos may seem a little weak on the surface, But it's not impossible to defeat him. The Grand Lord kept roaring in anger in the Demon Palace, spread out the Chaos Demons for reconnaissance, and find those valuable planets and planes. I need more Chaos Demons and more power. Before he finished scolding his subordinates, he suddenly felt an extremely strong palpitation. In the Chaos Plane, 3 galaxies away, a vast and incomparable divine power suddenly blossomed in the plane. This overwhelming power encompassed everything. From light, heat, ice to power. Everything in the world can be applied to its laws. Even the laws of the 4 most basic elements of earth, water, fire and wind that constitute the world are under its jurisdiction at this moment. This powerful pulse of divine power alarmed all chaos gods, regardless of whether they were the original old gods or the new gods who had just joined. They could clearly feel that this divine power was so exaggerated that the divine power of this family accounted for half of this huge pantheon with more than 1,000 gods. Pero, who was still commanding at the front line, suddenly stood up from the throne, his face full of surprise and joy. And he said in a lost voice, "This is definitely the power of the God King. Has he finally regained all his power?" God King Ryan Tesla. Chapter 771 Meeting His Majesty the Divine King. For a long time, there has been a saying among the evil gods of chaos that Ryan is not the real God King. He is just a fraud who has mastered some special skills. Especially the old Bexes like the spider goddess Rose, who have been desperately encouraging the saying, trying to spread it as widely as possible, and let it reach the ears of other violent evil gods, such as the Lord of Storms or the God of Tyranny. It would be great if they could lure such reckless people to cause trouble for Ryan. There's nothing we can do about it. The Spider Queen just holds a grudge, who asked Ryan to protect Mandrill and overthrow her rule. Unfortunately, every time a new rumor came out, it would soon be extinguished by Ryan or the physics school's more violent actions. It costs money to deal with an enemy, whether it is time cost or other marginal cost. If your opponent is really strong, or you think he is very strong, you need to observe for a while. Don't be fooled by the Storm Lord's appearance of being very irritable. It depends on who he is dealing with. If he doesn't take someone seriously, he will kill your entire family without any hesitation. What about a God King? Everyone has to think carefully about this. In the eyes of chaos gods, a God King, whether real or fake, should not be easily touched by a powerful god. Coincidentally, the gods have time to observe. Normally speaking, if Ryan is a fake, he will be exposed sooner or later. And then everyone will come together to destroy Ryan. Ryan's moves were too powerful. For example, even though he was still a weak god, he dared to pull towns up to be a subordinate god with weak power. The repeated violations of the principles of the divine world made the gods simply unable to understand. It's right that you can't see through it. When bragging becomes true, it no longer matters whether it was boasted in the first place or not. Even if Ryan exploded immediately, the gods would only say, "My Lord God King, you are such a joke." No matter whether Ryan was fake in the beginning, he must be real now. Now that Pero has proven that he is incapable of carrying the banner and killing the Lord of Chaos, the entire pantheon must have a more powerful God King to lead the gods in killing chaos. As for Ryan, he would definitely not do anything that would damage his reputation. He planned to take this secret to the grave. Gods are immortal, so that's okay. Who knows? After everything is settled, he might explode one day if he is not careful with his mouth. By then, it will just be a joke. From the moment the fluctuations of Ryan's divine power spread from the Fulong Mountains, all the talks about the fake God King became rumors that were as solid as a mountain of evidence. Rose was trembling with fear, and she even began to consider whether she should take the blame. A God King who can see through everything and even cross 6 galaxies alone to destroy a top-level god system without the help of other gods is not someone she can afford to offend. This was destined to be the most torturous and longest day for her. For most gods, it was a relief. It turns out that Ryan Tesla is the real God King. That's reassuring. Especially the 5 major gods who surrendered. It is undoubtedly a very shameful thing to surrender to a powerful god. God King. It's alright then. Horus, Quetzalcoatl, Utu, Thor, Athena. 1 by 1, they felt at ease. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, who should have been elegant and dignified, was the first to get the moon because she was close to the water. With a thought, she immediately changed the fairy-like Greek long skirt she was wearing into a super short skirt. Susanna next to her was not to be outdone. Her Cheongsam-like dress was slit all the way to her armpits. Xia Ruixi's short skirt, made of divine power, was directly 1D transparent. A group of god-level beauties poured in almost the moment the door of the temple where Ryan was in seclusion opened. Congratulations, my lord, for regaining the power of the God King. Ryan, we have waited too long for this day. Are you thirsty? Do you need anything to drink? Ryan's eyes were full of letters, such as CCDDEFFGG. Ryan waved his hand. Let's celebrate tonight. I don't want to keep the gods waiting for too long. There was no surprise. When Ryan came out, the first thing he saw was his 8 disciples. Congratulations to Master. Downs took the brothers and sisters to give Ren together. Seemingly the festival. But in fact, this worship is not qualified to worship. This is the power of the God King. Ryan smiled and nodded. Everyone, get up. It's time to meet the gods. The disciples were headed by Downs. The goddesses were headed by Susanna. And the 2 groups of gods followed Ryan out in a line. His Majesty the God King Tesla has arrived. The one-winged angel Luna had already served as Ryan's ceremonial officer for a long time. As she called out his name clearly, the huge door of the temple swung open. The first of them, Ren, did not hide his horrible laws on his body. So he stepped out. Nearly 1 ping's haul. I did not expect that one day would be filled with one day. Only the powerful god of power is eligible to stand at the forefront. Even if it is the same powerful god power. It is the old-fashioned cause god. As we all know, Ryan likes the god of order the most. So the positions of the gods also respect order. Followed by the neutral camp. And chaos at the side. Redding did not realize it. But when he looked at this station, it was obvious that Pero had already arranged everything. Nowadays, in the cause god, there are more than 400 positive gods. And it looks like a piece of black. This has not been counted as the second god such as the gods behind. Or the goddess of Ningfu. There are more than 1,000 gods. And the body is different. Even if each deity has such a square meter, it looks a bit crowded. Seeing that Ren came to sure ran on the seat of the temple, Pero shouted loudly, "See His Majesty of Ren's King of Tesla. Congratulations to my lord to win the power of God. Say that Perenade worships." Following Pero, more than 1,000 gods knelt down and said in unison, "Greetings to His Majesty the God King Ryan Tesla. Congratulations to our lord for regaining the power of the God King." It was not until this moment that the relationship between the 2 sides was completely determined. Ryan is no longer the God King of the Outer Realm with an awkward identity. He has become the God King of this realm. Even no system prompts. Ren felt that all the gods had made their own rules. In other words, as long as Ren play and want to play, he can call any laws of more than 1,000 gods at will. And he is more proficient than them and has higher permissions. Generally speaking, the God King does not have such authority. Who calls the Department of Physics? Almost everything? Anyway, the King of God is covered by himself. Instead of waiting for Ren to ask for it, he will give himself a bad impression on his own. What they bet is that Ren is not greedy. As it turned out, there was no need to do so, as Ryan had long passed the time when he wanted any priesthood. No need to be polite. Everyone, get up. His Majesty Xie Shun. Chapter 772 Wandering Chaos Mother Star Plan. Ren was stunned for a while. My heart, I finally reached this step. From an unknown ordinary time traveler to the supreme God King in the universe. These few years seem like a dream. God of power. The best things in this world are in your hands. The absolute sense of dominance of life and killing can really make him feel intoxicated. Suddenly, I understand why Zeus will put wave-shaped skeletons. And everything is done. Perhaps this is the absolute corruption brought by absolute power. After playing everything, in order to pursue an endless stimulus, Zeus's falling speed is so fast. Oh! Ren swept the gods of the gods with his eyes. When God's eyes arrived, none of the gods dared to look at him. And when he touched Ren's eyes, he leaned down and bowed his head, saluted in his own way, or stroked his left chest in his right hand, or kneeled again. His gaze was like a shock wave so powerful that it was unmatched, causing the gods to bow one by one like waves of wheat weighed down by the wind. After Ren didn't know how scary his dark eyes were after being promoted to the God of God. The rules at the level of physical physics are broken down into the eyes of the viewer, which is full of declaration. The Vulcans see an endless ice storm in Ren's eyes. The god of fertility sees the ocean of bones. The bright gods peek at the black flag. No matter which god, You can always see the corresponding rules in Ren's eyes. It seems that Ren's eyes will be like a tide at any time, and hundreds of millions of magic soldiers will be poured out, covering the sky. Every main god felt that he was severely beaten by this true king of gods. Only in the early morning, he said that he was afraid of loyalty. After he felt Ren's eyes swept through the audience, he went out and said loudly, "His Majesty of the Supreme God, all the gods believe in your leadership. I will also prove himself on the battlefield. Please Her Majesty the Great God, lead me, and wait for chaos. Pero will speak." And this kiss. Who would think that his god in the eyes of mortal people was just right and destroyed all evil sun gods? As soon as Pero finished speaking, more than 1,000 gods, whether good or evil, new or late, bowed down again and said, "Your Majesty, please lead us and restore order to the universe." Traer, Horus and other descending leaders have taken a step ahead and hesitated a lot. I am willing to be the pioneer of chaos, even if God meets are at the expense. Obviously, these guys have long been confession. In fact, the old-fashioned cow's gods are also willing to see these surrender new gods as pioneer cannon fodder. After all, the chaos was so powerful. The Cana's more than 300 gods had not stabbed it for 100 years. And he was almost hit by the team. Thor is brave. And Horus is fate. I never thought that the upturning of the corner of Ren's mouth became more and more obvious. Ryan held his cheek with his left hand, his elbow resting on the armrest of the throne. And the smile on his face seemed harder to suppress than the old version of AK-47. To solve the problem of Chaos Mother Planet, why do you have to risk the death of your gods? Your divine power should be used to wipe out the remnants of chaos. This task is arduous and long, and it will take 100 years to achieve complete results. Ren's words made Horus and others a little bit embarrassing to prepare for cannon fodder psychologically. What? Don't we need to be the vanguard? There is such a good thing? The leader Horus moved to tears on the spot. Thank you for your sympathy. Only Hammer still hadn't come back to his senses. He said in a naive tone. No, Your Majesty. I really just want to kill Lord Chaos. Ryan waved his hand, suppressing the commotion that had just begun. I didn't say I wouldn't kill the Chaos Lord. I just said that you don't need to charge desperately. The Chaos Mother Planet is like mud in a stinking ditch. No matter how much you mess around, it will only dirty your hands. When Ren said here, Pero's eyes suddenly brightened. Her Majesty, do you want to use meteorites to cut the chaotic Mother Star? Come yet? Is it finally here? Ren has used T-on-Y Flying Star several times, which has become Ren's signature skills. Who thought of Ren waved again. Ah! No! Renin explained the patient, on the chaotic Mother Star. The power of chaos is too abundant. Forcibly using meteorites to impact, the chaos will have the opportunity to carry it. I don't intend to give him room for struggle. If you say this change, I am afraid he has been sprayed with a sob. He is the most terrifying destroyer of worlds in the Rainbow Universe. When it comes to destroying a world, a plane, or a planet, Rain is the expert among experts. When Ren said here, the gods have completely unable to keep up with his thinking. Only Downs' eyes flickered. Master, is that want to get something on the chaotic Mother Star? That? A sentence Master is destined to be in the status of Downs in the entire huge god. Moreover, Ren has always liked his ghost. What he loves and hates does not exist. Since he has helped me upgrade, it must be pure love. Ryan smiled and put his right index finger to his lips. Shh. Downs was very excited, and the heart led his head to bow his head. Yes. Ren turned to the gods of the gods such as Traer, Horus, and you two, of course. The necessary attack is indispensable. Since you all invite the battle, let you be the pioneer of the attack. Remember, don't fight too fierce. Our entire gods department must be prepared to evacuate from the chaotic Mother Star at any time. Yes, several macho men were full of breath when they responded. Being a cannon fodder vanguard and being a faint vanguard are not of the same intensity at all. Moreover, Ren's reputation has always been very good. The big brothers of the gods are really not afraid of being sold by Ren. Pero is responsible for organizing the troops, making them reassuring. Ryan arranged everything and added a few words. In theory, we'd better not let the Lord of Chaos find out. Well, it's no big deal if he finds out. At most, your angels will suffer a greater loss, but it won't affect the overall situation. However, it's better to keep it secret if possible. Clear. In fact, Ryan's words were a warning to those evil gods, who might still be a little restless. When they know that they can't affect the overall situation, they will definitely think about it. Ryan was overthinking. At this time, how can there be evil gods without holding their tails as God? In his left hand, Ryan held the Wardenclyffe Tower, which was miniaturized to model size. And with his right hand, he extended a slender finger, which pointed across the void at the chaotic mother star several galaxies away. I announced, Wandering Chaos Mother Star Project Start. Chapter 773 Prediction of Judge's Prediction. Only by crossing can I really know Ren's plan. In the movie The Wandering Earth, before Ryan traveled through time, humans built 12,000 planetary engines to push the entire Earth out of orbit in order to leave the solar system and fly to other galaxies. As a king of God, there will be so many bad thoughts. His plan would not be that complicated. He only needed to build 2,333 planetary propulsion magic arrays in the God's control area to change the orbit of the Chaos Mother Star and push it into the star of the Chaos Galaxy. Since solar energy has a restraining effect on chaos, let the Chaos Lord's lair embrace the sun. Is he unwilling? Ren has a way to make him voluntary. All the Chaos Gods can prove that it was your Chaos Mother Star that changed its orbit around the star and flew over there by itself. The grand assembly of the gods ended. Ren can foresee how people will paint this day after today. There is a high probability that this will be mistaken for the so-called pantheon, and his temple will be mistaken for the pantheon. More than 1,000 gods, plus a lot of half-gods, are the 4 houses and 5 into the thousands of gods. Isn't it too much? Unexpectedly, the prosperous age that Zeus did not make it appeared here in Ren. After the meeting, Ren had not yet come to celebrate the party with the goddess around him, and Downs rushed in. Master, is this move of yours the astrophysics that you have never taught us? Yes and no, Ryan said mysteriously. Even The Wandering Earth was just a science fiction movie in Ryan's world, and Stellaris was just a game. The astrophysics Ryan had learned did not teach him how to change the orbit of a planet. He didn't even know how Ryan had controlled a meteorite to change its orbit. He just moved his mind to complete such a spiral forward curve. The system automatically helped him to adjust the direction and power of the wind element of 12 divine power array, and completed the mobility changing movement in the general direction. With such a deep knowledge, he does not know wow. Fortunately, Ryan has developed a face that is used to pretending to be cool over the years, and there is really no flaw at all in the face of Downs's hunger and thirsty face. Ren held Tai Chi with lightly, want to learn? You are still tender. Before the teacher, it was the knowledge of your 3-legged cat kung fu and half barrels of water. When you have time, you have to spend 50 years, or even learn this mysterious knowledge for 100 years. If it were a human, when they heard that it would take 50 years to learn, most of them would be upset and think that Ryan didn't want to teach. But we are all true gods, so that's another matter. It is not that you didn't want to teach, but celestial physics, this door is really hard to learn. It wasn't until this moment that Downs had a real feeling. It turned out that Master really taught me anything. Thank you, Master. Looking at Towns's beaming, dancing, and running away happily, Ryan smiled bitterly in his heart. Even if I teach him, he can't use it. Not to mention integrating 12,000 planetary engines. Even integrating 120 of them would require computers with extremely high computing power and countless programmers to program them so that the engines can coordinate with each other and ultimately achieve stable flight. To put it plainly, physics is still that physics. Systematically and no system. Can this compare? As long as Ren did not hand over the system. As long as the level of the world's science and technology is not improved to the level of the worldview of Wandering Earth. At the same time manipulate multiple promotion of the French formation and promote the technology of a planet. At that time, theory will always be theory. Oh, stupid boy. See when you are beaten by the world, Ren said to himself. Not to mention how enthusiastic the goddesses from all walks of life were during the celebration that night. There was even a group of goddesses outside the temple who had not caught Ryan's eye and were waiting there all night long, hoping to win the favor of the King of Gods and be granted a night of pleasure. Anyway, the next day, a massive offensive began on the Chaos Mother Star front. Without the expectations of the Chaos, all the descendants, who were forced to rely on the cause God, were pulled as a pioneer. With the main gods and other gods such as Tre, Horus, they held high fights and launched an offense like the old man. Sure enough, I didn't expect it. Those older pseudo-gods gathered all the combat power that could be assembled. And then came crazy. Although the monarch's face was unhappy, The calm on his face could not be concealed. Abaddon bowed deeply. What my master said is, don't look at the order of Ren * Tesla to live well and successfully integrate the remnant gods of various gods. However, the weakness of order power is visible to the naked eye. Abaddon is telling the truth. If Odin, Zeus and other gods still had strength and formed an alliance with Ryan, the coalition they formed might not be as comfortable to use as Ryan's current one, and there would be various constraints. But the total combat power would definitely be higher. It is certainly a loss that the Chaos Lord failed to produce more world-class Chaos Giants. However, in terms of total volume, the Order side suffered a greater loss. Ha ha ha. When Abaddon said, the prince loved to listen. But my lord, be careful of Rinla to attack our mother star with meteorites. No. Let him come, said the monarch pride. The reason why he was so confident was that, firstly, the Chaos Mother Star had a more powerful barrier of chaos force. And secondly, he had gathered all the world-class chaos gods at hand. And he could use these terrifying big guys to fight Ryan's flying star. It is very sad. Renan predicts his prediction. Flying star really came. But as Ryan expected, the Lord used a chaos giant to fight back and crashed into the meteorite. It was a scene of flesh and blood, which is extremely exaggerated, miserable. Rao is a world-class chaotic giant. It is not easy to eat an amazing meteorite. That scene was like the white ball of a billiards hit the black ball, and then played each. Ha ha ha. Ren * Tesla. Your tricks are useless to me. The laughter of Chaos Monhum echoed the entire front. Seriously? If it wasn't for Ren's backhand, the mad laughter of the monarch had already hit the morale of the gods. Every god knows that it's not that there is no retribution. It's just that the time has not come yet. The front line is still a fighting look. The fire rescue team formed by Pero several times brought back the foreign assault team led by Treyer and Horus several times. A lot of God looked miserable, but glanced at the 2,333 jet arrays formed on the half of the chaotic Mother Star. Suddenly, I felt that I was worth eating. Chapter 774 Chaos Child Tribulation is coming. Continuous lightning fell from the clouds filled with chaotic power from time to time. Countless flames streaked across the sky and were intertwined with small clusters of solar cannons that descended from time to time. The distant view of the battlefield and countless divine projections were reflected in the depths of Pero's passionate eyes. The plan was perfect. Watching his Lord Rinla also prepared a percentage of schedule for him. Pero was extremely at ease. He turned around and glanced at the ground closest to his kingdom of God from afar. A magic circle with a diameter of nearly 500 meters was gradually taking shape, and the progress bar had reached 99%. Pero stretched out a slender and powerful fingertip, with the sun's radiance held in his hand, and pointed his fingertip in the direction of the battle line. One last attack. With full momentum. In the God of God. A smile on the face of the Lord God showed a good smile. They all pressed their hands of different shapes and colors on their chests. They could clearly feel the long-lost passion in their hearts stimulating their bodies, as if the fire of their souls was burning fiercely. The heights in these mortals lowered their heads like a tide. Not to bow their heads to Pero, but to bow their heads for the frontline coach of the King of God. The command seemed to be a huge shock wave, and it was rippling in the entire God of the gods. The subordinate gods and demigod-level archangels on the front line understood what was going on and gave orders to the middle-level commanders on the front line. The good camp used holy light bullets and hymns as signals. The neutral camp had its own characteristics, and the evil camp simply and violently shouted at their subordinates. Let those people in the cave enter the fodder, and tell them that for the glory behind the spider, all the charge. The anger of thunder will always growl. Tell those brainless chaos eggs what tyranny is. The sound of the order was one after another on the battlefield. It sounds difficult to create momentum while minimizing losses, but it is actually very simple. Just like before Ryan traveled through time. In modern warfare, a soldier going to the battlefield would only carry 4 magazines filled with 30 bullets, plus the loose bullets in the backpack. The total number was generally 300 rounds. However, FPS players can't wait to carry 1,000 rounds on their bombs, with insufficient bullet phobia. This is the difference between actual combat needs and layman's needs. If you only pursue momentum, you can just pour water on the 300 bullets in your body, no matter whether you hit the target or not. At least the momentum will be maximized. The kind of firepower operation of the kind of class was placed on the battlefield of order and chaos, and then it turned into a divine power supply tube. Blow it up for me. when the deities are constantly distributed the diluted divine power to the frontline angels and gods. The effect of the play is undoubtedly devastating. Boom boom. The continuous flashing of all colors spread on the main battle line of thousands of kilometers. Although the opposite chaotic demon was fried. His blood bones burst out. And they fell down. As if they would not stop blood rain under the frontier. The Chaos General in command was worried. What is wrong with the gods of order? If they fight like this, how long will their believers have to pray to make up for it? With just one chaos plane and several large planes. Can they sustain this consumption? The generals were stunned. And when they arrived in chaos, they were still stunned. Even Abaddon, who is best at fighting the gods of order, couldn't tell for sure. It should be that damned God King Ryan Tesla who gathered a group of newly surrendered gods. They must have a fierce fight. Otherwise, the distribution of the priesthood will be too complicated. Don't say that chaos doesn't understand order. In fact, even if Ryan explained what he was going to do, 99.99% of the gods of order would not understand the principle. After all, using the so-called wind element array to push a planet sounded too exaggerated. And where's the energy of a very serious problem? It doesn't matter. The answer will be revealed soon. Just as the front line was using all its divine power to fight at all costs, leaving the chaos side without a chance to maneuver. On the Chaos Mother planet, in the relatively quiet territory of order, one large divine power array after another began to glow. Looking at the divine power array that was about to be put into operation, Tang Si, who had returned to the Rain Divine Kingdom in the Fulong Mountains, asked the same question to his master. Master, you taught me about energy conversion. This is about converting energy into kinetic energy. Right? But the divine power we have now is not enough to support 2,333 divine power arrays. Ren smiled badly. Who said I want to drive all the legal arrays? According to my calculation, 233 law arrays are enough. The rest can be said to be insurance. And it can even call it redundant. Ah! Not only Tang Si. All the other second-generation disciples were shocked. The actual amount required is only 1/10 of the total. In front of Flora's eyes, in other words. Master counts the chaos in the morning and found that it was wrong. And he would desperately assault in order to destroy certain law arrays and change the direction of promotion? Of course. Ren raised his chest proudly. In fact, when your painting array exceeds 1,000, the ending is doomed. Harry was shocked. The total amount of divine power required is not small. Right? Who said I have to use all my own divine power? Ah? The 8 disciples had a lot of question marks in their heads. Ryan's smile became even more mysterious. Time comes on June 1st. This day is destined to become children's robbery. The fighting on the front line is in full swing. And Ryan and the goddesses are also fighting fiercely. Without chaos knowing anything. The first divine version of the planetary thruster was successfully ignited. ZZ. Strange sound. The angels who were responsible for guarding this divine power formation were stunned. Because they saw that the pillar of light rising into the sky was of mixed colors. Which meant that this formation actually used the power of chaos. We are guarding the chaos array? More than one angel asked his angel chief. The archangel was stunned for a moment. Then his brows lit up with joy. My lord said that we are going to use the power of chaos as energy to push the Chaos Mother planet to the sun and burn it directly. The angels were all stunned. Ah! Is it possible? Who came up with this genius idea? The archangel proudly replied. Of course, it is our great god King Tesla. Well, don't just stand there. We are going to throw a large amount of chaos stone into the burning pool near the magic circle. Use the chaos soil as firewood. And destroy chaos. Yes! With the 1st, 10th, and 100th planetary thrusters ignited successfully. No matter how slow they were. The angels could feel the earth trembling slightly. Not to mention the chaos gods, who had already sent their souls into space, and were watching this scene nervously. Chapter 775 Goodbye. At first, the huge chaotic mother star did not seem to have changed much. After an hour, it could be seen that the chaotic star was accelerating significantly. Looking down from a higher perspective at the zenith, it could be seen that the mother star was still moving slowly clockwise around the star. But the angle had obviously shifted. Ha ha ha. I knew it. I knew His Majesty the God King is awesome. As the former goddess of Venus, Ishtar is even more sensitive to the movement of celestial bodies. She and several sun gods were the first to determine that the movement of the Chaos Mother Star was accelerating and changing direction. Interestingly, the various sun gods often had a pivotal position in the original pantheon, at least starting as the main god. Their confirmation made the gods fighting on the front line feel more at ease. Of course, they knew that they were overdrawing their divine power, and that this style of fighting that was not profitable enough was doomed to fail to last. If the price of overdraft is the certain destruction of the enemy, then it doesn't matter. Thor and other Vanguard generals were so excited that they shouted loudly. Only the Lord of Chaos knew nothing. Gods of Order. Humph! Let's see how long you can go crazy. It's not like Chaos has never been under pressure before. When Pero went mad before, he was able to attack a place not far from the Demon Palace. However, the foundation of Chaos Gods of Order was just there at that time, and could not last long. 3 months of fierce attack was the limit. Lord Chaos was mentally prepared to endure half a year this time. Let me see what you can do to me. The changes of the planet always happen invisibly. June 10th. Abaddon's half-human face frowned. Why is the temperature so high? This doesn't make sense. Initially, Abaddon and other war masters believed that this was caused by the gods of order frequently using the sun god version of the satellite orbital cannon to bombard the ground. After all, it has been highly focused on the ground, and the surface temperature exceeds 100 degrees. It is a rare thing. It seems that the increase in temperature is related to the entry of multiple sun gods. Gradually, even Chaos, who was slow-witted, realized that something was wrong. Because the temperature remains high. The general temperature has exceeded 60 degrees Celsius. Fortunately, both sides are not ordinary people. One side is a chaotic creature made up of biological tissue, stone and metal, and the other side is even more outrageous. The angels and god warriors are simply highly concentrated spiritual energy bodies. Soldiers from both sides were fighting in such high temperatures. So there was definitely an impact. But it was not that big. There were some changes. Those gods on the side of order, who could not tolerate high temperatures, evacuated one after another. For example, there was the goddess of springs, the god of water elements, and a bunch of second-tier gods with weaker strength. At least 100 gods evacuated directly with their own kingdoms. The kingdom of God is gone. But the incarnations of God, the angels and the warriors of God are still there. But without the support of God's light cannons and divine magic, it is natural that the offensive of the order side is weakened. A little weaker, but not much. After all, the cause God was originally huge, and more than 300 is enough to squeeze the line of defense. Now adding the 5 gods of the gods, the line of defense still cannot talk about vulnerabilities. At most, the offensive is weak, and the chaos is still in the trend. On June 20th, the temperature exceeded 100 degrees Celsius, and even the most foolish Lord Chaos knew he was in trouble. What's going on? The sun seems to be even bigger. Why is the temperature so high? His angry roar echoed throughout the demon palace. His question was destined to have no answer. After all, chaos demons are not good at summarizing, let alone knowledge. This creates a ridiculous situation. A large number of chaos demons with high biological tissue content did not need the order warriors to take action at all. They would die on the front line on their own, especially in air battles. Often before the angels even engaged the enemy, they would see those flying chaos demons falling like dumplings. Their flesh and blood cannot withstand such extreme high temperatures. They will not be burned, but they will definitely lose their vitality. The chaos demons that can fly into the sky happen to be mainly living chaos demons, which in turn leads to the order side gaining rare absolute air superiority in air combat, thereby offsetting the disadvantages brought about by the order side withdrawing part of the kingdom of God. At the same time, perhaps the gods and the Lord of Chaos did not believe it, but Ryan was in his own temple, drinking a sip of the frozen drink served by Susanna in a G-level front cup on the left, and taking a sip of iced watermelon served by Athena on the right, and feeling the belly dance of the cat and the dancing goddess at close range. It seems that Ryan is in a state of tight situation in the front and tight situation in the back. Only those gods who have the ability to see the overall situation know that Ryan has never stopped fine-tuning the Chaos Mother Star. Ryan used his divine sense to control the power output of more than 1,000, but actually more than 200 core magic arrays. The entire chaotic Mother Star was already spiraling towards the central star. The distance between the Chaos Mother Star and the sun was shortened by half, and its orbital speed was doubled. The funny thing is, because the chaotic atmosphere is more viscous than the atmosphere on Earth, and the planet is accelerating uniformly. The prince really doesn't know that he is flying towards the sun. The Lord just instinctively felt that something was wrong, and ordered his men to launch a fierce counterattack regardless of casualties and costs. So much so that the two world-class Chaos Gods, who were stationed in outer space, also landed on the surface of the mother planet, and served as the spearhead of the attack together with the remaining Chaos Titans. Unfortunately, their attack was doomed to fail, without the interception of the world-class chaotic giant. Ren played again. Boom. Even for the entire planet. A strong blow of meteorites fell, which made the entire planet tremble violently. This meteorite, with a temporary found and a diameter of 500 meters, has been killed by one of the world-class Chaos of 1,600 meters tall. In outer space, it can hardly eat the impact of meteorites, and it is beaten. On the ground, it's the same as eating it all. The Chaos is strong enough for its chaos. When it comes to time, relying on the Chaos energy and a large amount of chaotic stones on the chaotic mother star, it can still be resurrected. The premise is to give it enough time. Unfortunately, the Chaos side doesn't have much time left. By the end of June, the surface temperature on the Chaos mother planet had been maintained at 300 degrees Celsius for a long time, and the Chaos atmosphere was showing signs of melting, only when the planet rotated to the back of the sun and entered the night. About half of the Chaos magic could maintain its vitality. If you can't die, the Chaos only has to drill into the underground potholes cluster. The chaotic monarch, who felt the difficulty of the difficulty, sent 2 chaotic warfare teams that drove meteorites to break through. They were all blocked by the order of the Order, and even machos such as Treyer passed. Time stepped into July, and the mystery finally revealed to the Chaos. Hundreds of gods' kingdoms began to rise under the cover of the gods and the angels. And they rose and left the chaotic mother star. The Chaos and handsome Abaddon looked at the movement of the gods, and suddenly realized, this is not a retreat at all. The gods just don't want to let our gods and us fall into the Chaos mother star in the sun. Chapter 776. In fact, for the Chaos side, they have reached the 4th stage of the classic yes. Minister, we may have something to do, but now it is too late. The most serious problem of Chaos is lack of strategy, especially long-term strategy. It is true that they can gain an advantage in military strength through endless expansion, but the Chaos side naturally lacks strategic awareness, which makes them more like firing shots here and there without any coherent tactics, let alone strategy. This natural random behavior made all the backup plans that Ryan had prepared in advance useless. When the situation has reached this point, it is not a question of whether Chaos can turn the tables, but whether it can consider the loss as small as possible a win. How can the Order of the Order be let go of his century of life and death? Rao is the rotation speed of Chaos mother star because it is too close to the sun, and there are signs of gradually accelerating. The powerful gods headed by Pero still nail on the space synchronization track of the chaotic mother star, and snipes all enemies who dare to escape the Chaos mother star. At the same time, in the Temple of Rain in the main plane of Chaos, the gods did not open champagne at halftime, but each of them sent a clone to the scene to listen to the teachings of His Majesty the King of God at the first time, or wait for the arrival of the final victory. They gathered together in 3 or 2, communicated with each other, spoke with their mouths on the surface, and communicated with divine thoughts in their backs. As the Chaos Lord is like a grasshopper in autumn, unable to jump for more than a few days. Many main gods have already considered the issue of post-war profit distribution. The Chaos universe is not small, but the planes or planets that can accommodate highly intelligent races are limited. Apart from the extremely powerful God King Rain, there is no other god who can combine the 4 elements and create or integrate new planes out of thin air. So how to assign after the war is a super problem that placed in the main gods and even the former king of the king. None of the main gods who have been the boss, or have the qualifications to challenge the position of the boss, want to be a son or even a grandson from the bottom of their hearts. There is the enemy of Chaos, and other things can be put. As soon as the monarch died, the calculation in the back was indispensable. Thanks to the exaggerated prestige of Ren, no one dares to jump out of the will of Renan. What they think the most is how to make military merits and reward Ren to reward. When the chaos in the universe was cleared, they were qualified to lead an army. And then they knew everything. At this moment, the gate of the inner hall was opened to the outer temple. After the Luna Angel sang the name as always, the gods were together. Ren sat on the Sheena seat and looked around, and laughed. What? Wait early here. Pero, who used to be upright and incorruptible, now knows how to speak. He stepped forward and bowed. Good morning, Your Majesty, the Supreme God King. We all know that the demise of Chaos has entered the countdown. But we still want to know what Your Majesty will do with the Chaos Lord. What else can we do with it? Beat it into slag. This is the problem on the surface. Ryan knows that what these guys are thinking about behind the scenes is how to achieve the greatest merit without being bitten by the trapped beast before dying. Disposal? Ren seemed to be unconsciously knocking on his temple with his right index finger. It depends on what the body is the body. Ah? Pero was slightly startled. Not only him. Everyone remembered the huge chaos tentacles that the prince had dumped. For a while, everyone had a bad hunch. Still Athena's holding of this party. She stepped forward, and Inging worshipped, please His Majesty, the King of God, instruct me to pay attention to the issues that need to pay attention to. Nothing. That thing is at most a star devourer. Swallowing star beast. As the name implies, the stars are a horror monster that can devour a planet. The gods of the gods were scared. If the chaos is really a huge monster that is enough to devour a planet, wouldn't they launch an attack on the so-called magic palace in their bodies for 100 years? Are you kidding? What is the difference between a sliding shovel drill into the mouth of the beast? Pero has been a god for a long time. But at this moment, he still felt like he was going to break out in cold sweats in the next second. The face of the old-fashioned cause deities is very bad. There is no way. They have never seen such a huge existence. This is the limit of inherent thinking. Unexpectedly, I didn't think of it. Fortunately, the casual world descended to the macho and gave them Rinra. Otherwise, they would really be planted in the chaotic mother star. Without hesitation, the gods worship Chi-Chi again. His Majesty is wise. This worship, they worship orally. This bow made Lei, who is sitting on the throne. Think, if I have the chance to go back in the future, should I also kowtow to the game company of Stellaris? Athena said again, the corresponding arrangement made by His Majesty can be disclosed to us. She is very clever. Did she do it? Rin really doesn't know how she grows up. In addition to her big breasts and brains? For her own girl, Rin is much tolerant to promote a planet to change the track. As long as 1/5 of the French formation is enough. Here, Ryan deliberately said more than double. Even so, it is enough to move the gods. That means that the extra magic arrays are all used to prepare to deal with the Chaos Lord, who may be the star-eating beast. Athena continued to cheer. That's great. This is all bad news for the Lord of Chaos. Rin was distant right-handed index finger. No. No. He has at least good news. What? Before the chaotic mother star collapsed, there would be no meteorite hitting the planet. Ah? Athena expressed her surprise at the right time. Rin really still has the following, if no accident. The chaotic mother star is the meteorite to hit the sun. When the gods heard this, they burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Your Majesty is too damaged. Lord Chaos is in trouble. All kinds of compliments are thrown at me for free. If it were another boss, he might really be dizzy from the compliments. Ryan was clear in his mind. It was just a matter of everyone taking what they needed. The gods needed a leader. And he needed a group of little brothers and thugs. Rin stood up and raised his hand. In front of him, he appeared on a spatial TV live broadcast. It was placed on this IMAX-sized screen. Because it became closer to the sun and became a chaotic mother star. The high temperature and high speed are madly consuming the atmosphere of the chaos mother planet. It won't be long before this purgatory-level high temperature will burn the entire planet's surface, turning it into charcoal, and gradually affecting the Earth's crust. If the Chaos Lord is really a star-eating beast as Ryan imagined, then he won't be able to pretend for long. I'm tired of this battle. It's time to end it all. Chapter 777, the big one, is coming. On the other side, Chaos War Master Abaddon staggered and fell in front of the dark throne of the Grand Lord. Great Lord Chaos, please make a strategic shift. Chaos Star may not be able to hold out any longer. We will swear to our death to protect you, Lord, from breaking through. This is the deepest part of the Demon Palace. The inky black throne is hidden in a huge shadow 100 meters high. Even the various war commanders can only vaguely see the blurry human figure on the throne. As the supremacy of chaos, the appearance of the monarch has changed at any time. No one knows what the true face of the prince is. The only thing they can feel is the vast chaotic power of the prince. The monarch chuckled. Break out? Why do I break through? If we don't break out, we'll all be finished. Abaddon blurted out. Unexpectedly, the response of his loyalty was actually a sentence. No. It's really finished. That's just your eggs. To make sense, changing the boss to speak this kind of mind. The younger brother's guarantee is not allowed to be reversed. Abaddon's response was, "Ah, my lord. You still have a backup plan? That's great. I'm waiting to die. But as long as you are still here, chaos will eventually rule the entire universe." The chaos was surprised by the fanaticism of his younger brother. After he was short-sighted, he burst into a mad laugh. Ha ha ha. Loyalty. Not bad. I cultivated 100 billion chaos and finally cultivated a decent. Well, I allow you its. Abaddon's eyes have a strange fanaticism. He even knew that the so-called unable to carry it. Not only referring to the enemy, but also the monarch himself. Suddenly, he felt a sense of anticipation, as if on a pilgrimage, about what the true identity of the great monarch was. Ah! On the other side, although Ring condensed a big ones to come in the gods, it was impossible to rule out that the chaotic monarch was not a big job, but pulled a lot. Just when the gods were feeling both excited and a little scared, a major change that had not been seen in a century finally came. The chaotic mother star. The star of the gods of the chaos has been in the planet for more than 100 years. The mountain lakes above, the sea of chaos, the barren desert, and the veteran chaos god has already carried it. On this day, when they suddenly saw the 1,000-mile mountain range suddenly collapse, the 10,000-mile wasteland suddenly cracked like a spider web, and the chaotic sea as thick as ink overturned at once. Even though they had prepared themselves mentally long ago, they still felt stunned when this moment came. Baron, the third place on the right side of the Renan, carefully proposed his assumption. Master, if the solar gravitation is too large, will it may cause the star body to collapse? Ren faintly, this problem is too general. This involves whether the planet's acceleration is too large, the quality of the planet, density, and correspondence. Yes. Balit retreated. The gods know the answer to the question from Ren's reaction. Perhaps the closer to the sun, the easier it is to collapse itself. But it is by no means now. Ryan glanced at Pero and said, "It's time to evacuate. Let's clear the stage for that clown to perform his final performance." Yes. Pero and other main gods led the gods. Under normal circumstances, it is a dangerous thing when the chaotic mother star is running at a high speed. This time, Ryan used his divine sense to directly direct them a curved arc trajectory. I saw a bunch of powerful divine kingdoms blooming like flowers, circling in a circular trajectory, moving away from the synchronous orbit of the chaotic mother star at a speed that seemed slow but was actually fast. This scene undoubtedly made Lord Chaos, who was watching this side, very unhappy. What can he do? The chicks were struggling to struggle. Let alone, he was going to be out of trouble from this solid SHL that had been born for nearly 1,000 years, under the gaze of the gods named Wanshin. The gods of the 1,000 gods. The chaotic mother star that peeled off the atmosphere finally started its unique transformation. Ka-la. The huge unsatisfactory sound passed through the number of chaos atmosphere to reach the monitoring divine arts of the gods. And at the same time, the chaotic storm that set off at the same time destroyed most of the artists. Only Ryan's cross-space monitoring magic has been outputting steadily. Multi-angle. The monitoring of multi-machine has kept the big picture stable. The first is a horror tentacle of more than 1 kilometer in the chaos. The length is less than 30 kilometers in length. This height has exceeded the thin atmosphere of the chaotic mother star today, and it is directly to the theoretical flat stratum. This picture looks like the story of little tadpoles, reminded Rin. First, a long tail, followed by the front line of chaos and order, and the chaos wasteland called Magic Palace by the order of the order. A terrorist claw, with a total length of more than 50 kilometers, broke out. This paw is not only like birds' claws, but it is distributed on the huge stratum corneum of the claws. And there is a large and small eyeballs with different shapes and colors. Those evil eyes that blink and blink can easily cause dense phobia of mortals. At this time, the corner of Pyre's mouth was violently pumped, and he remembered bad things. I really can't imagine that if he still foolishly attacks along this shortcut to the Demon Palace, he will be the first to fall if he really forces the Great Lord to reveal his true form. According to his command style, he must be in charge of the front line. With such a terrifying big paw, he would not even have the chance to run. Rao is that his kingdom of God can carry it, and being pinched is his only end. Not only Pero, but also macho and other macho. If it wasn't for His Majesty, they would be over. The chaotic mother star is indeed the mother star. When the egg SHL is broken, the chaos demon with a lice on it is not necessary. For them, the appearance of the monarch is simply a disaster. More than 90% of the chaotic demons squeezed the extremely violent section when the crust changed. Even if a small number of chaos demons successfully escaped the compression of the Earth's crust, when they flapped their ridiculous wings and flew out of the outer SHL of the Chaos Mother planet, they were burned to death by the violent sunlight before they could escape the gravity of the planet. The surface temperature of over 400 degrees Celsius is not much different from a low-grade fire. Only the strongest elite chaos demons have a chance to escape temporarily. Originally, the monarch appeared. This should be an extremely shocking scene. Helpless Rin took the lead in breaking his skills, looking at the octopus of the prince, with a body similar to a chick-like body, plus 2 obvious dysplasia paws, and 3 particularly slender and long tentacles. Rin laughed. Well, this stuff hasn't grown up yet. It is not developed. Chapter 778. Fight with me? Are you worthy? I don't know what kind of chaos is on the chaos side. According to his prototype, you can imagine how terrible it would be when he grew up. This thing is that the imagination is a bit of SN value. Very sad. The prince has not been fully developed. The 4 claws are only 2 as long as they grow, and the other 2 are like chicks, which are typical dysplasia. The same is true of the tentacles of the lower body. The 5 are thick and terrible enough. The 3 are long distance, and the size is compared with other tentacles. It should have been full of epic fate, and it is greatly discounted because of the dysfunction of the monarch. After the fear of them, they were grateful to escape in a while. Ha ha. It is estimated that it will be terrifying for 100 years of development for the chaos for 100 years? Pyre's laughter was reminiscent of the anti-string string, the body that covers the sky, the horror tentacles that can explode a position at will. The singing Dodley Lara sang out the terrorist appearance of the prince with a singing-like tone, but made the joyful atmosphere of the scene go to the next level. It turns out that even a non-complete chaotic monarch is enough to let the cause gods drink a pot. Now with the king of God Rin, I'm still afraid of a fart. After the short-term excitement, the Lord Gods were all listed. Please order by King God. Please order. There are dozens of main gods, any one of whom would be a giant in charge of a region. But now they are like vanguard generals invited to fight, eager to make achievements under Ryan's command. Rin did not answer them directly. He glanced on the big screen first, and was slightly surprised to find that in addition to the monarch, there were 7 chaos and handsome. You. The remaining 7 chaotic war handsome. One is not allowed to run. Yes. No more questions. King versus king. General versus general. Throughout the ages, Rao is also the same as the god of God. However, 7 chaos war masters are now clinging to the shoulders of the great lord, and the range of each kingdom of God is limited. If the gods rashly approach with their kingdom of God, they may not be able to hit those war masters, but will enter the range of the great lord's tentacles first. This is not good. After all, they still have to wait for Rin to do it first. Something unexpected happened to them. Ryan had no intention of moving at all. Instead, he made a gesture. His maid Elizabeth was stunned for a moment, pushed Archangel Luna on the back. Then she came to her senses, leaned over stupidly, and handed him a cup of specially made thunder drink. This is the product of King Lei's replication of Sprite. It cannot be said that it is very similar. It is about 6 or 7 points of taste. Talking is better than nothing. Seeing Ryan's calmness, Thor said in a daze, Your Majesty, don't you need to do it yourself? Shoot? Ren's smile was extremely mysterious. I'm already shot. This is my astronomy. God. Amid their storm of question marks, they were surprised to see on the big screen that the originally menacing Chaos Lord suddenly had his tentacles tangled in a ridiculous way. Ah! What is this? Renines, what have you done to my body? As we all know, limbs that have not grown properly are often weaker. On the Chaos Lord's particularly slender tentacles and claws, a purple-blue divine power array was taking effect, spraying out purple-blue turbid wind elements, which began to pull the Lord's limbs at angles that he himself could not expect. Don't forget that this is in the void, and there is nothing to leverage on except the fragments of broken planets that have exploded. The characteristic of chaos creatures is that the balance is quite poor. After all, it is a variety of different attribute body tissues to pieces together. Rao is that he is a chaotic monarch. It takes a long time to master the unbroken body balance. Perhaps it is a few days, or even a few months. Ren is simply an unknown prophet. His divine power is not arranged on the surface of the planet of the chaotic mother star, but has long penetrated the divine power and directly imprinted on the limbs of the monarch on the shallow of the crust. At this moment, Ryan gave the fat boy Noka an approving look. Even though the fat boy had become a god, he still didn't change his shyness and just smiled foolishly. Right. After the little fat man became a god, he had a nightmare one night. It was a dream about a monster breaking out of its SHL. It was when he told Ryan about his dream that Ryan suddenly remembered an extremely hacked-up plot in Stellaris, where people finally colonized a new planet. But because of an immature planet-eating beast living on the planet was destroyed, and all the people on it were doomed. He even had to mobilize a huge fleet to destroy this house-destroying thing. This is why Ryan made preparations for a rainy day. The fat man's prediction is certainly important. But Ryan, who can judge the danger and come up with a corresponding plan, is the more terrifying one. Ryan only used a bunch of magic circles that were pre-imprinted on the insensitive body of the Great Lord to create a cosmic wonder. Ahoy! What did you do? The superstar body, with a total length of more than 500 kilometers constantly rotating in the void. The prince is not cruel. It's ruthless to others. When faced with those slender tentacles with many divine power arrays, he could be so ruthless as to bite off his own tentacles in order to cut off his arm to save his life. He soon despaired. Ren's divine power array was not only imprinted on his limbs, but many of them were hidden on his huge body. The outrageous was still behind, and he was shocked to find that many law arrays, and even using his chaos as a fuel to produce a promotion effect. He was mourning, struggling, and exhaled. However, he was like a cockroach thrown into a flush toilet and being flushed away. No matter how hard he struggled, he still accelerated and rushed around the blazing star at high speed. The temperature of his body surface was getting higher and higher, and quickly broke through 700 degrees Celsius. Ironically, Abaddon and the other 7 Chaos War Masters, who claimed to be extremely loyal to him, had chosen to eject him when he was spinning around frantically and was unable to take care of himself. At this moment, they were more than 2,000 kilometers away from him and were being chased and intercepted by the main gods of order. None of this has anything to do with the Lord of Chaos. Looking at the more and more dazzling sunshine, he had seen his own destruction in advance. He yelled hysterically, "Ren Asterisk Tesla! You come out! Dang God! Dare not stand up with me! You come out!" Ren came out, in the form of a huge image of 100,000 meters high. In the void, Ron laughed at Enyao. "Fight with me? Do you also match?" Chapter 779, End of a Pretending to be Committed, Finale. No! No! Ryan! Come out here! I am the Lord of Chaos, the Terminator of Order. Even if I die, I should die with dignity. You can't just kill me to the sun meaningfully. I can't accept it. Ren, you head up with me. The rude and crazy scolding of the Chaos is endless. Perhaps he was a part of the Order, and he had some crazy obsession with Order. Even if it was dead, I long for an extremely gorgeous exit. This is consistent with his status as the Overlord who once occupied half of the Chaos universe. It's such a little wish, and Ren did not satisfy him. How powerful and noble they think they have gone to the gods, and they are enough to give you the chaotic monarch for indirect shots. They also want Her Majesty the King of God to be desperate with your trapped beast in person? When the gods were shocked, they lamented, "Can even such a powerful star-swallowing beast, such a powerful monarch, be able to test Ren's true strength?" In their hearts, there should be a shocking war. For example, the two sides were relatively fire separately after 100,000 kilometers away, and a light cannon with a diameter of 10 kilometers in the light was shot. No! Nothing at all. Let Pero and other more than 300 gods spend 100 years of work that cannot be able to take it, or the body of the Chaos. So he was destroyed by the powerful King Ren. From beginning to end, after so many big battles, everyone's evaluation of Ren is still unpredictable. This is scary. Knowing the gap, there is a direction of hard work. For the main gods, anything like the solar cannon or even the flying star would take perhaps 1,000 or 800 years to learn. The most terrible thing is that the gap between each other is not visible at all, which makes them completely dead. No deity knows there are any big moves in Ren. Don't look at Ren's calmness. Talk and laugh. and looked like a bamboo. But in fact he panicked. He said all day and said burning glass? Really giving him a planet. And he could not burn. Wandering Chaos Mother Star alone is already the limit of his wisdom and ability. He is a new king of God. How can he always come up with a bunch of big moves that destruction? Even though Lei is a recorded destroyer of worlds, he can only destroy planets and planes in the Chaos universe. If you ask him to burn glass, he will ask you to give him a planetary mothership or a world-destroying titan in a matter of minutes. If this doesn't kill the Lord of Chaos, then it's exposed. Fortunately, the prince was just a star-swallowing beast with only 70% of his body. At the same time as the monarch performed the hip-hop crazy, he had been captured by the star gravity. After struggling for a long time, he finally hit the sun on the surface of the sun. A huge body of 500 kilometers is nothing compared to a giant star that is at least 10,000 times larger than it. That is, the sputtering Sun Island storm exaggerated 100 million points, and even affected a bunch of god kingdoms that had not yet evacuated this galaxy. The 10-kilometer diameter powerful god kingdom was blown down under this exaggerated solar storm, and the treasures collected inside did not know how much it fell. Because Yubo is so strong, everyone's awe of Renin is even more deeper. This day is July 7th. If it were a documentary novel written by a certain bard for the great and supreme God King, His Majesty Ryan Tesla, it would also be exactly 777 chapters. On this memorable day, everyone from the Chaos Lord to the Chaos War Masters died. This also officially announced that the century-old battle of order and chaos in this universe finally ushered in a victory ending for the people of order. Long live Her Majesty Tesla. Her Majesty Tesla. Order triumphs. Ha ha ha. The Chaos Lord is gone. From the angels who had just stopped fighting on the front line of the Chaos Mother Planet, to the refugees from various gods who were creating a new world in the trapped galaxy, to the people on the main plane of chaos who had endured for years, everyone cheered and rejoiced as soon as the news reached them. And the whole country was jubilant. People hugged each other enthusiastically, and their eyes flowed with excitement. Once upon a time, when they heard the dozens of deities fell in the hands of chaos, it was a feeling that it would collapse in the sky. Ren and his physics school were born in the air. His Majesty the God King used his wisdom and supreme divine power to integrate one pantheon after another, successfully took back the divine power he deserved in the Outlands, and finally dealt a fatal blow to the Lord of Chaos. Since Ryan did not appear as a God King at the beginning, he was just like an ordinary wizard, a preacher from another world. His experience of recruiting disciples in the mortal world and training all the second-generation disciples to become gods of magic was talked about by countless mortals. That year, I met with Lord Tesla personally. You still say, sir? I'm sorry. It's His Majesty of God. Who is used to it? The academic officials of the physics school didn't care about this kind of trivial matter. In the tavern, a population was flying horizontally, telling the story of Ren's first disciples in Raman. It is precisely because of Ryan's approachable image that ordinary people feel more at home with him, so that they have reasons for the noble priests in each church. His Majesty and Her Majesty of God and the King are so kind that you are not special. What do? Everything is destined to be part of the invincible legend of the God King. In the many planes of the Chaos Pantheon, mortal life began to return to peace. The crusade against the gods of order was not over yet. In view of the characteristics of Xuqiang, who is unable to die, Ren is still from good, and the gods are relatively average. He did not give the deities independent opportunities. He combined the gods in accordance with the principle of incompatibility of the clergy and the principle of unintegrality of the clergy. As long as this small group of interests combines interests, as long as it lasts for decades, they will form a new small group because of their positions, which will dilute the original god structure. Theoretically, Ren's so-called one temple should be deserted. It turns out that it is wrong. The male gods here are increasingly scarce, but the goddess has a tendency to increase. After securing his position as the God King, Ryan first randomly assigned his old lovers Sophia and Margaret a priesthood and promoted them to goddesses. Then on the night of the dark and windy night, Ren was idle and idle. Elizabeth cried, "Woohoo! Didn't you say that I am Era? Why are you even willing to start with me? Aren't you a dog? You are not willing. It's not unwilling. It's just that the image of the good master in my mind is dismissed." Ryan, Ren's legs on the right side of the same leg. Luna tilted silently and looked at it. The former, which on the left side of Ren, looked a little overwhelmed. Ryan sighed. He really hated Zeus. He understood Zeus, and became Zeus. He finally realized that he should be a cliff. At this point, the number of Rin's harem has not increased. He knew that if he continued to recklessly indulge himself, things would get out of control. Half a year later, goddesses like Sophia, Margaret, Susanna and others were pregnant with big bellies. Ryan temporarily left the former 3 gods of Olympus behind to not have children. For this, Athena stared at him with resentful eyes for many days. Another half a year passed, and Ryan's kingdom of God became the largest kindergarten in the divine world. Unable to bear the annoyance, he chose to sleep in Tesla Magic Academy. Discovering Master's change, Downs immediately rushed back from various galaxies to listen to Master's teachings. In response to this, Ryan began to teach university physics to his 8 god-level disciples. As for the theologian subject of astrophysics, on the surface it is of course, let them lay a solid foundation first. But in fact even Ryan himself doesn't understand that much. 10 years passed in a flash, and the second-generation gods became the most hated little boys. 10 years later, the god world was completely stable. Downs married the goddess Scotty of the Vonner, and Harry, the sultry man, managed to marry Selene, the moon goddess of Olympus. Baron married his beloved enchantress, and Ryan's disciples each married a goddess. Except Flora. For some reason, she didn't get married, but when she looked at her master, she always showed a look that Ryan dared not respond to. After purifying nearly 100 planets and planes that were infected with chaotic, the huge cause Protoss made half of the immigrants. The believers in the entire god system reached 1 billion, most of which were minor dolls. The world is prosperous, and the population has grown naturally. This is eternal. Just then, when Ryan was enjoying surfing on CCDDFFGG that day, a shocking news came. Tang Xi's clone landed outside the temple and shouted, "Master, it's bad. Our universe seems to be in contact with another universe. We have come into contact with an unknown large fleet near the new Sumerian plain." Ah! Ren quickly assembled the gods of the gods, and at the same time transmitted to the galaxy urgently. It is a huge space crack in front of it, facing the kingdom of chaos gods on the other side of the space rift. The other side appears to be quite cautious. "Master, the opposite seems to be trying to contact us in different languages. But there is no one we understand. Gods are convenient. They can receive the space signals from the opposite side with just a thought." Indeed, Ryan couldn't understand most languages. You can hear a paragraph, "Sky King cover a tiger." After that, Rons couldn't hold it completely, and he returned to the opposite side in anger. "Go to you. Lao Tzu also uses Italian cannon to blast you." Ryan lost his composure. These words came out of his mouth, mixed with powerful divine thoughts, and were transmitted to the other side in an instant. The other side did not need any special receiving equipment. Ryan's divine voice easily crossed a distance of 100,000 kilometers and kept echoing and buzzing in every spaceship on the opposite side. What's more unexpected, the opposite side also returned a god of voice, and it rang in the Downs god kingdom where Ren was located. "Grass. Yourself? The secret number 9527. Ren was also happy, and laughed. "Lao Tzu is still 2333. Next, the other party switched the independent deity communication in a second. "My brother. Is it really my own?" "Nonsense." Ryan seemed to be cursing, but in fact, he almost smiled crookedly. He really didn't expect that after traveling for so long, he could still meet his compatriots. "Yo, it's not bad. Just like us." "What is it?" "My name is Duke. We have a group that we mixed out of the mixed after crossing, and the name is Galaxy Order Council, and the group name is Yunfei Wanli. My name is Ryan." "Ah, you guys are so stupid. Brother is coming into the group. Recently, there are a few foreigners and gods who are very jumping, and we are looking for ourselves in the world. It's a coincidence." The divine thoughts of the two sides quickly communicated, and Renan didn't even realize the passage of time. The gods such as Pyre, Athena, and other gods on the side of him were sweaty for Ren. They couldn't understand Chinese. Unexpectedly, after a while, Ren laughed. "Ha ha ha." Daishui rushed to the Dragon King temple. "The opposite was your own." "Ah?" The Chaos gods were shocked, because the opposite fleet is full of high-tech elements. It also does not lack the asylum of divine power. Such an elite and huge fleet turned out to be yourself. Ren was not a lie. Just 5 minutes ago, Duke gave in. A clone fleet with a number of more than 1 million people. Everyone. This is just my recreation of a clone. Copying the fleet. I left for too long. And I didn't know that they had so many things. It's okay. Let's see it. Ryan brought the gods onto the fortress-style mothership on the opposite side, which was more than 100 kilometers long. In the space dock filled with lights and all kinds of sci-fi objects. Town saw with his own eyes his master hugging affectionately with the magic god king opposite him, who also had black hair, yellow skin and black eyes, and chatting in their mother tongue. After a while, more and more similar gods rushed to the door through the portal, and a group of people enthusiastically greets each other, although they all speak Tian Chao, a considerable part of the dialect. Downs did not understand. Dow's murmured. It turned out that Master said that the legend is going all over, and the half-god is not as good as a dog. In his hometown, there are at least 12 of the gods who can fight like him. This is all true. On this day, the 3 views of the apprentices were completely washed by Master and Master's hometown. Interestingly, their response fell in the ears of the god king named Wang Hao opposite. Wang Hao Yuren, yo. Brother. How do you look? You have a big force there. Without embarrassing Ryan, Duke laughed heartily. It's okay. Everyone wants to show off. If you can show off all the way to the level of God King, who dares to say that Brother Ryan is showing off? Ryan smiled. And he smiled brightly. Without strength pretending. It is called sin. That is called vegetables. Every time I pretend to be back, I can come back by myself. Pretend all the way. Pretend to be a lifetime. Or even reach the top of the world. This is truly awesome. From the beginning, Ren really never thought that he could pretend to be, no matter how much the past is. Now it is just a joke after meals. Just listen. In life, there are many things that you don't need to worry too much about. The a while is for a while. And Renins all the way to the King of God all the way. As a pretended criminal, it is time to end. Right. This story tells the end of pretending to be committed, happy life.